Mu Yun said calmly, "It's up to him. You don't need to tell me about his affairs." Bai Mu was helpless when he heard this. He took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to Mu Yun, saying, "This is the letter I received this morning from the master." Before Mu Yun could refuse, Bai Mu threw the envelope to Mu Yun and ran away. Su Huanju had been waiting to talk to Mu Yun. When she saw Bai Mu was gone, she rushed over and said with a smile, "Sister Mu, is there a letter your husband wrote to you?" Mu Yun did not answer her question. She put away the envelope and said, "Do you have something to ask me? I saw you standing there for a long time, as if you were waiting for me." Su Huanju nodded and said a little embarrassedly, "Sister Mu, I want to ask if you can lend me some more money. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. I have sent the letter home. I believe that my family will come to pick me up soon. I dare not go back to the capital by myself. I have to pass through so many places and sit in a carriage for so long alone. I dare not, and I am afraid. Sister Mu, please help me again, okay? When my family arrives, I will ask them to thank you very much. I will ask them to pay you for all the expenses I have spent here." Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at her seriously and asked, "What do you want to borrow money for? Did you spend all the 50 taels I borrowed from you last time?" Su Huanju said hurriedly, "Last time I bought a dress and shoes, and I didn't have any clothes to change. I also bought some food because I was greedy, and then it was gone." Su Huanju also felt a little embarrassed, but she could only speak with a thick face. She couldn't stand being stuck in this small house every day, and she felt very depressed. Mu Yun was a little helpless. This time, she didn't want to give it to him in her heart, but when she saw Su Huanju's pitiful little expression and thought of everything she had experienced before, she softened her heart a little. "Okay, I'll give you another 50 taels, but you should spend it sparingly this time. I need money for many things during this period, and I'm afraid I don't have any extra money, and I'm afraid I won't have any to give you later." Su Huanju originally wanted to borrow 100 taels at once, which should be enough for her to spend until her family arrived here, but she didn't expect Mu Yun to only give her 50 taels. At this time, she couldn't ask for more. She could only smile and say, "Okay, thank you, Sister Mu. At most half a month, no, 10 days, my family will come to find me. At that time, I will definitely let them thank you very much. Sister Mu, you have saved my life. By the way, Sister Mu, can you please not tell my family that I was kidnapped to the bandit village? I don't want them to know. Let's keep this a secret, okay?" When Su Huanju mentioned the bandit village, her face turned pale, and her eyes were full of fear. Mu Yun nodded, "Okay, I won't say anything. Don't worry, forget the past, and live a good life in the future." Su Huanju sniffed and said with a little nasal, "Well, I know." Mu Yun took off his purse again, took out 50 taels and gave it to her, and then said to her, "I will ask the housekeeper to prepare clothes and other things. You don't have to buy them in the future." Su Huanju nodded, and a smile appeared on her face again. She is a girl who loves to laugh, Mu Yun thought. "I'll go to see Yuan Bao and the others. You are free to do whatever you want," Mu Yun said. Su Huanju nodded and went back to his yard. When Mu Yun saw that there was no one, he opened the envelope and read the letter. Song Jingnian seemed to have nothing to say, so he asked about Yueya and Yuan Bao, but it seemed that Bai Mu and the others often wrote to him to tell him about Yuan Bao and Yueya's daily life. In the letter, Song Jingnian seemed to know a lot about the two children's recent affairs, such as what they had learned recently, what interesting things happened, and whether they had grown taller, etc. Mu Yun looked at it and felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed that Song Jingnian was not such a fussy person. Why did he talk so much in the letter? Finally, he asked Mu Yun how he was doing. Mu Yun raised a smile and instantly understood what he meant. Did he want her to reply?
She didn't want to reply.
After putting the letter away, she took it to her room and put it away. Then she went to Yi Xian's yard, only to see Yi Xian was about to take the children out. Seeing Mu Yun, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "I was just looking for you. The children have been listening to the lessons seriously these days, and they have done their homework well. I promised to take them out to play. They said they have never seen the sea, and want to see it." Mu Yun heard this and did not stop him. Learning itself requires a combination of work and rest. Yi Xian's teaching method is very good. She was just worried about the children's safety, so she said, "Then let's go together. It happens that I am free now." Hearing that Mu Yun was going too, the children were very happy. Yuya Yuanbao hadn't seen her mother for 2 days and missed her very much. When she arrived at the door, she met Yu Qingling, who also said that he wanted to go, adding one more person. After getting on the carriage, the group headed for the beach. After they went out, Su Huanju also went out. As the carriage drove on, Muyun felt that this road was somewhat familiar. She asked Mr. Yi, "Is this the road we took to send Miss Liu home that day?" Yi Xian lifted the curtain and looked out, then nodded. "It seems so, a little familiar." Muyun nodded. "I feel familiar too. In that case, I'll go see her later." The carriage came all the way to the seaside road. After the driver parked the car, Muyun led Yuya out of the carriage. Seeing the sea for the first time, the children were amazed. The boundless sea seemed to have no end, and the blue sea was bottomless, giving people a mysterious atmosphere. The children were a little scared but also wanted to explore. "Mother, can we go over and take a look?" Yuanbao asked. Muyun nodded and led Yuya to the beach. The beach was very vast, and the bustling fishermen were sorting out their fishing nets. As they approached, the sound of the waves became louder, and the little movement would surprise the children, and they kept talking and discussing. Seeing that the beach was safe, Muyun felt relieved and let Yuya's hand go, letting her play by herself. Playing with sand and picking up shells are fun in the eyes of children. Seeing that they were having fun, Muyun asked Yi Xian and Yu Qingling to watch them. She wanted to go to Lu Yu's house. It happened to be not far from the beach. She saw Lu Yu enter the house that day, so she knew her house. Muyun walked towards the somewhat shabby house, came to the door, stood outside the fence, and shouted twice. "Miss Lu?
Lu Yu?
Are you home?" Muyun shouted twice at the top of her voice, but no one in the house answered. She was a little confused. Could it be that he was not at home? She was hesitating whether to push the door in to take a look, when a woman came over. She looked about 40 years old, wearing coarse linen clothes and holding some freshly picked vegetables in her hands. "Who are you looking for?" The woman looked at Muyun curiously and asked. Seeing someone, Muyun hurriedly asked politely, "Auntie, is this Miss Lu Yu's home?" The old lady nodded. "Yes, but her family moved a long time ago. Do you have something to do with her?" Upon hearing this, the old lady said her husband was the 3rd place in the imperial examination, and her family is now a noble family. Why are they still living here? However, Lu Yu has been missing for so long, and it turns out that she was with you. Where did you go? What did you do? The old lady looked gossipy and was obviously interested. Before Muyun could speak, she continued. Sister Lu said that Lu Yu was kidnapped by a gangster, and Lu Tongzhou searched for her for a long time, but couldn't find her. Could it be that you are the gangster? Muyun. Does she look like a gangster? Auntie, Lu Yu and I are friends, not bad people. Do you know where her family has moved to now? I still have something to find her for. The aunt was a little disappointed that she didn't hear any gossip. She said if you want to ask her to help you, it may not work. Although her husband has planted the 3rd place in the imperial examination and is now the prefect after Lu Yu disappeared, he married the daughter of the wealthy Qin family. Now the young lady of the Qin family is the wife of the prefect.
I don't know what Lu Yu is now.
Muyun was very surprised. Her husband married someone else? So soon. Lu Yu has been gone for more than a month. He married someone else now? What a scumbag. Too ruthless and shameless. The old lady nodded, also with a look of disdain, isn't it? But who can blame him now? He is now a government official. His status is different. He was just a scholar before. Everything in the family depended on Lu Yu and the 2 elders of the Lu family, so that the mother and son of the Lu family could live a decent life, and Lu Tongzhou could study and obtain fame without distraction. Now that he has become a talent, he has abandoned his wife and angered his father-in-law and mother-in-law to death. Now our village is talking about the Lu family. Muyun was even more surprised, and angered the father-in-law and mother-in-law to death. Seeing Muyun so surprised, The old lady's desire to share became more urgent. That's right. The eldest brother and his wife in the Lu family have only one daughter. They are an honest and decent family. Lu Yu is the most beautiful daughter of our village chief. She was originally a good match for Lu Tongzhou, but unexpectedly, Lu Tongzhou treated Lu Yu very well before, but now that he is an official, he has become a different person. We have been neighbors for so many years, but we didn't expect that the mother and son would be such people. Lu Tongzhou's mother has been mean to Lu Yu since the news that Lu Tongzhou graduated from high school came back. She tells people everywhere that Lu Yu is good at this and that. She was not like this before. After her son graduated from high school, she looked down on Lu Yu in every way. I have seen her yelling at that girl many times when I pass by this door, and sometimes she even beat and scolded her. It's really too much. Mu Yun frowned when he heard this. Lu Yu was so miserable. The Lu family was such a nobody. Annie, do you know what the Lu family said about Lu Yu's disappearance? The old lady nodded hurriedly. Lu Tongzhou's mother said that when Lu Yu went out to pray for her, she was kidnapped by thieves. It seemed that they were bandits, and we don't know where the bandits came from. Our Yunzhou has always been very safe, and we haven't seen any bandits on weekdays. The old lady approached Mu Yun mysteriously and whispered. The two of them went together that day. The bandits only robbed Lu Yu and didn't rob her. Isn't it strange? She said that she was an old woman, and the bandits couldn't do anything to her. Lu Yu is different. Who wouldn't like such a beautiful girl? She said this, which ruined Lu Yu's reputation. She didn't consider Lu Yu at all. In fact, we all have doubts whether she did something, but this is just our guess. You keep it quiet and don't say anything. The old lady's expression showed her disdain for the Lu family and her pity for Lu Yu. Mu Yun frowned and nodded. I definitely won't tell you. Thank you, Auntie. I want to ask, has Lu Yu gone to the city to look for Lu's family now? Auntie nodded. It should be. Before Lu Yu disappeared, Lu Tongzhou didn't come back either. Lu Tongzhou arrived 2 days after she disappeared, and then he asked the people from the government to help find him. After that, we only knew that Lu Tongzhou held a wedding banquet in the city. I also heard from the villagers that I didn't go. His wedding banquet didn't invite us neighbors, but seemed to invite several relatives of his Lu family. Auntie's tone was somewhat sarcastic and disdainful.
Mu Yun frowned.
In this situation, Lu Yu was afraid that her life would be difficult. Not to mention this era. Even in modern times, when people shout about gender equality every day, if this kind of thing happens to a woman, she will still be hurt by rumors and her husband will dislike her. In this kind of thing, since ancient times, it doesn't matter to men, but it is fatal to women. Mu Yun turned his head and saw a carriage turning around and leaving immediately. On the ground, there seemed to be a person, covered in blood, with messy hair and dirty clothes. Hearing this, Mu Yun hurried over to confirm and lifted the woman's messy hair. It turned out to be Lu Yu. Lu Yu's clothes were all blood-stained, her little face was pale, her lips were bloodless, and even her breath was much weaker. Mu Yun shouted anxiously, Lu Yu? Lu Yu, how are you? Can you hear me?
Wake up.
No matter how anxiously Mu Yun shouted, Lu Yu still didn't respond. Oh my god, what happened to this Lu Yu girl? That just now seemed to be the Lu family's carriage. Are they going to lose their conscience? How can they be so cruel? The old lady sighed on the side. Mu Yun didn't care about the Lu family at this time, and picked up Lu Yu and walked towards the beach. Seeing this, the old lady hurriedly followed behind. Hey, where are you going? Mu Yun came to the beach with Lu Yu in his arms and shouted to Yu Qingling, Yu Qingling, come and save people. Yu Qingling was picking up shells with the children. Hearing Mu Yun's anxious voice, he hurriedly turned back to see. Yu Qingling, come and see her, she is very weak. Seeing that there was a patient, Yu Qingling put down the shell in his hand and ran over. Mu Yun put Lu Yu on the ground, and Yu Qingling squatted to feel her pulse. How is it? What's wrong with her? Mu Yun asked anxiously. The old lady was also watching closely. Yu Qingling frowned, his expression a little solemn. She is seriously injured. If she is not treated in time, I am afraid she will be in danger. Yu Qingling took out a bottle of unknown pills from his pocket, poured out one for Lu Yu to eat, and then said, "Hold her for a breath. We will go back now. I can save her." Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. "Okay, you watch. I'll go and call Yuan Bao and the others to go." Because they were busy saving people, the trip to play at the beach ended in a hurry. Mu Yun promised to bring them to play next time. The children were also very sensible, without a trace of unhappiness, and they all knew that saving people was more important. The group drove the carriage back in a hurry, leaving behind the old lady with a sigh on her face. She turned around and couldn't wait to go to the neighbors' homes to chat. The carriage was much faster this time and hurried to the door of the house. Mu Yun picked up the dirty Lu Yu and got off the carriage and walked quickly towards the house. The housekeeper saw it and hurriedly called many maids to help. Yu Qingling went to her yard to get the medicine box and ran in the yard in a hurry. Mu Yun asked someone to fetch water and wipe Lu Yu's face and hands first. Yu Qingling quickly wrote down a prescription and asked someone to get the medicine, and then began to give Lu Yu acupuncture. "How is it?
Can it be saved?"
Mu Yun asked. Yu Qingling nodded, glanced at the maids in the room, and said, "Go prepare hot water and wash this girl later." After the maids went down, Yu Qingling said, "She had a miscarriage." Mu Yun was surprised. "Miscarriage?" Yu Qingling nodded. "Yes, and I see from her body that this is not the first time she's been pregnant. The previous miscarriage caused great damage to her body. She hasn't recovered yet, and she's pregnant again. This time, it seems that she was also aborted violently, which caused even greater damage to her body." Mu Yun didn't know what to say for a moment. When he saw Lu Yu in the village, she was the girl that made him feel the most pity and even distressed. Those people treated her like a dog, leaving her with no dignity. Mu Yun couldn't even imagine what this girl had experienced. Those unimaginable things would have driven anyone else crazy. There should be a lot of external injuries on her body, and it's not convenient for me to see them. You can take a look at her later, and then apply some medicine to her. After I finish the acupuncture, you can ask the maids to wash her first, then apply medicine, and change her into a clean dress." Yu Qingling said again. Mu Yun nodded. "Yes, I'll wash her after the maids get water. It's better not to let others see it." Mu Yun felt a little heavy-hearted and felt very sympathetic towards Lu Yu's situation. Soon, the maids prepared the water and Yu Qingling began to close the needles. Zijou is helping to decoct the medicine. By the time she finishes washing up, it should be almost done. Mu Yun asked everyone to go out and take off Lu Yu's clothes. What came into view was a body full of scars. There were purple scars of various sizes, almost covering her entire body. Mu Yun couldn't bear to watch it, so he quickly picked her up and put her in the bathtub to wash her. Lu Yu still hadn't woken up. Yu Qingling told her that after she drank the medicine and slept for another night, she would probably wake up tomorrow. Mu Yun was very quick. After cleaning her, she wrapped her in a bath towel and carried her to the bed. She then applied the medicine left by Yu Qingling to her. After the medicine dried on her skin, she put on her clothes. "Sister Yun, the medicine is ready. Shall we bring it in now?" Zijou's voice sounded outside. Mu Yun replied, "Well, bring it in." Zijou pushed the door open and came in. Seeing Lu Yu lying clean on the bed, she was relieved. "Sister Yun, let me feed Miss Lu."
Mu Yun nodded.
Her hands were a little sore after working for a long time. "Yun, we agreed to meet at the gate of Lin's house and go back together. Why haven't you gone yet?" Lin Sherwin came to find Mu Yun after waiting for a long time. When she heard that Mu Yun was in the guest house, she ran over again. Mu Yun had forgotten about it until she saw Lin Sherwin. "Sherwin, I was too busy just now and forgot." "Sorry." Lin Sherwin shook her head. No. Seeing Lu Yu on the bed, Lin Sherwin was very surprised. "Why is Miss Lu here? Didn't she go home?" Mu Yun sighed and said, "I took Yuan Bao and the others to the beach to play today, so I wanted to go see her. As a result, I heard that she had moved. Later, I saw her being thrown away by a carriage. She was covered in blood, and her breath was weak, as if she would die at any time. Fortunately, there was Dr. Yu, otherwise, I'm afraid she would have died. Lin Shiruin was very surprised. How could this happen? Who hurt her like this? Lin Shiruin also sympathized with her. Compared with her, Lu Yu actually suffered more and greater pain. When they were in that village, Lu Yu was next door to her. Every time Lu Yu's painful voice and roar would reach her ears, she was afraid and terrified. Because of Lu Yu, she later knew that resistance was useless, so she endured the nausea and cooperated, just to make herself suffer less. Lu Yu was different from everyone else. The bandits seemed to torture her deliberately. She was beaten and tortured. Those people had countless methods to make her miserable. Lin Shiruin was the only one who knew what Lu Yuda had gone through, and she couldn't help but feel pity for her. I don't know who hurt her. Let's wait until she wakes up and ask her. Shiruin, otherwise I won't go back with you. I will let Yulan stay with you for a while. She knows martial arts and can protect you from being bullied. As for revenge, we are not going to kill people directly, and it will take a day or two to take revenge. First, we will plan to take your shop back, and then we will disgrace the mother and daughter and destroy everything they care about. When you take control of the Lin mansion, it is still up to you to decide what to do with them. Lin Shiruin nodded. Actually, I have thought about it. You have a lot of things to do. You can't always stay in the mansion with me. As for the shop, my uncle and aunt will come tomorrow, and I can ask them to help me get it back. Now my father has to consider the relationship between the two families, and he will not refuse. Let's take the next step after we get the shop back.
Muyun nodded.
Well, you have thought it through. In that case, let's do it this way. You can always come to me if you have any problems. Lin Shiruin nodded. Then I'll go back first. It will be too late. Muyun nodded, then went to the front yard with her and called Yulan to accompany Lin Shiruin back. Lin Shiruin took Yulan back to the Lin mansion. There were 2 maids waiting for her at the door of the Lin mansion. She bought them for herself. She had decided not to delay Muyun's time. She went out today to buy a suitable maid. She didn't dare to use any of the ones at home. She bought a death contract by herself, which was more reassuring. But she didn't expect Muyun to arrange a martial arts for her. When Lin Shiruin returned home with 3 maids, she happened to meet a family having dinner. Lin Cece and Qin Jinxiao hadn't left yet, which surprised Lin Shiruin. Generally speaking, people would leave after lunch at their parents' home, but they didn't expect the 2 to wait until dinner. It seems that Qin Jinxiao treats Lin Cece very well, which makes Lin Shiruin very unhappy. He robbed her of her marriage and made this man so considerate to her. How could such a good thing happen to someone like Lin Cece? This happiness should not exist. Lin Shiruin's eyes were too weird. Lin Cece felt coveted and panicked. Aunt Rong had a fake smile on her face. Shiruan is back. Come and have dinner. Aunt Rong's son Lin Tianbao was very surprised to see Lin Shiruan. Didn't she run away from marriage? Why is she back? Lin Tianbao went to the school and would not come back until dinner. He did not see Lin Shiruan when he came back yesterday, so he saw Lin Shiruan this time. One by one, 2 people said that I ran away from marriage. Who did I run away from marriage with? Where is the person? Find her out. Lin Shiruan smiled and walked over to sit down and said. The place where she sat was just next to Qin Jinxiao. Lin Cece was on the right of Qin Jinxiao and Lin Shiruan was on the left. When Lin Cece saw her sitting down, she unconsciously became nervous. There were so many seats, but Lin Shiruan chose to sit next to Qin Jinxiao. What did she mean? Lin Tianbao wanted to say something, but was interrupted by his father. Okay, since you are back, eat well. I haven't seen you for a day. Where did you go? Also, who are these people you brought back? Where is your savior? Lin's father frowned and asked. Lin Shiruin picked up the chopsticks and began to pick up the dishes elegantly. Hearing this, she replied calmly, Ayun has found her family and doesn't live with me anymore. The 3 of them are the maids I just bought. Seeing that she didn't care about anything, Father Lin put down his chopsticks and said coldly, Is your family short of maids? Do you need to go out and buy them yourself? Aunt Rong lowered her head with a guilty conscience when she heard this. Lin Shiruin sneered, It's just that I'm short of maids. Father, do you want to go and see how many maids there are in my yard? Father Lin looked at Aunt Rome with displeasure in his eyes. You don't have a maid for her? Even when eating, Aunt Rome still wore a veil. Seeing that Father Lin's eyes were full of blame, she felt very aggrieved. She felt that Father Lin was no longer treating her the same way as before, but she didn't know why. Not daring to complain, she quickly calmed down and said, I was negligent for a moment. I was busy treating the wound on my face and ignored Sherwan's needs. I will arrange someone to go there right away. When she mentioned the wound on her face, Lin's father was not so angry anymore. Lin Sherwan said lightly, no need, Aunt Rong, didn't you see? I bought a maid, and I dare not use your people. Otherwise I am afraid I will not see the sun tomorrow. After all, it was because I used the people you gave me before that I disappeared inexplicably in the middle of the night. I finally came back and was accused of running away from marriage. On the whole table, only Lin Sherwan looked the most comfortable and relaxed. The others stopped eating and stared at her with different thoughts. When Lin Cece noticed that her husband's eyes were also looking at Lin Sherwan, she felt like she fell into an ice cellar and felt cold all over. She had just tasted the taste of love and happiness. In the days of her marriage, her husband treated her very well and made her feel unprecedented sweetness. She must not lose such a beautiful and happy life. Lin Cece just wanted to finish the meal quickly and then go back. Dad, Mom, I'm done eating. She couldn't wait to speak. Hearing this, Chen Jinxiao also put down his chopsticks. Aunt Rome glanced at Lin Sherwan and said to her daughter, wait until we go to your yard. Mother has something for you. Lin Cece nodded. Father Lin also lost his appetite and said, go. You two can say whatever you want to say. Talk early and let them go back. It's time to go back. Lin Cece glanced at her husband, nodded at him, and then left with Aunt Rome. Father Lin looked at Lin Sherwan, who was still eating, and wanted to say something. Thinking of the arrival of his uncle and his family tomorrow, he sighed helplessly and simply turned a blind eye. After saying a few words to Chen Jinxiao, he also left the hall. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Tianbao looked at Lin Sherwan dangerously and said, if you want to come back and take away my sister's happiness, I will not let you go. Lin Sherwan looked at him. A 10-year-old brat dared to say harsh words to her.
He really lacked discipline.
She slapped Lin Tianbao's little face directly. The sound of snapping was particularly obvious in the hall. Lin Tianbao and Chen Jinxiao were both stunned by her behavior for a moment. Lin Tianbao, who had reacted, was immediately furious. He picked up the bowl on the table and threw it at Lin Sherwan. However, Lin Sherwan was faster than him and kicked Lin Tianbao in the stomach. Then a scream sounded, and Lin Tianbao was kicked to the ground. The maid on the side hurried over to help him up and shouted worriedly, Master, are you okay? Lin Tianbao was furious, but he was not stupid. Seeing that he could not beat him, he hurriedly got up and ran outside, ready to complain to Lin's father. For a while, only Lin Sherwan and Chen Jinxiao were left in the hall. Chen Jinxiao did not expect Lin Sherwan to be such a person, fierce and domineering, and Lin Cece was simply two extremes. Chen Jinxiao? You like Lin Cece, right? Lin Sherwan's voice sounded, and Chen Jinxiao's thoughts came back. Only then did he realize that she was standing in front of him. The distance between the two was a little too close, and Lin Sherwan's stunning face was almost close to him. Chen Jinxiao was caught off guard and was startled. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, forgetting that there was a chair behind him. After being tripped, he fell backwards. Seeing this, Lin Sherwan's eyes flashed with an interesting smile. At the same time, her hand had already reached out and tightly grasped Chen Jinxiao's hand. The two fell to the ground together. Lin Sherwan's lips were imprinted on his fair neck. The hot breath spread on his skin, bringing a tingling sensation. Chen Jinxiao froze all of a sudden. Noticing the warmth on his neck, he felt that his heart was about to jump out. Lin Sherwan endured the discomfort in her heart. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and then she slowly climbed up and looked at Chen Jinxiao with a blushing face. After she stood up and saw that Chen Jinxiao was still reluctant to get up, She endured the shyness and asked, "Why don't you get up? Do you want me to pull you up?" Lin Shiruan's blushing face just now lingered in Chen Jinxiao's heart. Such a beautiful face, such shy and charming eyes, was the most beautiful he had ever seen. Until Lin Shiruan's voice brought him back to reality, Chen Jinxiao blushed when he thought of the idea in his mind just now. "No, I can do it myself." He stood up hurriedly, and his fair face was now stained with a clear blush. Seeing this, Lin Shiruan smiled instantly. This smile was like the sun in the cold winter, bright and dazzling, with a hint of warmth, no longer as cold as before. Chen Jinxiao was even more stunned, and felt that he had never seen such a beautiful and interesting woman, who was sometimes irritable and loved to lose her temper, sometimes shy and timid, and sometimes sunny and beautiful. Lin Shiruan approached him and stretched out her hand to grab the belt around Chen Jinxiao's waist. This action scared Chen Jinxiao. He hurriedly wanted to retreat and avoid it, but the belt was tightly held by Lin Shiruan.
"You."
Miss Lin let go. Chen Jinxiao's face became even redder, and he was anxious and a little at a loss. Lin Shiruan liked to see him at a loss and blushing. She wanted to see how long this loving couple could stay in love. How much did Chen Jinxiao like Lin Sisi? Approaching Chen Jinxiao, Lin Shiruan smiled and said, "In fact, we were originally a couple. Why have you become my brother-in-law now? You should be my husband, Chen Jinxiao." Lin Shiruan's voice became soft, and when she said the word husband, there was a hint of obvious ambiguity. Chen Jinxiao had never seen such a bold woman. She felt her heart pounding and couldn't control it at all.
"But
you ran away from the marriage. What's the point of you saying this now?" Chen Jinxiao tried his best to calm his mind and didn't want to let his emotions show too much. He said in a cold voice. Lin Shiruan's eyes were full of grievances. Her beautiful eyes became wet in an instant. She looked into his eyes stubbornly and asked, "Do you trust Lin Sisi so much?" Facing such a pair of eyes, Chen Jinxiao was unable to say something that made her uncomfortable. Lin Shiruan's voice sounded again, coquettish and aggrieved. "You all believe her. My father is like this, and my fiancé is like this too. I have lost my mother, and who knows that my father favors his concubines? No one knows how I have lived since my grandmother and my mother died. Now my marriage has been snatched away, and I have nothing. Am I really going to be bullied by them for the rest of my life? Do I deserve it? Why do you want to marry Lin Sisi? Do you like her?" Lin Shiruan was fragile at this time and needed protection. This was the look she showed to Chen Jinxiao. Looking at the expectant and uneasy look in her eyes, Chen Jinxiao hesitated for a moment, then shook his head subconsciously. Realizing that he was denying it, he nodded again. Looking at his confused look, Lin Shiruan was so happy. The so-called loving couple seemed to be just like this. Lin Sisi really thought that Chen Jinxiao liked her so much?
Ha!
Ridiculous. Men's love is the most unreliable, and she has seen it clearly since she was a child. Now she wants Lin Sisi to see it clearly. Chen Jinxiao, I'll tell you again, I didn't elope with anyone, I didn't break our engagement, it was you who broke it. You broke it on me because of this marriage with you. I was knocked unconscious and thrown out of the city in the middle of the night. If I hadn't met Ayun, I wouldn't dare to think what I would be like now. When I was 12 years old, I saw you at your grandmother's birthday party. I liked you at that time. I waited for so many years, but you became my brother-in-law. God really jokes with me. The loss and sadness in Lin Shiruan's eyes were too obvious. Chen Jinxiao looked at her, frowned unconsciously, and a feeling of pity rose in his heart.
I'm sorry.
It seemed that it was indeed his fault. If he hadn't agreed to marry Lin Sisi, maybe. But now it's all redundant to think about it. Lin Shiruan raised her eyes and looked at him closely, then smiled gently, with some self-deprecating meaning. I know I don't have this blessing, but I just can't accept it. I can't accept that you were snatched away like this. Lin Shiruan was very close to him, so close that he could smell the unique incense on her body, with a charming smell that made him a little distracted. The two of them looked at each other, and it seemed that the air was filled with an ambiguous smell. Just when Qin Jinxiao was gradually dizzy and about to lose his mind, Lin Cici's angry shout instantly broke the atmosphere. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Lin Cici had long lost the image she had carefully maintained. Her face was distorted with anger, and her eyes were filled with hatred, as if she wanted to eat someone. Lin Sherwin was startled and subconsciously hid behind Qin Jinxiao. Qin Jinxiao was confused by her action for a moment, and then a strong desire to protect her arose in his heart. His face looked a little bad. Looking at the completely different Lin Cici in front of him, he frowned tightly. "Cici, when you go out, pay attention to your image. How can you look so arrogant when you yell like this?" This was the first time that Qin Jinxiao spoke to Lin Cici in such a tone since their marriage, and Lin Cici couldn't stand it. The anger in her heart burst out, and at this moment Lin Sherwin, who was hiding behind Qin Jinxiao, pulled Qin Jinxiao's sleeve affectionately and gave her a provocative smile. This stimulation instantly made Lin Cici's blood surge up, and she lost her mind. She no longer cared about anything else and excitedly hit Lin Sherwin. "Witch! You have no shame." Lin Cici's rushing body was blocked by Qin Jinxiao. He was displeased and said in a serious tone, "Lin Cici, she is your sister. How can you scold her like this? You look like a lady now? I didn't know you were such a person before." Qin Jinxiao's accusation and cold tone made Lin Cici collapse even more. When she saw Lin Sherwin's proud eyes, she couldn't control herself and hit Lin Sherwin like crazy. The hall was in chaos. Qin Jinxiao protected Lin Sherwin and was scratched by Lin Cici's nails during the shoving. An obvious blood mark appeared on his handsome face, which scared Lin Cici. At the same time, the farce ended, and Lin's father and Aunt Rong also hurried over. Seeing this messy scene and seeing that their son-in-law was injured, they were both scared. When he learned that it was Lin Cici who scratched Qin Jinxiao, Lin's father slapped Lin Cici directly and slapped her to the ground. Father Lin, who was furious, had lost his usual gentleness. He pointed at Lin Cici and said angrily, "Rebellious daughter. How dare you hurt your husband? Is this what I taught you?" Aunt Rong was heartbroken to see her daughter being beaten like this, but she didn't dare to say anything in front of her furious husband. At this time, Lin Sherwin had already stood aside and was no longer hiding behind Qin Jinxiao, so Father Lin and Aunt Rong naturally didn't see it. After Lin Cici was beaten, she covered her face and stared at her father in a daze, her eyes full of disbelief. Aunt Rong hurriedly hugged her daughter, whispered to comfort her, and also blamed her for fighting with her husband. If the Qin family knew about this, it would be terrible. I'm afraid Lin Cici's life would be difficult in the future. Qin Jinxiao didn't say anything to blame, but took Lin Cici back with a cold face. After returning, he didn't say that the wound on his face was scratched by Lin Cici, but only said that he met a wild cat on the way and was scratched by the wild cat. But in private, his attitude towards Lin Cici was no longer so considerate and gentle, and he even went to sleep in the study that night. He even dreamed of Lin Sherwin at night, and when he woke up, his mind was full of Lin Sherwin's appearance. After Lin Sherwin heard the news, she hurried to the door with her skirt in hand. She happened to see her uncle and aunt getting off the carriage. Her famous cousin Shin Hien was standing at the door and looking at Lin Mansion. Seeing Lin Sherwin running through the door, Shin Hien's handsome face raised a smile, and his voice was deep and clear. "Sherwin, long time no see. You are even more beautiful." Lin Sherwin raised a smile and called out affectionately,
Voice.
"Big cousin." Father Shin and Mother Shin also saw Lin Sherwin. Father Shin looked very much like his sister and niece, with a touch of tenderness and distress in his eyes. "Sherwan." Lin Sherwan looked at her uncle. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she threw herself into his uncle's arms. "Uncle." She had a thick nasal voice, and her tone was full of grievance and vulnerability. This look frightened Father Shin. He patted her back comfortingly and asked softly, "Sherwan, have you been wronged in any way? Tell your uncle that he will make the decision for you." Father Shin was very anxious. Lin Shiruin cried so sadly that she seemed to have suddenly found a way to vent her emotions, and she couldn't control herself when she started crying. This frightened the Shin family, and Father Lin looked embarrassed. His father was still there. The daughter was crying like this, and those who didn't know it thought he had abused his biological daughter. Well, otherwise we'd better go in and talk. Lin's father smiled apologetically and said, but no one there paid him any attention. The Shin family were all waiting for Lin Shiruin to finish venting, and no one spoke to urge her. There were so many people coming and going at the gate, and Lin's father was really hating him to death. Lin Shiruin's behavior today had brought him so many rumors and made him suffer so many comments. Seeing Father Lin's face getting more and more ugly, Mother Shin patted Lin Shiruin's shoulder gently and then said softly, Shiruin, let's go in and talk. There are many people on the road, so this is not the place to talk. After all, it's still the place to talk. In laws, Mother Shin thought that it was better not to make Father Lin's face too ugly. Hearing her aunt's voice, Lin Shiruin raised her head and withdrew from her uncle's arms. She said with red and swollen eyes, I'm sorry. Uncle, Aunt, it was Shiruin who was rude. Looking at her like this, Father Shin and Mother Shin, they were all distressed. Okay, let's go in and talk. Father Shin said. His tone didn't sound good, and he glanced at Father Lin secretly. Seeing him looking over, Father Lin quickly apologized, but as soon as he raised a smile, Father Shin withdrew his gaze, unwilling to look any further. The smile on Father Lin's face suddenly faded, and he was very dissatisfied. He curled his lips, but he had to smile and welcome the person in. After entering the Lin mansion, they were greeted with pleasantries, but it was Lin's father who was exchanging pleasantries, and the Shin family members didn't look good. Father, go and check the kitchen to see if it's time to prepare the meal. My uncle, aunt, and cousin have been traveling all the way, and it's been very hard. We have to greet them properly. Lin Shiruin suddenly said. When Father Lin heard this, his expression became even worse. When will his daughter be able to command her father? What a lack of discipline. But looking at the expressions of the Shin family at this time, he didn't dare to say anything. He smiled and said, Yeah, I almost forgot about it. I'll go take a look. After Lin's father left, Lin Shiruin asked Yulan to go watch from the outside and don't let anyone get close to here. Seeing this, Father Shin hurriedly asked, Shirwan, is there something wrong with you? You can tell your uncle, and he will make the decision for you. Lin Shiruin's eyes were red, and she knelt down towards Father Shin. Uncle, I want the entire Lin family. Please help me. She knelt down, startling Father Shin, and he hurriedly helped her up. With a helpless tone, You kid, how can you still give such a great gift? As long as it's if Uncle can help you, he will definitely help you, but Shirwan, what do you want from the Lin family? Lin Shirwan absolutely trusts her uncle's family in her heart, and more importantly, she wants to gain his uncle's sympathy, absolute heartache and sympathy. So she told them about being knocked unconscious and thrown out of the city, and being kidnapped by bandits for more than a month. Father Shin, Mother Shin, and Shin Heen were all shocked. I simply didn't dare that something like this would happen to Lin Shiruin. Mother Shin was distressed and angry. How could they? How could they be so heartless? Father Shin was so angry that he was trembling all over. His face was terrifyingly cold, and the veins on his forehead popped out, as if they were about to burst at any time. He stood up, and he was about to rush out to settle the score with Lin's father, but was stopped by Lin Shiruin. Uncle, don't feel bad. Everything is over. There's no point in going to my father. Now I just want the Lin family. I want revenge. I want Lin Cece and her daughter to lose everything. I will never get married in this life. I will run everything in the Lin family until the day I die of old age. Shin Hien remained silent, and his anger was uncontrollable. Shirwan, we will make the decision for you in this matter. I will find evidence and send the mother and daughter to prison. Lin Shirwan heard this and said helplessly, Cousin, not to mention that the evidence has been found long ago. Even if is it true? Do I have to tell everyone what I have experienced? How will I live in the future? How many strange eyes will I have? Shin Hien is too gentleman or too upright. I always feel that everything can be done according to laws and principles. But that's not the case. There are many things that cannot be explained by reason or law, and you can only solve them by yourself. Father Shin calmly sat down again. Okay, if you want the Lin family, we can help you. Sure, Wan, you have suffered. Shin Hien said after a long while. Obviously, he also understood that he could not be dealt with by law. With Shin Hien's words, Lin Shirun felt relieved. As long as the Lin family was captured, the mother and daughter were not in her control. She had 100 ways to make their lives worse than death. What do you want from the Lin family? I will kill this beast Lin Zhenhua. You and your uncle go back to the Shin family. From now on, our Shin family will support you. Father Shin's angry voice sounded. He really felt sorry for Lin Shirun, and he felt even more guilty in his heart. Lin Shirun smiled, feeling a little warm inside. Although her mother was gone, at least she still had her uncle. Uncle, I am from the Lin family. I don't want to go to the Shin family. I just want to get the Lin family and live here for the rest of my life. As long as you have money, you can live a good life. Don't care so much about other things. Father Shin sighed. How can a girl's family live without getting married? Lin Shirun laughed at herself. Who else can I marry like I am now? Uncle, don't worry about these things. It will be good if you can come back alive. Wait until Lin. When my father came back, he found that the atmosphere in the hall was very strange. Everyone looked at him with cannibalistic eyes. Father Shin immediately pulled him and asked him to return his sister's shop to Lin Shirun. Originally, Father Lin wanted to say something, but he was threatened. He realized that Father Shin was in an abnormal mood, and his eyes seemed to want to eat at any time. He didn't dare to say more about the person, so in the end, he could only reluctantly give the shop left by his wife to Lin Shirun. After getting the shop, Lin Shirun arranged for her uncle and aunt to rest, and immediately went to Muyun to give her the shop. Knowing that she was going to see her savior, Father Shin asked Shin Hien to go with her. After the brother and sister left, Shun's father privately proposed to Shun's mother that he wanted to make the decision to marry Lin Shirun to Shin Hien. After listening to his words, Mother Shin thought he was crazy. Shin Hien was the pride of their Shin family. He was a young genius with stunning talent, and was the envy of many people. In Shuzhou, there are now many families who want to marry girls over, and even in the capital, many housekeepers are now favoring him. He has a bright future and a future that is limitless. Choosing the right in-laws can bring him a lot of help, allowing him to rise smoothly and make his career smoother in the future. But now Father Shin actually said that he wanted to marry Lin Shirun to Shin Hien, and Mother Shin really thought he was crazy. The two had a big quarrel over this. Father Shin felt sorry for his niece, but Mother Shin felt sorry for her son even more. Not to mention that Lin Shirun was like this now. Even if she was still an innocent girl, she was not worthy of her son. Because of Shun's father's proposal, Shun's mother felt alienated from Lin Shirun and no longer liked her as before. At this time, Lin Shirun and Shin Hien came to Muyun's house. Shin Hien took many gifts and sincerely thanked the person who saved Lin Shirun. Muyun was in Lu Yu's yard. Lu Yu had already woken up, but he just refused to speak. His eyes were empty, like the bottom of a dry well, lifeless and about to burn out at any time. Muyun came outside the hall and saw the two people standing inside. Shin Hien is wearing a sapphire blue robe with dark patterns of silver. This is the first man besides Song Jingyan that Muyun finds amazing. Ayun, I came to give you the title deed of the shop today. I got it. Lin Shirun saw her coming and said happily. After that, he hurriedly introduced it to Muyun. Ayun, this is my eldest cousin Shin Hien. I heard that you were my savior, so he came with me. I want to thank you properly. Shin Hien didn't expect that it would be such a little girl who saved people. He looked small, but he didn't expect to be so powerful and brave. He spoke to Muyun with a sincere face. Miss Mu, thank you very much for saving my cousin. You are a great kindness. Shin will definitely repay you when he has the opportunity. Muyun smiled. Young Master Shin, you are too polite. We see injustice on the road. Draw your sword to help. We are all sons and daughters of the world. There is no need to care so much, let alone how to repay. Master Shin, please take a seat. Muyan turned around and asked the butler to arrange for tea. Lin Shiruin said, Ayun, I'll give you the shop. Aren't you busy opening a restaurant? Why don't we go and transfer the land deed today? Lin Shiruin handed the land deed to Muyan. Seeing that she was more anxious than him, Muyan said with a helpless smile, Don't worry, the price hasn't been negotiated yet. I've seen it. According to the normal market price, the value of your shop should be 600 taels. The previous shopkeeper's the lion's asking price is 1,000 taels, which is a full 400 taels. If I buy it from you now, you have to sell it to me for 600 taels, right? Lin Shiruan was anxious. No, Ayun, we have agreed. You helped me take revenge. I gave you this shop. Why did you go back on your word? I didn't tell you to buy it. I promised to give it to you. Shin Hian was also a little surprised that Muyan didn't want it. But unlike ordinary people, he is so calm in the face of temptation and not greedy at all. Seeing that Lin Shiruin was anxious, Muyan said hurriedly, That's what you said. I didn't agree. Shiruin, doing business is different. All aspects have to be accounted for. Moreover, this shop is not mine alone. It is a partnership. If you want to thank me, you can do it in other ways. For example, you sold the shop to me this time, which is also a way of thanking me. Otherwise, I think I would still be worried about the shop. Lin Shiruin refused to sell, so he just wanted to express his gratitude. Wanting to give it away, the two talked and argued for a long time. In the end, she couldn't convince Mu Yun and sold it to Mu Yun for 500 taels. After the negotiation is completed, you need to go to the government office to change the name of the owner on the land deed and sign a new deed. Shin Hian accompanied the two of them, and so did Bai Mu, fearing that they would not get it right. When I came to the government office, I asked the government officials about it, but I learned that the owner of the land deed could not be changed now. Lin Shiruin was very surprised and asked why it couldn't be done, but the man said it couldn't be done and there was no reason, and he even started to drive people away. Shun Hian took a step forward, stood in front of Lin Shiruin and Mu Yun, and said with a serious face, Brother, you don't have the power to say no, right? You'll be punished by law if you abuse your power and act recklessly. Where are you, Zhizhou? The officer laughed angrily. Where did you come from to dare to interfere with your uncle's affairs? Do you believe that I am calling someone to beat you out now? What kind of person are you? Are you worthy of meeting our Zhizhou? Shen Hian couldn't believe that a small government official could be so arrogant. This Yunzhou government office is really chaotic. Bai Mu didn't want Shen Hian to save the beauty, so he stepped forward and kicked the person over and then said coldly, I think you talk a lot of nonsense and lack of lessons. Bai Mu's behavior of beating people in the government office startled Shen Hian and glanced at him subconsciously. The Yamen servant was thrown out, which immediately attracted the attention of other Yamen servants. Seeing this, they all gathered around and surrounded several people with knives in their hands. Who are you? You dare to come to the government office to cause trouble. Are you tired of living? The leader of the government office asked fiercely. Bai Mu said coldly, I'll tell you to come out from Zhizhou, otherwise I will crush your government office today. Bai Mu's words were too high profile and the government officials did not take them seriously, but only became more angry. Shin Hian also felt strange and asked Mu Yun in a low voice, Does this young master have a strong background? I think he seems to be confident. Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and hurriedly pulled Bai Mu. Bai Mu, be careful. This is a government office, not your own home. Don't talk nonsense. Mu Yun's voice was very low, but others didn't hear it. Taking advantage of the gap between Mu Yun and Bai Mu's conversation, Shun Hian stepped forward and said, Please inform Mr. Liu that Shun Hian wants to see you. Lin Shiruin was curious. First cousin, do you know Mr. Zhizhou? Shun Hian nodded. Well, we met during the imperial examination and we can still chat. Hearing this, the Yamen officer looked at Shun Hian and felt that he didn't look like an ordinary person, so he said, Wait. The Yamen officer was about to go in to report, but was stopped by the one who had just been beaten. Brother Zhou, these people are just here to make trouble. You better ignore them. Who do they think they are? How dare they call you Brother Zhou? The man called Brother Zhou. She glanced at him and said calmly, "Let's go report it." After saying that, he ignored the beaten government servant and went straight inside. The yamen servant could only lower his head, feeling a little angry. They all knew that he was a relative of Zhizhou, but they didn't give him face. Sooner or later, he would trample under his feet all these people who looked down on him. Soon, Zhizhou hurriedly walked over. He was dressed in official uniform, and he looked pretty and talented. Lu Tongzhou smiled very happily when he saw that it was really Shen Hian. "Brother Shen? It's really you." Shen Hian smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you're fine." Mu Yan suddenly thought of Lu Yu's husband, Lu Tongzhou. Could he be the man in front of him? He looked like a human being, but he turned out to be a great scumbag. Shen Hian and Lu Tongzhou reminisced about old times, and Shen Hian said, "Today I accompanied my cousin to sell a shop and sign a new land deed. Unexpectedly, the government official said that it can't be done today. Brother Lu, it really can't be done." Lu Tongzhou quickly shook his head and asked who said that. When he saw the yamen servant, he looked very unhappy, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just warmly invited Shen Hian and others in. After Mu Yun and Lin Shiruan signed the new land deed, he took out his official seal and stamped it to complete the sale. Later, Lu Tongzhou invited Shen Hian to a small gathering at his home. Shen Hian was about to refuse, but Mu Yun said, "Mr. Shen, I don't know that Lord Zhou is so sincere in inviting you. If you are embarrassed to be alone, we will go with you." Mu Yun said. Yun suddenly spoke, causing everyone's eyes to fall on her. Everyone's eyes fell on Mu Yun, but Mu Yun acted very calmly, not panicking at all, quietly waiting for Shen Hian's answer, and kept looking at him with a smile. Although Shen Hian didn't know what she wanted to do, he still nodded in agreement. "Okay, it's hard to refuse such hospitality. As a junior, I should also visit Mrs. Lu. Today I will bother Brother Lu and Mrs. Lu." Hearing this, Lu Tongzhou smiled, but the smile was obviously a little forced. In fact, he just said casually that although he and Shen Hian knew each other and had gotten along several times, it was only on the surface. In fact, the two of them were not that good, and they were just maintaining superficial harmony. That's all. I thought that Shen Hian would not go, but I didn't expect that this woman would suddenly ask to go. Lu Tongzhou smiled and said, "That's great. By the way, Brother Shen, who is this girl?" Lu Tongzhou looked at Mu Yun, looked at her for a moment, and made an evaluation in his mind. He looks good, but not particularly stunning. Could it be that he is someone Shen Hian likes? Lu Tongzhou guessed and looked at Shen Hian with a smile. Shen Hian also smiled politely and said, "This is Miss Mu Yun. She is my friend." Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at Shen Hian twice. Finally, Lu Tongzhou took the group back to his mansion. On the carriage, there were only Mu Yun and Lin Shiruan, and Shen Hian and Lu Tongzhou were in the same carriage. Lin Shiruan asked curiously, "Ayun, why do you want to go to Mr. Lu's house? Do you want to get to know him? Or what?" Mu Yun thought of Lu Yu. His face became a little colder, and he said lightly, "Tong Lu Zhou is Lu Yu's husband, and I want to go and see what such a wolf-hearted family is like, and what his new wife is like." Lin Shiruan was very surprised.
How could it be?
Miss Lu's husband-in-law turned out to be Mr.
Lu?
Mu Yun told Lin Shiruan everything the aunt said when they were at the beach. It wasn't until the carriage arrived at the door of the Lu family's mansion that the two of them ended the conversation. Knowing Lu Yu's story, Lin Shiruan felt very sympathetic. Compared to her, Lu Yu was actually worse off. "I didn't expect that the new Lord Zhizhou would be this kind of person. He was simply more hateful than Chen Shimi and more hateful than Aunt Rong and Lin Cece and her family." Thinking of the Chen family where Lin Cece married, Lin Shiruan suddenly remembered something. Her father said that the girl from the Chen family was now the wife of Zhizhou. It couldn't be such a coincidence. The person Lu Tongzhou married was Chen Jinxiao's sister, right? Lin Shiruan was thinking about things and didn't even notice that there were steps in front of her. If Mu Yun hadn't pulled her, she almost fell down. Hearing the sound, Lu Tongzhou and Shen Hian in front turned back to look. "Sherwan, be careful and watch the road," Shen Hian said softly. Lu Tongzhou smiled and said, I was negligent. I should have reminded the two of you that there is a stone staircase in front of you. If it were someone else, they might feel warm to Lu Tongzhou's thoughtfulness and attitude, but the two of them would not. They only felt that this people can be so hypocritical. A group of people entered the mansion. Before they reached the hall, a woman dressed as a woman came over with a smile on her face. The woman is wearing a maroon skirt embroidered with dark gold flowers. The fabric is made of excellent brocade. She wears gold inlaid pearls on her head and fine jade bracelets on her wrists. They are obviously very high-quality things, but put it aside. Miss Sir, you're back. Chen Jin's was very happy to see her husband back. When her eyes moved to Shun Hian, it was normal. However, when she saw Lin Shiruan and Mu Yun behind her, the smile in her eyes, it was gone immediately. These two people, one more handsome than the other, still followed Lu Tongzhou back, which inevitably made her think too much. After all, she had just dealt with several disloyal maids in the house a few days ago, and Lu Tongzhou was very open about this. Mr. Sir, who are these guests? Lu Tongzhou said calmly, This is Shun Hian, this year's new top scorer. Brother Shun, we have met many times in Beijing. Brother Shun takes good care of me. Today he is in Yunzhou, and I specially invited him to come and sit at home. Hearing this, Chen Jin's face was full of surprise, and then he said enthusiastically, It turns out to be my husband's colleague. Please come in quickly. Chen Jin greeted the servants to bring tea and water, and he didn't lower his lips as he sat down. Finally, she looked at Mu Yun and Lin Shiruan. Husband, who are these two sisters? Before Lu Tongzhou had time to introduce him, Chen Jin warmly greeted Shen Hian to come in after hearing the word number one scholar. This look made Lu Tongzhou feel very unhappy. It was indeed worthy of being said. The Philistine appearance of the merchant's daughter disgusted him. But no matter what he thinks in his heart, he has to hide it in his heart and cannot show it. Now Chen Jin is his wife and cannot be changed. Lu Tongzhou said calmly, This is Miss Lin, Brother Shen's cousin, and this is Miss Mu, Brother Shen's friend. It can be seen that Lu Tongzhou's tone is a little impatient. It seems that the relationship between the two is not good. This woman is a long way from Lu Yu. I am afraid she is blind if she is in the same boat. Mu Yun was vomiting in his heart, and there was no smile on his face, which looked cold. Chen Jin smiled at both of them as a sign of friendship, but when she saw that the two of them actually ignored her and looked away, looking arrogant, she was instantly angry. Chen Jin had never been treated like this before. The breath was stuck in her chest, and she couldn't come out or swallow it. It made her feel uncomfortable all over, but she couldn't vent it. Shen Hian and Lu Tongzhou didn't have much to talk to each other. After a few words, the hall fell into silence. Lu Tongzhou secretly glanced at Chen Jin, disdainful of her inability to socialize. Just when he felt embarrassed and wanted to find a topic to talk about, Mu Yun spoke. Master Lu, your name is Lu Tongzhou, right? Lu Tongzhou looked at her in surprise. He always felt that this woman looked at him in a strange way, which made him feel a little uneasy. He nodded, yes. Miss Mu, do you have any advice? Lu Tongzhou asked, very curious about what she wanted to say. Mu Yun smiled softly, with a hint of sarcasm. Advice is not a big deal. I just know this name. I want to confirm whether Mr. Lu is the Lu Tongzhou I know. Mu Yun's words aroused everyone's attention. Notice that everyone's eyes are focused on her. Miss Mu knows me? I have no impression. Lu Tongzhou was a little surprised. It seems that he tried hard to recall it, but he still couldn't remember when he had seen such a person. It is not difficult to remember Mu Yun's face. If he had seen it, he would not be unable to remember it. Chen Jin subconsciously felt that Mu Yun wanted to attract the attention of her husband, and she gritted her teeth secretly. Mu Yun looked at him and said calmly, No, I know you from a woman named Lu Yu. When Mu Yun said this, Chen Jin and Lu Tongzhou were shocked. It's just that one is surprised by surprise, and the other is shocked by panic. Mu Yun saw the two people's reactions clearly and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It seems that this new Mrs. Jizhou is not completely ignorant of Liu Yu's affairs, and she has even done something, otherwise she would not be panicked. Seeing him like this, Mu Yun was a little confused. Wasn't it him who drove Lu Yu out? Wasn't it him who made Lu Yu become like this? For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on, so Mu Yun didn't speak rashly. He just said, I saved her before, and on the way to Yunzhou, I also sent her home. Aren't you her husband? She has already gone home, and you still don't know where she is? Also, since you are her husband, who is this? Your concubine? Since she is a concubine, then you, a concubine, are too ignorant of the rules. Which respectable family would let a concubine come out to greet guests? Upon hearing this, Chen Jin's rushed over angrily. What concubine? I am the wife of the prefect, the wife of Lu Tongzhou. Miss Mu, stop talking nonsense. Mu Yun sneered. Oh, you are the wife of Lord Lu. What is Liu Yu? Chen Jin snorted coldly and said disdainfully, who knows? There was no such person when I got married. My mother-in-law said that my husband had a wife, but that person was almost dead. Now I am the wife of the Lu family. Lu Tongzhou still looked at Mu Yun anxiously. Miss Mu, do you know where Xiao Yu is? I've been looking for her for a long time. You said she's back? I don't know. I haven't seen her. What's going on? Mu Yun was about to speak when a sharp voice interrupted her. Lu Yu died a long time ago. Tongzhou, don't let your imagination run wild just because of what others say. Mu Yun turned his head and saw an old lady with a sharp look on her face, leaning on a cane, walking over with the help of a maid. Her face was full of wrinkles and small triangular eyes. The old lady's face didn't look easy to get along with. Mom, has Xiao Yu come back? Has she come back? Is she sad so she left? Lu Tongzhou felt guilty about Lu Yu. It was not his wish to marry Chen Jin's, and he was forced to do so. Humph. She came back, but I sent her away. How come you still want her when she's like that now? Humph. It's really a disgrace to our Lu family. If it weren't for your face, she should have been thrown into a pig cage. How dare she come back? Old Lady Lu walked to the main seat and sat down, looking arrogant after a villain succeeded. Lu Tongzhou was full of doubts. Mom, what do you mean by these words? Tell me clearly what happened to Xiao Yu. Old Lady Lu said with disgust. Bah, shameless witch. She was abducted by bandits and has been abused for a long time. I don't know how many rascals she has been pregnant with. When she came back, she was still pregnant with rascals. Can I let her continue to be your wife? Don't say that your status is different now. Even before, it was impossible for her to stay in this family. Lu Tongzhou was shocked. He opened his mouth wide, unable to believe what his mother said.
Mu Yun frowned.
There were so many people present, and this old woman said it so unscrupulously. She really didn't consider Liu Yu at all. But it was also true. I heard that it was this old woman who threw Liu Yu to those bandits. Her purpose was to destroy Liu Yu, so she would not say good things. Mu Yun said in a cold voice. Old woman, didn't you throw Liu Yu to the bandits? You contacted those bandits, didn't you? But I'm sorry to disappoint you. Liu Yu was saved by me and didn't fall into the hands of the bandits. Now I send her back. You feel guilty, so you drive her away again, right? No, you beat her to death and threw her back to her hometown by the sea, wanting her to die there, right? Before, I was curious about what Liu Yu's mother-in-law looked like. She was so vicious. Now that I see you, I understand. With your old appearance, fierce eyebrows and vicious face, you are really a conscienceless and vicious old woman. Poor Liu Yu. She has a mother-in-law like you, and she is unlucky for 10 lifetimes. Mu Yun's words shocked everyone to look at her. They didn't expect that she would actually speak to Lu Tongzhou's mother like this. Shen He looked at her curiously. Mu Yun seemed to be more interesting when he scolded people. His eyes were shining, smart, and interesting. The old lady was so angry that she sat up and threw the cane in her hand towards Mu Yun, shouting angrily, "Little witch! How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who my son is? He is the prefect of Yunzhou Prefecture, a high-ranking official. Do you understand high-ranking officials? Come on, hold this little witch down for me. I'm going to skin her." When the old woman roared, her voice was hoarse and unpleasant. After Mu Yun avoided the crutch, he plucked his ears with a look of disgust. Then he said sarcastically, Zhizhou? What a big official. Old lady, do you know who this friend of mine is? Mu Yun blinked at Shen Hian and motioned to lend him his name. Then he looked at the old lady and said, My friend is much more powerful than your scumbag son. He is the #1 scholar. Do you understand that he is the #1 scholar? You ignorant old woman. I'm afraid you don't understand, right? But it's okay. I can let you. Zhizhou's son will explain it to you, and you will understand. After the old lady gave the order, the guards of the mansion gathered around. After listening to Mu Yun's words, the old lady looked at her son in surprise. The #1 scholar? Is he really that? Lu Tongzhou was completely collapsed at this time, immersed in his own emotions and unable to come out. Seeing his devastated look, the old lady hated the iron and pushed him. Tongzhou, didn't you hear this little witch scolding me? You don't care anyway, you want to look at my mother-in-law. Are you being insulted like this? Lu Tongzhou stared at the old lady with red eyes and asked, Mom, was it really you who threw the little fish to the bandits? Thinking back to what his mother did during this time, Lu Tongzhou actually had the answer in his heart, but he didn't want to believe that his mother could be so cruel. Lu Tongzhou's voice was very loud. This was the first time he yelled at his mother, which startled the old lady. After that, the old lady quickly squeezed out tears and howled pitifully. Why is my life so miserable? My son is yelling at me now because of a woman. He is really going to die, my father. You died too early. No one will support me anymore. Everyone can't wait for it. I covered my ears tightly. The old woman's wailing voice was too unpleasant to hear. She doesn't look like the old lady of Zhizhou's family. She is even more shrewish than the village shrew. Lu Tongzhou felt a loud buzzing in his ears, and his emotions suddenly exploded. She shouted, That's enough. Mom, Xiaoyu is my wife. She has been with us through thick and thin, from scratch to something. How can you hurt her? The old lady was startled, and her voice stopped immediately, angry. She looked at her son in disbelief. Looking at his scarlet and angry eyes, she was afraid to say anything anymore and stood there awkwardly. I told you I didn't. You would rather believe the nonsense of an outsider than a mother like me? The old lady looked sad, but Lu Tongzhou ignored her and turned to face Shen He and said, Sorry, Brother Shen, I'm afraid I won't be able to greet you today. If I have a suitable opportunity another day, I'll invite you to reminisce. Lu Tongzhou opened his mouth to drive people away. Hearing this, Shen Hian had to stand up and said with a slight smile, Brother Lu, you're welcome. We're the ones who bothered you rashly today, so I'm sorry. But Brother Lu, let me remind you that if the matter of abandoning your wretched wife is brought to court, the Minister of Civil Affairs knows that there are probably countless impeachment scandals. Brother Lu, please pay attention. Hearing this, Lu Tongzhou's face froze. After Shen Hian finished speaking, he didn't look at him and walked away. Mu Yun glanced at Lu Tongzhou, then turned and left. Lu Tongzhou didn't stay with her and didn't ask any questions. He just asked someone to follow Mu Yun after she left. After everyone left, Lu Tongzhou and his mother had a complete quarrel. Chun Jins did not dare to speak and found an opportunity to sneak out quietly. Fortunately, she was smart and let the old lady take care of everything. She was innocent. Now that Lu Yu was like this, there was no threat to her whether he came back or not. There is no man in the world who doesn't mind this kind of thing. A witch who has been pregnant many times is not even qualified to stay by Lu Tongzhou's side, so why should she argue with her? After leaving Lu Mansion, Bai Mu said, Miss Mu, someone is following us. Mu Yun nodded, I know, don't worry about it, let them follow. Bai Mu nodded and continued driving. Shen Hian looked at Mu Yun with a lot of curiosity in his eyes. Mu Yun noticed Shen Hian's gaze, looked at him, and said with a smile, Master Shen, I'm sorry, I just borrowed your title of #1 scholar.
You don't mind, right?
Shen Hian said with a smile. Of course I don't mind. Miss Mu is very smart. Mu Yun smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment. In fact, I also think I am very smart, haha. Seeing that Shen Hian was too calm and shy, Mu Yun relaxed his tone. Unexpectedly, she would joke like this. Shun Hien also laughed. His handsome face glowed with a light luster like jade, his eyebrows stretched, and his smile was as light as the breeze. It's a pity that he is too young, otherwise he could have flirted with her. Muyan looked at his gentle and jade-like face and thought to himself, 17 years old. Although he is the same age as her here, but in modern times, this is still a minor. She is already 25 in modern times. Shun Hien felt that Muyan looked at him strangely for a moment, but it quickly dissipated, as if it was his illusion. But Mr. Shun, you are really smart. To be able to get into the first prize at this age is definitely a gift. Although it is a bit late to say it now, I still want to say congratulations to you. Muyan's eyes were sincere. Shun Hien, he smiled slightly and said, Thank you, Miss Mu. The two began to chat. The topic was messy, but they continued until the carriage arrived at Mu's house. This is the plaque hung by the butler. Muyan felt embarrassed every time he saw it. Mr. Shun Shi-wan, why don't you have dinner at my house? Thank you so much, Mr. Shin, and thank you Shi-wan for today. I got the shop, and I can start decorating it right away. Lin Shi-wan looked at Shun Hien and asked his opinion with his eyes. He thought Shun Hien would shirk, but unexpectedly, he actually nodded. Miss Mu kindly invites you. Shun is not a shy person, so you're welcome. Hearing this, Muyan smiled happily and felt that Shun Hien was really easy to get along with and a straightforward person. Lin Shi-wan looked at her cousin blankly, wondering what he meant. Why did you agree? My uncle and aunt are still at home. Bai Mu looked at Shun Hien and Mu Yun, who were smiling happily and always felt something was strange. It wasn't until he saw the two of them walking in side by side that he realized belatedly. Could this guy be interested in their future princess? Bai Mu hurriedly ran over and separated from the two of them. This strange behavior made Mu Yun confused. At the same time, Shun Hien was also hit by him and watched him run away without saying anything. Mu Yun smiled sheepishly at Shun Hien. After that, the two continued to chat about the topic they just talked about. Mu Yun wanted to ask Shun Hien to write a plaque for her. After a few words of modesty, Shun Hien also agreed. Bai Mu hurriedly ran to the backyard to find Bai Xing and said in a panic, Bai Xing, stop working, send a message to the prince quickly. Something big has happened. Bai Xing was startled by him and asked hurriedly, What's wrong? What happened? What's going on? Bai Mu looked anxious and approached Bai Xing and whispered, Miss Mu has met a new man. He is good-looking and a talented person. The two of them seemed to be chatting and laughing. I feel like that the man seems to like Miss Mu. Bai Xing rolled his eyes helplessly. Is this the big deal you are talking about? Bai Mu nodded hurriedly. Well, isn't this a big deal? You don't even think about what the prince wants to do by leaving us here. In addition to protecting the two young masters, we also have to protect Miss Mu. In a deeper sense, we have to take good care of ourselves. Looking at Miss Mu, we can't let her fall in love with someone else. Otherwise, what will happen to the prince in the future? What will happen to Yue Yuan Bao? Bai Xing said calmly, Your worries are completely unnecessary. With the prince in front of you, how can Miss Mu like anyone else? How many men in the world can compare with the prince? Bai Mu thought for a moment, and it was the same, but Shun Hien looked like the type that many women would like. He was personable, well-groomed, and a top scholar. Although he was not as good as their prince, he was still pretty good. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. No, it's better to write to the prince and tell him. With that said, Bai Mu quickly went to write a letter. When Bai Xing saw this, he didn't bother to care about him, but he still walked towards the front hall. Muyan asked the housekeeper to prepare food in the kitchen. Now Zijou is a real big girl. Although she still needs to do the cooking, she does not need to do the rest. All the side dishes have been arranged for her. She just do it. While Muyan was looking for something, Lin Shi-wan hurriedly looked at Shun Hien and asked, Brother, why did you agree to come? My uncle and aunt are still at home. We should go back early. Shun Hien and smiled lightly and said, Miss Mu is your savior. She invites you kindly. How can we refuse? It's just a meal, so it doesn't matter. My father and mother can still have a good chat with my uncle in the house. Thinking of my uncle. With that angry look, Lin Shiruin was a little worried, fearing that there would be a fight at home. After giving Shen Hian a helpless look, Lin Shiruin realized that she couldn't see clearly and didn't know what this eldest cousin was thinking. Bai Xing quickly came to the front hall and looked at Shen Hian inside. He didn't leave after that. He was doing this and that at the door of the hall and looking at Shen Hian again from time to time. Shen Hian also saw him and felt that he looked familiar. He walked out, looked at Bai Xing and asked, "Brother, have we met before? I always feel that you look familiar." After hearing his words, Bai Xing looked up at him and said lightly, "I haven't seen him before. Since he is the #1 scholar, he must have met him in the capital, but Bai Xing won't tell him because he can't reveal his identity." Shen Hian. I feel like this brother's attitude is a little cold. Realizing that he didn't want to talk to him, Shen Hian stopped talking. Mu Yun directed his servants to carry a large plaque over and said to Shen Hian, "Master Shen, I'm sorry to bother you. With you as the champion, I believe the business of my restaurant will be better." Shen Hian smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Mu, as long as you don't dislike it." The blank plaque was moved to the hall, and Mu Yun polished the ink for Shen Hian himself. Bai Xing saw that the two of them were chatting and laughing, and he couldn't help but worry about his prince. You must know that when the prince left, he had not gotten close to Miss Mu. If someone else really took this away, the prince would be angry when he came back. Bai Xing stepped forward and said, "Miss Mu, speaking of calligraphy, our young master's calligraphy is actually very good. How about waiting for him to come back and give you the question?" Unexpectedly, Bai Xing suddenly interrupted. Mu Yun looked up. She glanced at him, then smiled. "Your young master is not here. I can only find someone else." Shen Hian looked at the two of them doubtfully, wondering who the young master they were talking about was. Bai Xing's appearance and demeanor don't look like someone subordinate at all, but rather like a master. Maybe young master will be here soon. The restaurant won't be open for the time being, so don't worry. Bai Xing spoke again. Mu Yun felt funny in his heart, but he still endured it and said seriously, "Urgent. I'm very anxious. The preparations for the opening are very fast. The most important thing is that I think Mr. Shen's calligraphy is very good, and I really want one of his hearing this." Shen Hian was happy, but Bai Xing began to worry. At this time, he felt that Bai Mu was right, and something was indeed wrong, so he should tell the prince quickly. Bai Xing stayed by the side and didn't leave. After grinding the ink, Shen Hian began to inscribe. He first wrote a copy on paper for Mu Yun to see if he was satisfied with it, and then formally inscribed it on the plaque. Mu Yun decided to rename the hotel. From now on, it will be unified across the country and all have the same name, including other industries, all of which will be integrated into a chain. The new name of the hotel is called Qianji. It sounds nice, easy to remember, and has a smoky atmosphere. Shen Hian also praised it and thought it sounded good. Shen Hian's calligraphy is indeed very good. It is as elegant as the wind and has smooth charm. It gives people a sense of leisure and contentment. It is very comfortable to look at. It is the type she likes. Mu Yun was very satisfied and praised without hesitation. "Master Shen's calligraphy is the most beautiful I have ever seen. He really deserves to be the #1 scholar. I admire him." Lin Shiruin also praised Shen Hian's calligraphy. "Like it very much." Mu Yun looked left and right at the plaque. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He simply said, "Mr. Shen, why don't you write more for me? I will open the shop in other places in the future, and I think I will use yours for all of them." The words, "Your words look very lively and aura." Hearing this, Bai Xing became even more anxious, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only worry on the side. Shen Hian did not disagree and readily agreed to Mu Yun's request. However, Mu Yun did not prepare so many plaques today, and it was too late to prepare them now. He could only invite Shen Hian to come back to his home tomorrow to continue the inscription. Shen Hian readily agreed. After dinner was ready, Mu Yun led Shen Hian, Helen Shiruin to the side hall for dinner. Su Huanju walked happily with a smile on her face. When she saw Lin Shiruin was there, she smiled and said, "Hello, Sister Lin. Are you here again? Hey, there are still guests today." Seeing Shen Hian, Su Huanju's eyes, as soon as he lit up, his eyes flashed with surprise, and he stared at Shen Hien closely. Lin Shirwen introduced her to her with a smile. "This is my eldest cousin, Shen Hien." Su Huanju raised a sweet smile, looked at Shen Hien and said, "Hello, Brother Shen, my name is Su Huanju." Shen Hien smiled slightly. Nodding is a response. Yi Xian also quickly brought the children to the side hall. When he saw Mu Yun, several children said hello. "Mother, Mother, Aunt Yun, Aunt Yun." For different voices sounded, and Shen Hien turned to look. Yuya ran to Mu Yun's arms and nuzzled her, calling her mother several times coquettishly. Shen Hien was surprised for a moment, and then he frowned slightly, feeling an indescribable loss in his heart. However, the emotion was very light and dissipated quickly, and he himself was not aware of it. "Miss Mu, are you married?" Shen Hien couldn't help but ask, with a slightly surprised expression on his face.
Mu Yun shook his head. No. Huh.
Shen Hien was confused. Not married? Where did the child come from? Realizing that it was not appropriate to ask more questions, Shen Hien did not speak again, but his face was obviously not as good-looking as before. However, Mu Yun didn't notice these things and still greeted him warmly to eat. Lin Shirwen said that the food made by Zizhu was still delicious. She couldn't eat it when she went back to Lin Mansion, and she still missed it a little. Mu Yun asked her to come here to eat often. Su Huanju had been looking for topics to talk to Shen Hien, but Shen Hien was cold and didn't respond much, which made her very frustrated. After that, I stopped sticking my hot face to my cold ace and just ate my own food quietly. After finishing the meal, Shen Hien took Lin Shirwen away. On the way, she and Lin Shirwen asked a lot about Mu Yun, but Lin Shirwen didn't know much. She was also curious why her eldest cousin asked him what he was doing, but Shen Hien only said that he thought Mu Yun was very different, so he asked a few more questions. The two of them chatted about topics related to Mu Yun until they returned to Lin's house. Because it was a little late, Lin Shirwen went to say hello to her uncle and aunt, then went back to her yard to rest, without accompanying them any longer. Bai Mu's letter was sent to the capital at midnight the next day, and was delivered to Song Jingnian. During the filial piety period in March, Song Jingnian had to keep it for at least 1 month, and it would be exactly 1 month tomorrow. He thought about it for a long time, but decided to leave after 1 month and go to Yunzhou to find his children. But he didn't expect to suddenly receive a letter from Bai Mu. Looking at everything Bai Mu said in the letter, Song Jingnian frowned tightly, his face full of displeasure, which made Bai Ying on the side very curious about what was written in the letter. In the past, when Bai Mu wrote to Song Jingnian, he would also write him a letter by the way, showing off his daily life with Ye Yuan Bao, which made him envious and jealous. He couldn't help but reply and scold him every time. But today, there is no letter from him. Bai Ying, I cursed Bai Mu several times in my mind. Could it be that this guy just forgot about it? My lord, what's the matter? Why are you frowning so tightly? Bai Ying couldn't help but ask. To his surprise, Song Jingnian actually answered him. Bai Mu said that a person appeared next to Mu Yun. He is this year's top pick in a new subject. He is very handsome and talented. This person seems to be interested in Mu Yun. Bai Ying was surprised.
What?
What should I do? Your Majesty, Miss Mu won't fall in love with someone else, right? Are you worried about this? Song Jingnian gave him a cold look. What nonsense are you talking about? Why am I worried about this? The king is worried about the 2 children. Bai Ying wondered. Your Majesty, what does this have to do with the 2 young masters? Song Jingnian couldn't help it anymore, and the irritability flashed in his eyes, and then he kicked him. Go away. Bai Ying hurriedly moved away, helpless and aggrieved. My lord, what are you kicking me for? If you are worried, why don't you go to Yunzhou and have a look? I will go with you. The 2 young masters must be very happy. I miss you, you haven't shown up for so long. Maybe the 2 young masters have forgotten you. Hearing this, Song Jingnian became even more irritated. Thinking of Yuya Yuan Bao's 2 children, a touch of tenderness appeared in his eyes. They haven't seen each other for a long time. The child's face was still extremely clear in his mind. But children are different. It's been so long. Maybe the two children really don't remember him. Children's memories are not good. The more he thought about Song Jingnian, the more he felt panicked. He thought that maybe Muyun had forgotten him too. That woman turned against him as quickly as she flipped through a book. One day she was chasing after him fiercely and speaking lightly, and the next day she was treating him coldly, without any affection at all. The next morning, Song Jingnian went to the palace to see the emperor and said that he would be away for a while. In the imperial study, the emperor had just driven away several nagging ministers. When he heard Song Jingnian say that he would be away for a while, the emperor looked at him in surprise. Your grandmother's mourning period has not yet passed. Where are you going? But what happened? The emperor also understood Song Jingnian. He was a filial child. Generally speaking, he would not leave now unless there was something urgent. Song Jingnian said, "It's just a private matter. Your Majesty, please don't worry about it." In the world today, Song Jingnian is probably the only one who dares to ask the emperor to stop worrying. The emperor couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, "Humph. Only you dare to talk to me like that. How long will you be away? When will you be back? Your mother said that you will not go to Yuntai Mountain to practice. Is that true?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, I won't go." The emperor continued, "On the 10th of October, the kingdom of Jin will come to pay tribute, and you have to be present then. Can you come back before that?" Song Jingnian frowned. "When did you say that? Didn't they come at the end of the year in previous years? Why are you coming early this year?" The emperor picked up a memorial, stood up and walked towards him. It was said that it was cold and difficult to travel at the end of the year, so they came early this year. Take a look. This is from the emperor of the kingdom of Jin. The emperor threw the memorial into Song Jingnian's arms, and Song Jingnian opened it and began to read. The emperor continued, "It seems that the Jin kingdom is a little restless now. Recently, there are a lot of Jin people on the border, and they frequently and enthusiastically appear in our Xia kingdom. We must be on guard against their intentions. I think their tribute this time is not that simple." Song Jingnian frowned. "The two countries going to war will cost the people a lot of money and labor, so we should try not to fight again. However, if the Jin kingdom is really greedy and has other ideas, I don't mind going to the battlefield again. Your Majesty, I will be back before October 10th. It's only May now, it's still early. Why are you in such a hurry?" The emperor rolled his eyes at him. "What do you mean early? It's not early at all. Such a big thing must be planned early. Come back a month in advance. Or, if you have time, go to the north and investigate the movements of the Jin kingdom to see what they want to do, and whether they really want to go to war again. Where are you going? Can't you tell me? I'm your uncle. Is there anything you need to hide from me?" Song Jingnian put the memorial back on the emperor's desk and said lightly, "Private matters, Your Majesty, please don't ask about it. Let's talk about going to the north first. I'll go if I'm free. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The emperor gave him a cold look helplessly. "Go away." Song Jingnian retreated, looking at the closed door. The emperor shook his head helplessly. This kid has really changed a lot. Well, as long as he is happy, who cares what he does? Song Jingnian left the palace and went to the princess's mansion. The eldest princess was also surprised for a moment when she learned that he was leaving. "Is there something wrong? You are in such a hurry to leave." The eldest princess was not in a good mood recently. The death of the Empress Dowager had a great impact on her. She didn't have many relatives. Now that the Empress Dowager is gone, Song Jingnian is also going out. She feels very lonely. Seeing her sighing, Song Jingnian felt bad. He suddenly said, "Mother, why don't you go out with me? It's good to go out and relax." Hearing this, the princess looked at him with some surprise. "Go out with you?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, I'm not going to do anything. I should go around. If Mother feels bored at home, why don't we go out together? The world is so big. Mother must have never been out. What a pity." The princess has lived in the palace since she was born, and the farthest place she has been to is the periphery of the capital. After hearing what Song Jingnian said, she was a little moved. The nanny beside her also said, "Your Highness, what the prince said makes sense. It's good to go out and relax." Anyway, there is nothing to do in this capital, so it's better to go out and see the scenery outside. Although the princess had an idea in mind, she did not agree immediately. Let's wait until the 3-month mourning period is over. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. Hearing this, Song Jingnian didn't say anything else. His mother was stubborn and usually wouldn't listen to others easily, so it was useless for him to say more. Okay then, mother, write to me when the time comes. If you want to go out, you must bring guards with you. The princess nodded. Yes, I see. By the way, did you get Qin Jingyang's job? I was busy with your grandmother's funeral and didn't have time to ask you. Song Jingnian replied, not really. He is very capable. I just gave him a chance to show off. He got that position by his own ability, so it can't be considered as my giving it to him. Hearing this, the princess was a little surprised. Chen Jingyang, who was only 4 years old at the time, pushed Song Jingnian into the pond and ran away, leaving Song Jingnian's small body soaked in the cold pond and almost lost his life. Afterwards, the princess ignored the pleas for mercy from Duke Chun and Aunt Qiu and had Qin Jingyang's legs forcibly disabled to avenge Song Jingnian. That fall into the water made Song Jingnian unconscious for 2 whole days before he woke up. After waking up, he was bedridden for half a month. After that, he was very afraid of water for a long time and had a shadow on water. The princess hated Qin Jingyang to death. This child was not only the evidence of Duke Chen's betrayal, but also almost killed her only son. She didn't kill him, but only destroyed his legs, which was considered her kindness. But the princess never expected that Aunt Qiu would be so cruel. This was actually Aunt Qiu's plan. Not only did she use her own son, but she didn't treat Qin Jingyang's legs. She left him in the ancestral hall and didn't care about him, wanting to make Qin Jingyang completely disabled. Duke Chun hated the princess, who personally ordered the destruction of Qin Jingyang's legs and also planted the seeds of hatred for the princess in Qin Jingyang's little heart. Such a vicious plan is simply impossible for ordinary people to do. If Song Jingnian hadn't asked Qin Jingyang after his body recovered and said those words, which made her realize that something was wrong, re-investigated the matter, and cleared Qin Jingyang's innocence, the little Qin Jingyang would still be rotting in the ancestral hall, and no doctor would treat him. Aunt Qiu not only didn't treat his legs, but also only gave him 1 bowl of rice a day, which tortured Qin Jingyang greatly mentally. Aunt Qiu put the blame on her son, refused to treat his legs, refused to give him food, and let the little child stay alone in the cold ancestral hall for half a month. She turned a blind eye to the broken twins and even festering and rotting, but she said to the outside world that it was all her order as the eldest princess. If the eldest princess had not finally found out those conspiracies, I am afraid that Qin Jingyang would really hate her to death at this time, and his legs would really be broken, becoming a real useless person. The eldest princess still remembers the scene when she saw Qin Jingyang in the ancestral hall. It was the cruelest scene she had ever seen in her life. A little child, lying on the cold ground, surrounded by the buzzing sound of mosquitoes, his legs under the knees were horrible, and the rotten flesh even stinked. At that time, Qin Jingyang hated the eldest princess the first time he saw her. Aunt Qiu would tell him every day that the eldest princess had ordered that she was not allowed to visit him, eat, or receive treatment. Qin Jingyang went from being a pampered young master to being worse than a servant. He was in pain, puzzled, tormented, afraid, and terrified. His personality changed drastically since then. It was not until he knew the truth that he was used and abandoned by his mother that he became completely mature and changed completely. Recalling the past, the princess couldn't help but sigh. She hadn't seen Qin Jingyang for nearly 10 years. Now she could call him to meet her. Song Jingnian knew the hatred in his mother's heart and chuckled. Regret is inevitable. They're just some trash that are not worthy of being on the stage. It is not worth mother's worry. I will solve it. The princess nodded. After all, Jingyang is also my child. In name, he still has to call me mother. Since you are gone, I will summon him more often in the future. Song Jingnian heard what his mother meant and did not stop her. Okay, then mother, let him come to eat every day in the future. I guess he doesn't like to eat with those people. The mother and son talked a lot, and finally Song Jingnian gave some caring instructions before leaving. The princess got up and sent him to the door, watching his back leave, her eyes full of reluctance. Your Highness, don't worry. The prince has now given up Yuntai Mountain and stopped practicing. This time he went out, it must be something important, and he will definitely be back soon. Seeing that the princess was reluctant to leave, the nanny comforted her. The princess nodded. Well, I know. Now it's good. She went back to the couch and lay down slowly. She said, when the second young master comes back, tell him to come to me for dinner every day in the future. Hearing this, the nanny nodded immediately and laughed. If Chio knew, she would be so angry. I heard that Chio has been trying to please the second young master recently. It can be said that she has spent a lot of effort, but the second young master has always ignored her. If the second young master comes to you now, Chio will probably not be able to sleep every night. The princess sneered and said disdainfully, she is such a vicious person. No matter what kind of hungry fate she ends up in, she deserves it. This is just the beginning. When her backer dies and the Qin family loses the title of duke, it will be the beginning of her suffering. The nanny smiled and agreed. Song Jingnian rode away alone. Bai Ying and Bai Feng stood on the high city wall and watched his back go away, with resentment on their faces. The prince is so cruel. He knows how much we want to go, but he won't take us with him. Are we going to stay in the capital for the rest of our lives? You don't know how annoying Bai Mu and Bai Xing are. Following the two young masters around, their days are wonderful. Bai Ying's tone was full of resentment and unwillingness. Bai Feng said helplessly, stop complaining. What will we do with so many things in the capital if we leave? Let's go. Go back to work. The two returned to the barracks listlessly. Song Jingnian, on horseback, was already impatient on the way to Yunzhou. Yunzhou. After getting the shop, Muyun started looking for workers to decorate it. This time, she designed the decoration herself and had to supervise it in real time, so she came to the shop early in the morning. While they were busy, Shun Heen and Lin Shiruan, the cousins, also came. Lin Shiruan now has many more shops, but she is not good at running them, so she wants to come to Mu Yun to learn from him. Shun Heen also came when he knew about it. Lin Shiruan refused to go to the Shin family, so Shun's father could only stay here temporarily to help her settle down before leaving. Otherwise, he would be worried. Knowing that Lin Shiruan's shop sold tea and cloth, Muyun started chatting with her, and Shun Heen listened quietly on the side, occasionally interjecting a few words. The three of them were sitting at the door of the shop and chatting intensively, and Zizhu hurried over and shouted, Sister Yun, something happened. Miss Lu's husband came and wanted to go in at the door of our house, but was stopped by the housekeeper and his men. Hearing this, Mu Yun hurriedly stood up and asked, he is alone? Zizhu nodded. Yes, just by himself. Mu Yun looked at Shun Heen and Lin Shiruan and said, Shiruan, Mr. Shin, I'll go back for a while, and we'll talk about the shop another day. After that, Mu Yun hurried away. Lin Shiruan said, Cousin, should we go and take a look? Shun Heen thought for a while. Well, let's go and take a look. Maybe Miss Mu needs help. The two followed him, but Mu Yun's pace was too fast and the two didn't even catch up with his shadow. When Mu Yun ran to the door of his house, Lu Tongzhou was still stopped outside and was angrily yelling at him to come in. The guards in the palace were still very powerful. Lu Tongzhou couldn't get in. Sir Lu, trespassing is against the laws of Daxia. You're a prefect, you know that, right? Mu Yun's sarcastic voice sounded, and Lu Tongzhou turned around to look over. Miss Mu, I want to see Xiaoyu. Please let me go see her. Mu Yun sneered. Although you are the prefect, I, a commoner, can still refuse to let you into my house. Lord Lu, please go back. We don't welcome you. Lu Tongzhou's face was very ugly, and his tone became cold. Miss Mu, the person you hide in your house is my wife. Hiding someone else's wife is also against the law. Aren't you afraid, Miss Mu? Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed even more sarcastically. Afraid? How could I not be afraid? The prefect is such a high official. I have never seen an official higher than Lord Lu in my life. How could I not be afraid? It's just that Lord Lu threatened the people for no reason. If this spread to the capital and then to the ears of the current emperor, I don't know if the emperor will still let you be the prefect. Besides, isn't your wife in your house? Why did you come to me to find her? I'm not responsible for guarding your wife for you. Lu Tongzhou didn't expect Mu Yun to be so bold that he really didn't let him in, and was so sharp-tongued, not caring about his identity as a prefect. His face was gloomy, and he clenched his fists. He looked like a lion that was ready to get angry and eat people at any time. I advised Miss Mu not to go too far. Shun Heen and Lin Shirwen also came. Seeing that Mu Yun was not bullied, they did not go forward. Mu Yun chuckled, "Am I going too far? Is the prefect going to accuse me of a crime?" Lu Tongzhou was speechless for the first time when he saw her rogue look. After being angry, she still forced herself to calm down and finally asked, "Tell me, how can you let me see Xiuyu?" Mu Yun said seriously, "Unless she wants to see you, you can't see her anyway." Lu Tongzhou looked at the strong Mu Yun and finally stopped forcing his way in. "Then can you tell her that I want to see her and I want to know what's going on?" Mu Yun nodded. "I can tell her. You can leave now." Lu Tongzhou glanced at the gate, full of helplessness, and finally turned and left. Mu Yun didn't even look at him and went straight into the mansion. As soon as I entered the mansion, I saw Lu Yu, who was lonely and sad in the garden. Her face was still very pale, and her lips were bloodless. She looked sick. Mu Yun sighed helplessly and said, "In fact, you can go and see him, tell him what happened between you two, and ask him in person about the doubts in your heart. It's not a good idea to keep it to yourself." Lu Yu looked up at Mu Yun and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss Mu, am I useless? My parents are dead." They were angered to death by Lu Tongzhou. Aunt Zhang from the same village told me, but I didn't believe it. He said that country bumpkins like my parents would embarrass him. He said that since I was dead, it would be better for my parents to accompany me. My parents were so good to him, but after he became successful, he despised them and angered them to death. Why was I blind to fall in love with him? I really regret it. If I had just randomly found someone to marry, I wouldn't have gone through everything now, my parents wouldn't have died, and our family would be fine. Lu Yu cried harder and harder as she spoke, and her whole body began to sob. This was the first time she cried in so many days, and the first time she had a big emotional fluctuation. So there is really no need to meet him. I will just drive him away when he comes next time.
Mu Yun said.
She finally understood that Lu Tongzhou was a good trickster. He said one thing and did another. He was an extremely heartless person. He said that he didn't know what his mother did to Lu Yu. He just wanted to pretend to be a good person. After Lu Yu vented, she felt relieved. She looked at Mu Yun. "Miss Mu, I will leave tomorrow. You saved me twice. Both times were life-saving grace. I have no way to repay you. I can only repay you in the next life. I can't repay your kindness in this life. I'm sorry." Mu Yun frowned. "Leave? Where are you going? Your parents are gone. Do you have other relatives?" Lu Yu shook her head in a trance. "No, but I want to go back home, back to the house where my parents used to live. I miss them." Lu Yu's eyes became red again. Mu Yun sighed, knowing what she was thinking. She was just afraid of being a burden to herself. "Miss Lu, just stay here. My house is so big, it will be more lively if more people live here. Look, doesn't Miss Su live here? Sure, one also lived here before. You don't have to be afraid of Lu Tongzhou. Although he is the prefect, he is not the only official in Yunzhou. There are more powerful people than him. He dare not mess around." Seeing that she wanted to say something, Mu Yun interrupted her and continued, "I saved you twice. It's not too much to ask you to do something for me. I need your help with something." Hearing this, Lu Yu was curious. "Me? What can I do for you?" Mu Yun told her about his business, decorating shops and opening restaurants, and also setting up weaving and dyeing workshops, opening cloth shops, ready-made clothes business, and braised food chain stores. Lu Yu was surprised. Her big almond eyes were staring, and she looked more lively and cute. "Miss Mu, are you right? You have to do so much business by yourself? How can you handle it?" In Lu Yu's eyes, being able to open a shop is already very impressive, but Mu Yun has opened so many that she can't even count them. Mu Yun said helplessly, So, I need your help. It depends on whether you are willing. I am really busy. Sometimes I don't even have time to eat. I feel that I have lost several pounds since I came to Yunzhou. Lu Yu was willing, but she hesitated and said, "It's just that I don't know how to do anything. I'm afraid I can't help you." As she said that, her face was full of guilt, and the light in her eyes instantly went out. Mu Yun hurriedly said, "Of course, you can help me a lot. As long as you are willing, you can learn if you don't know how. Unless you don't want to help me, so you don't want to learn." Lu Yu hurriedly said, "No, I am willing." Mu Yun smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. Then it's settled. You should recuperate for a few days, but you can't be idle during the recuperation period. I will teach you a few things. If you are bored, you can look at them and think about them yourself." Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Lu Yu is a farm girl. In addition to embroidery skills, she has nothing else to learn. She can't learn design. That requires people who have learned painting to learn, but fortunately Lu Yu's embroidery skills are not bad. Mu Yun drew several novel patterns for her and brought her a lot of thread and cloth so that she could embroider when she was bored. At that time, these embroidered cloths will be sewn onto the dress to form a complete dress. After arranging the willow fish, it was already the hour. The sun had long gone down, and the moonlight was slowly emerging. Mu Yun hurried to take a look at the decoration. When he arrived, the workers were just getting ready to go off work, and Bai Mu was watching on the spot. The progress was still fast, and Mu Yun was quite satisfied. After locking the shop, she called Bai Mu and prepared to go back. Most of the shops on the street were preparing to close. A few men with fierce faces were coming towards them. Bai Mu noticed something was wrong and said, "Miss Mu, these people seem to be coming for us." As soon as he finished speaking, the men in front really sped up and hit Mu Yun. They were holding sticks, not knives, and it seemed that they did not want to kill anyone. Before Mu Yun could make a move, Bai Mu dealt with the man in 2 or 3 moves. Chun Jins, who was hiding on the side, saw this and gnashed her teeth in anger, with an extremely ugly face. Someone protected her this time, but it may not be the case next time. This witch, this lady must teach her a lesson. Chun Jins said fiercely. The maid beside her hurriedly comforted her a few words, and the master and servant turned around and left, but suddenly a stone flew and hit Chun Jin's knees. "Madam, are you okay? Come on, I'll help you up." The maid hurriedly went to help her up, but was slapped in the face. "How dare you trip me? Are you tired of living?" The maid covered her face, looking aggrieved. "No, madam. You fell down by yourself." Chun Jins was already angry, and when she saw the maid dare to argue, she became even angrier and stretched out her hand to slap her again, but was stopped by Mu Yun. "Madam Lu beat up a maid in the street, and you're not afraid that it will be harmful to Lord Lu's career if it gets out. You're the wife of a prefect after all. You're really stupid." Mu Yun's ridicule made Chun Jins even more angry. She wanted to stand up, but her calf was so painful that she couldn't exert any strength, so she tried several times but still couldn't stand up. She was so angry that she yelled at the maid again, "Are you blind? Come and help me." The maid hurried over to help her up, her face full of fear.
Mu Yun,
"Did you do that just now?" Chun Jins asked with certainty. Mu Yun chuckled, neither denying nor admitting. "What is Madame Lu talking about? What ghost? Where are the ghosts in broad daylight? You must have done too many bad things, and you feel guilty when you walk on the road?" Mu Yun said helplessly, "This person. You can't be so cruel. Otherwise this ghost will always haunt you. Do you think you can live well? It's okay during the day, but what can you do at night?" Chun Jin's face became even uglier, but she couldn't do anything about Mu Yun, and she was so angry that she was about to smoke.
Mu Yun,
"You'd better not fall into my hands, otherwise I will make you regret what you did today." After saying these harsh words, Chun Jins couldn't stay here any longer and hurriedly urged the maid to help her get on the carriage. Mu Yun shouted at her back, "Don't be afraid, Madame Lu. There is a saying that goes, if you have done nothing wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If you really hear a sound in the middle of the night, just apologize sincerely. Maybe those who have been treated unfairly will forgive you." Chun Jin's carriage left in a hurry. Mu Yun watched, curled up the corner of his mouth and sneered, then continued to go home. Early the next morning, Muyin got up, had breakfast, and went to work in the shop. She didn't return home until the weather was extremely hot at noon. Zizhu had already made ice mung bean soup, and Muyin came back just in time to catch the children eating it. To her surprise, Shen Heen and Lin Sherwin were also there. Muyin came in with a cattail leaf fan in his hand and fanned himself. "Sherwan, you guys are here too." Lin Sherwan smiled and said, "My cousin said he wanted to write a plaque for you, so I came to ask you if the plaque has arrived." In fact, Lin Sherwin said with a smile. Sherwan was also very confused. She felt that Shen Heen seemed to like to come to Muyin. Every time she came to Muyin, he would come with her. If she didn't come to Muyin, he would take the initiative to bring her up. She made a lot of guesses in her mind, but thinking that Muyin was already the mother of 2 children, she thought it was impossible. "I didn't think much more about it." Shen Heen also said, "I'm not sure when I will leave, so I thought I'd write the plaque first, so as not to break my promise if I suddenly leave one day." Muyin sat down and took a sip of zizudi first. The mung bean soup that came over was cool and refreshing, and the heat suddenly dropped a lot. Then she smiled and said, "Don't worry. If something really happens, Mr. Shin will go and get busy.
It's just a small matter for me.
But I have indeed bought the plaques, but I haven't moved them home yet, so I'll let you go. It's too hot to go out to work, so let's get this plaque at home first." Shen Heen nodded. "Okay, do you need my help moving it?" Muyin looked at him. At first glance, although he is quite tall, his body is not very strong, and he has a serious bookishness. This body is not suitable for carrying things. "No, Bai Mu and the others are strong. They can just move it." "Mr. Shen, you drink mung bean soup to relieve the heat. You will have to write a lot later." Shen Heen nodded. "Okay. What can I do for you, Miss Mu?"
Just say it.
Muyin asked Bai Mu to call someone to deliver the plaque as soon as possible, and then waited at home. It happened that the children wanted to show her their recent learning results. Muyin lay on the rocking chair, took the papers written by several children, and started reading. What surprised her was that several children had made great progress. Compared with the crooked handwriting before, their handwriting now began to take shape, and their writing was formal and straight. "Mother, this is the 3-character classic that I wrote silently. I know all the 3-character classic. However, my husband said that just being able to read is not enough. I also need to be able to write. During this time, I will practice calligraphy more and finish the entire 3-character classic." Remember, Yuan Bao's voice was very excited. His husband had already praised him, but he liked his mother to praise him even more. After he finished speaking, his eyes were full of expectation.
Muyin was surprised.
"You know how to read it? There are more than 1,000 characters in the 3-character classic, right? Do you know all these words?" Muyin didn't believe it. Yuan Bao was only over 3 years old, so even a child prodigy wouldn't be that powerful. Besides, Yi Xiankai had been teaching them for only a little over a month. Has this much been taught? Yuan Bao couldn't hide his pride on his little face and nodded with a smile. "Yes, I understand. Although there are many words, many of them are repetitive and very simple. I can remember them after reading them once." Yi Xian sat on the table. There was pride on one side of his face, and Muyin was so happy to see his surprised look. He was also surprised when he first learned that Yuan Bao had an extraordinary memory and could remember things at a glance. But when he thought that this was Song Jingmian's son, he felt normal again. After all, Song Jingmian was also very smart. Although he did not have a photographic memory, his memory was indeed super strong. It's just that Yuan Bao is better than his master, more powerful than his father. Muyin was not surprised now. He was pleasantly surprised. She sat up and asked hurriedly, "Yuan Bao, can you really remember these words after reading them once?" Yuan Bao nodded. "Yes, really, mother." Shen Heen didn't take a closer look before, and didn't notice that this child looked so cute. "Your name is Yuan Bao." Looking at Yuan Bao's clear big eyes, Shen Heen asked gently. Yuan Bao nodded. Muyin said, "Yuan Bao, this is your Uncle Shen. Say hello to Uncle."
Yuan Bao shouted obediently, "Hello, Unso Shen."
The more Shen Heen looked at the child, the more handsome he felt. He smiled and said, Yuan Bao said that you already know the three-character classic. Can Uncle give you a test? Yuan Bao nodded, and someone took the test. He likes him better so that his mother will know that he is very smart. Okay, Uncle Shun. Shun Hian looked at the three-character scripture on the table at one side, took it over, turned to the middle page, handed it to Yuan Bao and asked, Read the words of this chapter to us.
Yuan Bao answered.
He passed the book and recited aloud. Although Yan is young, he is already an official and has a lot of potential.
It is also like this.
Dogs watch the night and chickens watch the morning. If you don't learn, you will be a human being. Yuan Bao's voice continued, deep and deep. Hian was staring at him with bright eyes. You must know that Yuan Bao is less than 4 years old. Although these words are simple for a child under 4 years old, it is not just 1 or 2 points. Not to mention knowing so many words, other children can't even sit upright and study properly in school. Yuan Bao turned to the last 2 pages and read. Shin Hian spoke again. Yuan Bao nodded obediently and did as he said. He had already memorized these words in his mind, and he could read them with ease even when he turned to the last 2 pages. After hearing this, Shun Hian looked incredulous. Miss Mu, Yuan Bao is an extremely talented child. I suggest you take him to the capital to study. He will definitely have a bright future. Shin Hian was even a little excited. Many people say he is a young genius, but in fact he is not. What he is today is not entirely due to talent, but more due to hard work. He is more diligent and studious than anyone else, and that is why he has achieved everything he is today. The child in front of him, who is less than 4 years old, is a real young genius. If he is well cultivated, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. Muyan was very happy that her child was praised, and she felt proud inside. She smiled and said, I may go there soon, but I have no plans to go to the capital yet. When Shun Hian heard this, she felt a little pity in her heart. He spoke again. If Miss Mu goes to the capital, you can come to me and I can recommend a suitable gentleman to Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao's talent is so high. It will be more helpful to him if he can have guidance from a famous teacher. But Yuan Bao spoke. He said, Uncle Shun, I have a husband. Mr. Yi is my favorite husband. I like him to teach me how to read. He is better than other teachers. Hearing this, Yi Xian laughed and said, Our Yuan Bao is really good. You have not forgotten me, sir, and it is not in vain that I have taught you so hard. Yi Xian's clothes were quite outstanding. Shun Hian had not paid much attention to him before, but now he took a serious look at him. Looking at it like this, it doesn't feel very reliable. Shun Hian frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but realized that he had no identity to say, so he immediately shut up. He just felt uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted Yuan Bao to go to the capital to study. Only the capital had the best teachers and could cultivate Yuan Bao to the maximum extent. Otherwise, it would be a pity to have such a talent. It's just that it's not his own child, so he's not qualified to make arrangements. Muyan said, Mr. Yi is very powerful. I think he is no worse than those gentlemen in the capital, maybe better. I plan to always let Mr. Yi be Yuan Bao's teacher. Muyan's praise made Yi Xian even more happy. He couldn't close his mouth with laughter. Ha ha, Miss Mu, you are so flattering, so flattering. In fact, I also think that I am better than those old stubborns in the capital. Ha ha.
Yivuan.
Xian Ben was just a carefree person, and he really didn't look like he was a role model for others. Shin Hian felt more and more uncomfortable as he watched, fearing that a genius like Yuan Bao would be delayed. It's just that it's really hard to say it, which makes him feel blocked. Muyan joked, the worst thing about Mr. Yi is that he doesn't know how to be humble. You can't teach this to children. Zijou burst into laughter and realized that Yi Xian was looking over, so she hurriedly covered her mouth smirk. Yi Xian was usually like a peacock, spreading his tail everywhere. Zijou thought Muyan was right and couldn't help but want to laugh. Seeing this, Yi Xian said helplessly, Little Zijou has also learned bad things and will laugh at me. It's really sad. Forget it, I'll go back to my own yard. Yuan Bao, you guys will wait for the afternoon break. Come back later, and I will continue to teach you. The children agreed obediently. After Yi Xian left, Shun Hian couldn't help but said, "Miss Mu, where did you find this Mr. Yi?" Mu Yun continued to read the words written by Yuya, and when he heard this, he glanced at Shun Hian and said with a smile, "He is from the capital. He may not be a famous scholar, but his teaching methods are indeed very good. I am very relieved. Mr. Shun, don't worry about it. I feel sorry for you to worry about my plaque." Hearing this, Shun he said, and couldn't say anything more, so she shut up. Yuya's calligraphy is also very good, and she is not far behind and tells her mother how many words she has learned. Mu Yun was surprised again. Compared with Yuan Bao, Yuya is not bad at all, and her memory is equally superior, but she is more playful and has not learned all the 3-character classic, but even so, she is already very powerful. Mu Yun lamented that he had 2 gifted babies and was very happy. Mu Yang's grades were also good, and Hu Tianxi's was slightly worse. However, Yi Xian said that Hu Tianxi's interests were elsewhere, not in reading and writing. She praised each child emphatically several times. Just as he was boasting, Bai Mu's voice sounded outside the gate, instructing people to move the plaque into the house. Mu Yun returned the book to Yuan Bao and asked them to play by themselves. She had roughly calculated before that she might open 15 more restaurants, so she bought 15 plaques in one go. After writing them, she put them all here and transported them to where they were needed. Shun Hin was shocked when he saw so many plaques. "Miss Mu, do you want to open so many shops?" Mu Yun said with a smile. "Well, not many. When our Xia kingdom gets bigger, I can open more shops. In modern times, any chain store has hundreds of stores, but these are only a dozen, which is indeed very few." Shin Hian was a little impressed. Miss Mu is really a hero among women. Not only is she good at martial arts, but she is also very good at business. Mu Yun smiled. Young Master Shin is even more powerful. There are not many champions at this age. The two stood. They were a little close, and they were smiling when they spoke. Song Jingnian, who was riding hard to get there, saw the way they were complimenting each other. As soon as he arrived at the gate, what he saw was Mu Yun and Shun Hian standing side by side, talking and laughing. When the guard at the gate saw Song Jingnian, he was startled for a moment and was about to kneel down to salute, but Song Jingnian raised his hand to stop him. "Don't expose this king's identity outside," he said lightly, then looked back. He had transferred all the people in this house from the capital just to protect the safety of his 2 children. The guard nodded in agreement and continued to stand guard, pretending not to see Song Jingnian. In the hall, Shun Hian smiled and said, "It's all just luck. Miss Mu, don't mention it again. A dozen plaques are a bit much. Why don't we start writing them?" Shun Hian suggested. Mu Yun nodded and ordered people to get pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. They all had their backs to the gate, and no one noticed Song Jingnian's arrival. Until Yuya turned around to put the bowl of mung bean soup and caught a glimpse of the figure at the door. "Daddy?" Yuya's childish voice sounded, with a hint of disbelief. When Song Jingnian heard the voice, his gaze fell on his daughter, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. Every time they met, Yuya would make him feel particularly warm. Everyone also heard Yuya's voice and turned to look at the door. Song Jingnian was dressed in black, standing there looking exhausted. Mu Yun was very surprised. When did this person come? Yuya ran towards Song Jingnian excitedly. She had dreamed of her father coming back many times, but every time she woke up, it was not him. Seeing this, Song Jingnian was a little surprised. Then he quickly opened his arms and hugged his daughter tightly in his arms. "Does Yuya miss Daddy?" Song Jingnian's voice was hoarse, but his tone was gentle, with a hint of extreme doting. Yuya was very happy. She raised her head from Song Jingnian's arms and smiled. "I wonder why you've been out for so long, Daddy. Uncle Baimu said you'd be here soon, but Yuya has been waiting for a long time and still hasn't seen you." Song Jingnian's tired state after running all day and night was immediately soothed by his daughter. At this moment, he felt that it was worth it no matter how tired he was. Gently stroking Yuya's head, he smiled and said, "Then Daddy, take Yuya with you wherever you go in the future, okay?" Yuya nodded happily and then said, And brother Tianxi and brother Muyang, can you take us with you? Song Jingnian smiled dotingly. Okay, it's all right. Muyun didn't say anything, just watching the interaction between the father and daughter. Although she didn't smile, her heart was moved. After not seeing him for a long time, Song Jingnian was still so attractive. As soon as she saw him, her heart would throb, and her ordinary heartbeat would become unusual. He is really good at seducing people. Muyun thought secretly in her heart. Shin Heen was very confused. He was curious about who the father of the child was before, and Muyun said that he was not married, but the father of the child suddenly appeared again. Song Jingnian walked towards Muyun with Yueya in his arms. He hadn't seen Muyun for a long time, and her face had always been very clear in his mind. But when he saw her today, he found that she seemed to be more beautiful than what he remembered in his mind. I'm back. Standing in front of Muyun, Song Jingnian stared at him closely and spoke in a low voice. Muyun looked at this face, which was a little weathered, as if he hadn't washed his face for a few times, and his beard had come out, but it had a rough and handsome feeling. She coughed lightly and said lightly, "Well, this is not your home. It's not appropriate to use the word come back." Song Jingnian heard this, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his eyes. Your home is also my home, isn't it? So he just played rogue. Muyun was stared at by his somewhat hot eyes, and felt a little hot on his face. No, your family is in the capital. She didn't want to lose. This guy ignored her before, but after knowing that the child was his, he treated her differently, but she didn't care and didn't need him to be responsible. Song Jingnian smiled helplessly and didn't say anything more. He turned to look at Shin Heen. The look he gave Shin Heen was not as gentle as the one he gave Muyun. The momentum of a superior suddenly rose. He glanced up and down at Shin Heen with a sharp look. The scrutinizing look made people feel inexplicably uneasy. He said lightly, "This Mr. Shin does look handsome and promising." Hearing this, Muyun glanced at Song Jingnian. It was the first time that she felt the oppressive air from him. She frowned and said, "If you are tired, why don't you go wash up and take a rest first?" Shin Heen glanced at Muyun. Why did she feel that she was not familiar with this man? Then his eyes fell on Song Jingnian, and he smiled and said, "This young master is too kind." The atmosphere was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Muyun hurriedly said, "Then Mr. Shin, you can start writing." "Please, write first, I will read it later." Song Jingnian glanced at the many blank plaques on the ground and said, "My calligraphy is actually not bad. Why don't I write it for you?" She looked at Muyun, as if there was expectation in her eyes. Muyun was stunned for a moment, unable to realize what he meant. "I have asked Mr. Shin to help. You should go and rest," she said. She really felt that Song Jingnian needed to rest at this moment. There were bruises under his eyes, and it looked like he had not rested well. When Song Jingnian heard this, the chain store felt bad for a moment, but recovered quickly, and then looked at her stubbornly. "My handwriting is better than his."
Muyun.
Why does Song Jingnian feel so weird today? Well, I've read Mr. Shin's calligraphy, but I haven't read yours, so let's forget it. Mr. Shin has agreed to write it, so you can go and rest.
Don't worry about this.
Muyun proposed again. He went to rest with good intentions, but Song Jingnian felt that she seemed to be driving him away. This made him feel very strange and unconvinced. "Do you like his handwriting or mine?" His tone seemed to be questioning. After Muyun was confused, he felt a little angry. "Song Jingnian, are you making trouble unreasonably?" Muyun's tone was serious and helpless. Shin Heen was very surprised when he heard this name. Song Jingnian? Everyone in the capital knew this name. When he was taking part in the imperial examination, he often heard this name. The god of war, Ping Wang, was given the imperial surname by the emperor. The name Song Jingnian was a legend in the capital. Many people had only heard of it but had never seen it. Shin Heen was very confused. Could this Song Jingnian be the one he knew? Unaware of Shin Heen's scrutinizing eyes, Song Jingnian was looking at Muyun. Facing Muyun's anger, he had no choice but to let go of his unhappiness and said slowly, I'm not making trouble unreasonably. I just want to help you write the inscription. You can take a look at my handwriting first, and then decide whether you want me to write the inscription. If you really don't like my handwriting, then let Mr. Shen do the inscription again. Muyun then realized that Song Jingnian might be jealous. But that's not right either. This guy doesn't like her at all. How could he be jealous? Thinking of this, Muyun was not in a good mood. Seeing Song Jingnian's expectant look, she had no choice but to compromise. Okay, you try. Hearing this, Song Jingnian's eyes instantly smiled and he hurriedly walked to the desk and started studying.
Ink.
Write what words? He asked. Muyun walked to the table and said, cooking smoke. Shen Hian had been looking at Song Jingnian, trying to confirm whether he was the god of war prince in the capital. Song Jingnian was very serious and focused when he wrote. Only then did Muyun have the opportunity to take a closer look at him. After not seeing him for a long time, he seemed to have aged a bit. There seemed to be a hint of fatigue between his brows, and he seemed to be more stable. Also, the death of a loved one should make him sad. Realizing that he actually felt a little distressed, Muyun shook his head and tried to get rid of those emotions. Shen Hian also stood over and watched Song Jingnian writing. He believed that it was difficult for ordinary people to surpass him in calligraphy. He thought Song Jingnian was exaggerating, until Song Jingnian put down his pen and 3 large characters appeared on the desk, which surprised him. Song Jingnian's calligraphy is indeed very good, no worse than his, and even more spiritual and artistic than his. Their styles are completely different. Okay, can you take a look? Song Jingnian spoke to Muyun, looking confident. Muyun stood over and looked at the 3 words on the paper, feeling amazed. Different from Shen Hian's soft and elegant calligraphy, Song Jingnian's calligraphy is more powerful, with a dragon snake style and an amazing sense of majesty, vividness, and momentum. Mr. Song's calligraphy is very good, but Shen can't compare with it. Miss Mu, you'd better give Mr. Song the inscription for your plaque. Shen Hian said proactively. If he had doubted that this person was not the god of war Song Jingnian before, now that he saw this word, most of his doubts were dispelled. It is impossible for ordinary people to write such majestic words. This is no longer a skill, but adding one's own habits. This habit will form a unique aura of the individual and cannot be imitated. The word Song Jingnian has an aura that can intimidate people just by reading the word. Muyun was also surprised that Song Jingnian's calligraphy was so good, and his style was more in line with her aesthetics. She smiled sheepishly at Shen Hian. I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, for making you make so many trips. Shen Hian smiled, guessing Song Jingnian's identity. His unclear thoughts about Muyun instantly dissipated a lot. It doesn't matter, we are all friends. If Miss Mu needs anything in the future, you can also come to me. Muyun nodded and expressed his gratitude to Shen Hian again. Shen Hian took Lin Sherwin away. On the way, he asked about Muyun again, but this time he asked about Song Jingnian. But Lin Sherwin didn't know anything, and she was also surprised by Song Jingnian's appearance. They were even more surprised that Yuan Bao's father turned out to be such a person. His face was very similar to Yuan Bao's. He looked very superior and had a good temperament, although he looked a little dirty. Muyun had never mentioned anything about Song Jingnian to Lin Sherwin, and she didn't even know his name, so it was redundant for Shen Hian to ask her at this time. Seeing Shen Hian's solemn look, Lin Sherwin was very curious. Cousin, you seem to be very interested in this Song Jingnian.
Why?
Shen Hian hesitated for a moment, and then told Lin Sherwin his guess. After hearing this, Lin Sherwin felt very incredible. King Ping, the god of war, was a person with many legends circulating among the people. How could he be Muyun's husband? Cousin, you must have made a mistake. Maybe it's just the same name. This is impossible. Shen Hian had an intuition, and it was definitely right. The momentum and the words were very extraordinary, and there was no possibility of a collision of names. My intuition is not wrong. Sherwan, please pay attention when you go to Mu Mansion again. If he is really His Highness Prince Ping, it will definitely be different. You can tell it with just a little attention. Lin Sherwan was extremely curious when Shen Hian said that if it was really King Ping, the god of war, she would have to take a closer look next time. This was a figure respected by the entire Xia kingdom. It was a great honor to see him. After Shun Hian and Lin Shiruan left, Mu Yun asked Song Jingnian to rest and write the plaque another day, so there was no rush. Song Jingnian looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Are you feeling sorry for me? He had learned to be cheeky, and even joked. Mu Yun snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Who cares about you? You have nothing to do, and love is gone. Bai Mu and Bai Xing hid and snickered.
His prince has really changed.
He can say such shameless things.
Daddy, Mommy cares about you.
Daddy, are you tired from the journey? If you are tired, go and have a rest. We are going to study with Mr. Yi Xian. Yuya's caring little voice sounded cute. The little one is so cute. Although Song Jingnian had been running around all day and night, he was not sleepy at the moment. However, he was indeed quite dirty. After saying a few words to Yuan Bao Yuya, he went to wash up. Mu Yun called the housekeeper to arrange a place for him, and the housekeeper led him there. Yuya, Yuan Bao, and the others also went to Yi Xian's yard, but when Yi Xian learned that Song Jingnian was here, he immediately gave the children a half-day holiday. After that, he also ran towards the hall, but Mu Yun was the only one in the hall. Miss Mu, why are you alone? Where is Jingnian? Mu Yun looked at him and said, Aren't you in class? Why are you here? Yi Xian smiled. Didn't I hear that he was here? Well, I just thought that the children haven't had a holiday for a long time, and it's time to rest. Isn't that right? Give the children some space and let them stay with Jingnian for a while. Mu Yun didn't say anything and said, Yes, sir, you can make arrangements. Yi Xian chuckled. If you feel that the children disturb your and Jingnian's world, then I can help take care of the children. Mu Yun gave him a helpless look. He said calmly, I have nothing to do with him, Mr. Yi. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xian looked like he understood, and said with a smile, I'll go find him and ask if it really doesn't matter. Yi Xian left. Mu Yun looked at Song Jingnian's writing and fell into his own thoughts. She had to admit that Song Jingnian was really charming. He could attract her as soon as he appeared. However, due to the original owner, she didn't want to have any development with Song Jingnian. It's a pity. Mom, where's Dad? Yuya's voice interrupted Mu Yun's thoughts, and the 4 children came back again. Mu Yun said, Your father went to wash up. Are you going to find him? Yuya asked carefully, If I call you Daddy, will your mother be unhappy? Mu Yun smiled. No. What do you like about Yuya? You can yell as much as you want. Mother will not be unhappy. Mother only wants you to be happy. Do whatever makes you happy. Don't think too much. Hearing this, Yuya Yuan Bao felt relieved. Although they like their father, they like him more. Mother. Bai Mu was arranging for people to move these plaques and put them away, while Mu Yun went out to the shop to supervise the work. Yuya Yuan Bao and the others went to find Song Jingnian. After washing, Song Jingnian changed into a royal blue robe, with his dark hair tied high. After washing, his exquisite and noble temperament came out again. Brother, our dad is so good-looking. When you grow up, you will be as good-looking as your dad, and I will be as beautiful as your mother, right? Yuya looked at her dad walking out of the room, and whispered close to Yuan Bao.
Said.
Yuan Bao usually didn't talk much, and even less so in front of Song Jingnian. Hearing this, he just looked at Song Jingnian for a moment and said nothing. Yuya Yuan Bao, why are you here? Don't you have to go to class?
Song Jingnian asked.
Yuya smiled and said, Dad, Mr. Yi gave us a holiday, so we have a day off today and won't study. Hearing this, Song Jingnian smiled, walked over, picked up Yuya, sat on the stone bench, and squeezed her cheek lovingly.
Small face.
Do you like Mr. Yi to be your husband? If you don't like it, Daddy will drive him away and give you another one. Song Jingnian hugged his daughter and looked at his son. Yuan Bao said, Mr. Yi is very good. We all like him. Yuya also said hurriedly, Dad, please don't drive Mr. Yi away. He is very good. I have learned many words from Mr. Yi. Dad, please wait. I'll show you what I wrote. Yuya struggled to jump out of Song Jingnian's arms. When she came, she took all the written words just to share with her father. Daddy, this is mine, this is my brother's, this is my brother Tianxi's, and the other is my brother Muyang's. Yuya handed all 4 homework assignments to Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian looked at her active appearance and smiled dotingly. The little girl's little thoughts were written on her face. He looked at the first one. Although Yuya's handwriting was not very straight, it was very good for a child of this age. There were a lot of words written on a piece of paper, all of which were 3-character classics. It was just enlightenment, and most of them learned 3-character classics. Yuya's handwriting is so beautiful. You are the most amazing little girl Daddy has ever seen. You must reward her well. Tell Daddy what reward you want, and Daddy will satisfy you. Song Jingnian's tone when speaking to his daughter was so gentle that it couldn't be gentler, with full of doting. Yuya was very happy. She didn't expect that her father would give her a reward. She thought about it, but couldn't think of anything for a while, so she could only say, "Dad, can I owe it to you first? I haven't decided what reward I want yet. Can I tell you when I decide?" Song Jingnian nodded lovingly at her smooth forehead and smiled. "You are quite clever. Okay. Daddy's words always count. Think about it slowly." However, Yuya, you wrote so many words. Do you know all of them? Song Jingnian asked. Yuya nodded as a matter of course. Of course I know them. How can I write them if I don't know them? Daddy, you are so stupid. Hearing this, Song Jingnian was a little surprised. You know so many words now. Yuya nodded. Yes, I know a lot. My brother and Myung have finished reading the 3-character classic, but I and Tianxi haven't finished it yet. She was playful, but Hu Tianxi was not interested. The two of them had a companion. Song Jingnian was worried that Yi Xian was teaching too hastily, so he frowned slightly and thought about asking later. Okay, I'll take another look at Yuanbao's handwriting. Hearing this, Yuanbao was a little nervous, but he hid it well and didn't show it. Yuanbao's handwriting was better than Yuya's and more powerful. Song Jingnian praised. Yuanbao is also very good, and his handwriting is good. Keep up the good work. Yuanbao hummed in response, and the hand that was tightly holding the corner of his clothes under the table suddenly let go. The tension disappeared, replaced by a faint joy. Song Jingnian smiled, and then praised Mu Yang. Mu Yang's handwriting was better, and he was very happy to be praised. When it was Hu Tianxi's turn, Song Jingnian didn't know how to praise. The handwriting was not as good as Yuya's, it was crooked, and some were even wrong. Just looking at Hu Tianxi's expectant eyes, he had no choice but to praise against his conscience. Tianxi's is also very good. Work hard, and you will definitely be better in the future. Hearing this, Hu Tianxi smiled with a silly look on his face. Thank you, Uncle Song. Mr. Yi also said that my handwriting is not good looking. I think Mr. Yi must have too high requirements. Hearing this, Song Jingnian couldn't help laughing. This little fat boy was silly and funny. Uncle Song, do we have rewards? Hu Tianxi asked foolishly. Song Jingnian laughed and nodded. Yes, you all have. Whatever rewards you want, I will give you everything I can. Hu Tianxi hurriedly mentioned his request. He wanted a bow and arrow, his own bow and arrow. After learning archery from Song Jingnian last time, he couldn't forget it and always wanted to learn archery again. Seeing that everyone had made a request, Mu Yang also plucked up the courage to say that he wanted a long spear. He accidentally saw someone playing with a gun, and then he kept remembering it. He wanted to try it. Yuanbao wanted a short sword. Several children were learning martial arts, but they liked different things and were good at different things, which made it difficult for Bai Mu and Bai Xing to teach. After staying with the kids for a long time, Mu Yan didn't come over. Song Jingnian felt a little empty. Yi Xian came happily.
Wang.
That Jingnian, have you finished washing up? When I first came, you were washing up, and I didn't go in. Why are you here suddenly? Isn't the mourning period for your grandmother not over yet? Yi Xian was helpless. He was not used to changing his words and always forgot. Song Jingnian came without saying a word, which surprised him very much. Song Jingnian glanced at him and frowned. Didn't I tell you to change your style after you came here? Why are you still so weird? He was annoyed every time he saw Yi Xian's baggy clothes, and he couldn't help but say something every time he saw it. Yi Xian coughed twice, looked at the children and said, You guys go out and play. Song Jingnian rubbed his daughter's head and said, "Go play outside for a while. Daddy will come to accompany you later." After the children went out, Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Why are you yelling at me? I am the teacher now, the children's teacher, do you understand? You have to give me some face and maintain my dignity. How can the children respect me in the future if you do this?" Song Jingnian rolled his eyes at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him. As a teacher, you must act like a teacher, so as not to lead the children astray. I don't want Yuan Bao to dress like you in the future. Yi Xian was not convinced and shouted, "Don't insult me. What's wrong with me? I'm so handsome. If you don't know how to appreciate me, don't say anything nonsense." Song Jingnian rolled his eyes at him helplessly and said seriously, "How do you arrange the courses for Yuan Bao and the others? The children are so young, and you teach them so much. What if they get bored?" Yi Xian looked wronged. "No, the courses I arranged are already very easy and simple for them. How could I be too close? Please don't talk nonsense." Song Jingnian frowned. A child of more than 3 years old has learned so many words. It's either you arrange it too tightly or something else. Now it's just enlightenment. Don't let them get tired. Yi Xian was helpless. "My prince, is it possible that your children are too smart and can learn it once they learn it, so they learned so many words? Why do you have to think that I teach too much?" Song Jingnian was a little surprised. "Learn it in one go. Are you really that amazing?" Yi Xian nodded and said proudly, "That's right. Don't you see who taught you? Yuan Bao has the ability to remember everything he sees, and so does Yuya. It's just that Yuya is a little lazy and not as hardworking and studious as Yuan Bao, so she hasn't learned as much as Yuan Bao. Your Majesty, you really got 2 great treasures. Congratulations. I'm really happy for you. God still favors you." Yi Xian was speaking from the heart. In his heart, Yuan Bao and Yuya were no different from his children. They were even more important than his children. He was really happy for Song Jingnian. Hearing this, Song Jingnian's eyes also showed a faint smile. The appearance of the child was indeed a little unexpected to him at first, but it was more of a shock and joy. The feeling of being a father for the first time was very unfamiliar to him, but he was more excited and happy. "Well, God does favor me." Song Jingnian spoke with a smile, and his eyes were full of tenderness when he thought of the child. "Okay, since the child is talented, you have to teach him well. You teach him for now, and make plans when you return to the capital in the future." Yi Xian nodded. "Well, with my ability, it's still no problem for now. I'll find someone better to teach him when I return to the capital in the future. But Miss Mu doesn't seem to go back with you. Are you sure you can marry her? Do you want me to give you some advice? I am very experienced in this area. Believe me." Yi Xian suddenly became interested and said excitedly. Song Jingnian looked over with a suspicious look. "You have experience? What experience do you have? Experience of visiting brothels? Show some respect to me. Mu Yun is not comparable to those women. She is the future mistress of Prince Ping's mansion. Be careful with your words in the future." Yi Xian heard this, and his face was full of excitement. "Oh my, you're defending her already? That's good. You've finally come to your senses. Unfortunately, the king of Xiang is interested, but the goddess is not. You've just met a tough guy when you first fell in love. It's your fault. You're usually so cold." Song Jingnian looked at him coldly and said, "Be serious. I'll throw you out if you keep talking nonsense." Yi Xian laughed twice, very happy. He didn't expect that Song Jingnian would like someone one day. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's not talk about anything else. Even if it's for the crescent moon ingot, you have to quickly win Miss Mu's heart so that she will be willing to go back to the capital with you. If your mother sees these 2 children, I can't imagine how happy she will be." Song Jingnian thought of his mother's sad face when he left, and he felt a little distressed. If Mu Yun hadn't agreed yet, he would also like to tell his mother to let her come with him to see the 2 children. "Tell me, how can you make her like me?" Song Jingnian finally asked. After that, he told Yi Xian about what happened between him and Mu Yun. Yi Xian was a trustworthy person, so there was no need to hide it between him and him. Yi Xian was very surprised after hearing this. After sighing for a while, he said, "So, She actually likes you, but because of what happened before, she may not let it go for the time being. You have to open her heart first and let her accept you. Song Jingnian glanced at him impatiently. Can you say something useful? Of course I know that I have to open her heart, but the question is how to open it. Yi Xian thought for a while and said, you have already explained it, and there is no need to explain it again. So, from now on, you will be with her every day, accompany her in everything she does, help her, slowly integrate into her life, treat her well, protect her, take care of her, slowly enter her life, and then enter her heart, so that this knot will be opened. Song Jingnian listened and felt that it made some sense. He nodded and said, okay, I'll do as you said. If it doesn't work, you can wait to be beaten. I'll go to Muyun now, you watch the children. Song Jingnian went to the hall, but didn't see Muyun. He called the housekeeper to ask and found out that she had gone out. He had just arrived and she couldn't wait to go out. She really didn't seem to care about him at all. Song Jingnian's eyes flashed with disappointment. It seemed that it was not easy to get Muyun to accept him. After asking where Muyun was going, Song Jingnian asked someone to lead the way to find Muyun. When he came to the door of the shop, he saw Muyun supervising at the door from a distance. He waved to the guards leading the way back, and then walked towards Muyun. The pillar is a little crooked, move it to the right. Muyun looked up at the shop and walked left and right to check. She didn't notice the wooden stick at her feet. She stepped on the wooden stick on the ground, and her body suddenly lost balance. She was about to use force to stabilize her body, but was suddenly hugged by someone. Why are you here? Seeing that it was Song Jingnian, Muyun was a little surprised. I didn't expect him to come. Song Jingnian straightened her up and said, I came to see you. Realizing that he was still hugging her, Muyun did not push him away. Instead, she asked with a smile, do you like hugging me so much? You come close to me when you get a chance? Song Jingnian quickly let go of her and said, I hugged you because I saw you were going to fall. Muyun was not happy to be pushed away so quickly by him and said lightly, I have martial art skills and I can't fall. You should know that. Song Jingnian explained, I forgot. Looking at his wooden look, Muyun asked, you won't hug me if you don't fall?
Huh.
Song Jingnian hummed in confusion, then realized what she meant and hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. I just want to help you, nothing else. It seemed that nothing he said was right, and Song Jingnian didn't know what to say for a moment. Muyun looked at him and felt amused, but still asked seriously, you have never been with other women before? In your dynasty, men have 3 wives and 4 concubines. How many wives and concubines do you have? Song Jingnian said hurriedly, no, none. I am not married, let alone taking concubines. If I get married, I will only have 1 wife and have no interest in taking concubines. If he had not met Muyun and had not had these 2 children, he would never get married in his life, let alone take concubines. But Muyun did not believe what he said. Song Jingnian's appearance, even if he was in modern times, would be pursued by many people. In this era, he is even more handsome. There must be a lot of women who like him. She did not believe that Song Jingnian had never had a woman. Besides, isn't it said that men are only honest when they're hung on the wall? Song Jingnian's words are obviously not to be believed. Marrying only 1 person in a lifetime, few people can do it in the modern monogamous system. Seeing that she obviously didn't believe it, Song Jingnian said seriously, it's true. I don't have to lie. If you don't believe it, ask Bai Mu, Bai Xing, and Yi Xianyu, Qing Ling. They all know it. Muyun looked at him for a long time with a scrutinizing look. He didn't look guilty at all. His eyes were frank, and Muyun couldn't help laughing. His eyes were frank, as if he was just about to take off his clothes for her to check. Realizing this, she turned her head away and held back her smile. It was really strange. Why did she want to laugh every time she saw him? Okay, but whether you have a woman or not has nothing to do with me. I just asked casually. Adjusting his voice, Muyang spoke lightly. After speaking, she walked into the shop and continued to supervise. Song Jingnian followed him in. The shop was in a mess because it was being renovated. Seeing her in such a scene, Song Jingnian frowned, always worried that she would trip.
Muyun.
he shouted. Mu Yun, who was walking in front, stopped and looked back at him. Huh? Song Jingnian stepped over, looked at her, and said, "It's too dangerous here. The ground is so messy. It's not suitable for you. I'll let Bai Mu and the others take care of it. You go back." Hearing this, Mu Yun continued to walk inside, saying as he walked, "No, it's not a big deal. It's fine. How can it be dangerous?" Song Jingnian followed her footsteps and continued, "If you marry me, I will have a fortune. You just sit and count the money, and you don't have to work so hard. Of course, you have the final say over this fortune in the future, and I won't interfere." Mu Yun couldn't help laughing, turned around and looked at him and said, "Are you using money to humiliate me?" Song Jingnian hurriedly explained, "No, I just think you want to make money, so I will give you money, so you don't have to make money. I'm afraid you will work hard." "Why are you afraid of my hard work?" Mu Yun asked. Song Jingnian couldn't answer for a while. A touch of loss flashed in the depths of Mu Yun's eyes, but it flashed so quickly that no one noticed. "When you figure out why you are afraid of my hard work, come and tell me these things." After that, she continued to watch the workers work and ignored him. The two were silent for a while, and the shop was filled with the sound of decoration. After a long while, Mu Yun walked out and Song Jingnian followed. Mu Yun came to the door and said a few words to the foreman before leaving. Seeing this, Song Jingnian hurriedly followed. "Are you going back?"
Mu Yun nodded, yes.
They were silent all the way. Mu Yun thought, this guy is really boring. He has been looking for her for so long, but he has only said a few words in total. If he didn't have this face and his temper, he might never get married.
Mu Yun.
Song Jingnian's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Mu Yun's inner complaints. She turned around. "Huh? What's wrong?" Song Jingnian looked at her, pointed to the shop on the left, and said, "Do you want to go in and have a look?" Mu Yun was surprised. Go to a jewelry shop? Is he going to give a gift? "Do you want to buy jewelry?" Mu Yun asked. Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, we can go and have a look. We can choose some for Yueya. It seems that there are things for children. Girls like these things.
I will buy more for Yueya."
Mu Yun nodded after hearing this. "Okay, let's go in and have a look." The two entered the shop together, and the waiter came to entertain them immediately. Song Jingnian sent the man away, saying that he wanted to see it for himself. The two walked around the shop at a leisurely pace. Mu Yun had been to this shop before. It was the largest jewelry shop in Yunzhou. It had a complete range of goods and many styles. It was the jewelry shop with the best business here, but the prices were a bit high. "I think this one is very suitable for you." Song Jingnian picked up a white jade hairpin. The texture of the hairpin was transparent and moist. It was obvious that the material was excellent. Although the style was relatively simple, it won in temperament. "Are you going to give it to me?" Mu Yun asked. Song Jingnian's vision was not bad. She liked this hairpin, but the price was high. She felt it was not suitable. She had seen it before, and it was not that she could not afford it, but although it looked good, it was not so good that she wanted to buy it. Reaching out to take the hairpin from Song Jingnian, Mu Yun said calmly, "Okay, I'll take it." "Didn't you say you were going to buy it for Yueya? Why did you only pick it for me?" Mu Yun asked casually. Seeing that she was willing to accept it, Song Jingnian's eyes had a deeper smile. "I just saw this one that suits you, and I'll continue to pick for Yueya." The two continued to stroll around, and Song Jingnian picked out many headwear for Yueya. Most of the girls' headwear was brightly colored and childlike in style. Mu Yun rarely bought jewelry for her daughter. Seeing that Song Jingnian had picked so many, she also reflected on herself. She had never thought of these before. Girls of this era generally have a lot of jewelry. When there are good goods in the future, she will have to design a few decent jewelry for Yueya first. That's enough. You picked so many at once. You will regret it if you find something better later. Seeing that he had picked more than a dozen pieces, Mu Yun couldn't help but say. Song Jingnian took a look at the things on the tray. It seemed that they were almost done, and there was nothing good to look at. "Next time you find something nice, you can continue to buy it. I will make a room for Yueya to store her clothes and jewelry. Girls all love beauty, right? I will buy her whatever she likes." Song Jingnian thought of his daughter wearing a beautiful dress and gorgeous jewelry, and he smiled unconsciously. He thought it was very cute. Yueya is pretty, and she looks good even without anything, but she must have what others have.
Song Jingyan said.
His daughter can't be worse than others. Muyun was helpless and said, "It's okay to be good to the child, but don't spoil her blindly. Spoiling her will hurt her." Song Jingyan nodded, I know my limits. The two walked to the counter to check out. The waiter was enthusiastically helping to pack. Song Jingyan bought so much that he was considered a big customer, and the shopkeeper was very enthusiastic. "Shopkeeper, let me see how much these 2 hairpins cost." The shopkeeper was busy calculating the bill for Song Jingyan, but suddenly a cute female voice interrupted his calculation. Without even raising his head, he smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll count for this, sir, and then yours." Hearing this, the woman looked unhappy and glanced to the side. When she saw Song Jingyan's face, her impatient eyes suddenly turned shy. She had never seen such a handsome man before. He was even more handsome than the #1 scholar. But when her eyes fell on Muyun, her face suddenly became ugly, and her eyes were full of surprise.
Muyun.
"Are you Muyun?" The woman's voice was excited, but not because of joy. Her sudden loud voice attracted many people around to look over here. Muyun looked at the girl in front of him. She looked about 14 or 15 years old. It seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. "Do you know me?"
Muyun asked.
Seeing that she didn't recognize her, the woman was very angry and dissatisfied. She sneered and said, "Why? You recognize me? Muyun, why are you so forgetful? You've only been away from home for 4 years. How come you don't recognize me?" Hearing the word "away from home," Muyun suddenly remembered who was in front of her half-sister, Mu Shiner. It's no wonder she didn't recognize her. Mu Shiner has changed a lot. 4 years ago, she was just a 10-year-old bean sprout, but now she looks like a big girl. Her figure and face have changed a lot. Her skin color, which was not very fair before, has now turned white.
Muksinea?
I remember you were quite dark before. When your mother drove me away, you were just a little bean sprout. You were very different from now. Who could recognize you? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Mu Xiner was immediately furious. What nonsense are you talking about? How am I dark? Mu Yun, you are still so annoying. Come on, come back with me. My family is looking for you now. Mu Yun sneered and said sarcastically, "Looking for me? The sun is rising from the west. What are you looking for me for? Go back to take the blame? Or go back to take the blame for someone? Or go back to be an object and let your family exploit you?" Mu Xiner didn't take Mu Yun seriously at all. She smiled disdainfully and said, "It's a great blessing for you to be able to go back. Don't be ungrateful. You've been living outside for these years, haven't you? You should go back and be your official daughter. You will have everything, including wealth and honor." Her condescending look made Mu Yun laugh. Talking to someone like Mu Xiner was like talking to a cow. It was unnecessary. Seeing that Song Jingyan had already settled the bill, Mu Yun pulled him to leave, but was stopped by Mu Xiner. "You can't leave. You must go back with me today." Mu Yun glanced at her coldly. "Are you sure you want to stop me?" Her eyes were very cold and oppressive, which made Mu Xiner panic for a moment, and subconsciously put down her arms that were open to stop people. Seeing that she was so useless, Mu Yun raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and pulled Song Jingyan away. "Xiner, is she your sister who disappeared for several years?" The woman next to Mu Xiner asked, her eyes full of curiosity. Mu Shiner nodded. "Yes, it's her cousin. You ask the servants to follow her and find out where she lives. Tomorrow I will ask my mother to find her. I don't believe that she dares not go back. She was the one who had the engagement with the Yongyi Marquis mansion, and now she should be the one who needs to fulfill the engagement." Although Mu Shiner was very angry at Mu Yun's attitude, she was still happy that she finally found Mu Yun, so that she could get rid of the fate of marrying into the Marquis mansion. After walking away, Mu Yun let go of Song Jingyan's hand. Song Jingyan glanced at her and saw that she had no expression on her face. He couldn't tell whether she was angry or not. After thinking about it, he still asked, "Aren't your family members in the capital? Why did you come here? Was that really your sister just now?" Mu Yun stopped, looked at Song Jingyan, chuckled and said, "My cheap sister seemed to have taken a fancy to you just now. She stared at you for a long time. Song Jingmian, your face is really attractive." Song Jingmian was helpless. Why did he bring it up? Mu Yun continued walking, and after a while he said, "I don't know how I got here, but the ancestors of the Mu family lived in Yunzhou before, and then moved to the capital. I don't know if there are still Mu family members here now. But in addition to the ancestors of the Mu family, Mu Xianer's maternal grandparents seem to be here, so it's not strange that she appears here, but I didn't expect to meet them so soon." Song Jingmian followed her footsteps and walked side by side with her. Hearing this, he asked, "Just tell me if you need my help." Mu Yun ignored him. She wanted revenge and didn't need help from others. The two of them were not unaware of the people following behind them, but they didn't want to pay attention. The next morning, just as Mu Yun was about to go out, he met a carriage at the door. "Madam, the eldest lady is out." The maid's voice sounded, and the curtain of the carriage was immediately lifted, and a woman in luxurious clothes walked down. Looking at that face, Mu Yun's eyes were full of coldness. It was this person who abused and humiliated the original owner, and finally drove him out of the house and left him to fend for himself. Mu Yun stood at the gate, looking down at Madame Mu. Madame Mu got off the carriage gracefully and looked at Mu Yun calmly after landing. However, she almost lost her good mood after seeing him. How could this little witch still be so beautiful? Without anyone to protect her, shouldn't she have been ruined? She was so bright and beautiful, with a stunning appearance. It seemed that she had lived a good life these years. The two words Mu Mansion made Madame Mu feel ironic. When did a little girl become able to set up her own business? It was really ridiculous. "Mu Yun, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you are still so rude. You don't even know how to greet your mother." Mu Yun was slow to speak, so Madame Mu had to speak first. Her tone was not very good, and she was full of self-righteous arrogance. Hearing Madame Mu's words, Mu Yun pulled up a sarcastic smile. She said in a cold voice, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself my mother? I haven't seen you for a long time, and you've become more and more shameless." Madame Mu couldn't believe that Mu Yun would dare to talk to her like that. Her face turned pale, and the fingers holding the handkerchief tightened unconsciously. She said angrily, "Mu Yun, how dare you talk to me like that? Have you been behaving like this outside all these years?" Mu Yun was too lazy to pay attention to her and said to the guard beside her, "Go get me a broom. There is too much garbage at the door. I'll sweep it up." The guard hurriedly replied respectfully, "Miss Mu, how about we sweep it up?" Mu Yun shook her head. "It's okay, you just watch. I have to do some of the garbage myself." Madame Mu saw that she was getting more and more outrageous. She was so angry that her face turned pale. She immediately shouted, "Ching Xing, pull her down for me. Today, this lady will teach my daughter, who doesn't know the rules, a lesson." The maid beside Madame Mu immediately picked up her skirt and ran up the stairs, about to attack Mu Yun. Madame Mu smiled smugly, as if she could see Mu Yun kneeling down in front of her and begging for mercy in the next moment. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Mu Yun looked at the maid, who smiled disdainfully at him, and kicked her down the stairs. The maid screamed and cried at the same time, and Madame Mu was stunned. She couldn't believe that Mu Yun would do it. You know, Mu Yun didn't dare to breathe in front of her before, let alone talk back, let alone hit her maid. Compared with the past, Mu Yun today has changed a lot. "Miss Mu, the broom is here." The guard handed the broom in his hand to Mu Yun, and Mu Yun walked towards Madame Mu with the broom. Looking at her expressionless and cold appearance, Madame Mu couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and then she thought that this was the person who used to crawl at her feet and was not even as good as a captive, and she felt a little relieved. Madame Mu was sure that Mu Yun would not dare to do anything to her. She knew Mu Yun too well. She was just a poor creature with nothing to rely on. How could she have the courage to do something to her mother? After thinking it through, Madame Mu steadied her steps and stopped retreating. She adjusted her mood and said calmly, "I am here to take you back today. We have forgotten everything in the past. You have been away from home for so many years. Your father is very worried about you. If he knows that you are back, he will be very happy." Mu Yun approached Madame Mu and stood in front of her. Looking at this disgusting face, she smiled coldly, then picked up the broom and hit Madame Mu on the head. This unexpected move stunned Madame Mu. She never thought that Mu Yun would actually dare to do it. Madame Mu's blood surged instantly. She could no longer hold back the anger in her heart and started to curse. "You are really a motherless little witch. You dare to do something to me. You are so rebellious." Mu Yun didn't care. Madame Mu cursed while she beat him, without mercy. Seeing Madame Mu in such a miserable state, Mu Yun felt relieved. She hit her neither too hard nor too softly. The broom hit Madame Mu's head, making her hair a mess and making her look miserable.
Ah! Ah!
Mu Yun, stop it. Madame Mu screamed, very angry.
She stepped back step by step.
When Song Jingyan came out, he saw the scene. Mu Yun had a smile on his face and hit Madame Mu with a broom, hitting her hard and lightly, as if he was teasing her. "I remember you beat me like this when I was 5 years old, but you didn't use a broom, you used a cane, which hurts much more than this. If I give you back what you did to me, what will you look like?" Mu Yun's cold voice sounded. Madame Mu was even more frightened. She tried to hide herself everywhere, but she couldn't hide. The broom always fell on her. "Before, you were disobedient. As your mother, I should teach you a lesson. Aren't you afraid of being punished for your behavior now? It's unfilial to hit your own mother in the street. You will be despised by the whole world and arrested by the government and go to jail." Madame Mu said a lot breathlessly, but Mu Yun didn't care. She said coldly, "Okay, then go and call someone to arrest me." She didn't stop the broom in her hand. After beating Madame Mu's hair into a mess, she started to hit her legs. Madame Mu was scared. While scolding the madman, she quickly fled to the carriage and hurriedly shouted to the driver to hurry up. Even the maid was left behind. Qingyu hurriedly ran behind the carriage. "Madam, wait a minute, I haven't come up yet." Madame Mu didn't care about a servant. She ignored the maid's shouting and hurriedly let the driver speed up. She was really scared. She had never been so scared in her life. It was so embarrassing. Seeing Madame Mu's carriage drive away, Mu Yun put away the broom and turned around and saw Song Jingyan on the steps. "You just stand there and watch the fun, and don't help. It's not nice," Mu Yun said jokingly. Song Jingyan smiled helplessly. "Isn't it, because I'm afraid that you think I'm doing more harm than good? I dare not move without your permission." Mu Yun rolled his eyes at him. If she believed what he said, she would be a fool. Throwing the broom to the guard at the door, Mu Yun left. Song Jingyan hurriedly followed and said, "Do you want to go to the shop to see the decoration? I'll go with you." The two had just taken a few steps when Su Huanju's voice rang out, "Brother Song, Sister Mu, I'll go with you." Ever since Su Huanju saw Song Jingyan at dinner yesterday, she has shown her enthusiasm for Song Jingyan. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what was going on with her look. Mu Yun's impression of Su Huanju was getting worse and worse. If she hadn't said that her family would be here in a few days, she would have wanted to find an excuse to send her away. Su Huanju's current behavior was becoming more and more puzzling. Song Jingyan didn't say anything, but leaned towards Mu Yun and walked side by side with her. Mu Yun didn't push him away at this time, pretending not to see him. Even so, Su Huanju still enthusiastically wanted to put her arm around Song Jingyan's, but Song Jingyan dodged her quickly. He frowned and looked at Su Huanju with disgust, and said in a cold voice, "I don't like others to get too close to me. Miss Su, please respect yourself and be careful about your behavior. If you get close to me, don't blame my sword for being blind." I didn't expect Song Jingyan to react like this. Mu Yun was a little surprised. Su Huanju's face was hurt, and he felt as if he had been greatly insulted. Brother Song, I didn't think so much. I'm just a little more lively. I'm sorry. I'll pay attention next time." Although he felt very uncomfortable, Su Huanju could only apologize. Seeing this, Mu Yun's eyes flashed with a sneer, and then she covered it up. She ignored the two and walked away. Song Jingyan hurriedly followed him, and Su Huanju followed him when she saw this. She didn't believe that she couldn't find a chance to get close to Song Jingyan. Several people came to the door of the shop, and Lin Shirwen was there. Seeing Mu Yun, Lin Shirun smiled and said, Ayun, I have a new idea.
Let me tell you about it.
Please help me with some advice. Mu Yun nodded. Okay, let's go over there and sit down and talk. Lin Shirun nodded, and when she turned around, she couldn't help but glance at Song Jingyan. This time, she was amazed. Although Song Jingyan looked good yesterday, he was exhausted and dusty, and he didn't look amazing at first glance. But today, Song Jingyan, in a crimson-purple robe, was clean and refreshing, noble and elegant, with unparalleled temperament. None of the noblemen she had seen before had such temperament and aura as him. Lin Shirun suddenly felt that the god of war in her mind was like this, domineering and cold, with a strong aura. She suddenly believed what her cousin said. Maybe he really was the legendary god of war, His Royal Highness the Prince of Ping.
Shirun?
Mu Yun's puzzled voice sounded. What's wrong with you? I called you twice, but you didn't hear me. Lin Shirun looked at Mu Yun's serious and concerned eyes, and suddenly felt guilty. Her cheeks gradually became hot, and her fair face suddenly became rosy. Nothing, my uncle and aunt quarreled with my father at home, and I was a little worried. Lin Shirun made an excuse casually. Mu Yun nodded, and then asked in confusion, Do you have a fever? Why is your face red? How about going to the clinic? Mu Yun's question made Lin Shirun feel even more guilty, and a little guilty. I'm fine. Maybe it's a little hot today, and I'm wearing too much. She hurriedly changed the subject and continued. Ayun, I thought about it and decided to close the cloth shop and turn it into a grain shop. I have several farms under my name, and the grain harvest is pretty good. Instead of selling it to others, I might as well sell it myself. I think I can make more money. Mu Yun frowned, feeling that her idea was not very good. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Song Jingyan. Ayun, drink some water. Mu Yun was surprised. What did you call me? Who allowed you to call me like that? Call me by my full name. Mu Yun felt very awkward. She didn't mind others calling her like that, but why did it feel so awkward when Song Jingyan called her like that? Song Jingyan liked her reaction very much. He smiled and said, I like to call you like that. Unless you seal my mouth, I can call you like that. Lin Shirun looked at Song Jingyan's smiling face when he faced Mu Yun and felt a little envious. Mu Yun had no choice but to take the water from his hand, rolled his eyes at him, and said, If you have nothing to do, just stay aside and don't bother me. Song Jingyan said, If there is something, there is a worker inside who wants to ask you something. Go in and tell him. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded, said something to Lin Shirun, got up and went to the shop. Song Jingyan followed him in. Where? Who called me? Mu Yun asked. Song Jingyan pointed upstairs and said, Second floor. Go up and take a look. Mu Yun did not doubt him and went up to the second floor. Song Jingyan followed her. After going up the stairs, he said, That Lin Shirun doesn't look reliable. You should stop caring about her. There are many stories about farmers and snakes. Don't get bit by the snake you saved. Mu Yun stopped and looked down at him from the stairs. It was the first time she looked at him from this perspective. It was quite novel. You don't know Lin Shirun. How can you say that about her? She asked lightly. Song Jingyan looked up at her and said seriously, I can judge people very well. She looked at me differently today. She knew our relationship, but she still looked at me like this. It shows that she doesn't really treat you as a friend, let alone respect you.
Mu Yun frowned.
She didn't pay attention to how Lin Shirun looked at Song Jingyan, but only noticed that Su Huanju really liked Song Jingyan. Do you really think you are a handsome man and everyone likes you? Maybe people just looked at you twice out of curiosity, and you thought they liked you. Song Jingyan was helpless, and said with a doting tone, Ayun, you trust me? I am always more trustworthy than others. I just don't want you to get hurt. Don't be too nice to others, otherwise they will take it for granted and not be grateful to you at all. Mu Yun snorted coldly. It sounds good, but you can't tell me why you don't want me to get hurt. I don't understand why you are so unclear and unclear. Don't mind my business. You are not my person. Even if I was cheated, it is my business. You don't like me, so why do you care about these things? Mu Yun said, and continued to walk upstairs. But when she turned around, she didn't notice that there were nails on the ladder, and she stepped on it. Hiss! She cried out in pain, and the pain in her feet made her frown, and cold sweat ran down her face in an instant. Song Jingmian hurriedly supported her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Where did you hit?" The injury was on the sole of the foot. Song Jingmian could not see it, and he became more anxious for a moment, and hurriedly asked with concern. Mu Yun was in so much pain that tears came out, but she was embarrassed to cry, so she held it back. "There is a nail. Who did it? How could such a dangerous thing be on the stairs?" Her angry voice attracted everyone's attention. The workers hurried over and saw that Mu Yun was pierced by a nail. They were a little worried. "Miss Mu, we put this nail together. You see, it is packed with something, and it usually won't fall on the ground alone." This. I don't know what happened. Su Huanju and Lin Shiruan both ran over and asked about her situation worriedly. "Sister Mu, are you okay?" "Ayun. How could there be a nail?" "This. Your injury is a bit serious. Let's go to the clinic quickly." Song Jingmian picked up Mu Yun and said, "Go and see the wound first." After that, he carried Mu Yun downstairs quickly. Su Huanju behind him looked at the scene jealously and clenched her hands unconsciously. At this moment, she actually hoped that she was the one who got hurt. Song Jingmian anxiously carried Mu Yun to the nearest clinic. Yu Qinglang had been seeing patients for several days and had not returned yet, so they had no choice but to go to the clinic. The nail was not inserted too deep, but it was still inserted into the flesh, and it was still very painful. When the doctor pulled it out for her, she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Song Jingmian could not help but say, "Doctor, please be gentle." The doctor ignored him, and after using all his strength, he pulled the nail out in one go, and then quickly used gauze to stop the bleeding. "It's just a little painful, it's not a big problem, it will be fine after a few days of applying medicine," the doctor said. Then he went to write a prescription for Mu Yun and get the medicine. Mu Yun just felt that he was unlucky today. He had been supervising in the shop for so long and had never been injured. Why was he injured today? She looked at Song Jingmian with dissatisfaction. "If I were to say, it's all your fault. Why did you ask me to go up the stairs for no reason?" Song Jingmian felt a little guilty when he heard this. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen." Mu Yun just said it casually. Seeing that he really apologized, he said, "I don't blame you." The doctor quickly got the medicine, handed it to Song Jingmian and told him some precautions. After that, Song Jingmian paid the money and carried Mu Yun away again. Being carried like this in public, even though Mu Yun was a little thick-skinned, he couldn't help feeling shy. He felt that many people were watching them on the road. "Why don't you help me walk? This is in public, it's not a good influence," Mu Yun said. Song Jingmian said lightly, "It's okay, let others watch if they want. Don't care about what others think." Song Jingmian insisted on carrying Mu Yun all the way back to the Mu mansion, but at the door, he saw Lu Tongzhou again. Seeing Mu Yun being carried back by a man, Lu Tongzhou despised him in his heart. Such a shameless woman would definitely lead his little fish astray, and he must take the little fish home as soon as possible. Lu Tongzhou was wearing casual clothes today. He stood in front of Song Jingmian and said, "Miss Mu, when can you return my wife to me? This is the marriage certificate between Xiaoyu and me. If you keep detaining her and not letting me see her, then we can meet in the government office." Song Jingmian looked at Lu Tongzhou coldly, which made Lu Tongzhou feel a chill on his back for some reason, but he didn't take it to heart. Mu Yun asked Song Jingmian to put him down, but Song Jingmian said, "Just say it if you have anything to say. You can't step on the ground." Lu Tongzhou then realized that Mu Yun had injured his foot, but his prejudice against Mu Yun remained. Mu Yun was helpless. After struggling for a while, she calmed down. She looked at Lu Tongzhou and said, "Xiuyu didn't want to see you. Why do you blame me? Lord Lu, do you think I'm a commoner who is easy to bully? Why do you accuse me of a crime so easily?" Hearing this, Lord Lu, Song Jingmian looked at Lu Tongzhou again. After he was removed from the position of prefect, the court seemed to have sent a new one. The emperor mentioned it to him, but he forgot. It seems that this person should be the one in front of him, But looking at this person, I'm afraid he won't stay in this position for long. He is a newborn calf, and he does things without thinking. Lu Tongzhou frowned and said, Xiaoyu is at your house, and you don't let me go in to see her. Isn't this your problem? Unless you let me go in to see him now, otherwise I will report to the government office immediately. In addition to me, there is also Lu Tongpan in the Yunzhou government office. He can come to judge the case.
Mu Yun nodded. Okay, go.
Let's go in,
Mu Yun said to Song Jingyan.
Seeing that she was still like this, Lu Tongzhou was furious. Miss Mu, are you sure you want to be so stubborn? Don't you really understand that the people should not fight against the officials? I have been very tolerant of you. Don't be ungrateful. Lu Tongzhou threatened. Mu Yun was about to speak when Lu Yu came out from the gate. I will meet you, Lord Lu. Why do you have to threaten others? Hearing the voice, Lu Tongzhou looked towards the gate in surprise, and when he saw Lu Yu's figure, he hurriedly ran over. Xiuyu, you are finally willing to see me? Lu Tongzhou reached out to hug Lu Yu, but was stopped by the guards. Lu Yu looked at him with disgust, her eyes filled with hatred. Let's go in and talk. She spoke calmly. Seeing this, Mu Yun didn't say anything else and let Song Jingyan carry her back to her yard. Afterwards, he ordered the maid to follow Lu Yu and protect her from being bullied by Lu Tongzhou. Lu Yu brought Lu Tongzhou to his courtyard, sat down, looked at him, and said, You have come to the Mu mansion to cause trouble several times. What do you want to do? Lu Yu's mood was very calm, so calm that Lu Tongzhou felt a little nervous. He hurriedly said, Xiuyu, I just want to see you. I don't want to do anything. Do you know how much I miss you? As he said that, he wanted to get closer to Liu Yu and hug her, but was stopped by the maid again. Lu Tongzhou's face was very ugly, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Xiaoyu, let them go first. Can we talk alone? Lu Tongzhou's tone was coaxing, and it seemed that he was still the same as before. Liu Yu felt a pang in her heart, and then she thought of the death of her parents, and the bitterness turned into hatred. Her voice was as cold as ice, and hatred shot out of her eyes. Lu Tongzhou, you still have the nerve to mention the word husband and wife. Since ancient times, most of the heartless people are scholars. This saying is indeed true. People like you are not worthy of being an official. Sooner or later you will be punished. I'm waiting for that day to come. At that time, I will set off firecrackers to celebrate that you, Lu Tongzhou, have fallen into the quagmire, your beautiful dreams have been shattered, and you have lived a life of poverty. Seeing her so ruthless, a sinister look flashed in Lu Tongzhou's eyes, and his tone was cold. Xiaoyu, my patience is limited. It's been so long. You should go home. Otherwise, I'm afraid your savior won't be able to survive in Yunzhou City. Lu Yu sneered and said sarcastically, Finally, your true colors are revealed? Lu Tongzhou, I was blind before, and I thought that my feelings for the past few years were all thrown away. You think too highly of yourself. You are just a prefect, and you still want to threaten Miss Mu. Why don't you try to make Miss Mu unable to survive in Yunzhou City? Lu Yu had confidence in Mu Yun, but Lu Tongzhou's words still made her feel worried, but she just tried not to show it. Since ancient times, the people do not fight with the officials. This is the truth, and no one can get past it. If Lu Tongzhou really wants to do something to Mu Yun, then she will just die. Anyway, for her, there is not much difference between living and dying. Seeing that she was not panicked at all, Lu Tongzhou became even more annoyed, clenched his fists, and warned himself not to be impulsive, and gradually calmed down. Xiaoyu, tell me, why do you treat me like this? We were so good before. Why has it changed now? Seeing that he was still playing dumb, Lu Yu became more and more disappointed. She said in a cold voice, Lu Tongzhou, I know very well what you did, what your mother did, and what you did to my parents. Don't pretend anymore. What's the point of pretending? Are you hiding it from me? But now I know it, so don't pretend. Lu Tongzhou froze for a moment, feeling a little panicked. What do you know? Don't let others tell you that, and make up your mind. Xiuyu, when did we lose even the most basic trust between us? You think they are a burden to you, and might as well just die. Are these things false? Seeing that he was about to open his mouth to defend himself, Lu Yu suddenly broke out and shouted, "Enough! If you want to defend yourself, then don't say anything. I know it clearly. Lu Tongzhou, let's get a divorce. Maybe you want to divorce your wife, but anyway, we shouldn't have any relationship anymore. You can live your rich life, I won't bother you, and you don't bother me. I don't want a divorce. I didn't expect your parents' affairs to turn out like that. My mother threatened to die and forced me to marry Qinjin's. That was not my wish. Xiu Yu, I will make it up to you in the future. Come back with me, okay? I can't let you go." Lu Yu looked at his pretending to be affectionate and felt sick. "You know how long I have been in the bandit village, and you also know what will happen. You still want me to go back with you?" Lu Tongzhou looked at her serious expression and felt a pain in his heart. I don't mind. Just pretend that nothing happened. I don't mind, Xiu Yu." Seeing that he was still like this, Lu Yu raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth and snorted coldly. "Okay, I am willing to go back with you. As long as you divorce Qinjin's, I will go back with you." Lu Tongzhou's happy expression had not been maintained yet. When he heard her request, his smile disappeared instantly. "Xiu Yu, this is impossible, but I can guarantee that you are the woman I love the most. Qinjin's is just a nominal one. I won't have anything with her, don't worry." Listening to his words, Lu Yu's smile became more and more sarcastic. His previous look, people who didn't know him would think he loved her, but with just a slight try, they would know that he loved no one but himself. "Lu Tongzhou, let's just leave it like that. It's tiring to keep pestering me. You're on the sunny road. Don't bother me anymore. Just consider it as my plea." After saying that, Lu Yu got up and went into the house. If she let him talk, she didn't know when he would end. She was not interested in listening to these nonsense. Lu Tongzhou didn't stop her. It was better to see her than not to see her. At this time, he was in a complicated mood. He really liked Lu Yu, but she was too stubborn and was afraid that she would never look back. That's it. Lu Tongzhou left, and he left very calmly. He knew clearly what he wanted. As for Lu Yu, it didn't matter. As long as he wanted, he would get it sooner or later. Lu Yu hid in the house alone and never came out again. Mu Yan wanted to go see her, but was stopped by Song Jingnian on the grounds that her feet were inconvenient. At dinner, he appeared at the table holding Mu Yan, causing everyone to laugh secretly. Seeing this, Yue Yuanbao also smiled, feeling very happy. Only Su Huanju didn't even want to look at it. "Eat more meat to replenish your body." Song Jingnian picked up a piece of braised pork trotter for Mu Yan. Everyone at the table looked at the two of them and laughed. Yi Xian said to Bai Mu, "I need to replenish my body, pick up a piece of meat for me too." Bai Mu suppressed his laughter and said, "Pick it up yourself, you have hands." Yue smiled and said, "Uncle Bai Mu, maybe Mr. Yi likes you, so he asked you to pick it up for him." Yue's childish words made Yi Xian almost spit out his rice, and Bai Mu was choked directly. Mu Yun suppressed a smile and asked, "Yue, who taught you all this? What about likes and dislikes? Where did you learn it?" Yue looked at Bai Mu and Yi Xian, somewhat confused. She looked at Mu Yun with her big, ignorant eyes and replied, "Mr. Yi said that Daddy likes Mommy, and asked us to help Daddy and win Mommy's heart as soon as possible." Everyone's eyes fell on Song Jingnian. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and his expression became unnatural. Mu Yun glanced at him and actually liked his shy look. She whispered, "Your daddy doesn't like me. That's Mr. Ye's nonsense. Yue, don't listen to it next time." Mu Yun's tone was quite helpless. Hearing this, Song Jingnian hurriedly said, "No, don't talk nonsense. The children are here." Mu Yun looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean no? What nonsense did I say?" Seeing that she was pretending to be stupid, Song Jingnian explained helplessly, "I don't dislike you. Don't say nonsense, or the children will misunderstand." Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and asked, "Are you saying that you like me? Then why don't I feel it? You haven't expressed your feelings to me, so how do I know whether you like me or not?" With so many people around, Song Jingnian couldn't say those words, so he could only lower his head and said, "You know it in your heart." Yi Xian chuckled twice and said, "You two children are so old. Why do you still act like strangers and are so easily shy? If you ask me, what are you shy about? Just do what you should do. Why don't you two hold a wedding banquet here? Let's get married first. Mu Yun ate his food by himself. After hearing what Yi Xian said, he just said lightly, I won't get married. I'm a bachelor. I don't want to get married in this life. Getting married is just finding a cage for myself to lock myself up. Who would have nothing to do and want to get married? It's more free and easy to be alone. Hearing this, Song Jingyan felt a little disappointed, and the food in the bowl became tasteless. Yi Xian hurriedly said, How could it be? You can do whatever you want after you get married. It depends on who you marry. Some men are stingy and may restrict their wives' freedom, but Jingyan won't. If you don't believe me, try marrying him. Mu Yun glanced at Song Jingyan. She liked him, but she really didn't think of marrying him. Seeing that Song Jingyan didn't speak, Mu Yun said lightly, Mr. Yi, you talk too much. Song Jingyan himself didn't speak. Why are you anxious for him?
Eat.
Yi Xian had no choice but to glance at Song Jingyan, wanting him to express his feelings quickly, but it was a pity that Song Jingyan didn't look at him and didn't receive his meaning. After a meal, Song Jingyan accompanied the children to the yard to start making bows and arrows. Bai Xing was teaching a few children to do it themselves. Song Jingyan called Mu Yun and asked her to try to see if the bows and arrows he made were handy. Mu Yun glanced at the bows and arrows in his hand. They were much smaller than the regular ones and looked very delicate. I'll decorate it after you try it, and it will look better, Song Jingyan said in a gentle voice. Mu Yun did not refuse. She pulled the bow and tried it. It was more convenient to use than the big ones, which immediately aroused her interest in archery. It's very useful. Let's go hunting some other day. I wonder if there is any place to hunt around here. I haven't been hunting yet. Seeing that she liked it and smiled, Song Jingyan also laughed. Okay, I'll ask and take you hunting some other day.
Mu Yun nodded.
The gentle Song Jingyan was even more likable. Her attitude became better. She said, I'm going back to apply the medicine. Can you push me back to my yard? Song Jingyan nodded. Okay. Wait for me. I'll fix the string. Song Jingyan fixed it in a few seconds, then put the bow aside and told Bai Mu to watch it and not let anyone move it. Then he pushed the wheelchair and sent Mu Yun to apply the medicine. Seeing the two of them leave, Su Huanju walked towards the yard and joined the children's discussion and practice. But his eyes were always fixed on the bow that Song Jingyan had just left, looking for an opportunity to destroy it. Once the malicious factor in her body awakens, she will feel uncomfortable and miserable unless she destroys something that disgusts her. In Mu Yun's yard, Song Jingyan squatted on the ground, lifted her foot and placed it on his knee, then removed the gauze to check the injury on Mu Yun's foot. Mu Yun looked down at his serious look and replied lightly, It doesn't hurt. Song Jingyan, who looked serious, didn't notice that Mu Yun's eyes kept wandering over his face, looking at him carefully. After wiping off the medicine residue, Song Jingyan could see that the wound was obviously healing, and he was relieved. He said softly, It's okay, the wound is healing, and it should be healed in a few days. As he said that, he looked up at Mu Yun and happened to meet her eyes. Mu Yun, who was caught, was not panicked, but just smiled gently. Song Jingyan, you said you want to marry me because you like me? Or do you just want to be responsible for me because of the child? Hearing her words, Song Jingyan replied, At first, I wanted to be responsible for you because of the child, but later I found that even without the child, I would still like you. You are very different. You speak and act differently from most women. After being attracted to you, the more I understand you, the more I find that I like you. Mu Yun was a little surprised that he would be so straightforward. Did he suddenly become enlightened? Did he know how to make her happy? Mu Yun didn't realize that the corners of her mouth were raised with joy. She was happy to hear Song Jingyan's words. Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Song Jingyan looked up and saw that she was smiling, and her clear and bright eyes were staring at him closely. Song Jingyan smiled and leaned closer to her. Just when Mu Yun thought he was going to kiss her, he stopped again. The two of them were face to face, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, as if the air was full of heat. Looking at the face in front of her, Muyan swallowed her saliva, and her voice trembled slightly. You. What are you doing? Her eyes were misty, as if she was expecting. Song Jingmian looked at the face so close, his breathing was slightly disordered, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he felt hot all over. The next moment, Muyan suddenly reached out and held his head and pulled it forward. The two warm lips met, and their hearts tightened and their heartbeats accelerated. Song Jingmian's posture changed from squatting to kneeling in front of Muyan, tilting his head to cooperate with her movements. Muyan didn't know how to kiss. Seeing that Song Jingmian didn't move, she was about to let go, but suddenly a pair of big hands grabbed her waist, and she couldn't move. Song Jingmian suddenly took over and became domineering and fierce. His hot breath covered her. Muyan felt that her brain was suddenly lacking oxygen. His heavy breathing in her ears made her heart beat more flustered. After a while, just when Muyan felt that she couldn't breathe, she pushed Song Jingmian away with force. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme. At this moment, the air seemed to be filled with the smell of each other. The two looked at each other with panicked hearts, and their red lips were slightly swollen.
You
are very affectionate. Muyan blushed and spoke. She didn't notice that her voice had become charming, completely different from the coldness before. Song Jingmian smiled lightly. His eyes were clear and bright, with a hint of smile in his eyes, as if the sun had merged into his eyes, gentle and warm. He never knew that having close contact with the woman he loved was such a wonderful feeling. After saying that, without waiting for Muyan to answer, his breath covered him again. Unlike the fierce and domineering kiss before, this time the kiss was gentle and lingering, and people were easily addicted. Yu Qingling came back from the clinic and learned that Song Jingmian had come. He hurried over to find him, but saw something he shouldn't have seen at the gate of the yard, and ran away with a red face. Song Jingmian naturally noticed that someone was coming. Reaching out and gently rubbing the red lips, he said in a hoarse voice, "The medicine hasn't been applied yet." Muyan's cheeks were rosy and her eyes were full of affection. She didn't dare to look into Song Jingmian's eyes. There seemed to be fire in his eyes, which could burn her at a glance. "Then apply the medicine now," she spoke in a gentle voice. Song Jingmian half knelt, put her foot on his knee again, and carefully applied medicine to her. "Do you want to go in and rest?" After rebandaging it, he raised his eyes and asked with a gentle tone. Muyan bit her lip and nodded. "Yeah." Seeing her like this, Song Jingmian felt a surge of heat in his abdomen. He picked her up and walked towards the house. Muyan subconsciously hugged his neck and smiled secretly. Song Jingmian gently put her on the bed and squatted again to take off Muyun's shoes with gentle movements. When Muyan thought he wanted to do something, he didn't move at all, but just took care of her lying down and then sat quietly by the bed. She pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Why don't you leave?" Song Jingmian smiled lightly. "You want me to leave?" Muyan felt uncomfortable with his burning eyes and turned away and stopped looking at him. "It's getting dark. You should go back and rest," she said in a low voice. Song Jingmian nodded. "Well, I'll leave after you fall asleep." Muyan felt as if her heart had eaten honey, so sweet, as if this was the feeling of being in love. She was in love? "Song Jingmian, tell me again, who do you like?" Her tone unconsciously became indulgent. Song Jingmian felt that Muyan was more beautiful now, with smiles and coquettishness between her eyebrows, and she had the demeanor of her age. His tone unconsciously became doting, and he said gently, "I like you." Hearing his straightforward words and looking at his affectionate eyes, Muyan felt happy in her heart. "Well, you are allowed to like me," she said with a smile in her eyes. Seeing this, Song Jingmian also smiled, stretched out his hand to pinch her face, and said gently, "Take a rest. I'll accompany you." Yu Qingling ran back to the front yard with a red face. Seeing this, everyone asked in confusion, "Dr. Yu, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red, and you are running so fast. Is there a girl chasing you?" Yi Xian asked jokingly. Yu Qingling smiled wickedly and said mysteriously, "Guess what I saw when I went to Miss Mu's yard just now?" Seeing this, Yi Xian asked curiously. What did you see? Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Qingling, Su Huanju quietly approached the bow that Song Jingnian had just put down, and then pulled out a delicate and small mini knife from his sleeve and cut the bowstring. Yu Qingling couldn't wait to share what he had just seen with everyone. I saw what I shouldn't have seen, Jingnian and Miss Mu. It's not good to be too blunt. The children are still here. Yi Xian was the most excited, his face full of gossip. He asked excitedly, Are you saying that the two of them are together? Yu Qingling nodded. I think so. They've done that, they must be together. Yuya asked curiously, Uncle Yu, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Yu Qingling was about to explain to Yuya, but Song Jingnian's voice suddenly appeared and interrupted him. You saw it clearly? This. Along with Song Jingnian's voice came a stone, which bounced directly on Yu Qingling's ace. He screamed in pain and jumped up and down while holding his ace.
Ouch.
It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Song Jingnian, why are you hitting me? I haven't offended you, have I? You're going to break my ace. Oh my god, it hurts so much. I can't walk anymore. Yu Qingling cried out. He felt that his ace must be bruised now. It was so painful. Song Jingnian walked over expressionlessly and gave him a cold look. You talk too much. Yu Qingling was dissatisfied and shouted, If you think I talk too much, then tell me. Why are you hitting me? It really hurts me to death. Bai Mu Baixing smiled secretly, while Yi Xian laughed openly. Ha, don't hit people in the face. Jingnian only hit your ace and not your face, which is very kind. Just be content. Song Jingnian walked around Yi Xian and walked towards the bow he had just put down. Su Huanju suddenly panicked for a moment, and his palms clenched unconsciously. Song Jingnian picked up the bow and was about to continue making it, but he saw that the bowstring was broken. The thing that was about to be completed was suddenly useless. His eyes suddenly became cold, and he lowered his voice and asked, Who did it? He raised the bow in his hand, and his cold eyes swept around and finally fell on Su Huanju, who was looking down and doing something. Several people looked at the bow and arrow in Song Jingnian's hand in surprise, wondering why the thing that was fine just now suddenly became like this. Bai Mu hurriedly said, Sir, it wasn't us who did it. It was fine just now. Bai Xing walked over to check, and then said, It seems to have been cut off. Who of you took a knife to cut it? Several children shook their heads and said they didn't know. Yi Xian said strangely, Who is so bored to cut the bow you made for Miss Mu? As he said that, everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Su Huanju, who was the only outsider present. Su Huanju was still unhurried, looking down and fiddling with the things in her hands, as if she didn't feel so many eyes focused on her at all. Song Jingnian walked towards Su Huanju holding the damaged bow. His tall figure stopped in front of her and asked coldly, You did it? Su Huanju looked up at him. This was the first time that Song Jingnian really looked at her. Before, he had never looked at her directly, and he would not even glance at her. Su Huanju smiled innocently at Song Jingnian's cold eyes, not afraid of the low pressure emanating from him. She asked with a confused face, Brother Song, what did you say? What did I do? She pretended to have just seen the bow in Song Jingnian's hand, and asked in surprise, Are you saying that I broke it? No, it's not me, Brother Song, you misunderstood, it's not me. Su Huanju explained in a panic, as if she was really afraid of being wronged. Song Jingnian looked expressionless and said, Do you know what will happen if you break my things? His look made Su Huanju's heart beat wildly. I don't know, but it really wasn't me. Su Huanju looked aggrieved and scared. She looked harmless on the outside, but Song Jingnian would not believe her. Everyone present was his own people, except her, so she was the only one who could do it. Daddy, I just saw it. It was Aunt Su who cut it. She cut it with the knife in her sleeve. Yuya's timid voice sounded. She wanted to say it just now, but before she could, Daddy came and found it. Hearing this, Su Huanju's eyes immediately shot towards Yuya, and a flash of extremely fast disgust flashed in his eyes, which disappeared in an instant. I didn't, Yuya, did you see it wrong? Andy didn't do it. Children can't lie. Yuya was frightened by her eyes just now, and hid behind Bai Mu in fear, which instantly made Bai Mu feel distressed. Bai Mu hurriedly picked up Yuya and said, "Don't be afraid, Yuya. Uncle Bai Mu is here. No one can bully you." Bai Mu said to Su Huanju, "Miss Su, don't think that we can't see your thoughts. You have repeatedly shown your courtesy to our young master. Don't you like our young master? But our young master only likes Miss Mu. You are jealous, so you destroyed the bow that the young master made for Miss Mu, right? You dare to scare our little lady now. You are simply looking for death." This is the first time Su Huanju has seen Bai Mu's fierce side. Before, Bai Mu was smiling all day long, and she thought Bai Mu was born with a good temper. It was a bit scary to get angry at this time. Song Jingnian turned and walked away, took the crescent from Bai Mu, and then said to Bai Mu, "Throw this person out and don't let him in again." For Mu Yun's sake, Song Jingnian didn't think about anything, just drove the man out. Hearing this, Su Huanju panicked. "No, Brother Song, I admit my fault, I cut it. I was bewildered for a while. Brother Song, please don't bother with me, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Don't drive me away, I have nowhere to go. I can only stay here." Su Huanju cried with tears in her eyes, weak and pitiful, but no one present had sympathy for her. She was still waiting for her family to pick her up, but she couldn't leave. Her family would be here in 3 to 5 days at most. If I had known this would happen today, I wouldn't have been willful and waited a few more days. Su Huanju felt a little regretful at this time. Yi Xian looked at her with disgust and said in a cold voice, "Miss Mu was so good to you. She saved your life, gave you a place to stay, and lent you money. You are so ungrateful and repay kindness with enmity. You are really unworthy of being a human being. You don't leave quickly, and you have the nerve to stay here. I am ashamed for you." Yu Qingling said, "Some people are like this. They are born bad. Such people cannot be saved. You saved her, but she still doesn't know what's good for her and bites you back." The scorn and disgust of the crowd made Su Huanju feel like she fell into an ice cellar. She felt cold all over. After being together for so long, they were so indifferent and had no feelings or sympathy for her. It really made her sad. Countless vicious thoughts flashed through her dark heart, and her whole psychology gradually twisted. "You have no right to drive me away. It was Sister Mu who brought me here. Only she can drive me away." The next morning, when Mu Yun woke up, it was already bright. She had a good sleep and was in good spirits. After getting up and washing, she came to the front yard. The children had already started their morning martial arts practice under the leadership of Bai Mu Baixing. Today, Song Jingnian was added. Seeing Mu Yun coming, Song Jingnian pulled himself out of the team and hurriedly walked to her and squatted down. "You haven't changed the medicine yet. Do you want to change the medicine first?" Song Jingnian's tone was natural. After squatting down, his eyes were level with Mu Yun. Mu Yun saw beads of sweat on his forehead, and his whole body seemed to be steaming. The lively man seemed to be more attractive. She smiled lightly. "No, change it after breakfast. It's still early now." Song Jingnian nodded. "Okay. By the way, there is something I want to tell you." Song Jingnian told Mu Yun about Su Huanju's incident last night, and then said that he wanted to drive her out and asked Mu Yun if it was okay. Mu Yun sighed and said, "This Miss Su is really weird. The nail that injured my foot was thrown by her at the stairs. A worker on the 3rd floor told me about it, and he happened to see it. I guess that maybe she didn't throw it on purpose, but just threw it casually because she didn't have a sense of safety. But now it seems that maybe she really did it on purpose." Song Jingnian frowned, and a cold flash flashed in his eyes. "If that's the case, we can't let her go easily." Mu Yun thought of everything in the bandit village and said, "Forget it, just drive her out. I have done my best for her." Song Jingnian nodded and didn't refute Mu Yun's words. If he really wanted to avenge her, he would have someone solve it privately. "Well, then do as you said, drive her out." But until breakfast time, Su Huanju didn't show up. Mu Yun asked someone to go to her yard to see, only to find that she was gone. Even her clothes and other things were gone. After asking the guards at the door, he learned that Su Huanju left with a package at dawn, saying that she was going home. Unexpectedly, she left so early. Muyan thought that maybe she still had some conscience and felt embarrassed to face him, so she took the initiative to leave early. She left, and Muyan didn't think about it anymore. After Ziju served the last dish, she picked up her chopsticks and prepared to have breakfast.
Wait.
Yu Qingling just came to the table and glanced at today's dishes casually, and her expression suddenly changed. Muyan was frightened by him, and the dish she was holding with chopsticks fell down, which made her feel sorry. Dr. Yu, why are you making a fuss? You scared my food away, what a pity. Muyan said. Yu Qingling looked serious, and hurriedly took out a silver needle from his sleeve and inserted it into the dish on the table. After a moment, he took it out again, and the silver needle turned obviously black. Seeing this, everyone at the table looked at it in shock, unable to believe it. Yu Qingling tried other dishes again, even rice, and found that they were poisonous. Muyang stared at the rice in front of him in a daze. Just when Muyan started to chopstick, he also took a mouthful of rice. At this time, Yu Qingling said that it was poisonous, which frightened him immediately. Auntie Yun, I just ate a mouthful of rice. Muyang's face was pale, and he was shaking with fear. He looked at Muyun with panic. Hearing this, Muyun hurried over and said hurriedly, Quick, use your hands to scratch your throat and spit out the rice you just ate. In his anxiety and panic, Muyan even forgot that there was Dr. Yu at home. Yu Qingling hurriedly took out a pill and put it in Muyang's mouth. Swallow it quickly. This is a detoxification pill. Take it first, and I will check your pulse. Muyang swallowed the pill impatiently, and then bright red blood flowed from his nostrils. Muyan was startled and asked hurriedly, Dr. Yu, what's wrong with him? Is he poisoned? Yu Qingling looked serious and hurried to examine Muyang. Fortunately, apart from the nosebleed, other symptoms did appear. After taking the pulse, Yu Qingling said, it's a wild poison called heartbroken vine dew. Fortunately, not much was ingested, just a little bit, very mild and not life-threatening. I'll ask someone to find an antidote, and it will be fine after a few days of taking it. Hearing this, Muyun's heart finally settled down. At this time, her back was soaked with sweat, and her heart was full of fear. If she took a few more bites, maybe Muyang would die. Not only Muyang, if Yu Qingling hadn't reminded her, maybe everyone in the house would die today. Who was so cruel that he actually gave them such a poison? This is to kill their whole family. Song Jingmian said to Bai Mu with a gloomy face, Go and check. Where did the poison come from, and who gave it? We must find out. Bai Mu nodded, and everyone in the house moved, and no one dared to touch the delicious dishes on the table. Yu Qinglong's detoxification pills had stabilized the poison in Mu Yang's body. Bai Xing went to the pharmacy to buy the herbs for the antidote, but Yu Qingling was worried that he would not be able to buy them. The herbs for the antidote were also wild and rare. They were rarely found in general pharmacies and could only be bought when they were lucky. If they could not be bought, they would have to go up the mountain to find them. When she had time, Yu Qingling began to investigate the source of the poison. There was poison in every dish, even in the rice. This was not a little bit, but all at once. If not every ingredient was poisoned, then the water was poisonous. Thinking of this, Yu Qingling ran to the water tank in the kitchen and put the silver needle in to try. Sure enough, when she took it out again, the silver needle became darker than the food. This showed that the water contained the most poison. Ziju was scared to death. In the past, she would scoop water to drink when she got up in the morning. Today, she didn't feel thirsty, so she didn't drink it. She was busy making breakfast. Knowing that the water tank was full of poison, she was scared and her face turned pale, and her heart was full of fear. She almost died. Oh no, Sister Yun, this morning, you may, and the others seem to have drunk the water in here. I saw them fetch a pot of water from this water tank to boil. Ziju suddenly remembered what happened in the morning and said hurriedly. Muyan asked the housekeeper to go to the servants' yard immediately. The children hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Muyan thought for a while and said to Ziju, Ziju, take Yuan Bao and the others out for breakfast, lest they get hungry later. Mr. Yi, come with us. We'll stay and take care of it. Song Jingmian said, You take the children. I'll stay and take care of it. Mu-Yun shook his head. No, Mu-Yang can't go out, I'll stay at home with him. In Mu-Yun's heart, Mu-Yang is also her family and she cares about him very much. Zizhu followed the arrangement and took the children out. Mu-Yun sent Mu-Yang to his yard and stayed by his side to comfort him. Soon Bai Mu came and said angrily, Miss Mu, the person who poisoned is Su Huanju. Bai Mu's face was full of anger, and he regretted saving Su Huanju from the bandit village. Mu-Yun was surprised. Who is it?
Su Hunzu?
How could it be her? Is she mentally ill? She poisoned us, and we had no grudges against her and we saved her, but she poisoned our whole family? Mu-Yun was even more angry. She never thought it would be Su Huanju. No one with a normal brain would do such a thing. She really couldn't understand it. She thought she was just jealous and had a bad personality, but she didn't expect her to be such a vicious person. If it weren't for Yu Qingling, dozens of lives might have been lost in the whole mansion. Bai Xing, who went to buy the antidote, came back soon. Fortunately, he was lucky. He ran all over the city and finally bought it in the last store. Yu Qingling immediately went to boil the medicine. He had to boil the medicine himself. Mu-Yun held Mu-Yang's hand and said gently, It's okay. Your Uncle Yu will boil the medicine for you. You will be fine after taking the medicine. Don't be afraid. Mu-Yang nodded. He was finally not so scared. The tense string immediately relaxed. He spoke in a soft voice. Aunt Yun, I don't want to die yet because I haven't repaid your life-saving grace. I am worried about Yuanbao Yueya and Tianxi. I want to be with you all the time. Mu-Yang didn't want Mu-Yun to think that he was afraid of death, so he explained. He is a man, he is not afraid, but he can't bear to leave his family. Mu-Yun touched his head lovingly and said helplessly, Don't think about it anymore. Don't say anything about repaying me in the future. If you think like this again, you don't treat Aunt Yun as a family member. This will really make Aunt Yun feel heartbroken, understand? Mu-Yang nodded, with a smile in his eyes, looking at Mu-Yun with admiration. He always thought countless times in his heart that if Aunt Yun was his mother, he would not know how happy he would be. But he was not greedy. Now it was also good. In his heart, although Aunt Yun was not his mother, she was better than his mother. He would be filial to her and respect her for the rest of his life.
Aunt Yun, I'm fine.
You don't have to stay with me. He was afraid that he would die before, so he thought that if he really died, he must say a few words to Aunt Yun. Now that he didn't have to die, he didn't have to say those words. Mu-Yun touched his head and said, Lie down well, and don't talk. Mu-Yun stayed with him until Yu Qingling brought the medicine, and Mu-Yun also blew it cool and fed it to Mu-Yang himself. She didn't take care of the children much on weekdays. Now that she was needed, she was willing to take care of them more. Mu-Yang was very happy and drank the bitter antidote obediently without frowning. Yu Qingling smiled and said, This child is good. He drank such a bitter medicine without saying a word. It's amazing. Yu Qingling praised with a smile. Mu-Yang smiled helplessly like a little adult. Uncle Yu, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. You don't have to praise me like this. Mu-Yun handed the bowl to Song Jingnian beside him and then asked Yu Qingling, When can Mu-Yang eat? Yu Qingling said, You can eat in half an hour. Song Jingnian said, I asked Bai Xing to buy food, and you haven't eaten yet. Mu-Yun nodded. Well, let the housekeeper take people to buy more, and everyone can eat together. In the lower courtyard, 3 people died because of the poison this time. Mu-Yun felt very upset and heavy. If she hadn't injured her foot, she would have gone out to find Su Huanju. The mansion was in chaos. When Lu Yu knew that it was Su Huanju who poisoned her, she was shocked. Afterwards, he also helped to deal with all the food in the mansion. Everything in the mansion needed to be checked, and no one dared to neglect anything, whether food or daily necessities. After all, it involved human lives. After eating the packed food, Mu-Yun did not go to the shop to supervise today, but was busy taking care of household affairs at home. At noon, Lin Shiruan came to the house. Seeing people coming in and out of the house, looking extremely busy, she became curious. When she saw Mu-Yun in the front hall, she asked in confusion, Yun, what's going on in your house? Why are you all moving things? Are you moving? When Mu-Yun saw that it was her, He did not hide anything and told her about Su Huanju's poisoning. Lin Shiruan was frightened, and her face was full of shock after hearing it. How could Su Huanju do such a thing? Yun, you should just report it to the authorities and let the government find her. They will definitely find her. Don't let such a person who repays kindness with enmity go, and she must pay the price. Yun nodded. Well, I'll report it to the authorities another day, and I'll deal with these things at home today. Lin Shiruan cared about everyone, and only when she learned that everyone was fine did she show a look of relief. It's so dangerous. Fortunately, there is Dr. Yu, and the name of this doctor is really worthy of the name. In the past, Lin Shiruan only thought that the Dr. Yu they called was just for fun, but now she doesn't think so. If Song Jingnian is really the Prince of Ping, it is normal to have a powerful doctor around him. But I didn't ask my cousin who is around His Royal Highness the Prince of Ping. These people who often follow Yun don't feel ordinary. They are either highly skilled in martial arts or have great medical skills. If it weren't for His Royal Highness the Prince of Ping, who among ordinary people would have such appeal to make so many powerful people follow him willingly. Lin Shiruan calmly withdrew her gaze and said to Yun, Ayun, why don't you move to my house? I have a house in the south of the city, which my mother left behind. I want it back. I don't know if there is any poison here. Why don't you just move to another place so that you can feel more at ease? Yun refused. No, just check it out. Thank you, Shiruan. By the way, what do you want to do with me today?
Yun asked.
Lin Shiruan said, my uncle and aunt have almost dealt with my family affairs. They may leave in a few days. Before they leave, they want to treat you to a meal and want to thank you. Yun smiled and refused. No, I'm not good at socializing. I'm not familiar with your uncle and them. I'm afraid I can't say anything. There's no need to say thank you. I never care about these. Lin Shiruan persuaded a few words, but Yun still refused, and she was tactful and didn't say anything more. After that, Lin Shiruan used the excuse of helping as an excuse to wander around the Mu mansion and get busy. Song Jingnian was investigating the source of the poison in Yun's yard. After Bai Mu received the pigeon, he immediately ran over with the note. Lin Shiruan, who was standing by, watched quietly, very curious. Master, Su Huanju went to the capital. She was always in crowded places and never alone, so it's difficult for our people to take action. Song Jingnian heard this, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Let someone check her background, send someone to follow her, see where she goes in the capital, and then report to me. Bai Mu nodded in agreement, and then retreated. Lin Shiruan retracted her gaze and continued to help sort things out. Everyone worked hard for a day before they checked everything. Zizhu led people to buy new ingredients and worked in the kitchen. Everything in the kitchen was thrown away and replaced with new ones. Lin Shiruan sat with Yun and said, Ayun, how about I ask my cousin to talk to Lord Liu and ask him to send someone to help find Su Huanju's whereabouts? Yun refused and said, no, we can find it ourselves, so don't bother your cousin. Lin Shiruan nodded and smiled. That's right, Brother Song is a powerful person at first glance, maybe even more powerful than my cousin, so why do we need his help? Hearing this, Yun looked at Lin Shiruan in surprise and didn't expect her to say such a thing. Yun suddenly realized that he was not very good at judging people, and he always misjudged people. It seems that I have to change my temper in the future and stop doing all the good things, which will only make me get into trouble again. I don't know what Song Jingnian is capable of, but even if I rely on myself, I can find Su Huanju. Anyone who betrays and hurts me will not be let go, and I will make her live a life worse than death and regret what she did today. This was the first time that Yun showed such a sinister expression, and Lin Shiruan was a little scared. I thought Yun was a kind and gentle person, but I didn't expect that he would have such a sinister side. Lin Shiruan's heart was beating, and she warned herself that she had to be more careful. Well, you really have to be a little cruel to such people who don't know what's good for them. Lin Shiruan agreed. But Ayun, aren't you and Brother Song married? Your children are so old. Why haven't you gotten married yet? Is it because his family doesn't allow it? Or is there some other reason? I think Brother Song treats you very well. Muyun glanced at Lin Shiruan with a faint look and said, "This is my private matter. It's not convenient to talk about it." Hearing this, Lin Shiruan smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Ayun. I'm just worried about you. I only have you as a friend. Thinking that if you can live happily, I will be happy in my heart, so I asked a few more questions."
Don't mind.
Muyun also smiled. "It doesn't matter. It's just that I'm used to being alone, and I don't like others to ask about my private affairs. Just don't mind it." Not sure if it was her illusion, Lin Shiruan felt that she suddenly had a distance with Muyun, an invisible distance, as if the relationship was not as close as before. This made Lin Shiruan feel a little worried and a little disappointed. The atmosphere became quiet, and Lin Shiruan changed the topic and talked about the shop. Muyun had thought about giving some of the business to Lin Shiruan before, but now it seems that she has given up. She only gave Lin Shiruan suggestions and no longer gave her any advice. Feeling Muyun's indifference, Lin Shiruan felt sad. After a few words, she left. Before she left, Muyun said, "Shiruan, since you don't need help now, let Yulan come back." Lin Shiruan was reluctant to hear this. Yulan knew martial arts and was very capable. She was a very good maid. With such a maid to help her, she would be much less worried. But after all, she was not her maid. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shiruan said, "Ayun, I like Yulan very much.
Why don't you sell her to me?
I will treat her well. I will let her be the head maid and increase her monthly salary. I am in need of such a maid." Muyun's expression was flat, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Yulan is a real maid. She is not in a life contract, so I cannot sell her. Shiruan, if you want a maid, you can train one well, but don't even think about Yulan." Hearing this, Lin Shiruan's heart sank. She was just a maid, and she had asked for it, but Muyun refused without hesitation and didn't give her any face. Is this what she meant by them being friends? Lin Shiruan showed a sad look. Seeing this, Muyun said, "It's just a maid. There are many of them. It's more reassuring to use the maid you trained yourself, right?" Lin Shiruan smiled and nodded. "Yes, you are right. I will let Yulan come back tomorrow." Lin Shiruan left and returned to the Lin family. She went to find Yulan and told her that she was asked to go back. Yulan was very happy. She originally came here to take care of Muyun, but ended up staying at the Lin family. However, she could only obey her master's orders. Now that she could go back, she was very happy. Seeing her visibly happy appearance, Lin Shiruan unconsciously tightened her hands in her sleeves, and suddenly she felt extremely dissatisfied. "Yulan, I actually like you very much. Would you like to stay with me as a maid? If you are willing, I will go and tell Ayun that she and I are good friends, and I am sure she will agree." Yulan heard this and said without hesitation, "Thank you, Miss Lin, for your kindness, but I have to go back and can't stay." Hearing this, Lin Shiruan smiled. "Okay, that's a pity. Go back and pack your luggage. You can go back tomorrow morning." After turning around, the smile on Lin Shiruan's face instantly fell, replaced by gloom. "No need for tomorrow morning, Miss Lin. If you are okay, I will go back now." Yulan's impatient voice came, and Lin Shiruan's face became even uglier when she heard this. But she still suppressed her anger and said, "Okay, go." Although she was very annoyed, she still spoke in a calm tone. After Yulan left, Lin Shiruan turned around and looked at the door. After a moment of silence, she threw the teacup on the table out. The voice immediately attracted the maid, who hurried to clean up. Lin Shiruan flicked her sleeves and left, heading towards her uncle and aunt's yard. Now, only her uncle's family was sincere to her. Thinking that her uncle and aunt were about to leave, she wanted to talk to them. After all, after this departure, she was afraid that they would hardly see each other again. She would not leave Yunzhou. Her uncle's family was moving to the capital, and there would not be many opportunities to meet again in the future. It was already dark, and candles were lit in the yard. Lin Shiruan did not let the maid inform her and walked towards the house by herself. "Old Shin, why haven't you given up this idea? How can you be so selfish? How many times have I told you that this won't work? Why don't you give up?" The angry voice of Shen's mother came, and Lin Shirwen paused in her action of raising her hand to knock on the door, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. The voice of Shun's father rang out in the room, with a sigh and helplessness. You have seen Shi Ruan's current situation. Do you have the heart to let her live alone for the rest of her life? She is still young.
How old is she?
She has to live alone for the rest of her life. If I don't care, how can I be worthy of my dead sister? Hearing that they were talking about their own affairs, Lin Shirwan was even more curious. Shun's mother spoke with an angry tone. If you want to be worthy of your dead sister, do you have to be sorry for me and Hien? You can't sacrifice Hien for your own sake. I don't agree. I will never agree, even if I die. Give up on this idea. Shun's mother's voice could not hide her anger. Just listening to it, you couldn't imagine how angry she looked at this moment. Father Shun said helplessly, Don't be the main wife. It's not appropriate to be the main wife. I've thought about it, so let Shirwen be a concubine. It's better to be a concubine than to live alone all her life. Hien can marry in the future, and it won't affect him. As long as he treats Shirwen better and gives her a child, Shirwen's life in the second half of her life will be much better. Mother Shin was still unwilling, and said with disgust, She has been with so many men. You let her be with our Hien now. Hien is the most self-respecting one. Until now, she is just a bed-warming girl. Shirwen, she has been with so many people. Is it fair for you to be like this to Hien? Won't Hien feel uncomfortable? Father Shin was helpless. Madam, can't you be more tolerant? Hien is kind-hearted and pities Shirwan. He doesn't say how much he likes Shirwan, but he can treat Shirwan well. As long as you nod and agree, I'll tell Hien and Shirwan. I don't agree, Shun said firmly. Father Shin was helpless. He really couldn't bear to leave Lin Shirwen here. The room fell into silence. Lin Shirwen, who was outside the door, calmed down her mood. After walking a little further, she walked towards a house again and made a sound to let the people inside notice. Sure enough, when he heard the noise, Father Shin immediately came over to open the door. When he saw Lin Shirwen walking towards him, he quickly raised a loving smile. Shirwan, why are you here so late? Lin Shirwan smiled. Uncle, I came to see you and Aunt. You will be leaving in a few days. After leaving, I don't know when I will see you again. Let's go out to visit Yunzhou City tomorrow. Uncle and Aunt, I'm afraid you won't be able to come again in the future. Father Shin nodded. Okay, I've been busy these past few days, and I don't have time to go around. But he said, We are very busy at home. A big thing like moving to the capital cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. We will take care of everything tomorrow, and we should go back. Hearing this, Lin Shirwen's eyes flashed a hint of sarcasm dissipated quickly, and then he evoked a smile and said, If Uncle and Aunt are busy, please go back as soon as possible. Although I am very reluctant to leave you, I see that you are getting better and better. Even if I am reluctant to leave, Shirwan feels sad in my heart.
Happy.
Father Shin smiled and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mother Shin. Old Shin, you should deal with Aunt Rong in the house as soon as possible tomorrow. My brother-in-law must not want to offend our Shin family. You said this. He will not refuse. As long as he empties all the power in Aunt Rong's hands, Shirwan will no longer have to be afraid of her. As for the other properties of the Lin family, this matter must be done slowly. Now that the brother-in-law is still in good health, it is inappropriate to say that these fathers should nodded. Okay, I'll talk to him tomorrow. Lin Shirwen bowed slowly and said gratefully, Thank you, Uncle and Aunt, for all your troubles. He hurriedly gave him a hand, looking like he was hesitant to speak. Lin Shirwen knew in her heart that her uncle was the only one in the world who cared about her. Uncle, Aunt, Shirwan has to take leave first. After walking out of the house, the smile on Lin Shirwan's face immediately faded. Early the next morning, Father Shin went to Father Lin and made his request. Although his request was very unreasonable due to the current status of the Shin family and the benefits promised by Father Shin, Father Lin finally agreed. At this point, Lin Shirwen has completely controlled the power of the family. Aunt Rong can only survive under her hands. In the days to come, Lin Shiruan also has plans. In fact, the power of the entire family is still in the hands of her father. The most important thing to get rid of is her father. However, killing her father was forbidden by nature, and she couldn't do it, so she could only find a way to make Lin's father no longer able to manage all the properties. Lin Tianbao, the only male, could only exist, but he couldn't get in the way. Lin Shiruan gradually formed her own plan in her mind, and her heart gradually became distorted. 3 or 5 days later, Mu Yun's foot injury was almost healed, and Qianji was about to open for business. All the decorations had been completed, and the staff was fully equipped. The people who had been trained in Lingxi County, a group of chefs, also brought their families over. Mu Yun bought a house here for them to live in and helped them settle here. After choosing a suitable day, we prepared to open the business. For the grand opening event, Pang Qingyun also put down what he was doing and rushed over to attend the opening ceremony. On this day, red ribbons were fluttering in front of Qianji's door. The lion dance was roaring, and the crowd of onlookers was very lively. Mu Yun was wearing a dark red brocade dress today, with a little makeup on, which made her look even more noble and beautiful. There was a constant stream of guests coming and going, and the shopkeeper and the waiters were very busy. Mu Yun stood in front of the window on the 3rd floor and looked at the grand occasion, feeling very satisfied. Seeing that she was reluctant to sit down, Song Jingnian smiled helplessly, walked over, and stood side by side with her, his eyes falling on her smiling face. "Haven't you seen enough?" Song Jingnian's doting voice sounded, and he put his arm around her shoulders. Mu Yun smiled and said, "It looks good. How much do you think I can earn today?" Mu Yun turned around and sat on the chair with a smile on his face. Song Jingnian really liked her confident and bright look. She was pretty and gorgeous. He guessed in cooperation, "Well, I guess it should be possible to earn thousands of taels." Mu Yun laughed seriously. "How can you earn so much? If you can earn thousands of taels a day, what kind of money would you have to make?" "I must be rich." Song Jingnian laughed. "How much money do you think you need to make to be considered rich?" Mu Yun thought about it and said 1 million taels of gold. That would be really rich. Song Jingnian smiled indulgently. "You are very ambitious. Ordinary people can only say 10,000 taels of gold at most, but you want 1 million taels. Mu Yun smiled proudly. "That's right, a mere small amount of money. How can it be called rich? Ayun, if you marry me, you can make half of the wealth. How about that?" Song Jingnian's tone was coaxing. Mu Yun laughed. "What do you mean by making half of the wealth?" Song Jingnian took her hand and held it in his hand, rubbing it gently. 1 million taels is considered rich. I can't give so much. At most 500,000 taels, all my belongings. Mu Yun was surprised. Surprised? 500,000 taels of gold? Song Jingnian nodded. "Yes, gold. So, for the sake of this gold, Ayun, can you consider me?" Mu Yun couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch his handsome and flawless face, and teased, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Song Jingnian said helplessly, "Ayun, do you know how old I am? In the capital, everyone laughs at me for not getting married at such an old age. They look down on me behind my back. They often talk about me behind my back. My mother is very sad about this. She has hardly gone out in the past few years, for fear that others will talk about her behind her back. Alas, when I left, my mother was still very sad. I didn't dare to tell her about Yuan Bao Yuya, for fear that you would be unhappy if she came. If she knew that I was getting married and had a child, I don't know how happy she would be." Pinching his face again, Mu Yun said with a smile, "Song Jingnian, do you think I believe what you say?"
Huh.
"You lie without thinking. If you are really so unpopular, then I don't want you. I like those who are popular. That can prove that I have good taste. Tell me, are you a popular person? If not, I will dump you now." Mu Yun stared at him closely with scrutiny in his eyes. Song Jingnian was helpless. Okay, let's not talk about getting married. Let's stop talking about it. Let's continue to watch the opening of your restaurant. There are more people. Let's go and stand over to take a look." Song Jingnian pulled Mu Yun to get up and watch. Mu Yun looked at him with a smile and didn't move.
"What?
Are you feeling guilty? Why are you so eager to change the subject?" Song Jingyan felt a little uncomfortable with her eyes, as if he had done something shameful. He explained helplessly, "No, I have nothing. Why should I feel guilty?" "Yun, what do you want to do?" Mu-Yun pretended to be serious and said, "Nothing. I just want to know about your past, whether you have any concubines or fiancés, people who have admired you for a long time, etc." Song Jingyan hurriedly said, "No, nothing. I am not interested in this. I used to be busy fighting. Later, when there was no war, I went to the Taoist temple to practice meditation and never had any relationship with that woman." "You still go to the Taoist temple to practice? What do you want to do? Become a Taoist priest?" Mu-Yun asked in surprise. Song Jingyan shook his head. "No, I just think the Taoist temple is quiet and I like that kind of environment." Mu-Yun nodded, but she didn't quite believe that he would be so pure and unselfish. She looked at him with suspicion. "You are so pure and unselfish? Have you really never had any relationship with other women?" Mu-Yun asked so bluntly. She was not embarrassed, but Song Jingyan was embarrassed. As soon as he finished speaking, his ears turned red, and he was a little embarrassed to look directly into Mu-Yun's eyes. Mu-Yun became interested, looked at him with a smile, and asked, "Only with me? Why don't I believe it?" Song Jingyan hurriedly assured, "Really, only with you, no one else." Mu-Yun couldn't help but smile happily, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed at all. "Well, okay. I believe you for now." Looking at his red ears, Mu-Yun felt sweet in his heart, and then said, "I can consider getting married, but it's too early now." "Well, really?" Song Jingyan was surprised. Seeing his surprised look, Mu-Yun smiled even more and nodded slowly. "Well, really, I have to investigate. If you meet my requirements, I will agree to get married." Song Jingyan was very happy to hear this. The more he spent with Mu-Yun, the more he liked Mu-Yun. He liked her more and more. Not long after confirming their relationship, their feelings developed rapidly, as if they had been together and in love for many years. Song Jingyan hugged Mu-Yun tightly in his arms, smiling brightly. "Okay, don't regret it." Mu-Yun buried herself in his arms, smelling his unique cool scent, feeling sweet in her heart. No wonder everyone likes to fall in love. It turns out this sweet feeling is so charming. Nestled in Song Jingyan's arms, Mu-Yun was too lazy to move. He hung on him like a koala. Hearing his words, she smiled and replied, "Okay, I won't regret it." Song Jingyan, "I'm tired and suddenly I don't want to stand anymore. Hold me." Mu-Yun unconsciously softened her voice and acted coquettishly, which made people feel pity for her. Song Jingyan smiled slightly, picked her up and sat down, holding her firmly in his arms. In fact, Mu-Yun had never felt such warmth. In her past and present lives, she had never been hugged like this. She had never felt such a warm, doting, caring, and loving hug. "Why don't you speak?" Seeing that she didn't make a sound for a long time, Song Jingyan gently pinched her face and asked. Mu-Yun nestled in his arms lovingly, with a flash of attachment in her eyes, and said slowly, "It's nothing. I just feel that this is really good." Song Jingyan, "People will change. Will you change in the future?" Song Jingyan didn't understand, and asked, "What will change? Will it be your figure and appearance? Or your personality and character?" Mu-Yun said, People's feelings are changeable. Just because you like me so much today doesn't mean you will like me this much tomorrow. So, if we don't get married, when your feelings change, I will still be free." Song Jingyan smiled helplessly, lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, and said gently, "Do you believe me when I say I won't change?" Mu-Yun shook her head and said lazily, "I don't know." She really didn't know. Emotionally, she might believe it, but rationally, she felt that people's hearts are changeable. Even in the modern monogamy, there are still so many people cheating, not to mention the ancient system of 3 wives and 4 concubines, which has even less constraints on men. Song Jingyan played with her slender white fingers and asked gently, "Then how can you believe that I won't?" Mu-Yun's emotions came and went quickly. After the sadness, his mood suddenly became brighter, and his tone was no longer so low.
"No need to do anything.
In fact, I was just in a spur of the moment. You don't need to do anything. I believe you. As long as you promise, I will believe you. She raised her head from Song Jingnian's arms and held his face with both hands and smiled. You are so beautiful. Even if it is not a long-term relationship, it is good to just have a relationship. Enjoy the present and talk about the future later. After that, Muyun kissed her. Song Jingnian's words were blocked by her. A helpless smile flashed in his eyes, and then he put his arm around her waist and deepened the kiss. Since confirming their relationship, the intimacy between the two has increased frequently, but Song Jingnian only kissed each time and would not cross the line. It made Muyun feel uncomfortable sometimes, but this wooden man said that he could not offend her if they did not get married. Even when kissing, he was restrained most of the time, unlike her, who was reckless.
Daddy, Mommy.
The door suddenly opened and Bai Mu Baixing came in with 2 children. The 2 people on the chairs quickly separated, and their faces turned red in panic. Ahem. Muyun coughed twice uncomfortably, then asked, "How is it outside?
Can you still handle it?"
Bai Mu hurriedly replied, "Well, no problem. I can handle it. The waiter has equipped so many." Muyun nodded, then hugged Yuya and sat on the stool and asked softly, "Are you guys hungry? Do you want to eat?" Several children were running outside, eating a little here and a little there, and they were full long ago, and they all said they were not hungry.
"Mom, we want to go back," Yuan Bao said.
Muyun nodded and asked Bai Mu to send them back. She had to keep watching, and Peng Qingyun also helped to greet guests at the door, smiling so hard that his teeth were not visible. Song Jingnian didn't want to go back and stayed with Muyun all the time. The opening of Chue Yanji was very grand, and it can be said that it caused a sensation in the entire Yunzhou city. The revenue on that day reached more than 800 taels, and this was when many people couldn't eat. People like to join in the fun. Such a fresh and grand event has not appeared in the city for a long time, so it aroused everyone's interest. After a busy day, everyone was very tired. Muyun decided to give bonuses to all the waiters and chefs who had been busy all day. Everyone who received the bonuses felt that the day's hard work was worth it, and they all happily took the money home to rest. After solving the first day of business, it was already dark, and Muyun was tired of standing all day and didn't want to walk. Song Jingnian called someone to bring a carriage and helped her get on the carriage. "You can leave everything to the servants, and you don't have to do it yourself in the future." Seeing her tired look, Song Jingnian couldn't help but say. Muyun leaned on him and smiled lightly. "It's okay, although it's tiring, it's quite interesting. Sitting at home every day is also boring. I like to have something to do." Song Jingnian smiled helplessly, put his arm around her shoulders, and let her lean on him steadily, and then they were quiet all the way. When they got home, Muyun had actually fallen asleep. Seeing this, Song Jingnian didn't wake her up, but carried her back directly. As soon as Muyun was settled, Bai Xing came to Muyun's yard with a pigeon to find Song Jingnian. "Sir, there is a letter from the capital." Song Jingnian took the letter and read it. It was a letter from Bai Ying, saying that the eldest princess was about to leave and would go all the way to Yunzhou to find Song Jingnian. The eldest princess asked Bai Ying about Song Jingnian's location, and he should go to Yunzhou. He also said that the eldest princess had recently called Chen Jingyang to the princess's mansion for dinner. The duke's mansion was in a mess, and there were quarrels all day long. It was a mess. The whole family was trying to curry favor with Chen Jingyang, but seeing Chen Jingyang getting close to the eldest princess, Aunt Qiu was angry every day. Every day, she tried to please Chen Jingyang in front of others and curse behind others, saying that Chen Jingyang was an ungrateful person who recognized his enemy as his mother. Bai Ying talked a lot, and Song Jingnian frowned. How did Bai Ying learn to be so long-winded? Send a message back and let a team of secret guards follow secretly to protect my mother's safety. Bai Mu nodded and agreed, and then retreated. Song Jingnian glanced at Muyun's room, and a touch of tenderness flashed in his black eyes, and then he turned and left. The next morning, in the capital, the eldest princess was directing the maids to pack their things. She was about to go on a trip, and she was in a much more relaxed mood. Song Yan only found out last night that his aunt was going on a trip, and it was going so far. He immediately thought of Song Jingmian and Mu Yun. When he learned that his aunt was going to look for his cousin, he immediately couldn't sit still. As soon as he got up in the morning, he couldn't wait to come to the princess's house with his things. Greetings, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Seeing Song Yian, the maids knelt down and saluted. Song Yian hurriedly walked towards the princess's courtyard. As soon as he entered the door, he saw many people packing things. Aunt, are you moving? Bringing so many things? Unexpectedly, he came. The princess smiled and said, I'm afraid there is nothing on the road. I'm not used to many things outside. It's more convenient to bring them myself. Song Yian smiled helplessly and said, Aunt, there are many things for sale outside. Although they are not as good as what you use, they are also very good. With so many things, you have to prepare a few more carriages. It's so grand. What if you encounter bandits? The princess said indifferently, What are you afraid of? My personal guards are not vegetarians. They are just bandits. There is no need to worry. Song Yian was helpless and didn't continue to talk about this topic. He took out a few toys he made by himself and handed them to the princess, saying, If you see your cousin, help me give this to him. He will know who it is for. The princess opened the bag in confusion, saw the things inside, and asked in confusion, Who are you giving this to? It's so childish. Why does it look like a child's thing? Song Yian's eyes dodged for a moment and said, Don't worry about it. Just give it to my cousin, he will know. Seeing his guilty look, the princess instantly became alert and asked hurriedly, Yian, you kid, didn't you get into some love debt outside? Making things for the child by hand, didn't you mess around outside and have a child? The more the princess thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. If it wasn't Song Yian's matter, Song Jingnian would not be in trouble. Moreover, it was something that had to be done during the mourning period. It must be related to Song Yian, so he was so anxious. The princess had already thought a lot in her mind, and when she saw Song Yian's eyes, she became angry and couldn't help but reach out and knock him on the head.
Song Yian,
How could you do such a thing?
how old are you?
You haven't even married a wife yet. You already have a child. What are you going to do in the future? The princess wanted to fly to Yinzhou to see what was going on. Song Yian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He explained, It's not like that. Aunt, you misunderstood. It's not my child. Why are you making random guesses? The princess looked at him with scrutiny and asked seriously, If it's not yours, then whose is it? Song Yian. He couldn't say it either. Seeing him hesitate and embarrassed, the princess was even more certain. Look at you now. It's obvious that you are too guilty to say anything.
Tell me honestly what's going on.
The princess said with a serious face. Song Yian suddenly regretted asking his aunt to bring him things. This was simply asking for trouble. Now it's not right to say it, and it's not right not to say it. It's really difficult. What are you thinking about with your eyes rolling around? Tell the truth now. Royal heirs are extraordinary and cannot be left alone. Who is your child? If you don't tell me, I will go to the palace to find your father and ask him to come forward and ask. Song Yian felt guilty and helpless, and hurriedly shouted, Aunt, my good aunt, it's really not my child, but it has something to do with me, and it has something to do with you. In fact, you don't have to be so anxious. You will know when you see your cousin. Don't worry about other things now, just pack up and go. I look forward to the day when you come back with a smile on your face. Song Yian said with a smile, turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by the princess. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Don't think about leaving if you don't explain it clearly to me. As soon as the princess finished speaking, 2 secret guards flew out of the yard to block the way. Seeing this, Song Yian immediately regretted his words just now. Tell me, who did you give birth to a child with outside?
How old is it?
Boy or girl? Tell the truth. Song Yian was helpless. He didn't know what his aunt was thinking.
How old is he?
Can he do such a thing? Aunt, can you believe me once? It's really not my child. I'm still so young. Where did the child come from? Song Yian said helplessly. The princess snorted coldly and said, Humph. Then tell me, whose child is this? If you can't explain it today, you are not allowed to leave. What you said just now means that this child must be related to you. Song Yian regretted speaking too quickly again. He didn't dare to say it, and could only explain to the princess again and again. Unfortunately, the princess knew him too well. There was something wrong with his eyes at the beginning, and what he said later. She would not listen to his explanation at this time. The matter of royal heirs is not a trivial matter, and it cannot be sloppy. She can't let it go easily. Aunt, it's really not mine. What do you want me to say so that you can believe me? Song Yian was helpless and about to cry. If he said it, he would offend his cousin, and maybe he would not be able to get the beauty home, and he might not even get the child. Before his cousin left, he had given him a good advice. It was related to his cousin's happiness in the second half of his life. He had to keep it a secret. If he ruined it, he would not only be beaten, but he would also feel bad. It's not yours. When I asked you whose child it is, you hesitated. What's wrong with your child? It must be yours, otherwise you wouldn't look so guilty, the princess said with certainty. Song Yian was really speechless. He regretted coming to see his aunt today and asking her to take things to Yunzhou. Aunt, think about it. If it was my child, would I dare to let the heir live outside? If it was my child, would I be able to stay in the capital with peace of mind during this period? Think about it. Besides me, who is the most suitable to have a child? Whose child is this? Think about it carefully. If you think of it, you will definitely be very surprised. I'll leave first. As he said that, Song Yian hurriedly bypassed the princess and was about to run, but unfortunately, the two secret guards stopped him. The princess was thinking, but his running interrupted her thoughts. She suddenly felt that he ran because he was guilty. You are just fooling me. The trip is tentative. I will go to the palace first and talk to your father about this matter. This matter is very serious. Hearing that the eldest princess was going to the palace, Song Yian was scared. If she really went, the matter would become a big deal, and she would have to tell him by then. He hurriedly pulled the eldest princess's sleeve and hugged her arm tightly, and, don't you know what kind of person I am based on your understanding of me? Why don't you believe me? What I said is true. If you are really curious, go to Yunzhou and you will know then. The princess shook him off and snorted coldly. Based on my understanding of you, you are capable of anything. If it wasn't your business, your cousin wouldn't take it so seriously. Your grandmother's 3-month mourning period wasn't over yet, and he left in a hurry. Whose business could he take so seriously except you? Song Yian subconsciously said, cousin. Could it be his own business? Aunt, I promise. I'll take my life as a guarantee. My cousin went to Yunzhou not for me, but for himself. Song Yian looked aggrieved, unwilling to take the blame, and reminded him tactfully. Unfortunately, the princess would never think of Song Jingnian. In her mind, Song Jingnian had long been extinct, and the matter of the child had nothing to do with him. For himself? What can happen to him? There is no war now, and there are no internal or external troubles. The country is peaceful and the people are safe. What can he need to do so urgently? Except for you, the future monarch. Who else could it be for? I will ask you one last time. If you don't tell the truth, let my secret guards take you to the imperial study to find the emperor and let him interrogate you.
See if you will tell it then.
Song Yian was really about to cry. Why was her aunt so difficult to deal with?
Aunt.
Why are you like this? Can't you spare my life? The princess sneered. I can spare you, but tell the truth. This is your last chance. The princess sat on the chair, ready to listen to him carefully, but she saw that he was still hesitant, and she lost her patience. If you don't hurry up, my secret guards will take you to the palace. Song Yian had no choice but to look at the maids busy around him. He could only accept his fate and said, Aunt, all the outsiders, please go out. Hearing this, the princess nodded, waved her hand, and the maids and nannies all went down.
Speak.
Stop hesitating, or I won't give you another chance. Song Yian walked to the chair and sat down. He hesitated for a long time, but still didn't dare to speak. Seeing him like this, the princess couldn't stand it anymore. Take him with you to the palace. As soon as the princess finished speaking, Song-yi rushed over to stop her. "Aunt, I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to let my cousin hit me. He told me not to tell you." Although the princess was puzzled, she still nodded. "Well, I promise not to let him touch you. But does your matter have anything to do with him?" Song-yi nodded. "Well, yes, I have said that it is my cousin's own business. You don't believe it. My cousin went to Yunzhou, this time not for me, not to deal with things for me, but for himself, to deal with things for himself. This matter is very serious, so he told me not to tell you." The princess rolled her eyes helplessly, and she was about to lose her temper. She gritted her teeth and said, "Song-yi, I'll tell you again, you pick out the key points for me. Talk about business." Song-yi was helpless. Isn't he afraid? Thinking that he could delay it for a while, he always felt that saying it out would be like betraying his cousin. He felt guilty. "Aunt, actually, Yunzhou does have 2 children. Seeing his aunt's angry face, Song-yi stepped back in fear, but was blocked by the back of the chair. He hurriedly said, "Aunt, it's not mine, the child is not mine, calm down first, calm down and listen to me." The princess was suspicious. "It's not yours? Really?" Song-yi nodded. "Well, no. Aunt, I'm telling the truth, but you have to stay calm. Don't get excited, okay?" The princess nodded impatiently. "Well, okay, you said, I'm very calm." Song-yi took a deep breath, looked into the princess' eyes and said word by word, "Aunt, Yunzhou has 2 children, a boy and a girl. They are twins. This pair of twins is my cousin's children." After saying that, Song-yi closed his eyes tightly, feeling very uneasy, and did not dare to look at his aunt's reaction, but after a moment, he couldn't help but open his eyes curiously. But he saw that the princess was confused, and even looked at him with a suspicious look, with a complicated look. "Song-yi, are you out of your mind? Or have you lost your memory? Have you forgotten your cousin's health? You are deliberately trying to make your aunt uncomfortable, right?" The princess was helpless, with a flash of loneliness in her eyes. After a sigh, she said, "If you want to find an excuse, find a better one. Use your cousin as a shield. Who will believe it if you tell others?" Seeing her aunt in such pain, Song-yi felt very sorry and said hurriedly, "Really, Aunt, they are really my cousin's children. Their names are Yueya and Yuanbao. Yuanbao looks very similar to my cousin. If you see them, you will definitely recognize them at a glance.
There is also Yueya.
Yueya's eyes are also very similar to my cousin's. I didn't lie to you. This time my cousin is in a hurry to go back for the children and the children's mother." Song-yi said it with confidence, and the princess was even more confused. It felt like he was talking in his sleep. Seeing that her aunt was still in a daze, Song-yi hurriedly said, "Aunt, this was an accident. My cousin was infertile because he was drugged by the princess of the Jin Kingdom, but he didn't say it. He kept it a secret and only said that he was infertile because he was injured on the battlefield. He thought it was more glorious and nice to say that. That time, my cousin took Chinese medicine and ran away. On the way, he met a girl and forced her. After that, the girl ran away heartbroken. After that, the girl became pregnant, and my cousin lost his fertility due to the sequelae of the medicine. Then, without us knowing, the girl gave birth to a pair of twins." The princess was stunned. She couldn't believe what she heard. She was surprised and happy in her heart. She couldn't believe it, and her whole body began to tremble. Her trembling arm suddenly grabbed Song-yi, squeezed his arm tightly and asked, "You didn't make fun of me, did you?" The princess was so excited that she even forgot to call herself. Although her face looked calm, only she knew how trembling she was in her heart at this time. Song-yi hurriedly said, "Aunt, you are my aunt. How dare I make fun of you? I wouldn't dare to do that even if I had 100 guts." The princess was excited. "So, it's true?" Song-yi nodded. "Yes, it's true." The princess burst into tears of joy, but she still couldn't believe it in her heart. "Yin, tell me more, tell me more. Tell me what else is going on. I still can't believe it. Pinch me and see if I'm dreaming." Song-yi was helpless. Seeing his aunt like this, he felt distressed. He pinched the eldest princess' arm. Hiss. The princess immediately opened his hand in pain and said helplessly, "You really pinch me. It hurts so much." Song Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aunt, you asked me to pinch you, but if I did you would blame me." The eldest princess was really sober this time. She was really confused just now. Suppressing her inner excitement, she turned around and sat back in her chair before continuing, "Yan, tell your aunt everything from beginning to end. Don't leave out anything." Song Yan was distressed. "Aunt, when should I start?" The princess suppressed her inner excitement and said, "Start from how you found the two children." Song Yan thought about it and felt that it would be complete if she started from the beginning. Seeing that he was slow to speak, the princess could no longer maintain her elegance and said angrily, "Hurry up." "Forget it. Tell me about the two children first." "What are their names?" "Song Yan. Yueya Yuanbao. Yuanbao is the older brother and Yueya is the younger sister." The princess smiled lovingly when she heard the two lovely names. "What a cute name. What else?" Song Yan continued, "Yueya is cute, Yuanbao is handsome. They both look like my cousin. They're just like two peas in a pod." When I first saw Yuanbao, I thought this child looked familiar, but I couldn't remember why he looked familiar. I didn't recognize him as my cousin's child. And then, Song Yan told the princess about how he was rescued by Mu Yun and how he met Yueya and Yuanbao. He talked for an hour, and Song Yan's mouth was dry. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Aunt, can I have a drink of water first?" "I've almost finished what I said. That's all." The princess nodded and asked someone to bring him tea. Song Yan couldn't wait for the maid to pour water, so he poured a large cup and drank it down impatiently. Only then did he feel his throat was better. "I never thought that God would be so kind to Jingyan. It's so good, so good. Our Song family also owes that woman. We let her endure so much alone. We are so sorry for her. I will not leave today. I have to prepare some things and bring them to my future daughter-in-law to make it up to her." As she said that, the princess called her personal nanny. "Nanny Chun, go to the warehouse and select the best jewelry for me. I will take it to Yunzhou and give it to my future daughter-in-law." Nanny Chun was surprised. She looked at Song Yan and then at the princess, a little confused. "Your Highness, prepare for your future daughter-in-law? Are you right?" Nanny Chun couldn't help asking. Song Yan hurriedly said, "Aunt, Sister Mu hasn't agreed to marry my cousin yet, and my cousin hasn't won Sister Mu's heart yet. If you go like this, will it be bad?" Song Yan was thinking about letting her aunt know about the existence of the crescent moon ingot, but she was also worried that it would affect the emotional development of Song Jingyan and Mu Yun. It was really a dilemma. The princess thought about it for a long time and finally decided to go, but she had to go quietly, first to Yunzhou to observe how the relationship between Song Jingyan and Mu Yun was developing, and then decide whether to go to see them. She really wanted to see her two grandsons. Even though Song Yan said so much, she still felt like a dream and unreal in her heart without seeing her grandsons and granddaughters with her own eyes. "I know my limits. Okay, you can go back." The princess started to drive him away. She didn't have time to listen to Song Yan anymore. She just wanted to get ready quickly and go to Yunzhou to see her precious granddaughter and grandson. She didn't know what they looked like, and she was curious and looking forward to it. Seeing that he was driven away for no reason, Song Yan sighed helplessly and then couldn't help but tell him, "Aunt, you have to pretend that you know nothing. If I didn't tell you, you don't know. When you arrive in Yunzhou, you have to act surprised and shocked. In short, don't let my cousin know that I told you about this. Otherwise, I will definitely be beaten when he comes back." The people Song Yan feared most were his father and cousin. He didn't dare to jump in front of them at all. The princess waved her hand impatiently and said, I know. You go back and do your own things." Song Yan nodded, took 2 steps and turned back and said, "Aunt, remember to help me give the things to Yueya, Yuanbao, and the others, so that they don't forget me. It would be great if you and your cousin could bring them all back." Song Yan envied their freedom in his heart. They could go wherever they wanted. Unlike him, after he disappeared last time, his father would not let him go out easily again. "Aunt, I wish you a pleasant journey this time. Song Yian smiled obediently and said at last. The princess chuckled twice, showing a rare loving look, and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you for coming to see Aunt today. When you come back, Aunt will give you a big reward." Song Yian smiled helplessly. "Okay, Aunt, I'll go first." The princess waved her hand. "Go." Song Yian left with a melancholy face, but the princess behind him was happily preparing things for the trip. Another carriage was added for the trip, and the mighty people lined up in an orderly manner in front of the princess's mansion. When Duke Chen learned that the princess was going to go on a long journey, he immediately dragged his sick body to the princess's mansion. From a distance, he saw the princess with a happy smile on her face, directing the maids to pack up, and Duke Chen was stunned. He couldn't remember how many years he hadn't seen such a smile on the princess's face. This kind of happiness from the heart made people want to laugh unconsciously. Duke Chen also unconsciously raised a smile on his face, as if he saw the princess who was still in love with him many years ago. Aining. Duke Chen unconsciously called out this name that no one had called for many years, the princess's nickname. When they were in love, he often called her like this. The call of Aining made the princess sick. She almost thought she had heard it wrong. She turned around and saw Duke Chen standing in the yard with a tired face and smiling at her. A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Then she slowly walked over and said in a cold voice, "My nickname is not something that anyone can call. Duke Chen, please pay attention to your identity." The princess, who was smiling happily just now, suddenly changed her expression. The smile in her eyes was gone, replaced by disgust. This look made Duke Chen feel painful.
Ah.
Yangon, I heard that you're going on a long journey. Where are you going? When will you be back? Ever since Duke Chen knew that he didn't have much time left, his temperament has become more calm, except at the beginning. Now he is less likely to lose his temper, and the tone of his voice is no longer as forceful as before. The princess sneered disdainfully. "Is there any need for me to explain clearly to Lord Chen where I'm going? Aren't you meddling too much?" Even though he was used to the eldest princess's attitude towards him, Duke Chen couldn't help feeling sad when he saw her being so impatient and disliked towards him. There were bruises under his eyes were dull, and he looked very listless. Facing the princess's cold attitude, he tried to smile and said, "Yong'an, I'm going to die. The doctor said that I don't have much time left. Can I have a good talk with you? I have a lot to say to you." Duke Chen tried to arouse the princess's love for him, but he didn't know that the love had already dissipated and no longer existed. Hearing his words, the princess not only did not show a sad look, but even smiled, and the smile was dazzling. "You have something to say? I don't have time to listen to you. Madam Chen, are you ready? When are you leaving?" The princess asked, not caring about the increasingly pale face of Duke Chen. Madam Chen hurriedly replied, "Okay, Your Highness, we can leave soon." Hearing this, the princess nodded with satisfaction. "Well, let them move more quickly." Duke Chen looked at her indifferent look and felt infinite sadness in his heart. "Then be careful when you travel and come back early." He said this helplessly. The princess didn't want to pay attention to him and didn't even glance at him. Seeing this, Duke Chen stood for a moment and could only walk away, looking back every 3 steps. He looked back several times, but only saw the princess preparing to leave with great enthusiasm, and he felt even more disappointed. After so many years, she really has no feelings for him at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. When Duke Chen's back disappeared, the princess looked at the gate of the yard again, with a flash of sarcasm in her eyes. "You're about to die before you regret it, hum. It's too late." Thinking of her grandchildren, the princess smiled again. These trivial matters are no longer important to her now. With grandchildren, she instantly let go of all her knots and all her past. At this moment, she only wanted to see the 2 children. "Your Highness, you can go now." Nanny Chen came over and said. The princess nodded, and with the help of Nanny, she walked towards the door happily. At the gate of the Duke's mansion next door, Aunt Xiao was watching the scene at the gate, and she was jealous to death. Her wealth and splendor were about to be gone, but the eldest princess's splendor would last forever. At this moment, she felt that God was really unfair. Why were some people born with a noble status, while others were born in the quagmire, just a lowly commoner who worked hard for half a lifetime, barely climbed halfway, and then suddenly fell back to the starting point again? Your Highness, Aunt Chiu is watching at the gate of the Duke's mansion. Her face seems to be distorted, as if she is full of unwillingness. Nanny Chen said with a tone of disdain. The eldest princess lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced at the gate of the Duke's mansion. As expected, Aunt Chiu was staring at the side. The eldest princess raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a contemptuous smile, and then lowered the curtain. Aunt Chiu was irritated by this smile, and her face became even uglier, and her nails were about to pierce her flesh. The eldest princess's motorcade set off a huge group of people, and it was obvious that this scene was extraordinary. It was not until the carriage team disappeared that the maidservant beside Aunt Chiu reminded her, "Madam, it's time to go back. Luer just said that the Duke is looking for you." Aunt Chiu came back to her senses, and the nails that were pinching her flesh loosened. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know." Turning back to the Duke's mansion, Aunt Chiu said nothing along the way. The Duke's mansion now seemed even more deserted, quiet, and no movement could be heard. When they came to the main courtyard, the maid said, "Madam, the Duke is in the room, and he just vomited blood again." Hearing this, Aunt Chiu was immediately anxious, and hurriedly picked up her skirt and ran in. On the bed, Duke Chen vomited blood after returning from the princess's mansion next door. He was really depressed, confused, regretful, and other emotions kept circling in his mind. Finally, his chest was stuffy, he couldn't breathe, and he almost suffocated. Then the blood rushed up again, and he immediately vomited blood. "Master, are you okay? What's wrong? Or should I call a doctor for you?" Aunt Chiu's eyes were red, full of worry. After Duke Chen vomited blood, his chest was no longer so stuffy, and he felt better. Looking at the woman in front of him whom he had liked since he was young, he smiled weakly. "I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm not going to die yet." How could Aunt Chiu not worry? If Duke Chen died, this Duke's mansion would no longer belong to them. What would she do then? Her eyes were blurred with tears, and she cried sadly, "Master, don't abandon us. What will we do without you? Haven't you thought about it?" Duke Chen's smile immediately faded. Looking carefully at Aunt Chiu's eyes, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be no worry about him in her eyes, but only worry about the future. "Ayu, do you love me?" Duke Chen never asked this question because he was sure before, but now he is not sure. He suddenly wanted to ask. Aunt Chiu was stunned for a moment, then a hint of shyness flashed across her face. "Master, we are already an old couple. Why are you still saying these things? I've never seen you so disgusting before." She was in a bad mood at the moment, and she was not pretending very well. Duke Chen suddenly hated himself for being sober at this moment. Why did he have to see so clearly? He was about to die. Wouldn't it be better to die in confusion? He smiled with effort and said, "It's okay, you go out first. I want to rest." Duke Chen drove her away openly. Unfortunately, Aunt Chiu didn't realize anything and continued, "Master, I don't want to leave, I want to talk to you, do you know? The eldest princess is going on a long journey." What a big scene. There are several carriages. It's really extravagant. I don't know what she brought out to use so many luxurious carriages. Hearing this, Duke Chen closed his eyes irritably and said in a low voice, "These are none of our business. Don't pay attention to them." Aunt Chiu said helplessly, "I know I can't control it, and I don't want to control it. I just envy you, Master. Now that we have you, we have everything. There is no need to envy others, but if you are gone in the future, what will Jingchu, Jingyue, and I do?
Who will take care of us then?"
Her innocent and pitiful appearance did not arouse the sympathy of Duke Chen, but only made him irritated. So, it didn't matter whether he died or not. The most important thing was whether he could continue to give them wealth and glory. Maybe it was because of the death of a person, it seemed that many things suddenly became more clear. Thinking about the sweet words in the past now, there were so many loopholes, and they were so fake. Duke Chen looked at Aunt Chiu with a scrutiny he had never had before. Aunt Chiu didn't notice it at all, and continued, Master, why don't we go and ask the princess to tell His Majesty that the position of duke is hereditary? If Jingchu can inherit your position, then our Qin family will still be a duke's mansion, and our descendants will all be descendants of nobles, not commoners. It's just a word for them, but for us it's a lifetime or even several lifetimes. Master, what do you think? Aunt Qiu looked at him expectantly, wanting to get the answer she expected, but unfortunately she was disappointed. Duke Qin lowered his head and said nothing. That look made Aunt Qiu inexplicably angry. She just held her breath in her chest and didn't dare to let it out, which made her very uncomfortable. Master, did you hear me? Aunt Qiu was no longer willing to endure it. As the days passed, the day when Duke Chun was leaving was getting closer and closer, and her rationality became less and less. Now she couldn't care so much. Duke Chun looked up at her tiredly and said, "Okay, I'll go and beg her when she comes back." Seeing that he agreed, Aunt Qiu was immediately much happier and hurriedly said with a smile, "Okay, that's good. As long as you talk to her nicely, she will definitely be soft-hearted. Women are the easiest to be soft-hearted." Duke Chen nodded lightly. "Okay, I see, you go out. I want to rest." But Aunt Qiu still didn't leave, but continued, "Master, Jingyang doesn't care about us now. You should take time to take care of us one day. After all, you are his father. He doesn't listen to me as his mother, but he will always listen to you. If he really doesn't listen, let him take leave and come back to take care of him. If he doesn't come, report him. Unfilial piety is a taboo in this dynasty. In this way, I wonder if he can keep his position in the Dali Temple." Aunt Qiu was used to showing disgust every time she talked about Qin Jingyang, and at this time she even forgot to hide it. Her appearance made Duke Qin feel more and more uncomfortable. "Just want her to leave as soon as possible. I know, you go out. I want to rest." This is the third time that Duke Shun has asked her to leave. Aunt Qiu nodded. "Okay, then I'll ask Jingyang to come over when he comes back, and you tell him to take leave to go home and take care of the patient." Duke Qin nodded perfunctorily, and then Aunt Qiu went out contentedly. Finally, it was quiet. Duke Qin closed his eyes, and all that emerged in front of him were the things of the first half of his life, and all that was in his mind was the smiling face of Princess Yong'an when he was young. In the evening, Qin Jingyang came back. He was wearing a dark red official uniform, which made him look calm and dignified. As soon as he entered the mansion, Aunt Qiu came to stop him. "Jingyang, your father is seriously ill. This is something that the whole capital knows. As a son, you should take leave to go home to take care of your father. This is natural and right. This is what your father said. If you don't believe it, go ask him." Qin Jingyang looked down at her with deep black eyes, and his eyes were full of coldness. His aura was too strong. Every time Aunt Qiu faced him and was stared at by him, she would feel guilty and afraid. Her aura was completely suppressed, and she became submissive. "Why are you looking at me like this? It's not me who said it, but your father. He asked you to go to his room after work, and he told you." Aunt Qiu didn't dare to look at his eyes again, and her tone was much weaker, without the domineering attitude at the beginning. "Okay." Qin Jingyang said a word in a cold tone. After that, he went directly to the courtyard of Duke Qin and did not return to his own courtyard. Aunt Qiu saw this and raised a smug smile on her face, feeling very proud. Qin Jingyang strode into the courtyard of Duke Qin. Duke Qin in the room did not lie on the bed anymore, but went to the soft couch under the window, staring at the pear tree outside in a daze. "Second young master." The voice of the maid sounded, interrupting Duke Chen's thoughts. He turned his head and looked at the door, and saw Qin Jingyang standing at the door. He was dressed in an official robe, handsome, calm, and handsome. The man in front of him turned out to be his second son, who was sitting in a wheelchair, like a sickly person all year round. Duke Qin couldn't believe it. This was the first time that the father and son met after Qin Jingyang took office. It was also the first time that Duke Qin saw Qin Jingyang in official uniform, majestic and awe-inspiring, which was completely different from his previous image. Qin Jingyang strode in and sat down beside Duke Qin. "You're looking for me?" After sitting down, Qin Jingyang spoke in a light tone, looking at Duke Qin. When he got closer, He saw that his son had a stronger aura. Duke Chin seemed to have just met him today. Such an outstanding child was actually his son. When he thought of this, his mind was full of thoughts. Seeing that Duke Chun was slow to speak, Qin Jingyang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then said lightly, "What do you want, Lord Duke? Did you call me here just to see the Silent One?" Duke Chin shook his head. "No, I just want to see you. I haven't seen you since you went to work in the Dali Temple. You look very good in this official robe." Duke Chin smiled and said in a gentle tone. Hearing this, Chun Jingyang just felt funny, and the sneer at the corner of his mouth enlarged. "So you called me here today just to see me in this official robe?" Duke Chin could feel his coldness and alienation, and could only say helplessly, "I just wanted to see you after not seeing you for a long time."
Ha!
Chun Jingyang couldn't help but sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "Do you want me to take leave and come back to serve you? You can just say it directly, I won't agree anyway. It will end the same whether you say it directly or in a roundabout way, so there's no need to pretend." Hearing this, Duke Chin was helpless. "Have you seen your mother? What did she tell you?" Chun Jingyang said with disdain. "My nominal mother is Her Royal Highness the Princess. Aunt Xiao is just an aunt, and I am not worthy of calling her mother." Lord Duke doesn't even understand the etiquette of respect and inferiority. Hearing this, Duke Chin sighed and couldn't help but said, "She's your mother after all. Why do you hate her so much? You know my health. In the future, please take care of your mother and your brothers and sisters, okay? Jingyang, this is your father's request." Chun Jingyang felt that Duke Chin was old and confused. He actually said these words to him. His brain must have been caught by the door. He sneered and said, "Do you think I will? It's good that I don't seek revenge on her. You still want me to take care of her. Don't you think it's ridiculous to say this?" Duke Chin was full of doubts. "Revenge? Jingyang, what do you mean? She is your mother. She may have neglected you over the years, but she gave birth to you and raised you. You shouldn't hate her so much, right?" Duke Chin was full of disapproval. He felt that this child was even colder than Song Jingyan. Chun Jingyang knew that Duke Chin didn't know what Aunt Xiao had done in the past. Now that Duke Chun was about to die, it was just right for him to know what kind of vicious woman his beloved pillow was. "Father, I am still willing to call you father. Although you never took care of me, as you said, you gave me birth. I cannot deny this. I don't hate you, but I don't like you either. But I hate Aunt Xiao because she once gave up on me in order to win favor. She used me as a chess piece to win favor, and then she just discarded me after she was done. She even wanted to use me as a chess piece to the last effect, regardless of whether I was dead or alive. I don't want such a mother, and I won't recognize her." Duke Chin opened his mouth in surprise, confused and surprised. "Jingyang, what are you talking about? What do you mean by these words?" he asked, but Chun Jingyang as a child began to slowly emerge in his mind. Chun Jingyang stood up, walked to the window and looked at the pear tree outside, and said lightly, "I didn't do the thing when my eldest brother was pushed into the lake. It was Aunt Xiao. She pushed him. After pushing him, she ran away with me." Chun Jingyang's tone was very light, but Duke Chin couldn't remain calm at all. He shook his head subconsciously. "Impossible. Your mother would never do that." Chun Jingyang sneered and said sarcastically, "Of course you don't believe it, because you are the stupidest man I have ever seen in the world. You can't tell right from wrong, black from white, and you have no judgment at all. You only listen to one side and believe whoever you favor." Duke Chun was a little embarrassed and wanted to scold him, but realized that his son was no longer someone he could scold. Looking back, he really trusted Aunt Xiao for so many years, and many times he believed her without any doubt. Chun Jingyang continued, "I knelt in the ancestral hall, with no food to eat and no water to drink. She said that this was all ordered by the eldest princess because I pushed my eldest brother. I said it was not me who pushed him, but she cried and explained to the eldest princess, but the eldest princess did not listen. She also said that the eldest princess would break my legs as compensation. The next day, the eldest princess came as expected, with secret guards, and really broke my legs.
Ha!
Do you know? I rotted in the ancestral hall for half a month. During this half month, I was in pain, hungry, crying, frightened, and scared, but no one took care of me. Duke Chen was shocked. How could no one take care of you? Your mother sent you food every day, and she also went to beg for mercy every day and was humiliated by the eldest princess. She has been running around for you. Jingyang, you misunderstood. Chun Jingyang looked at Duke Chen, who still believed in Aunt Xiao, with sarcasm in his eyes. He was not old and confused. He had always been confused. Really? But later, she admitted that the princess did not give any orders and did not forbid the doctor to treat me. Everything was just Aunt Xiao's intention. She wanted to use me to make you hate the princess and think that the princess was a vicious woman so that you would not like the princess anymore. Only in this way can she get everything she wants. Otherwise, what can she compare with the princess? She can only try her best to gain your favor and plan for her future. Duke Chen couldn't believe that all this was done intentionally by Aunt Xiao. During that time, he really hated the princess. He felt that she was high and mighty, and as a wife, she did not give him any face. He also begged the princess to let her spare Chen Jingyang, but the princess just scolded him angrily and had him thrown out. From then on, he completely disliked the princess in his heart. He was angry and never went to the princess's yard again. This anger lasted for many years. Seeing that he was unwilling to believe it, Chen Jingyang continued to speak. That's why she didn't let the doctor treat my leg and let my wound rot. I almost became a useless person who couldn't walk for the rest of my life because of my own mother. Tell me, should I hate her? Duke Chen shook his head subconsciously. He couldn't believe that Aunt Xiao would be so vicious. Chen Jingyang was her child after 10 months of pregnancy. He was her own child, not adopted. She was so good to Jingqiu and Jingyu. How could she treat Jingyang like this? Duke Chen was so excited that he spurted out another mouthful of blood with a puff. His face became even paler. At this time, all the servants in the room were called out, and no one came forward to take care of him, who was vomiting blood. Chen Jingyang just looked at him quietly, his eyes without any warmth, and the coldness pierced people's hearts. Duke Chen raised his eyes and met his cold eyes. He felt a pain in his heart. No matter whether it was Song Jingmian or Chen Jingyang, they were both his children, the two most promising among all his children. However, as a father, he felt very ashamed of these two children. He had not fulfilled his responsibilities to either of them. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with great effort, Duke Chen said, Jingyang, I didn't know these things before. You have suffered. Listening to his apologetic words, Chen Jingyang just pulled the corner of his mouth and then said, It doesn't matter. I have never counted on you, let alone Aunt Xiao, so now, you two should not count on me. I know Aunt Xiao's thoughts. She is afraid that after you die, she will have no backing and the title of Duke's mansion will also be gone. She is very worried and wants to curry favor with me, but I am a very cold-hearted person. Even if she starves to death in front of me, I will not give her a grain of rice, let alone give her any glory and wealth. Tell her not to dream. Chen Jingyang walked over and handed Duke Chen a handkerchief. Duke Chen was a little surprised and took it. After a moment, his tired voice sounded, Okay, I know, I'll tell her. But Jingyang, Aunt Xiao offended you. But Jingqiu and Jingwei did not offend you. They are your brothers and sisters, you can't just ignore them. Since I'm going to die, promise me that you will take better care of them in the future, okay? Chen Jingyang's act of handing him a handkerchief just now made Duke Chen feel that perhaps he still had someone in his son's heart, so he couldn't help but put forward his idea. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyang couldn't help but twist the corner of his mouth into a sarcastic smile. He said calmly, Don't worry, father. I will take care of them in the future. Hearing this, Duke Chen was immediately overjoyed, and his pale face immediately turned red because of excitement and joy. Okay, Jingyang, it's my father who is sorry for you. I'm very sorry. Now that you can agree, I can die with peace of mind. Duke Chen was really happy at this time, and Chen Jingyang's eyes were full of evil taste. It was fun to trick him. A wicked smile flashed across his face, and Chen Jingyang gently pulled up the corners of his mouth and walked out. As soon as he came outside, he met Aunt Xiao, who seemed to be squatting here. As soon as he came out, Aunt Xiao greeted him with a smug smile. How is it? Your father has told you, right? When will you start taking leave? Looking at Aunt Xiao's secretly smug face, Chen Jingyang's thin lips curled up slightly and smiled lightly. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Chen Jingyang, what nonsense did you talk to father about? Aunt Xiao suddenly got furious and spoke fiercely, her face full of panic that could not be hidden. She didn't care about Chen Jingyang anymore and hurried to the room of Duke Chen. Master Aunt Xiao came in and saw the person on the couch and pinched her throat and shouted. Duke Chen didn't even open his eyes to look at her, but closed his eyes and said, Go out. I want to rest. Master, did that rebellious son say something to you? Don't listen to him. He has some misunderstandings about me. Those words are not true. Don't believe them. Even without opening his eyes, Duke Chen could imagine what Aunt Xiao looked like now, so eager to explain, and that hypocritical and frightened look formed in his mind. He became more and more irritated and threw the pillow beside him and smashed it in front of Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao froze all over, standing there in a daze, not daring to move, and her heart was a little nervous. Get out! Duke Chen was angry, and Aunt Xiao was even more frightened and trembled, and then she said timidly, Okay, I'll go out now. Aunt Xiao hurried out and didn't dare to stay any longer. She wanted to find Chen Jingyang to settle the account and came to his yard, but was stopped and not allowed to enter. Yunzhou. That day, Mu Yun went to Qianji early in the morning and did not come back until noon. Song Jingnian was carving something in the yard. When he saw her come back, he immediately hid the thing, with an unnatural look on his face. Ayun, you come back so early today. Song Jingnian spoke with a gentle tone. Mu Yun nodded, and seeing that there was no one in the yard, she asked, Why are you alone? Song Jingnian stood up and walked toward her, saying, They are all studying in Yi Xian's yard. Baimu Baixing went to see the construction of the weaving workshop. Mu Yun glanced at his hands, which were covered with sawdust, and there were some small cuts on his fingers. She frowned slightly, and before she asked, Song Jingnian hurriedly put his hands behind his back. It's hot today. Zizhu made mung bean ice. I'll go to the kitchen to get it for you. As Song Jingnian was about to go to the kitchen, Mu Yun grabbed his arm and said, What did you hide just now? Let me see. Song Jingnian's eyes dodged and he said hurriedly, I just wanted to carve a wooden sword for the child, not something else.
Mu Yun laughed.
He looked so bad at lying that it was really funny. What wooden sword? Let me see. Song Jingnian smiled and said, It's just an ordinary wooden sword, nothing fancy. I'll make mung bean ice for you. As he said that, he was about to leave again. Mu Yun smiled and hugged his waist directly, and the whole person nestled in his arms, smiling and said, Hold me first before you go. While he was not paying attention, she reached into Song Jingnian's arms, touched the thing, and then took it out. Song Jingnian was helpless. Okay. To be honest, it's not for the child, it's for you. It's not ready yet, can you not look at it first? Feeling the hand in his arms, he hugged the person tightly and said helplessly. Mu Yun smiled and put it back to him. Okay. I won't look at it anymore. I like anything you give me, but don't hurt yourself. Mu Yun let go of him and took his big hand to look at it. There were many small wounds on it, which made her feel a little distressed. Song Jingnian smiled, reached out and gently touched her nose, and said in a doting tone, It's not hurt. It's just that you are not very skilled. It was accidentally touched. It's not a big injury. Song Jingnian took Mu Yun to sit in the pavilion and brought her a bowl of mung bean soup made by Zizhu and chilled in the well. The cool mung bean soup was very cold. After drinking it in one gulp, the heat in the body immediately dropped a lot. Song Jingnian wiped the sweat from her forehead, then said, Ayun, there is something I want to tell you. Mu Yun nodded while drinking soup with a spoon. Well, go ahead. Song Jingnian hesitated for a moment, then said, It's like this. My mother may be coming.
Ah?
Mu Yun was startled and asked hurriedly, Your mother is coming? Here? Song Jingnian nodded. Well, I didn't ask her to come. She knew I was in Yunzhou, and she wanted to come by herself. Worried that Mu Yun would not like it, Song Jingnian explained. Mu Yun didn't show much reaction and said lightly, Well, come if you want, but Song Jingnian, you don't want the elders to force me to get married, do you? I don't want to get married, and I won't change my mind easily. Don't try to change my mind. Song Jingnian was helpless. No, I don't have this idea. My mother is not very happy at home. Before I left, I told her that if she had nothing to do, she could go out for a walk so that she might feel better. I didn't expect her to decide to come so soon. Maybe she just passed by here for fun and didn't come to see me specially. I haven't told her about the crescent moon ingot. Muyan asked, "You are your mother's only child?" Song Jingnian nodded. Well, so she is very bored at home alone, and things at home are complicated and she has a lot of worries, so I told her to go out for a walk, travel around, and it will help her stay in a good mood. Muyan nodded. Yeah, traveling does help you feel good. I like to travel around when I have nothing to do. I can't stay idle at home. Song Jingnian nodded. I can see that you go out every day, and there is no day you stay at home. Muyan smiled, then asked, when will your mother arrive? I don't want to meet my parents for the time being. It feels too formal. Song Jingnian was puzzled. Meet the parents? What does that mean? Muyan explained. It means meeting the elders in the man's family. Generally speaking, meeting the elders means that something has been decided, but I don't want to get married. So, meeting the elders is a bit stressful for me. I don't like to put pressure on myself. I just want to enjoy life in a relaxed manner. Hearing this, Song Jingnian suddenly looked aggrieved. Ayun, do you dislike me? Such a handsome face looks particularly good when he is aggrieved. If he was angry, Muyan could deal with it easier, but he looked so aggrieved and sad, which made her feel very unbearable. She quickly explained, No, how could I dislike you? You are so handsome and beautiful. How could I dislike you? Song Jingnian sighed and said a little lonely, Ayun, in fact, you don't know that in the capital, everyone knows that I have no fertility, so everyone talks about me behind my back, saying that I will never get married in this life. I went to Yuntai Mountain to practice for peace, but others said that I couldn't accept the defects of my body and went to practice. Everyone disliked me. Do you dislike me now?
Muyan.
I almost forgot that he couldn't have children. If he couldn't have children, wouldn't he be the same as a Nutch? Muyan guessed secretly, and his eyes were also scrutinizing. No wonder every time he kissed, he just stopped at a certain point and never crossed the line. It seems that this is because he has no function in that aspect. Muyan immediately understood that maybe Song Jingnian was really inferior and afraid in his heart, so he couldn't wait to get married. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If she said break up now, would it hurt his self-esteem even more? But if they didn't break up, Song Jingnian didn't have that ability. How could they be together in the future? Although she had never experienced that kind of thing and didn't know what it felt like, it was said to be very important. Seeing that Muyan's eyes were getting weirder and weirder, and he didn't speak for a long time, Song Jingnian felt a little uncomfortable being looked at. He shouted, Ayun, what are you thinking about? When Muyan heard his voice, he immediately came back to his senses, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped, which made Song Jingnian even more puzzled.
Ayun?
Muyan hurriedly said, Well, I was just thinking that. Or how about we? Muyan couldn't say the word break up, always feeling that it would be very unfair to him, but he didn't even have the most basic ability of a man. How could this relationship continue? Muyan was really embarrassed. What's wrong with us? Song Jingnian asked doubtfully. Ayun, do you dislike me too? Song Jingnian asked carefully, and the expectation in his eyes made it impossible for her to say those cruel words. She hurriedly explained, Really not. You're so nice. How could I dislike you? I like you so much that I can't wait to see you. You're overthinking. Then what are you thinking about? Song Jingnian asked angrily. No, what I mean is that you can see her when she arrives, but don't let her know about our relationship. I'm not ready yet. Muyan hesitated, always unable to say the words that would hurt him. Hearing this, Song Jingnian looked lost and sad again. Any expression on his face attracted Muyan. At this moment, she couldn't bear to see him like this. Song Jingnian said disappointedly, Ayun, I understand what you mean. Don't worry. I will go out to find a house tomorrow and tell my mother that I will live there alone and not let her come here, so you don't have to see her. As he said that, Song Jingyan stood up and was about to leave. Mu Yun hurriedly held him back and said helplessly, "Don't be sad. It's not that I can't see her. It's just—" "Are you willing to see her?" Song Jingyan asked with surprise before Mu Yun finished speaking, and happiness was written on his face. Mu Yun was looked at expectantly by his bright eyes and couldn't say no for a while. "That's great. Thank you, Ayun." Song Jingyan happily pulled her into his arms. Mu Yun could clearly feel his joy, which made her even more reluctant to refuse. "Ayun, I'm really happy to be with you. I like this ordinary, plain and warm life. With the children and you, I feel the perfection of life and what happiness is only with you. I used to be like a floating fallen leaf, not knowing where to go and could only drift with the wind. But now I know where I belong." Song Jingyan's tone was filled with happiness, and Mu Yun smiled as she buried herself in his arms. "Forget it." She seemed reluctant to give up. "Let's take it one step at a time. What's the point of worrying about those things?" She reached out and hugged him back and said gently, "Okay, you belong to me. I'll take you. Rest assured. I won't abandon you, and your mother can come if she wants. But let me say one thing. I don't like others forcing me to do things, so if there is anything unpleasant at that time, you can only find a way out yourself. I can't let myself be wronged." Mu Yun knew that the mothers-in-law in ancient times were very powerful. She didn't want to see them because she was worried about all kinds of messy things. This way, she could avoid a lot of trouble. But now she couldn't bear to make Song Jingyan sad. It would be troublesome. Song Jingyan hugged her, gently touched her head and responded, "Well, okay, I won't let you be wronged, and no one can let you be wronged. Just follow your own ideas and habits. No one can change you." Mu Yun felt his care, and her heart was warm. She had never experienced the feeling of being held in someone's arms and cared for, so she was actually very fascinated in her heart, but she never dared to show it. Only when she buried her face in his arms and no one saw it, she dared to show an expression of enjoyment and greed.
"Okay," Mu Yun responded gently.
The warm embrace made Mu Yun not want to leave. She stayed in Song Jingyan's arms and refused to let go. It was not until Bai Mu and the others came back, and the door was pushed open that Mu Yun came out of Song Jingyan's arms. "Sir, Miss Mu, the weaving workshop will be completed in 2 days, and we can start selecting apprentices. Do you need help from the government? If necessary, we will find someone." Mu Yun was very unhappy when she thought of Lu Tongzhou, so she asked, "Apart from Lu Tongzhou, are there any other officials in the government office?" Bai Mu replied, "In fact, it is more appropriate to find a Tongpan in terms of finance. He is the official in charge of finance in Yunzhou. Although his official position is similar to Lu Tongzhou, the Tongpan has more power. This official position exists to supervise the prefect. The prefect is in charge of the people's affairs, judging cases, etc., and the finances of a city are all under the responsibility of the Tongpan." Mu Yun didn't know much about these officials, so he said, "That's good. If it's to make achievements for Lu Tongzhou, I don't want to do that. Let's go find this Tongpan. Do you know where this Tongpan lives? I'll go talk to him." Song Jingyan glanced at him, and Bai Mu hurriedly said, "I'll go. You don't have to worry about it. Leave it to me. You can rest assured that it will be done tomorrow." Mu Yun looked at him suspiciously. "Are you sure you can do it? Don't mess it up." Bai Mu nodded seriously. "Yes, I'm sure." "Okay, then I'll leave it to you."
Mu Yun nodded.
Bai Mu got the order and immediately went to Lu Tongpan's house. Lu Tongpan, who was taking a nap at home, just woke up and saw a person appear in front of him, which immediately scared him. You. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my mansion, and what do you want to do?" Bai Mu turned around gracefully, raised the token in his hand, and said lightly, "I am Bai Mu, the left vanguard general under the command of Prince Ping. This is His Highness's token. Seeing this token is like seeing your highness." Hearing this, Lu Tongpan hurriedly looked at the token in his hand and then immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Your subordinate greets the prince. May the prince live 1,000 years." Bai Mu put away the token and said, "Get up. His Highness orders you to assist in the recruitment of students for the Yun's weaving workshop that will be open soon. The government office will step forward to drive the people of the whole city to work and get rich. Lu Tongpan was puzzled. Yun's weaving workshop? I have never heard of it. Bai Mu said, those newly built houses in the west of the city are there. If Lord Lu is free, you can go and see them tomorrow. There is only one thing. When you see me and your highness in the Yunzhou city in the future, we must not reveal our identities. Just pretend that we know nothing. Lu Tongpan was immediately surprised. The prince is also in Yunzhou?
Bai Mu nodded.
This person might meet the prince that day, so it would be best to greet him in advance. Lu Tongpan was surprised that he was really there. He nodded quickly and said, okay, I will remember it. This is the time for him to perform well, and it is a good opportunity. Lu Tongpan was very happy. Bai Mu gave a few more instructions and then left, climbing over the wall. After Lu Tongpan saw him leave, he suddenly became energetic and no longer sleepy, and hurried to work. At night, after dinner, Mu Yun digested the food in the yard, and at the same time, she was studying new dyes. The weaving workshop was about to start. She wanted to study a new dye, preferably a more amazing one. At that time, the cloth would definitely sell well, and there would be no worries about business. But after thinking about it, she couldn't think of any good colors. They were all the same: red, yellow, blue, green, blue, purple, and there seemed to be no special ones. At this time, she regretted that she didn't read more books about dyeing in her previous life, which led to her hard research now. Ayun, would you like some grapes? Song Jingnian asked, carrying a plate of grapes. Mu Yun shook her head. No, I don't want to eat. Song Jingnian, what color do you think is the most beautiful and special? Song Jingnian glanced at her aqua green dress and smiled. I think this color on you is the most special and the best looking. Mu Yun had no choice but to roll her eyes at him. She was serious, okay? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled helplessly and said, there are too many colors in the rainbow, and I can't make one. Yuya, go play somewhere else. Mother has something to do. Yuya nodded obediently and ran to find Yuan Bao and the others. The colors of the rainbow emerged in Mu Yun's mind, and he suddenly remembered the gradient color. In this era, there should be no gradient color. If a good-looking gradient color can be dyed, it must be very popular. New things can arouse people's interest the most. Song Jingyan, I thought of it. I will start the experiment tomorrow. Mu Yun said excitedly. Seeing her smile, Song Jingyan also smiled. Okay, I will accompany you tomorrow. Hearing this, Mu Yun glanced at him, and his bright and lively eyes turned around, and he said, wait for me to come to my yard. I have something to talk to you about. Song Jingyan was puzzled. What is it? Can't you tell me now? Mu Yun pretended to be mysterious. Well, I can't tell you. You will know in the evening. Remember to come. Song Jingyan agreed. Mu Yun smiled, then went back to his yard and asked Yulan to arrange a bath. Night fell completely, and the moon was hanging in the sky. After Mu Yun washed up, she dismissed all the maids and sat alone in the room waiting. Today she had to try to see if Song Jingyan was really incapable. Usually, he looked no different from a normal man, and she was still unwilling to believe that he would not be able to do it. After a while, footsteps sounded in the yard, steady and powerful, and it was obvious that Song Jingyan was coming. Mu Yun's hair was still slightly wet. She lay on the bed and put all her hair down to the edge of the bed, and she was wearing a light gauze dress, revealing a large area of white and delicate skin on her chest, which aroused people's reverie. Mu Yun had just fallen asleep when there was a knock on the door. She whispered, come in. Song Jingyan pushed the door open and went in. Through the gauze curtain, he could vaguely see Mu Yun lying on the bed. Song Jingyan didn't think much about it and asked after closing the door, Ayun, are you coming out? What do you want to tell me? Mu Yun's voice rang out, and she said casually, come in. I just finished washing up, and my hair isn't dry yet. Can you help me wipe my hair first? Song Jingyan didn't see clearly what the scene was inside at this time, and immediately agreed. Okay. He walked in, and when he saw Mu Yun on the bed through the gauze curtain, he immediately turned around and said, Ayun, your clothes are not properly put on. Why don't you put on your clothes first? Muyun's voice was puzzled. How can I not put on my clothes?
I'm dressed.
Oh, hurry up. My hair is wet and uncomfortable, and I'm going to have a headache later. Hearing this, Song Jingnian hesitated for a moment and finally turned around, but he didn't dare to look at her and looked down at the ground. The dry towel is beside, did you see it? Come and help me wipe it. Muyun's tone was casual, as if he didn't notice Song Jingnian's shyness. Song Jingnian looked at the white towel folded on the side of the bed. He reached out to take it and squatted down to wipe Muyun's hair. Muyun looked up at him and found that his face was slightly red. She couldn't help but laugh and said, Song Jingnian, are you shy? Song Jingnian didn't dare to look up at her. He just looked up once, and all he saw was the large area of skin in front of her. He quickly retracted his gaze and didn't dare to look again. Hearing Muyun's words, he shook his head. No, Ayun, otherwise I'll call Ziju to wipe it for you. Muyun rarely acted like a spoiled child and said softly, No, I like you to wipe it for me. Song Jingnian was so happy to hear this that the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to his ears. Okay, then I'll wipe it for you, he said in a doting tone. Muyun let him wipe his hair, his mind full of mixed thoughts. He spoke to him in a non-committal manner, and the atmosphere was quite warm. After a while, Song Jingnian said, It's almost done. Hearing this, Muyun sat up all of a sudden, which scared Song Jingnian. He said in a doting tone, Slow down. What if you fall? After sitting up, Muyun's long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The thin gauze dress showed her skin color, looming and even more fascinating. Song Jingnian only took a glance and turned his head away quickly. Do you want to say something? If not, I'll go back first. Muyun patted the seat next to him and said, Come and sit here. Song Jingnian blushed and said a little uncomfortably, That's your bed. You can't let others sit on it easily. Muyun looked at him with a smile, her eyes sparkling. But you are not someone else. You are Song Jingnian, the person I like. Hearing this, Song Jingnian felt a sweet feeling in his heart and couldn't help looking up at her. Her sparkling eyes seemed to have infinite love and expectations for him and became tender and affectionate. Hurry up, come and sit down. I want to be closer to you. Muyun spoke again. Song Jingnian couldn't refuse her at all, so he could only sit over obediently. As soon as he sat over, Muyun climbed up and sat directly on his lap, with her arms around his neck. Song Jingnian was startled, afraid that she would fall, so he subconsciously reached out and hugged her. Ayun, what are you going to do? Song Jingnian's voice was low, curious, and a little flustered. Muyun nestled in his arms and said lazily, I'm not doing anything. I just want you to hug me. Is that not okay? As long as Muyun softened her tone and acted coquettishly, Song Jingnian could not resist, and his tone softened, and he said gently, Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, his big hand fell on Muyun's waist and hugged her tightly, but Muyun's clothes were really too thin, and Song Jingnian felt like his hand was sticking to her skin, which was a little hot. The warm hug was only quiet for a moment, and Muyun's hand began to move restlessly in his arms. Song Jingnian, do you have abdominal muscles? Do you have chest muscles? Can I touch them? Song Jingnian was helpless, holding her hand but not daring to let go, unable to stop her hand from moving around in his arms. Ayun, you can't touch me. We haven't gotten married yet. If you marry me, then it's up to you. Although Song Jingnian was very embarrassed, he still blushed and coaxed. Muyun's fingers touched his rolling Adam's apple and whispered, We are in love now, and you can touch me. Song Jingnian couldn't help it, so he freed up one hand to grab her wandering hand and asked in confusion, What does it mean to be in love? Muyun smiled and explained to him, It means a man and a woman like each other, and then they talk about feelings together. Song Jingnian, then why don't you get married directly? If you like each other, wouldn't it be better to accompany each other for a lifetime? Muyun didn't know how to explain to him and said helplessly, Then we have to get along first to see if it's suitable. If it's suitable, it's not too late to get married. Song Jingnian felt that she had many strange ideas, which were different from ordinary people, but he would not refute her and just go along with her. Hearing this, Song Jingmian let go of her hand and continued to hold her waist. Ayun, why don't you take a rest? It's quite late. Muyun hooked his neck, leaned forward, and said softly, but I still want to stay with you. Song Jingmian looked at her like this. His heart softened, and he said lovingly, okay, but it's not good for your reputation. Muyun looked into his eyes, slowly moved closer, her lips almost touching his lips. Then I'll let you take responsibility. After saying that, she kissed him without waiting for Song Jingmian to speak. Song Jingmian was stunned for a moment. Although he felt it was not polite, he was reluctant to push her away, so he tightened his arms and lingered with her gently. This kiss was different from the past. Muyun was too active, breathing rapidly, and his hands were moving around, which made Song Jingmian a little difficult to control. Muyun was still sitting in his arms. Feeling that the thing she had always suspected had actually arisen, she was startled and hurried away. Song Jingmian was pushed onto the bed without any preparation, while Muyun jumped to the side, his face flushed. Song Jingmian looked at her helplessly, not understanding what she was doing. She had aroused his interest, but suddenly a basin of cold water was poured on him, making him almost unable to react. Feeling Song Jingmian's resentful eyes, Muyun felt guilty and hurriedly smiled. You reacted, I'm scared. Muyun simply said it directly, pointing at Song Jingmian's place. Now the person with a flushed face instantly changed to Song Jingmian. He hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover his front and said with a red face, if you do this, it would be strange if I didn't react. You don't do this next time. With that, Song Jingmian was about to leave. Muyun hurriedly grabbed his hand and said hesitantly, well, how about not leaving? Song Jingmian was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Muyun was wearing cool clothes, and her eyes full of affection were even more attractive, and her plump red lips were tender and tempting. Song Jingmian swallowed subconsciously, and his rough Adam's apple rolled up and down uneasily. The temperature around him seemed to rise all of a sudden. Are you sure? Yun licked his lips nervously, and before he could answer, he saw Song Jingmian rushing over directly. He was a man who had been single for many years. Once he started, he couldn't stop. Muyun was just curious at first. Later, it was useless for her to stop. Imagine it yourself here. After tossing all night, the next morning, when Song Jingmian got up full of energy and a smile on his face, Muyun was still sleeping soundly. Instructing people not to disturb her, Song Jingmian went to the hall. The smile on his lips never faded. When the others saw him coming out of Muyun's room, they were all full of guesses, but they didn't dare to ask too much. Song Jingmian asked Ziju to cook many dishes that Muyun liked to eat so that she could eat them any time when she woke up. When Muyun woke up, it was already noon, the sun was shining, and the courtyard was filled with heat. Thinking of everything that happened last night, she couldn't help but blush and regretted her behavior last night. It was simply her own fault. Curiosity was something that she didn't need to have in the future. She got up from bed and put on her clothes. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Song Jingmian coming over. When Muyun saw him, everything about last night came to her mind again, and her face quickly turned red. Ayun, are you hungry? Ziju has been preparing breakfast. I'll take you there to eat. Song Jingmian hurried over and took her hand, saying gently. Muyun didn't say anything, and let him lead her away. The children were all in Yi Xian's yard. Ziju and the others followed him to the weaving workshop to help. In the huge front hall, only Song Jingmian and Muyun were there. Ayun, are you mad at me? Why don't you talk to me? Song Jingmian brought her food and saw that she was eating quietly without saying anything, which made him feel a little worried. Muyun was too embarrassed to speak, not knowing what to say, but Song Jingmian was angry at this attitude. Ayun, my mother should be here soon. When she arrives, we will hold a wedding banquet, okay? Then when you want to go back to Beijing, we will hold another one. Muyun looked at him helplessly. Why are you in such a hurry? Song Jingmian said hurriedly. I'm not anxious for myself. I'm afraid that others will say that I was impulsive last night. I'm sorry for you, and I haven't gotten married yet. But she didn't care. In this kind of thing, It's not necessarily that only men take advantage. She actually likes it, but she can't resist it, and she doesn't feel that she has suffered a loss. Song Jingmian, there's no rush to get married. The children are so old now. It's okay to tell the public that we are married. As for the wedding banquet, let's talk about it later. Hearing this, Song Jingmian could only agree. Okay. I'm just afraid that I've wronged you. Mu Yun smiled indifferently. It's okay, I'm not wronged. If I'm wronged, I'll tell you myself. The weather was too hot. After eating a few bites, Mu Yun didn't want to eat anymore. Just as he put down his bowl and chopsticks, the guards outside came to report. Sir, there are many carriages outside, and they are parked at our door. Hearing this, Song Jingmian immediately thought of his mother. It wouldn't be so fast, would it? He got up and walked out. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he saw the eldest princess getting off the gorgeous carriage. Nanny Chun supported her on the side. Mu Yun also followed out. Seeing this scene, he was also very surprised. This is the noble lady of that family. This style is too full, and her appearance and temperament are also very noble. At first glance, she is the kind of pampered superior with a strong aura. Mother, you're so fast. Song Jingmian walked down the steps and walked towards the eldest princess. Mu Yun was a little surprised to hear this address. Just now he said that his mother should be here in the next 2 days, but she arrived in the blink of an eye. The speed is too fast. Mu Yun followed him down. After all, he was her elder, and it would not be good for her to just stand here and watch. The princess got off the carriage and only glanced at Song Jingmian. Then her sight fell on Mu Yun, who was walking behind him. Mu Yun was wearing a lavender dress today, with a girlish bun. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and her temperament was cold. Although she was not an extremely beautiful woman, she was also a cold beauty with excellent temperament. A touch of satisfaction flashed in the princess' eyes, and she showed the kindest smile of her life and said to Mu Yun, "This is Miss Mu, right? She is indeed a beauty with outstanding temperament." Song Jingmian smiled helplessly. His mother simply ignored him. Mu Yun was puzzled. Did Song Jingmian's mother know him? She smiled politely. "Hello, madam.
I'm Mu Yun."
The princess smiled lovingly, took Mu Yun's hand, and said, "Just call me Aunt Song, you're welcome. It's our first meeting. This is Aunt Song's gift to you." The princess took off the jade bracelet on her wrist and put it on Mu Yun's hand. Before Mu Yun could refuse, she heard her satisfied voice. "Look, it really fits, as if it was tailor-made for you." The princess had never been so enthusiastic to anyone before, but Mu Yun was a little unaccustomed to it and hurriedly refused with a smile. "Aunt Song, this is too expensive and not suitable. Please don't do this." Hearing this, Mu Yun was in a dilemma whether to pick it or not. Song Jingmian smiled and said, "It's a kind gift from mother, so accept it." Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't pick it anymore. "Thank you, Aunt Song." Mu Yun thanked him. The princess smiled happily. Don't be polite. Don't be polite. We will be a family in the future." Mu Yun. She looked at Song Jingmian and asked him what he meant with her eyes. Didn't he say that he didn't tell his mother? How come it seems that his mother already knows it now? Song Jingmian was also confused. He really didn't say it. "Mother, let's go in first," Song Jingmian said. The princess nodded and ordered people to move all the things in the carriage in. Seeing that the name of the mansion was Mu's house, a smile flashed in the princess' eyes again. She didn't expect that one day her son would come to her house and live in someone else's house. The princess kept holding Mu Yun's hand, and Mu Yun couldn't shake it off, so he could only patiently let her hold it. All the way to the front hall, there was still no sign of the child. The princess was a little anxious, but she couldn't show it. She still remembered what Song Yan said, that she couldn't reveal what she already knew. The attendants brought in all the gifts that the princess prepared for Mu Yun. Her own luggage was still outside. "Mother, what are you doing with these things?" Looking at the jewelry in the box, Song Jingmian asked in confusion. The princess smiled and said, "Didn't you say last time that you had a girl you liked? You didn't tell me who it was when I asked you. This time you ran out in a hurry, I guess you must have come to see that girl, so I thought about coming to see her and bring some gifts to my future daughter-in-law. When I saw Miss Mu today, I felt that this must be her. What a good girl. You must cherish her. Hearing this, Song Jingnian was relieved. Fortunately, it can be proved that he didn't tell anyone. Mu Yun was also relieved. He didn't know about the child yet, but he was so enthusiastic. If he knew about the child, he would be even more enthusiastic. She couldn't resist it then. Fortunately, I don't know, so I can still hide it. Yes, mother. You are right, I will cherish it. Song Jingnian quickly agreed. The princess looked around and asked curiously, this huge house is just for you two? How come there is not even a maid or a servant? Mu Yun hurriedly said, everyone went to the weaving workshop to help, so there is no one at home. Aunt Song, you are tired from the journey, or I will take you to rest, and I will go to clean up the yard for you. Mu Yun was actually just asking politely. She thought that it would be great if Song Jingnian's mother could ask to live outside, so that she would definitely not see Yuya Yuanbao. But she didn't expect the princess to agree with a smile. Okay, then I will bother you for a few days. Let the maid I brought with me do the cleaning of the yard. You don't have to do it yourself. Let's go and take a look. This is the first time I have lived outside in so many years. It feels good. Mu Yun was pulled away by the princess. She hurriedly gave Song Jingnian a look, indicating that he should help her out quickly. She was really not good at such intimate contact with people. Song Jingnian hurriedly separated the two people, held his mother's arm, and said, Mom, let me hold you and take you there. Yun has her own things to do, so let her go first. Mu Yun said hurriedly, it's okay. I'll accompany Aunt Song to see where she lives first, and it won't be too late to go and get busy later. The eldest princess smiled and said, it's okay, Miss Mu. You go and get busy first. I'm already embarrassed to live in your house. If I delay your business again, I will feel even more guilty. Go and get busy. Don't worry about it. Jingnian will take care of me. Song Jingnian was also afraid that Mu Yun would feel uncomfortable, so he hurriedly said, Ayun, go and get busy. I'll come to you later. Seeing that the eldest princess didn't seem to be angry, Mu Yun nodded hesitantly. Okay, then Aunt Song, I'll go and get busy first. I will be back soon after I'm done. You can treat this as your own home. Don't be polite. I'll be back soon. The eldest princess nodded. Okay, go quickly. Mu Yun turned and left. In fact, she was fine, but she really didn't know how to get along with Song Jingnian's mother, so she had to run away. After Mu Yun left, Song Jingnian continued to send the princess to the courtyard. Mother, did you know something? Why did you come so quickly and prepare a gift for Ayun? Song Jingnian asked suspiciously. The princess smiled, raised her head, and said calmly, What do you mean I know something? Are you hiding something from me? I just thought that I might meet your sweetheart when I came to see you, so I prepared a gift. Why, are you very dissatisfied with this? Song Jingnian was helpless. How could he dare to say that he was dissatisfied? Mother, it's not that I'm not satisfied, but I'm afraid you've scared people. The princess asked, Does she not know your identity? It seems that you get along very casually. Song Jingnian nodded. Well, I don't know. I haven't told her yet. The princess nodded and then asked, Does she know that you can't have children? Song Jingnian nodded. Well, I know. The princess sighed and said, It can be seen that this is a good girl. I agree with your marriage. As long as Miss Mu is willing, I can hold a grand wedding banquet for you at any time. Thinking of Mu Yan's idea of not wanting to get married, Song Jingnian was helpless. Mother, we will make our own decisions on the marriage, so don't worry about it. Don't think about anything when you go out to play and relax. The princess nodded. When she passed by a yard, she seemed to hear the sound of children reading, which immediately made her energetic and looked towards the yard. Jingnian, why do I seem to hear the sound of reading? Is there a school nearby? The princess asked in a puzzled manner. Song Jingnian nodded. Yes, there should be a school. Let's go. Mother, go and have a rest. Your yard is in front. Song Jingnian pulled her and quickened their pace. Soon they arrived at a spacious yard. Mother, you can rest here. The eldest princess nodded and then asked Chinma to take people to clean up. Jingnian, go find Miss Mu. You don't need to take care of me here. The eldest princess just wanted to drive Song Jingnian away at this time, and then go find her grandchildren. Song Jingnian wanted to accompany her more, fearing that she would not be used to being alone in a strange place, but he didn't expect to be driven away. He smiled helplessly. Okay, then I'll go. Mother, if you have any instructions, let someone call me immediately. After Song Jingnian's figure went far away, the eldest princess quietly walked to the door and saw that there was no one around. She said to Nanny Chen, Nanny, come with me to find my grandchildren. This unfilial son didn't tell me that he had a child, but now that I am here, he still wants to hide it. It's really too bad. The eldest princess couldn't help complaining. Nanny Chen smiled and said, maybe the prince just hasn't figured out how to tell you. Don't worry, he has it all. How can he run away? Nanny Chen said as she came over to support the eldest princess, turned around and gave a few instructions to the maids, and then helped the eldest princess out. The two followed the way they had just come and gradually heard the sound of reading again. The eldest princess was very excited when she heard the children reading. Nanny, did you hear it? I feel that it is the sound of Yuan Bao and Yuya. Come on, let's go quickly. The eldest princess became impatient and didn't need Nanny Chen to support her. She threw away her hand and walked forward by herself, speeding up a lot. Your Highness, please slow down. Don't be in a hurry. Nanny Chen saw her speeding up and shouted helplessly, and hurriedly chased after her. The eldest princess ignored her and hurried to the gate of Yi Xian's yard. The sound of reading became clearer. Mammy, wait a minute. If we go in like this, we may disturb the children's reading. Let's wait outside first. The eldest princess stood at the gate of the yard for a moment and finally spoke. Nanny Chen nodded and waited outside with the eldest princess. However, the weather was a bit hot, and the eldest princess couldn't stand standing at the door for a while. Nanny Chen said distressfully, Your Highness, why don't you go in? Go in quietly and see. As long as we don't make any noise, we won't disturb the two young masters. The eldest princess wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief and looked at the sun. Okay, then let's be quiet. At this time, the sound of reading stopped. The two walked in slowly, looking around curiously, and walked through the corridor to see the yard in front. There was a room in front of the yard with the door open. Several children were sitting at the desk as if writing. Your Highness, that seems to be Advisor Yi. Nanny Chen said in surprise. The princess had been looking for the children. The four children had their backs to them, so she couldn't recognize them. After hearing Nanny Chen's words, her eyes fell on Yi Xian, who was at the front of the room. Unexpectedly, the children's teacher was Yi Xian. The princess knew without thinking that it must be Song Jingnian who called him. So many people knew about the existence of the child, but she, as a grandmother, didn't know. The princess became even more angry. Let's go closer. Among these four children, there is only one girl. That must be Yuya. She looks so cute just from the back. I just don't know which one is Yuan Bao. The princess said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Nanny Chen quickly analyzed for her. It should be one of the two younger boys. The older one looks like he's about 7 or 8 years old, so the ages don't match. The eldest princess nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. The two younger ones seem to be about the same. Could it be the fatter one? Nanny Chen observed carefully and said, It's possible, but the slightly thinner one could also be one. The eldest princess really wanted to see the faces of the two children, so she didn't care about so much and walked directly towards the school. Yi Xian noticed that there seemed to be someone outside, so he got up and walked out. Write well and finish this article, and today's class will be over. Yi Xian gave an instruction before walking out, fearing that it would affect the children's concentration. When he walked out of the door, he saw that it was the eldest princess, and his mouth opened in surprise. Your Highness the Princess? Yi Xian was about to salute, and his voice was so loud that the eldest princess was a little anxious, and hurriedly said, Shh. Keep your voice down. You don't have to salute. Yi Xian quickly looked back at the children and was relieved to see that they were all writing quietly. Then he hurriedly asked in a low voice, Your Highness, Princess, why are you here? The princess snorted coldly. You can come, but I can't? Seeing that the princess was full of resentment, Yi Xian immediately understood that she was dissatisfied because she knew about the crescent moon ingot. But it is understandable. The princess has been worrying about the prince's affairs for many years. Now that she has a child, she didn't tell her in time. Now she knows it. She must be angry. Yi Xian laughed hurriedly and said, Your Highness, you are joking. You can definitely come. You should have come a long time ago. It's just that the prince didn't say it, and we didn't dare to say it. I was sent here by the prince as soon as I knew about it. Even if I wanted to inform you, I didn't have the chance. Seeing his flattering smile, the princess gave him a cold look and then asked, Are the children's classes about to end? I haven't seen the two children yet. Yi Xian laughed hurriedly and said, It's about to end. It's about to end. It will be over soon. The princess nodded and then asked, Is this your yard? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, your highness. The princess looked at it for a moment and then said, Just call me Aunt Song in the future. You don't have to bow outside. Yi Xian was a little surprised and then nodded in response. Okay, Aunt Song. The princess nodded. Well, you go in and take care of it. I'll wait outside. The sun was shining in the yard outside, and it was much better to hide under the eaves at this time. Nanny Chun went to move a chair for her to sit down. When the princess saw her standing, she said, Nanny, please move another one to sit down. You don't have to be so disciplined outside. You have to stand for a long time. You won't be able to bear it later. Hearing this, Nanny Chun smiled and agreed, and moved another chair to sit next to the princess. In the school, Yi Xian looked at the children, thinking about the princess outside, and smiled helplessly. Sir, I'm done. Yuan Bao finished first, and then Mu Yang also finished. Only Yueya and Hu Tianxi were left. These two always finish last. Yi Xian was used to it. After putting away the papers, he continued to wait quietly. Thinking of the princess outside, Yi Xian said to Yuan Bao, you can go out first and wait for them outside. Yuan Bao nodded and walked out with Mu Yang. The princess naturally heard the voice inside and looked at the entrance of the school with expectation. When Yuan Bao's small figure appeared, the little face that was extremely similar to Song Jingnian made the princess completely stunned, and her eyes turned red in an instant. Really? It only takes one look to know that this is definitely their child, exactly like Song Jingnian when he was a child. The princess couldn't help but redden her eyes. Until this moment, she dared to really believe that she had a grandson, not fake, not fantasy, but real. When Yuan Bao came out, he naturally saw the princess. He didn't know her and subconsciously took a look at the princess's clothes and appearance. She looked very rich and kind. Yuan Bao remained calm and didn't speak until the princess got up from the chair and walked towards him. He politely performed a junior salute. The princess didn't look too old, neither young nor old. Yuan Bao didn't know how to address her, so he just saluted and didn't call her. The eldest princess looked at Yuan Bao's little face excitedly, squatted down, and reached out to touch it gently. Although Yuan Bao was a little uncomfortable, he felt that the other party had no ill intentions, but looked happy and excited. He resisted the urge to dodge. Yuan Bao looked at the noble lady in front of him with puzzled eyes, not understanding why she was so excited. After the eldest princess was excited, her emotions slowly calmed down. Nanny Chun was also very happy and excited watching from the side. Old lady, don't be sad. Don't scare the young master. Nanny Chun changed her address and reminded. The eldest princess nodded and then smiled. Yuan Bao, don't you know me? Yuan Bao nodded. The eldest princess smiled. Her eyes were kind. I am your grandmother, your father's mother. Hearing this, Yuan Bao was a little surprised. The little mouth opened slightly, looking very cute. Grandmother? The eldest princess smiled and nodded. Well, Yuan Bao doesn't know the existence of grandmother? It's also your father's fault for not saying anything and keeping it secret. Yuan Bao naturally knew what a grandmother was, but he had never thought that he also had a grandmother. In the past, he only had his mother and sister as his relatives. Gradually, he had a father, and now he has a grandmother. He feels a little novel and is secretly happy in his heart. Hello, Grandma. Yuanbao quickly accepted this grandma and bowed again. In fact, if you look closely, the grandma is somewhat similar to his father, but if you look more carefully, it seems that they are not the same. He feels so strange. Yi Xian not only taught them to read and write, but also taught them basic etiquette. So Yuanbao is cute and formal when bowing, and the contrast is very strong. The princess likes it even more. She likes such a polite, well-behaved and good-looking child very much. If she is not afraid of scaring the child, she wants to hold him in her arms and get close to him. Okay, Yuanbao is so good, Grandma can hug you? The princess asked carefully. Yuanbao could feel her love for him and her excitement. He did not reject this grandmother, and even saw her like this, and for some reason, he felt a little pity for her in his heart, so he nodded. Seeing him nod, the princess happily hugged Yuanbao, with tears in her eyes. Our Yuanbao is so well-behaved. Grandma likes you very much. Holding Yuanbao, the princess said in a hoarse voice. Yuanbao reached out and gently patted his grandmother's back, saying, Grandma, don't be sad. He didn't know how to say anything nice. He could only show concern for people in such a blunt way. But even such a small gesture made the princess very happy. Holding Yuanbao, she became even more excited. Yuya and Hu Tianxi in the school had also finished writing. When they heard the noise outside, they were both very curious. After handing the papers to Yi Xian, they also ran out. Brother, who is this beautiful aunt? Yuya was very curious when she came out and saw this scene. She was sweet-mouthed. Although the princess was in her 40s, she was well-maintained and looked very young, so she called her aunt. When the princess heard the voice, she quickly let go of Yuanbao and looked at Yuya. After seeing this, she liked her even more. Yuya had 2 pigtails and a chubby face. Her eyes looked very much like Song Jingnian, but her nose and mouth looked more like Mu Yun. The princess was attracted to her at first sight and wondered why her granddaughter was so smart and cute. The two looked at each other, and the princess was amused by her call of auntie just now. She waved at Yuya. You are Yuya, right? Come over here and see Grandma. You can't call me auntie, you have to call me Grandma. Yuya asked with her big eyes puzzled. Grandma? Are you my grandma? Her small body ran over quickly. Are you really my grandmother? I know that my grandmother is my father's mother, but why didn't my father tell us that we have a grandmother? The eldest princess gently touched Yuya's little face, her eyes full of love. Your father is ignorant. We won't bother with him. With you 2 babies, Grandma will die without regrets. Yuya's little hand quickly blocked her grandmother's mouth and said, Seriously, Grandma, you can't say these unlucky words. Such a beautiful grandmother like you will definitely live 100 years. The eldest princess laughed twice at Yuya's teasing, and her grinning mouth never lowered. Okay, listen to Yuya. Whatever Yuya says is what it is. Grandma will never say unlucky words again in the future. The eldest princess held the hands of the 2 children, feeling satisfied. Yi Xian was watching from behind, also with a smile on his face. He could imagine the eldest princess's mood at this time. After the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren recognized each other, Yuya introduced Hu Tianxi and Mu Yang to her grandmother, and the eldest princess also smiled kindly and got to know the 2 children. Finally, the princess invited them to play in her yard, saying that she had gifts for them. Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi didn't want to go at first, thinking that it would be bad to disturb their grandparents and grandchildren reunion, but the princess invited them again and again, and they didn't mind, so the 2 children followed. The princess held Yuya in one hand and Yuanbao in the other. Nanny Chun had no place to go, so she could only follow behind with a smile. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were in the weaving workshop at this time, and they didn't know that the 3 grandparents and grandchildren in the family had already recognized each other. With the help of Lu Tongpan, the weaving workshop has begun to recruit apprentices. These things are all done by Lu Tongpan's subordinates, and they don't need to worry about them at all, which saves a lot of trouble. All the equipment of the weaving workshop is ready, and it is scheduled to be officially opened the day after tomorrow. Mu Yun looked around and found that everything was arranged very well. basically without her worrying. After praising Bai Mu Baixing for a few words, seeing that the time was almost up, Mu Yun said to Song Jingnian, "Go back. It's not good for your mother to be alone at home." Bai Mu Baixing was surprised. "The princess has arrived?" Bai Mu asked hurriedly, "Is the old lady here?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Well, you should go back after you're done." Mu Yun smiled and said, "Your mother looks very young. Calling her old lady makes her look old." Song Jingnian smiled. "If your mother knew you said she was young, she would be very happy. She seems to care about her appearance."
Mu Yun smiled.
He didn't understand women. The older a woman gets, the more she pays attention to maintenance. His mother's appearance can be said to be very well maintained. "We shouldn't have come out today. Your mother came from afar. We should have greeted her at home."
Alas.
"I said I'm not good at getting along with people, but you didn't believe me. If your mother has any ideas about me, it's all your fault."
"I won't marry you at that time," Mu Yun said.
The more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. He felt a little irritated inexplicably. Song Jingnian hurriedly said, "It's okay. My mother is tired and must be resting. It's useless for us to stay at home when she's resting. If we go back now, she should have just woken up. It's just the right time to greet her." Mu Yun thought about it, but he was always uneasy. The two of them returned home in the carriage. There was no one in the hall, but they could hear voices in the kitchen. Zizhu seemed to have started cooking. Mu Yun walked towards the kitchen and told Zizhu to cook more delicious dishes today. He also asked Song Jingnian what his mother liked to eat, and then asked Zizhu to cook them all. Song Jingnian nodded when he heard this. "Yes, I'm sure they can recognize her. Bai Mu and the others recognized her at first sight, and my mother can definitely recognize her too." Mu Yun frowned. "What should we do? We can't deny your mother or the two children food. And we don't know how long your mother will stay. If it's only 1 or 2 days, let Yueya Yuanbao hide for a while, but if it's too long, how can we let them hide?" Afraid that Song Jingnian would misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, "I don't mean to drive your mother away. I really don't know how to deal with these relationships." Mu Yun has never felt so tired. It seems that saying this is not right and saying that is not right. It makes people feel bored for no reason, as if the more they talk, the more wrong it is. Seeing her so irritable, Song Jingnian felt a little guilty. If it weren't for him, she really wouldn't have to care about these things. He walked over and took Mu Yun's hand, saying soothingly, I know what you mean, Yun. You don't have to explain to me. I understand. I don't blame you. Mother must still be resting. I will deal with the matter of Yueya Yuanbao." Mu Yun was upset and sighed. She didn't say anything else, and the two walked towards the courtyard where the eldest princess lived. As soon as they arrived, they saw several children playing happily with the eldest princess in the courtyard. Seeing this, both of them were stunned, looked at each other, and didn't understand what was going on. It's mother and father who are back. Yueya saw the people outside and shouted happily. The eldest princess distributed the gifts she had prepared in advance to several children. They all liked them very much and were very happy. After only spending half a day together, the relationship between the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren has made great progress, and they are already very familiar with each other. Yueya ran towards Mu Yun, pouting and complaining, "Mother, Daddy is bad. We obviously have a grandmother, but Daddy didn't tell us and left Grandma alone in the capital. Grandma is so pitiful."
YYK complained to Mu Yun.
Seeing the child calling Grandma so skillfully, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were stunned. Forget it. There is no need to think about how to separate the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren. They have already recognized each other and are familiar with each other. Looking at their intimacy, they are like family members who have been together for a long time. Mu Yun smiled, glanced at Song Jingnian, and said, "Yes. Your father is too bad. We will ignore him." The eldest princess stood up and walked towards Mu Yun, her eyes full of excitement and guilt. "Ayun, it is our family that has let you down. Jingnian actually let you down and caused you to give birth to 2 children alone. You and your 2 children have suffered outside for so many years. Our family is really sorry for you, child." The eldest princess was really guilty. She asked about the two children's previous living environment and felt very distressed. She also understood more about their difficulties over the years. Hearing the princess change her name and call her so affectionately, Mu-yun was a little uncomfortable. She was also helpless about the recognition of the grandparents and grandchildren, but she knew it now. In fact, it is not good to keep it a secret. Seeing Song Jingmian's mother so guilty, she hurriedly said, "Aunt Song, you don't have to feel sorry. Yuya Yuanbao is my child. No matter who their father is, they are my children. I am willing and happy to give birth to and raise them. Thanks to their company over the years, I have lived a happier and happier life, so you don't have to feel sorry for me." Seeing her so open-minded, the princess liked her even more. Okay, let's not talk about this. We will be a family in the future. I will definitely compensate you three. Hearing this, Mu-yun didn't say anything, but just smiled politely. Song Jingmian came over. "Mother, you play with the children. Ayun and I will go to the kitchen. Today, our family will gather together and have a good meal." Song Jingmian found an excuse. The princess nodded happily. "Okay, go."
Go.
Song Jingmian took Mu-yun away. The two went to Mu-yun's yard. I thought Mu-yun would be very angry, but she didn't show any anger. "Ayun, if you are angry, why don't you beat me up to vent your anger?" Song Jingmian didn't know how to coax her, so he could only speak. Seeing his serious look, Mu-yun laughed helplessly. She sat on a chair on the side and said, "Forget it. If you know it, you will know it. After all, it will be known sooner or later. You can't hide it for a lifetime." Song Jingmian followed and asked, "Aren't you angry?" Mu-yun sighed. "No, there is nothing to be angry about. Your mother seems to like children very much. It's good to have a grandmother who loves them. It's good for them to have more people of them." Seeing that Mu-yun was really not angry, Song Jingmian was relieved. "My mother loves children very much." After knowing that I can't have children, she felt sad for a long time and couldn't accept it for a while. Now she suddenly finds out that she has Yuya Yuanbao, which is a great surprise for her. She is very happy. Mu-yun nodded. "Yeah, I can see. Let Yuya Yuanbao accompany her, so I don't have to accompany her. It's good this way. Her attention is on the child, and she shouldn't pay much attention to me." Mu-yun was most afraid that his mother's attention would be on him, which would make her really uncomfortable. The two talked in the yard for a while before going out again. The eldest princess had already taken Yuya Yuanbao to the front hall. When Mu-yun and the others arrived, they heard the conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren. "Grandma, what is the capital like? Is it fun?" Yuya asked curiously. The eldest princess looked at her granddaughter lovingly and said, "There is not much difference between the capital and Yunzhou. The only difference is that the houses are a little bigger than here, the streets are a little bigger, and there are a little more people. There's nothing special. But, Yuya, if you want to see it, wait until your mother agrees and Grandma will take you back to see it." Yuya nodded and her soft voice rang out. "Mom said her home is also in the capital, and she will take us to the capital in the future." "Grandmother, have you always lived in the capital? I heard that there is a palace in the capital, and I heard that the palace is very big. Can I go to see the palace in the future? I'm curious about what it looks like." The eldest princess smiled. Nodding, "Of course, our Yuya can see whatever you want. Grandma will take you to see it." Yuanbao asked curiously, "Grandma, do we have other relatives? Daddy never tells us. If you hadn't suddenly appeared today, we wouldn't know we had a grandma." The eldest princess thought of those people in the capital, and her smile faded a little, but she still smiled and said to Yuanbao, "Yes, but those people are not important anymore. Yuanbao and Yuya don't have to think about them.
Just think about Grandma."
The two children didn't understand. Yuya asked curiously, "Grandfather is not important either? Grandma, do we have a grandfather?" Song Jingmian heard this from behind, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Mu-yun felt that Song Jingmian's mother's expression was a bit strange, so he asked Song Jingmian, "Is your father dead?" Song Jingmian shook his head. "No."
Ah?
Mu-yun was surprised. "Not dead? Then why did Aunt Song say he was dead?" Song Jingmian said lightly, "Although he is not dead yet, he will be dead soon, which is no different from being dead." Muyan felt a little funny. It seemed that the man was not well received. Song Jingyan and his mother hated him so much. Yuya said with some regret, "It's a pity that I haven't even seen my grandfather. But it doesn't matter, Grandma, I still like you the most. You are the most beautiful grandma I have ever seen." Yuya's sweet mouth skills are not known to whom she inherited. Not only is her temperament more and more lively, but her mouth is also getting sweeter. She is not like Mu Yun, nor like Song Jingyan. I don't know who she inherited from. At this time, the eldest princess was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. "Grandma, do you live alone in the capital?" Yuanbao asked with concern. The princess nodded. "Well, Grandma lives alone. If your mother is willing to take you back in the future, then Grandma will not live alone anymore." Hearing this, Yuanbao said, "Grandma, why don't you go back to the capital and live with us?" Muyan sighed at the magic of blood relationship. After only getting along for such a long time, even Yuanbao fell in love with this grandmother. It's a pity that she lives alone in the capital. You should know that Yuanbao is actually quite cold-hearted. Generally speaking, he rarely has sympathy for anyone. Hearing Yuanbao's invitation, the princess was very happy and smiled and said, "Okay, but you have to ask your mother first. If she doesn't mind, Grandma is very willing to live with you." Muyan heard that he had to ask himself before talking about anything. Song Jingyan's mother was not strong. Yuanbao told his grandmother that he would talk to his mother. The princess was cared for by her 2 grandchildren, and her heart was sweeter than eating honey. She smiled and fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes. Seeing that they were having fun, Muyan simply didn't bother them and turned to the kitchen. Song Jingyan walked towards his mother. The princess, who now had grandchildren, was too lazy to even look at him or even give him a glance. "Mother, Ayun asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. We'll be having dinner soon." The princess nodded. "Got it." The princess glanced at him and said with some regret, "Ayun is a good girl. Where is your previous charm? You haven't even made her agree to marry you yet. You're so useless." The princess could wait to take her 2 grandchildren back to Beijing to blind those people's eyes. In the past, she rarely attended banquets because she didn't like to listen to those people's discussions. Now, when she goes back, she is very much looking forward to taking her 2 babies to the banquet to make those people drop their jaws. She feels relieved and excited when she thinks about that scene now. The more she thought about it, the more she disliked Song Jingyan. How come he hasn't gotten the beauty after being here for so long? It seems that she still needs her mother's help. The princess sighed helplessly and was glad that she came. Otherwise, if she only relied on Song Jingyan, she didn't know when she could bring her wife and children back to Beijing. Song Jingyan was very helpless. This was the first time that his mother disliked him so blatantly. "Mother, you can't rush emotional matters. Ayun is a very opinionated person and will not be easily influenced by others. She has her own ideas and considerations, so you can't rush. You have already seen your grandchildren, so don't worry about other things." The princess looked at him dissatisfiedly. "Okay, I don't care. I'll see when you can bring people back." After that, the princess was too lazy to look at him and turned around to continue talking to the children. Muyan came to the kitchen for nothing, wanting to see when dinner would be served. As soon as she came, she smelled the fragrance of the food, which instantly made her feel much more relaxed. "Zijou, is the meal almost ready?" In addition to Zijou, there were a bunch of people in the kitchen. Seeing Mu Yun coming, Zijou hurriedly said, "It's almost time. Sister Yun, are you hungry?" Mu Yun shook his head. He wasn't hungry, but the smell made him greedy. In the small kitchen next door, Luyu poked her head out when she heard Mu Yun's voice. "Miss Mu, I made some steamed peach blossom cakes. Would you like to try it?" Liyu's personality has gradually become more cheerful. In addition to embroidery, she also likes to cook with Zijou. The various types of fish she cooks are all unique and delicious. Muyan likes them very much. Luyu brought a plate of beautiful peach blossom cake to Muyan like offering a treasure and said expectantly, "Today I saw a few peach blossoms behind the weaving workshop were about to bloom and fade, so I took them back and made this peach blossom cake. Miss Mu, please try it." Muyan looked at the pink and beautiful cakes, feeling like a work of art, and was reluctant to destroy them. However, seeing Lu Yu's expectant eyes, she still picked up a piece and put it in her mouth to taste it. The peach blossom cake was sweet and soft, with a strong fragrance of peach blossoms. The soft and glutinous taste made people like it very much, and it was unexpectedly delicious. Muyun took a bite and praised, "Miss Lu, your peach blossom cake is really delicious. Really delicious, your craftsmanship is so good." Muyun's strong praise immediately put a smile on Lu Yu's face, full of joy, as if she had regained her vitality. "Really? Miss Mu, if you like it, I will go find some more peach blossoms tomorrow and make more."
Muyun nodded.
After getting busy, Lu Yu was obviously in a better mood, so she was not polite. "Okay, I'm just troubling you." Lu Yu smiled happily. "No trouble. I'm glad I can be of some use." Muyun was a little helpless when she heard her words, but people's ideas are not so easy to change, and they can't be impatient. Thinking about it, she said, "As long as you don't mind the many things, you will be busy soon. The weaving workshop will open the day after tomorrow. If you're interested, you can try it. It's better to have more skills. In fact, if you're bored, you can try to learn some new things. You must know that learning is endless. There are many interesting and new things in the world. Don't let yourself be trapped in your imagination and think that the world is so big." Muyun's words made Lu Yu feel very fresh and interested. Now that she has nothing to worry about, she is really more curious. "Okay, listen to Miss Mu." The two smiled at each other, and their moods became much brighter. It was time for dinner. Muyun went to call people to eat, and Yu went to the front hall again. "Aunt Song, it's time for dinner. Jingyan mentioned some of your favorite dishes, but I don't know if Ziju's dishes are to your liking. You can try them later." The princess always had a smile on her face when she looked at Muyun. She said hurriedly, "Okay? Thank you for your help. I'm old, and I'm not picky about food. You don't have to worry about me in the future."
Muyun smiled and said, "How can that be?
You are Yueya Yuanbao's grandmother.
You are the oldest in this family.
You must be respected. Don't be polite." The princess was a little surprised by Muyun's words, and she also felt that Muyun's attitude seemed to be better, and his smile was much more sincere. "You child, we are all family. Why are you still saying these things? I'm not a domineering old woman. Family members must respect each other, and mutual respect and love are the best," the princess said sincerely. Although she was a princess, she knew how to respect people and didn't have any prejudice against family status. She felt guilty about Muyun from the bottom of her heart, thanked Muyun for giving birth to these two children, and truly respected and valued Muyun from the bottom of her heart. Therefore, she did not need Muyun to respect her much. As long as Muyun agreed to be with Song Jingnian and was willing to take the two children back to the capital, it would be a great blessing for the princess. "Aunt Song, you are right," Muyun said with a smile, and then continued, "Then I will not be polite to you in the future." The princess nodded and said with satisfaction, "Okay, we should not be polite.
We are not outsiders.
We should be more casual." Muyun nodded, and then the group walked towards the dining hall. Ziju's cooking skills are indeed very good, and some of the home-cooked dishes she made are also very delicious. There are quite a lot of people eating here, unlike in the princess's mansion, where the princess usually eats alone, quietly. It was the first time for the princess to eat in such an atmosphere, and she was a little uncomfortable, but she felt that the food was unexpectedly delicious. Baimu Baixing and the others were a little restrained. After all, this was the first time they sat down to eat with the princess, and it had never happened before. Everyone had different postures during the meal, and Baimu Baixing finished eating early and waited on the side. The princess asked the two children to sit on both sides of her and personally served the children food. Seeing that the children had a good appetite, she was even more smiling. After the meal, the princess continued to take out gifts and distribute them to the children. She gave many jewelry to Yueya and hugged Yueya and said that when she was gone, she would give all her jewelry to Yueya. Muyun's gifts were still piled in her yard, and she had no time to sort them out. When she saw the children's gifts, she remembered. She also went back to her own yard, and Song Jingnian followed her. "You go back to your own yard to sleep today, not here." At the gate of the yard, Mu Yun stopped and turned to Song Jingnian, who followed him. Hearing this, Song Jingnian's face was hurt. Ayun, you don't want to be responsible for me? Do you want to abandon me? Mu Yun rolled his eyes helplessly. What a mess, he said. What nonsense are you talking about? Go back to your own yard quickly. We haven't gotten married yet. This is not good. Mu Yun used what Song Jingnian said before to block him. But Song Jingnian is no longer the Song Jingnian before. After tasting the sweetness, how can he go back to the plain days before? He walked over and took Mu Yun's hand, smiling seductively. Ayun, you took the initiative last night. You must be responsible. As long as you agree to get married, I will hold the wedding banquet immediately. From today on, wherever you are, I will be there, and we cannot separate. As he said that, Song Jingnian picked him up by the waist and walked towards the yard. Mu Yun was anxious, and he hit his chest and said angrily, Let go, Song Jingnian, you are a rogue. If you do this again, I will beat you up. Mu Yun's threat was very delicate and not intimidating at all. Song Jingnian carried her across the yard and into the house. Beat me. As long as Ayun likes, I won't hide even if you kill me. Song Jingnian seemed to have unlocked a certain personality and suddenly became different from before. Mu Yun couldn't do anything about him, so he could only let him carry her to the bed. Thinking he was going to do something, Mu Yun hurriedly said, I haven't recovered yet, so I can't do it today. As she said that, her face turned red. Song Jingnian was squatting on the ground taking off her shoes. Hearing this, his face also turned red. Then he looked up at Mu Yun and saw that her face was even redder. He immediately smiled and said, Yun, I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to accompany you. What are you thinking? Your face is so red. Mu Yun was furious and kicked him away, causing him to stagger and almost fall backwards. Song Jingnian was caught off guard and was stunned for a moment. After reacting, he couldn't help but laugh. Yun is angry and embarrassed? Mu Yun rolled her eyes at him, lifted her feet to the bed, and said in a tender voice, Get out of here quickly, you rascal with improper thoughts. Don't come to my room anymore. Song Jingnian got up from the ground, walked towards the bed, and then sat on the edge of the bed, smiling and said, If you want to get out, you should get out of here on Yun's bed. Do you want to get out now? Mu Yun was helpless, amused by him, and felt very embarrassed, so she pushed him with her hand, but he didn't push him away, but he got angry. The two of them played and fought in the room for a long time, and then looked at the gifts sent by the eldest princess together, and fell asleep together after a long time. Song Jingnian did not move, but just hugged her quietly, and the two of them fell asleep slowly while talking. The next morning, Mu Yun had just gotten up when Yulan came to report that someone was looking for her. Mu Yun was curious about who it was, so he washed up and went to the hall, but he didn't expect it to be Madame Mu. Her eyes suddenly became cold, and she sat in the main seat expressionlessly. Who was I thinking? It's Madame Mu. Is your injury healed? Can you go out again? Mu Yun said sarcastically. Madame Mu came with two maids today. She was still dressed beautifully and looked like a noble lady. Before she met Song Jingnian's mother, she thought that Madame Mu looked quite respectable and had a good temperament. But after meeting Song Jingnian's mother, Mu Yun felt that Madame Mu was beaten to a pulp by Song Jingnian's mother. Madame Mu still remembered the grudge. After being beaten last time, she was angry at home for a long time and became sick. After that, she sent a letter to the capital. When she received the reply today, she couldn't wait to come to the door. Madame Mu took out a letter from her sleeve and handed it to the maid to give to Mu Yun. Then she said, Your father's letter, take a look. Mu Yun looked at the letter and didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he said coldly, What father? Do I have a father? I don't know. Seeing that she was still so ruthless, Madame Mu felt helpless, but she could only speak patiently. Looking at the letter handed to her by the maid, Mu Yun picked it up and slowly opened it to read. Her so-called father was funny. He could even speak to her in an ordering tone. With this coaxing and scaring, she really thought that she was still the ignorant girl who was easy to coax before. After reading the letter, Mu Yun sneered and tore up the letter directly. Order me? Go back and ask Mu Wenxuan if he is worthy. Madame Mu didn't expect Mu Yun to be so bold. Not only did he tear up the letter, but he also dared to speak wildly, which was simply treason. Madame Mu had a bad temper to begin with. She had been tolerant of Mu Yun again and again, but she didn't expect her to be so aggravated and ignorant.
Mu Yun.
You'd better know what you are doing now. You have to think clearly about what the consequences of offending your father are. Madame Mu's face was very ugly. She pointed at Mu Yun and spoke, but she still didn't dare to say anything excessive. Now Mu Yun's temper, she couldn't be sure, so she didn't dare to lose her temper casually. No, I have never offended you, but haven't I also suffered those unfair things? My father wouldn't be more vicious than you, right? Madame Mu gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the anger in her heart, and spoke in a calm tone. Mu Yun, you ran away on your own. If you hadn't run away, you would have been the wife of the prince of the Marquis' mansion, with wealth and glory, and it would be better than marrying into a poor family and suffering. We are all doing this for your own good. Mu Yun smiled. For my own good? Then this marriage. Well, why don't you let Mu Xiner marry over there? Mrs. Mu said helplessly. Xiner is already engaged, and only you are suitable. Shaoran, that marriage was really for your own good. Otherwise, a family of fifth-rank officials like us would not be able to marry into the Marquis mansion. It's a pity that you were young and ignorant at the time, and you insisted on running away by yourself. Speaking of this, Mrs. Mu really regretted it in her heart. The Xianping Marquis mansion is even better now. Mu Yun ran away, and the daughters of other families also married over there. The family that was originally a sixth-rank official is now a fourth-rank official just because they became in-laws with the Xianping Marquis mansion. If Mu Yun hadn't run away, her master might have been a third-rank official now. Such a good blessing was lost because of Mu Yun. Seeing her hypocritical look now, Mu Yun felt really disgusted. Madame Mu, the prince of the Marquis mansion has passed away now, right? If you like this marriage that will make you a widow, why don't you get married yourself? Madame Mu's face turned red with anger, and she pointed at Mu Yun and said in a trembling voice, You. Mu Yun, how have you become so rude and impolite? I am your mother, and you talk to your mother like this? The originally docile person suddenly became fierce and difficult to deal with, and Madame Mu couldn't handle it at all, and was repeatedly angered. The domineering and arrogant aura she had before was gone now. She was timid in front of Mu Yun and couldn't even speak clearly. Mu Yun curled his lips and sneered. My mother is underground. Are you sure you are my mother? Madame Mu's face turned red and her neck was thick with anger. Her eyes were wide open with anger, and her eyeballs seemed to be bulging out, looking scary. She said viciously, Mu Yun, I warn you, don't be too arrogant. You are a girl from our Mu family. Your father always has the right to decide your affairs. If you are obedient, perhaps we can still take into account your efforts and treat you well. If you don't know what is good for you, you can think carefully about what will be waiting for you. Seeing her angry, Mu Yun said coldly, Madame Mu, don't worry about my ending. Why do you try so hard to make me go back? You know in your heart that the ending of not going back will not be worse than going back. I am still clear about this. Madame Mu, don't treat me like a 3-year-old child. Butler Chun, send the guest away. This Madame Mu doesn't need to be allowed in when she comes again. My Mu mansion does not welcome her. Mu Yun shouted towards the door. The butler immediately came out and made a gesture of invitation to Madame Mu. Madame Mu was furious, and a vicious look flashed in her eyes. Many vicious thoughts emerged in her mind. She just wanted to put all her thoughts into action immediately. Madame Mu, please don't let us do it. It will be embarrassing for everyone. Seeing that she was reluctant to leave and was still staring at Mu Yun, Butler Chen reminded her coldly with a hint of threat in his tone. Madame Mu retracted her vicious eyes and finally asked Mu Yun, Are you sure you don't want to go back with us? Mu Yun said lightly, I will go back eventually, but not now. Maybe in 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years later. Who would care about her going back at that time? Madame Mu was silent for a moment, turned around, and left without saying a word. After Madame Mu left, Song Jingmian came out. He saw the vicious look in Madame Mu's eyes just now, and felt a little worried. Ayun, she wants you to go back so much, There must be something special that she needs you for. If you don't agree, she won't give up, and she will definitely find another way. Muyan looked at Song Jingyan and nodded. Well, there is a high probability that she'll find another way. As for the purpose, I don't know, anyway, it won't be a good thing. Song Jingyan thought for a while and said, Tell me your father's name. I will ask someone to check it. I still have some connections in the capital, so I should be able to find it. Hearing this, Muyan didn't say anything polite. Okay, I'll check it out. I'm also curious why she insists on me going back. Logically speaking, it's best for them if I don't go back. The two talked all the way to the dining hall, and the princess and others were already waiting. After dinner, Mu Yun went to the weaving workshop again. Originally, he was going to accompany the princess to visit Yunzhou City, but the princess said that she didn't want to go out for the time being and would talk about it in a few days. Mu Yun didn't say anything polite and went to do his own things. After the children had dinner, they also had to go to study. When the princess was free, she went out to go shopping by herself. Nanny Chun accompanied her out. When the carriage arrived at the busy street, the master and servant got off and walked. The eldest princess, who had never been out of the capital, was very curious about everything outside. The master and servant walked along the way and slowly arrived at the door of Chue Yenji. Seeing that there were many people at the door, and it was also very lively inside, the eldest princess was a little curious. Nanny, what does this store sell? Why are there so many people? Compared with other stores, Chue Yenji really has a lot of people. The lively scene inside can be seen from the outside. Nanny Chen smiled and said, Your Highness, why don't we go in and take a look? The eldest princess nodded. Okay, let's go in and take a look. It should be selling food. I wonder how the food in Yunzhou compares to that in the capital. The master and servant walked in, but after entering, they learned that there was no seat and they needed to make an appointment. This was the first time the eldest princess heard the word appointment, and she felt very novel. Nanny Chen frowned and said, Your Highness, there are too many people here, so forget it. This appointment means you have to wait. Who in the world is worthy of making you wait? The waiter enthusiastically pointed to the rest area on the side and said, If you are not in a hurry, you can wait here first. If you are in a hurry, you can come back another day. The eldest princess looked at the place where the waiter pointed and found that there were already 2 people sitting there. She nodded. Okay, then let's wait. Nanny Chen felt something was wrong and whispered, Your Highness. The eldest princess smiled and said, No problem, and call me old lady. Don't call me Your Highness. Be careful that someone will hear it. The eldest princess didn't notice that Lin Shiruan, who walked in behind her, just heard the word Your Highness and cast a strange look at the eldest princess and Nanny Chun in front of her. Nanny Chun smiled and said, Calling you old lady makes you old. You don't look like you are inappropriate to be called old lady at all. Nanny Chun helped the eldest princess to the rest area on the side, talking as they walked. Lin Shiruan also followed and looked at the eldest princess calmly. Her appearance, temperament, and demeanor were not like those of an ordinary person. If there are any delicious foods later, bring some back for Yueya and Yuanbao. Studying is also very hard. After class, take them out for a walk. The princess thought of the 2 children and spoke with love in her eyes. Hearing these 2 familiar names, Lin Shiruan was a little surprised. They were actually people related to Mu Yun. Judging from their ages, could it be the eldest princess of the current dynasty? Lin Shiruan lowered her head, and an absurd idea flashed through her mind. She was shocked by her guess, but she felt that it was not impossible. The eldest cousin had told her about His Royal Highness Prince Ping before. The imperial surname was given to him because his mother's surname was Song. She was the eldest princess of the current dynasty and the biological sister of the current emperor, with great power. Such a person actually appeared in Yunzhou City. Lin Shiruan's pupils dilated unconsciously. This was too shocking. The master and servant were still talking and did not notice that Lin Shiruan next to them had been listening quietly. Not long after, the waiter came over and said, I'm sorry, sir. We have kept you waiting. We have seats in the hall. Would you like to go and sit over there? Nanny Chen was dissatisfied. How can our lady sit in a place like the hall? Isn't there a private room? The waiter smiled politely. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have a private room yet. If you need one, you'll have to wait, and it may take a long time. Lin Shiruin suddenly asked, Don't you have a private room on the second floor? Is there no one there? The waiter looked at Lin Shiruin in surprise, and then replied, That room is not a private room. It's our boss's exclusive room, and is not open to the public. Lin Shiruin said with a smile, Your boss is not coming to eat, so it's vacant anyway. I see this lady has been waiting for a long time. Why don't you let her use it? What your restaurant is doing is unreasonable. Everything should be based on the guests first. Nanny Chin couldn't help but said, That's right, our old lady is of such status. How can she sit in the hall and let your boss's private room go? The waiter apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, guest. The boss's private room can only be used by her. We have no right to make the decision. Please forgive me. The princess waved her hand. Forget it. The hall is the hall. We can't sit there for long. Nanny Chin was about to say something but stopped. She was very dissatisfied with this restaurant. But seeing that the princess didn't want to say more, she endured it. Lin Shiruin smiled and looked at the princess and said, Madam, if you don't mind, why don't you share a private room with me? I booked it before, and only I will use it. If you don't mind, we can share it. Lin Shiruin is beautiful and very kind when she smiles. After hearing her words, the princess looked at her straight in the eye. She was stunned for a moment at the sight. Such a beautiful girl is rare. She is not much different from Su Qingyuan, the most beautiful woman in the capital. They belong to the same category of beauties, beautiful and charming. Lin Shiruin naturally did not miss the surprise in the eldest princess' eyes. She was secretly proud of herself. Her appearance was indeed a weapon at any time. The eldest princess just looked at her for a moment, then retracted her gaze, looked into Lin Shiruin's eyes and said, Thank you for your kindness, young lady, but it's okay. We can just sit in the hall. Nanny Chin wanted to say something, but when she saw that her master was unwilling, she shut up. Lin Shiruin didn't expect her to refuse, but she managed her expression very well and didn't show anything wrong. She just smiled and said, You're welcome. Madam, please enjoy your meal. I'll go up first. Having said that, Lin Shiruin nodded slightly as a greeting, then turned and left without any further entanglement. The eldest princess and Nanny Chin followed the waiter's instructions and sat down in a corner of the hall. Nanny Chin asked in confusion, Madam, why didn't you go to the private room with that young lady just now? It would have been better than sitting here. In Nanny Chen's eyes, this hall was not worthy of their eldest princess, and it was too unfair for her to have a meal here. The eldest princess looked around and said, That girl was sitting with us before, not far from us. Why did she wait in the rest area when she had a private room and invited us to go with her? For no reason, there must be some other thoughts. When you go out, you must be on guard. Nanny Chin didn't think so much. In her eyes, the eldest princess was of such status that who dared to have any other thoughts? She took it for granted and forgot that they were outside, not in the capital, and no one knew the eldest princess's identity, so naturally no one respected or feared her. Nanny Chin looked ashamed and immediately reflected a lot. I thought too little. Old lady, you are right. I will pay attention to it in the future. The eldest princess smiled and said, Nanny, you have been with me all the way. You are smart, but I have been idle for too many years and rarely use my brain. Hearing this, Nanny Chin looked even more guilty. Old lady, you are right. I will keep it in mind in the future. While talking, the waiter brought the menu for the two-order dishes. This menu is also different from that in the capital, which is very fresh. The eldest princess took a few glances and ordered some of the ones she was more curious about. Lin Shiruin upstairs found a hidden corner to observe the two people downstairs. The more she looked, the more she felt that her guess was right. It's just that I didn't expect that the eldest princess was so difficult to approach. There seems to be an invisible barrier between her and Muyin now. It's hard to say what it is, but it's not that close. She is not someone who can ask for help or be bullied. After that, she didn't go to the Mu mansion much. Now her shop business is getting worse and worse. She has taken over all the family businesses. Her father is paralyzed in bed, and her brother has broken his leg and become a disabled person. All the family businesses were given to her, but she found that this business was not so easy to do. Several shops have suffered losses one after another. Many people are dissatisfied with her being a woman in charge and frequently make trouble for her. Muyun is just a restaurant. The money he earns in one day is equivalent to the daily income of nearly 10 shops. This huge gap makes her feel a little jealous and unconvinced. At the beginning, Muyun said that he would take her to do business together, but later it was left unfinished. Now thinking about it, she can't help but complain in her heart why he didn't keep his word. Although she is not convinced in her heart, she still wants to repair her relationship with Muyun or let Song Jingnian help her, just like she helped Muyun, but no matter how many times she met Song Jingnian on the road, he ignored her. The more Lin Shiruan thought about it, the more unbalanced she felt, and she also regretted it, but she didn't want to admit it. Downstairs in the hall, the dishes ordered by the eldest princess had been served. She began to taste them with anticipation, and they tasted surprisingly good. Lin Shiruan originally invited people to dinner, but she didn't expect to meet the princess. At this time, she had to cancel the banquet. Instead of currying favor with others, currying favor with the princess was the most advantageous. The princess was not hungry at first, and she ordered too many dishes, so she couldn't finish them. But after tasting a little bit of each, she couldn't eat anymore. After that, she ordered new dishes to pack up and prepare to take them back for her grandchildren to try. After everything was done, a long time passed. When the princess packed her things and went out, she met Lin Shiruan again. Lin Shiruan looked at the princess in surprise. "What a coincidence, madam. Are you leaving too?" The princess looked at her and nodded slightly. "It's quite a coincidence. What's your name, young lady? Where do you live?" Hearing the princess asking about herself, Lin Shiruan felt a little happy, but did not show it, and just replied politely, "Madam, my name is Lin Shiruan, and I live in Fuli Street in the west of the city. May I know who you are? I haven't seen you in Yunzhou before, and your accent sounds like you are from another place." The princess nodded. "Yes, I'm from another place and just came to Yunzhou." Lin Shiruan smiled and said, "Madam, you look very kind. I don't know why, but I liked you very much when I saw you. If you don't mind, we can be friends." Lin Shiruan's eyes were clear and innocent, and she looked very simple. The princess smiled and did not refuse. "Okay. I haven't made friends with young people like you yet." Seeing that the princess did not reject her, Lin Shiruan was even happier. "Then I wonder what your name is, madam? Why don't we go shopping together some other day?" Lin Shiruan looked at the princess expectantly, her eyes still innocent. The princess said calmly, "I'm afraid I'm not free today. Let's make an appointment some other day. As for the name, my last name is Song." Lin Shiruan nodded, and she was more certain of the princess's identity. Then she asked about her residence and said that she could pick her up tomorrow to go shopping together. When the princess mentioned the Mu Mansion, Lin Shiruan looked very surprised. "Madam Song, do you live in the Mu Mansion? Is it Mu Yun's family?" The princess was even more confused when she saw that she knew Mu Yun. "Do you know Ayun?" the princess asked. Lin Shiruan was a little surprised to see that she addressed him so intimately. This princess is really approachable. She is so familiar with Mu Yun just after arriving and addresses him so intimately. Lin Shiruan was very surprised. "You also know Ayun? This is too much of a coincidence." Hearing Lin Shiruan's intimate address, the princess paused for a moment. Could it be that this Lin Shiruan really had no other thoughts? She just wanted to make friends with her? The princess put aside her doubts and nodded. "Yes. You know him too?" Lin Shiruan talked about her relationship with Mu Yun. She used words like lifesaver and best friend. The princess's doubts were dispelled, and her smile became more genuine. The two chatted for a while and then made an appointment to go out together tomorrow. Lin Shiruan said that she was in the jade business and wanted to invite the princess to take a look. The princess agreed. Finally, looking at the princess's back as she left, Lin Shiruan's eyes bloomed with a smug smile. It seems that the so-called princess is just a simple noble lady who has lived in the deep palace for many years. She is so easy to fool. Lin Shiruan went home contentedly, but as soon as she got home, she saw the person she least wanted to see, Lin Cece. Lin Shiruan, why do you treat my mother like this? Do you believe that I can make you completely lose the Lin family, leave you with nothing, let you be humiliated by those dirty and despicable bandits again, and make you never be able to raise your head again? Aunt Rong's limbs have been broken now, and she has become a disabled person who can only eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in bed. Lin Shiruan does not allow anyone to take care of her, but only allows people to bring her food so that she will not starve to death. The last time Lin's father and Lin Tianbao got into trouble, Lin Cece came back. At that time, Aunt Rong was still fine. But this time when she came back, she saw the scene. Lin Cece was scared. It took a lot of effort to get someone to clean up Aunt Rong. The room stank so badly that not only people but even pigs couldn't stay there. The maids who cleaned the room and the beds were all vomited and turned pale. They forced themselves to hold back their nausea while cleaning. After finally cleaning up, Lin Cece was exhausted. She also sent someone to invite Qin Jinxiao. Now the only person she could rely on was her husband. Fortunately, they had a good relationship. However, Qin Jinxiao had not arrived yet, but Lin Shiruan came back first. When Lin Cece saw her, she could not help but get furious. She was so angry that she pointed at Lin Shiruan and yelled at her. When Lin Shiruan heard her mention those bandits, past memories emerged in her mind. She curled her lips into a cold smile, her eyes full of evil smiles, and slowly approached Lin Cece. Lin Cece, if you hadn't come back, I would have almost forgotten that you existed. You came at the right time. Lin Shiruan approached Lin Cece and reached out to touch her face. The perverted look in her eyes made Lin Cece feel fear in her heart. She knocked Lin Shiruan's hand away and stepped back subconsciously. Lin Shiruan, what do you want to do? I am the young lady of the Qin family now. You can't do whatever you want to me. You'd better consider whether you can afford to offend the Qin family. Lin Shiruan smiled, turned around and shouted outside, Come on, take the second lady to her yard to rest. By the way, be careful. I don't like people who move freely. Think of a way to make the second lady behave better. Don't let her be too lively, otherwise she will disturb me. After Lin Shiruan finished speaking, four guards jumped out and grabbed Lin Cece. Lin Cece couldn't believe that Lin Shiruan actually dared to touch her, and he was so bold to touch her so openly. She stepped back and shouted strongly, Get out. I see who dares to touch me. I am the second lady of the Lin family and the young lady of the Qin family. You dare to touch me. The guards didn't care about her words at all and grabbed the person directly. Lin Cece struggled in fear and shouted to let go. Lin Shiruan disliked her noise and ordered, Tell her to shut up. She's too noisy. After she finished speaking, a guard immediately took out a handkerchief and stuffed it into Lin Cece's mouth, blocking her mouth. Lin Cece could only make a whimpering sound and was taken away by force. Lin Shiruan smiled and was in a very good mood. Just as she sat down, the servant outside came in and reported, Miss, the second uncle is here. Hearing this, Lin Shiruan chuckled and immediately became interested. Qin Jinxiao is the one Lin Cece cares about the most. It's great. Everything is delivered to the door. Please let him in. Qin Jinxiao came in quickly, looked around, and didn't see Lin Cece. He asked in confusion, Miss Lin, where is my wife? Lin Shiruan looked at his handsome appearance and smiled. Cece is in her yard. She suddenly caught a cold and fell asleep. Do you want to go and see her? I'll take you there. Qin Jinxiao didn't dare to look directly into Lin Shiruan's eyes. He always felt that those eyes seemed to have magic and would make him lose his original rationality. Don't bother, just let the maid lead the way.
He refused.
Lin Shiruan dismissed all the servants and took Qin Jinxiao to Lin Cece's yard. Seeing that he didn't dare to approach at all, but just followed slowly and kept a distance, Lin Shiruan smiled. She slowed down her pace and waited until Qin Jinxiao followed her, then smiled and said, Brother-in-law seems to be afraid of me? Qin Jinxiao couldn't help blushing when she was called brother-in-law, and hurriedly replied, No, miss. You think too much. Lin Shiruan smiled gently. Then why don't you look at me? It's impolite not to look directly into the other person's eyes when talking to someone. Is brother-in-law a person who doesn't know etiquette? Chun Jinxiao heard this and hurriedly looked into her eyes. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, with a touch of gorgeous color at the end of her eyes and a faint smile on her red lips, which seemed to be seductive. With just one glance, Chun Jinxiao's heartbeat couldn't help but jump again. He was so flustered that he hurriedly looked away. Lin Sherwin likes to see him like this the most, which shows her infinite charm. She doesn't need to do anything to make him confused. Miss, you should leave quickly.
I'm worried about Cece,
Chun Jinxiao said. Lin Sherwin smiled and nodded, and raised her foot again to continue walking forward. Brother-in-law, why do you always call me like this? We are all family. It's too strange to call me like this. Why don't you follow Cece and call me sister? Lin Sherwin's tone was gentle, completely different from the last time she saw him. Chun Jinxiao hesitated when she heard it. How could he call her sister when he was older than Lin Sherwin? No, I'm older than you, and it's not appropriate to call you sister, Chun Jinxiao said. Lin Sherwin chuckled, then I'll call you by your name. She looked at him expectantly, and Chun Jinxiao just turned his head and glanced at him. The bright and expectant eyes made his heart skip a beat again.
Okay.
He couldn't say no.
Ah!
Lin Sherwin suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Chun Jinxiao was shocked and subconsciously rushed to help her up. Are you okay? Lin Sherwin's whole body fell on Chun Jinxiao. Just after being helped up a little, she fell down again and crashed into Chun Jinxiao's arms. I seem to have twisted my foot. Lin Sherwin's voice was slightly crying, soft and tender, which made people feel a strong desire to protect her. Chun Jinxiao supported her and put his big hands around her waist. The waist seemed to be held in one hand under his palm, which made him even more flustered, and his mind was full of thoughts. He realized that it was not right and wanted to let go, but if he let go at this time, Lin Sherwin would fall to the ground. He had no choice but to hold her firmly. I'll call someone to take you back. Chun Jinxiao opened his mouth, but just let him shout a few times, but no one answered. Chun Jinxiao felt very strange. Where did everyone go? Lin Sherwin said helplessly, forget it. People in the mansion don't respect me in the first place. I'm afraid they are all busy now. I'll try to walk by myself. As she said that, she pushed Chun Jinxiao away. Chun Jinxiao was still worried and raised his arms to block her to prevent her from falling again. Sure enough, just as Lin Sherwin was about to try to walk by herself, she fell again. Chun Jinxiao was prepared and caught her steadily. The two of them had close contact again and again, and the atmosphere seemed to become a little different. Lin Sherwin's delicate voice sounded, "Sorry, brother-in-law," or "Please carry me over." As she spoke, she looked at him shyly, her eyes like a clear spring and her tenderness like water, which made Chun Jinxiao's Adam's apple roll, and the messy thoughts in his heart emerged in his mind.
Can I?
Brother-in-law. Seeing that he was talking in vain, Lin Sherwin spoke again in a charming tone, staring at him with bright eyes. Chun Jinxiao couldn't refuse, his eyes sank, and suddenly he picked him up. Lin Sherwin was startled for a moment, and she quickly hugged his neck with her arms, her eyes full of panic, like a suddenly frightened little white rabbit, very lovable. The subtle fragrance on her body entered his nostrils, which aroused an inexplicable desire in him, and his heart beat even more strongly. Lin Sherwin leaned in his arms softly and snuggled up to him. Brother Jinxiao, no one has hugged me like this for many years. Lin Sherwin's aggrieved and crying voice sounded, and she also changed her name. Chun Jinxiao actually felt a little distressed for a moment and couldn't help but tighten his hands around her. Since my mother left, I haven't felt the warmth of a warm embrace. It turns out that being hugged by someone feels so warm. No wonder Cece likes you so much. If it were me, I would probably like you more than her. Lin Sherwin's words were no different from a confession. Her tone was gentle but seemed to carry regret and unwillingness. Chun Jinxiao couldn't help but feel excited. His heart was still beating rapidly, and his inner feelings were slowly growing, although he was trying his best to suppress them. Chun Jinxiao slowed down his pace while holding the person in his arms. Subconsciously, he seemed not to want to end the journey too early. Lin Shiruan raised her head and looked at Qin Jinxiao with tearful eyes. Brother Jinxiao, if I hadn't disappeared, you would have married me, right? Would you like me? The expectation in Lin Shi and Wanyan's eyes made people feel pity and distressed, and it was simply irresistible. Qin Jinxiao looked at her and couldn't speak for a while. When he saw the yard in front, his eyes regained some clarity, and he walked in holding her. Qin Jinxiao wanted to put her on a chair in the yard, but Lin Shiruan said, Brother Jinxiao, carry me in. I will explain to my sister. She won't misunderstand. Qin Jinxiao hesitated, and Lin Shiruan continued, I have something to say to my sister. Qin Jinxiao hesitated for a moment, but still carried her in obediently, but there was no one in the room. He was full of doubts, and directly carried Lin Shiruan into the inner room, walked towards the bed, and still didn't see anyone. Lin Shiruan spoke before Qin Jinxiao, with a puzzled look on his face. Where did my sister go? Did she lie when she said she had caught a cold? Did she actually sneak out? Lin Shiruan seemed to be talking to herself. Qin Jinxiao frowned, and was also confused. Brother Jinxiao, put me down. I'll take a look slowly. Maybe I can leave later. Lin Shiruan said. Qin Jinxiao put the person on the couch and sat her down, then said, How about I take a look at it for you? After saying that, he felt a little offended, and just as he was about to say something, he heard Lin Shiruan say, Okay, I'm just troubling you. I don't know if you sprained your bones. She seemed a little worried. Hearing this, Qin Jinxiao squatted down, gently lifted her skirt, lifted her feet, and put them on his knees, then untied her embroidered shoes and saw her exposed white ankles. The ankles were indeed a little red, and he gently covered them with his big hands and rubbed them. Does it hurt? As soon as the hot big hand touched Lin Shiruan's ankles, she trembled, couldn't help but moan, and then quickly blushed. Qin Jinxiao was made hot all over by this ambiguous voice, and couldn't help licking his lips. When he lowered his head, Lin Shiruan's smile was proud and charming, but it was just like this, and what Lin Cece loved was about to be lost. It doesn't hurt anymore, Brother Jinxiao, thank you. Lin Shiruan spoke gratefully, her tone shy, as bright and attractive as a young girl in love. Qin Jinxiao felt that his whole body was heating up, as if there was a wild beast in his heart that was fanning the flames fiercely, making him flustered. Brother Jinxiao, my waist seems to hurt a little too. I don't know if I just twisted it. Otherwise, can you help me take a look? Qin Jinxiao looked up and met her charming eyes. He swallowed his saliva. His Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously, and his body seemed to be even more hot and unbearable. Lin Shiruan took his big hand, and her delicate and soft skin touched his rough big hand. The completely different touch made Qin Jinxiao's heart jump, and his breathing became heavier. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed. His heart was full of the person in front of him, and he couldn't think of his wife at all. Lin Shiruan took his big hand and stroked her waist. The two slowly approached, and their breathing gradually merged. Brother Jinxiao, you didn't answer my question just now. If I hadn't disappeared, would you like me? Would you marry me? Lin Shiruan murmured, and the hot air she exhaled while speaking spread on Qin Jinxiao's face, and the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Will you? Her hand touched Qin Jinxiao's face, and she looked at him with an obsessed look, full of expectation. Qin Jinxiao stared at her with a burning gaze, and said in a hoarse voice, Yes. His eyes were bloodshot, and he unconsciously moved closer to Lin Shiruan, with desire in his eyes gradually rising and becoming more and more frantic. Hearing the answer she was satisfied with, Lin Shiruan smiled, a happy and bright smile, and Qin Jinxiao couldn't help it anymore when he saw her happy look, and he completely lost his mind and couldn't wait to kiss her. The sound in the room was rising and falling, and in the compartment, Lin Cece, who was blocked and powerless, had already cried red eyes. Her eyes were full of despair and sadness. Listening to the ambiguous shouts, the husband who used to be gentle and caring for her was now gentle to her. She wished she was deaf at this time. Such sounds continued for a long time, until it was dark, and then there was no sound. Lin Cece had already been disheartened, and the whole person was like a fish that was about to die out of water. Only shallow breathing sounds were left, sometimes intermittent, as if she was about to hold her breath at any time. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Shiruin came. Looking at Lin Cece, who had no desire to live, Lin Shiruin smiled happily. There were only two sisters in the room. Lin Shiruin walked over and squatted in front of her, smiling and saying, "Sister, why are you like this?" If Jin Xiao saw it, it would be heartbreaking. Lin Cece's eyes were filled with hatred, staring at the ground, and didn't speak. Lin Shiruin continued, "I didn't expect that brother Jin Xiao is so powerful. You were so happy before, but now it's my turn to be happy. It's time to give up your position." Lin Cece still didn't speak, and lowered her head so that people couldn't see the expression on her face. At this moment, she was like a fish on the chopping board, with no power to resist, and could only let others do whatever they wanted. Seeing that she was hesitant to speak, Lin Shiruin sneered and stood up. "Lin Cece, you love Jin Xiao, right? I know you do, but you also saw that he likes me more, but I don't like him at all. Just wait. There is still a long time, let's take it slowly." Lin Shiruin called someone to untie Lin Cece, and then fed her the antidote to restore her body to normal. "Okay, you can go find your husband. He is still sleeping in your bed. Go and have a look." After Lin Shiruin left, Lin Cece looked up. Her eyes were bloodshot. She had no expression on her face, and went back to her room. On the bed, Jin Xiao had not woken up yet. There were several thin scratches on his thick arms exposed outside, and there was also a very obvious mark on his neck. There were also some traces on the place covered by the quilt. Lin Cece could imagine it without looking. At this moment, she felt as if her heart was cut by a knife. She felt angry, wronged, unwilling, and resentful, which made her feel as if she was being eaten by thousands of ants. Lin Cece didn't know what else she could do at this time. Looking at the person on the bed, she couldn't help crying. Then she ran out crying and went to the yard where Aunt Rome was. The mother and daughter met, and one cried more than the other. Aunt Rome really regretted at this time that she had not killed the person directly. Now her son and daughter, everything, was ruined by Lin Shiruin. When Jin Xiao woke up, it was completely dark, and Lin Cece was sitting in front of the bed. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Cece with red and swollen eyes, which scared him and made him clear up a lot. "Cece, where have you been?" Lin Cece didn't ask anything, but said lightly, "It's very late, we should go back." Jin Xiao looked outside, and it was indeed dark. There was a flash of unnaturalness in his eyes. If Lin Cece didn't ask, he naturally wouldn't say it. When he got up and put on his clothes and saw the marks on his body, those happy processes flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but blush, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised a beautiful arc. Lin Cece glanced casually and saw that he was smiling, which made her heart ache. She clenched her hands vertically into fists, and her nails dug deep into the flesh, but she didn't feel any pain at all. "Let's go," Jin Xiao said after she put on her clothes. Seeing that he ignored her like this and didn't even explain, Lin Cece's love turned into hatred at this time. She secretly swore in her heart that she would make everyone who betrayed her pay the price. The two returned to Chen's house without saying a word. At the Mu mansion the next morning at the dinner table, the eldest princess mentioned the name Lin Shiruin and asked Mu Yun if their relationship was really that good. Mu Yun was a little surprised. How could Lin Shiruin know Song Jingnian's mother? After listening to the eldest princess's account of the whole process, Mu Yun said, "Aunt Song, I did have a pretty good relationship with this person before, and I did save her. But later I found that our personalities weren't suitable for each other, so our relationship gradually faded, and now we seldom interact with each other." Mu Yun said whatever he wanted to say, without hiding anything. After listening to this, the princess' impression of Lin Shiruin became not so good again, so she nodded and said, "Since we rarely interact, I will ignore her in the future." Mu Yun smiled. "Aunt Song, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. Just do what you like. If you want to play with her, play with her. If you don't want to, don't play. Don't let me affect anything." The princess nodded. "Okay, I know." Aunt Song, my weaving workshop will open tomorrow, and I will go out early in the morning. If you have anything to do at home, just tell the servants to do it. After we are done with these few days, we will go out for a walk together. The princess nodded. Okay. You do your thing, don't worry about me. We are all family, don't be polite. Muyan smiled when he heard it. Okay, Aunt Song, don't be surprised. After dinner, Muyan went out again, but met Lin Shiruan at the door. Ayun, I heard that your weaving workshop is about to open. Congratulations. I will go there tomorrow. I am really looking forward to it. Lin Shiruan seemed to be the same as before, with the same smile on her face, as if nothing had changed between them. Muyan looked at her, without a smile on his face, and just said lightly, "Thank you." After that, she was about to leave. Seeing that she was so disrespectful to her, Lin Shiruan felt very unfair in her heart, but it was difficult to show it at this time. She chased after him and continued, "Ayun, I met a lady yesterday. She said she lives in your house. Is she your relative?" Muyan stopped, looked at her again, and nodded slightly. "Well, Miss Lin, is there anything I can do for you?" The word Miss Lin made Lin Shiruan's eyes red, and she looked sad. "Ayun, have we become so estranged? I've been busy recently, so I didn't come to see you. Do you blame me?" Muyan really didn't understand what Lin Shiruan was thinking. She had a different attitude every now and then. She was the one who distanced herself from you at the beginning, and now she is the one who is approaching you with a thick face. How can a person be so shameless? Muyan was puzzled. "Shiruan, there is actually no deep friendship between you and me, nor any hatred. In fact, it is good not to interfere with each other and not to communicate. What are you doing here today?" Muyan asked directly. Lin Shiruan looked regretful. "Ayun, you are my only friend. I just don't want to lose you. So, I shamelessly came to you today. If you don't want to see me, I'll just leave." Muyan couldn't bear to see Lin Shiruan's pitiful appearance, but she would not be merciful anymore. Besides, after so long, she actually understood Lin Shiruan's personality a little bit and felt that they were not suitable to be friends. It's better for them to live in peace. It's good now. Your revenge has been avenged. Live a good life in the future. As for us, I think it's unnecessary to keep in touch. We are not suitable to be friends. After saying that, Muyan got on the carriage and left. Lin Shiruan frowned, looking at the carriage she left, her eyes full of resentment. She actually ignored the old relationship, and I thought she was such a kind person. In addition to Lu Tongpan, the prefect Lu Tongzhou also came today. He looked around and was very interested in the weaving workshop, but Muyan would not cooperate with him. He also guessed that Muyan deliberately did not look for him because of Lu Yu. He felt a little sorry, but he did not care too much. In such a big Yunzhou, she, Muyan, was not the only one who could help with political achievements. Glancing at a familiar figure, Lu Tongzhou's eyes lit up and he hurried over. "Suyu, you are here too?" Seeing Lu Yu, Lu Tongzhou was very happy, and the smile in his eyes became warm. When Lu Yu saw him, her eyes were cold, as if she was facing a stranger. "Is there something wrong, Lord Lu?" Being blocked, Lu Yu frowned slightly, but soon relaxed her brows, and did not take Lu Tongzhou seriously. Lu Tongzhou smiled and said, "It's okay. I just saw you coming over to say hello. Suyu, how are you doing recently? I listened to you, and didn't bother you." Hearing his words, Lu Yu felt very funny. She didn't know before that Lu Tongzhou was so good at acting. If he didn't study, he could have become an actor. He was extremely talented. Well, Lord Lu did a great job. Please keep it up. As he said that, Lu Yu walked around him and prepared to leave, but was stopped again. Lu Yu's face turned cold. What does Lord Lu mean? Lu Tongzhou said, "Suyu, we finally meet. Can we talk for a few words?" Lu Yu's eyes were full of disgust, and she said sarcastically, "Do you think it's okay? Lord Lu is a little shameless. He comes to disturb me again and again. If you do this again, I will tell Qin Jin's. By then, your family will be in chaos. I'm sure you will have a hard time." Lu Tongzhou's face was a little ugly when he heard it. Lu Yu glanced at him coldly and walked around him. The attendants following Lu Tongzhou kept all of this in mind, and after returning, Chen Jin's also knew about it. Mu Yun inspected for a while, and then went back. Today, Song Jingnian did not come with her and did not keep talking in her ear. She suddenly felt a little bored. When she returned to the Mu mansion, the eldest princess had already gone out. Song Jingnian was reading a letter in the study. The emperor wrote a letter asking him to go to the north to have a look. Song Jingnian thought in his heart, how should he tell Mu Yun about this? Song Jingnian, what are you doing? Mu Yun's voice sounded outside. Song Jingnian hurriedly put the envelope away and walked out. It's okay. We received a letter from the capital, and the affairs of the Mu family have been investigated. There is no need to put in any effort, as many people are talking about it. Mu Yun asked curiously, tell me about it quickly. The two sat in the yard, and Song Jingnian said, the Mu family has an engagement with the Yongyi Marquis mansion, but the Yongyi Marquis' eldest son had an accident this year and broke both legs. Now, he can only use a wheelchair. Originally, the eldest son was a young man with a bright future and was also very handsome, but now a sudden change has caused his temperament to change drastically. It is said that his personality has become very strange. I think the Mu family probably wants you to go back and marry into the Marquis mansion in place of your sister. In the beginning, this engagement was between you and the Marquis mansion, right? Do you remember? Song Jingnian asked. He couldn't help feeling a little sour when he thought of Mu Yun's engagement with someone else. Now that they can't get any benefits, they want to give it back. This mother and daughter are really greedy. Song Jingnian glanced at her and asked, did you like this young master of the Marquis' mansion back then? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun looked at him. Song Jingnian quickly avoided her sight and looked away uncomfortably. Mu Yun suddenly laughed and said, for the Mu family, marrying into the Marquis mansion is marrying up. This marriage was arranged by my mother and the Marquis' wife. It is said that the two were good friends. Otherwise, with the status of the Mu family, it would be impossible to marry into the Marquis mansion. It's just that my mother died early, and I don't have many memories of the Marquis' wife. I can't remember whether they really had such a good relationship. If they were really good, she would not agree to change the man. Song Jingnian frowned slightly, hearing what you said. Do you think it's a pity? Mu Yun smiled and nodded. Well, a little bit. It is said that the prince is also very handsome. I don't know if he is the same as the rumors. It's a pity that I haven't seen him. Hearing this, Song Jingnian's face looked a little ugly. Mu Yun kept paying attention to him out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that he was unhappy, he couldn't help but want to laugh in his heart. If you think it's a pity, I will take you to see him when we return to the capital someday. You won't think it's a pity after meeting him. Song Jingnian's tone was filled with sourness. Mu Yun burst out laughing, causing Song Jingnian to stare at her in confusion. What are you laughing at? Don't you believe I can take you to see him? Mu Yun nodded hurriedly. I believe it, then I'll trouble you. Song Jingnian stood up in a flash and couldn't help raising his voice. Do you really want to go? Mu Yun nodded naturally. Well, didn't you say you would take me to see him? It's okay to see him. Song Jingnian couldn't help it, walked over and grabbed Mu Yun's hand, and said coldly, you are not allowed to go, you are mine. You are not allowed to think about others. Mu Yun laughed and said, Song Jingnian, you are really weird. You said you would take me to see him, and you were angry when I agreed. What are you angry about? Song Jingnian looked at her seriously, his eyes focused. You are mine. Why do you mention other men? You can only think about me, not others. His words were so overbearing. Mu Yun chuckled and said, I am myself, not anyone else's. I am free to think about whatever I want. Don't be too overbearing. Seeing her so stubborn, Song Jingnian was jealous, and he kissed her overbearingly, rushing forward. Mu Yun felt the pain on her lips and tried hard to push him away, but she couldn't push him away at all. When Song Jingnian went crazy, he was just like a wild beast, ramming around everywhere without any reason. Mu Yun couldn't struggle free, so she had to give up struggling until he had vented enough. Then she pushed him away. Wiping the corner of her lips helplessly, Mu Yun said coldly, Song Jingnian, are you a dog? You're about to bite my mouth. Song Jingnian's eyes fell on her lips. The originally moist lips had become red and swollen at this time, which was quite interesting. His eyes dimmed, and he said in a hoarse voice, Ayun, will you marry me? I will give you everything you want, a fortune, wealth, status. I can give you anything as long as you like. Muyan wanted to be angry and laugh at the same time. He just treated her so rudely and then proposed to her again. It would be strange if she agreed. She said, You're so rude and overbearing. Do you think I will agree?
I was just teasing you just now.
How can you be so weak? You almost bit my lip, and it hurts so much. Seeing that she still didn't agree, Song Jingyan sighed helplessly, put his big hand on her face, rubbed her lips gently with his thumb, and said guiltily, Sorry. I hurt you. I was a little too much just now, I'm sorry. Seeing that he apologized so seriously, Muyun didn't blame him. After all, it was she who provoked him first. Reaching out to hug his thin waist, Muyun smiled helplessly and said gently, Wait until we get back to the capital. I will marry you after we get back. Isn't your family in the capital? We can't get married outside. Muyun's words stunned Song Jingyan, who couldn't believe that she would suddenly agree. Ayun, are you saying that you agreed to marry me? His tone was full of excitement, and his eyes were full of surprise. Muyun smiled and nodded at him, her tone doting. Well, I promise to marry you. When we return to the capital, we will hold a wedding banquet and get married. Don't worry about it in the future. So far, I haven't seen anyone prettier than you, so I still like you the most. Song Jingyan smiled happily when he heard it. Then you can only like me for the rest of your life. So far, I haven't seen a man prettier than me. His narcissistic look made Muyun laugh. He was confident one moment and worried and insecure the next. He was really fickle. By the way, Ayun, I may have to go to the north. How about you come with me? You don't like staying at home. I'll take you to see the outside world. Muyun was surprised. Going to the north? What are you going to do in the north? How far is the north from here? Song Jingyan said, It's about 7 or 8 days' journey from here to the north. As for what I'm going to do, I'll explain to you when the time comes. Just tell me if you want to go. I don't want to be separated from you. The child is protected by Baimu and the others, so you don't have to worry. After the weaving workshop opens, you don't need to worry too much. You can make time for it. The next day was the opening of the weaving workshop. Even the eldest princess went to join in the fun. The children had a day off today and did not have to study, so they also went. Lu Tongpan, Lu Tongzhou, and his wife Qinjin's also came. The couple, who seemed to be in harmony but were actually estranged, looked normal outside and talked to people with a smile. It's just the opening of a weaving workshop. Why bother you to come? My husband, are you giving too much face to Muyun? Qinjin looked disgusted and was puzzled that Lu Tongzhou wanted to come to the opening ceremony. If she was not afraid that he would meet Lu Yu alone, she would not bother to come to such a place. Lu Tongzhou said expressionlessly, If you don't understand, don't meddle in other people's business. Lu Tongpan is such a difficult person to approach, but he is respectful to Muyun and the people around her. This is not a simple matter. Lu Tongzhou even saw Lu Tongpan bending over to Baimu, and Baimu was almost like a guard in front of Muyun, which made him even more puzzled. He had a lot of guesses about Muyun's identity in his heart, but he could never guess it. Qinjin said disdainfully, Humph. What kind of status can a countrywoman like her have? I'm afraid that Lu Tongpan has taken a fancy to her face. Qinjin was jealous of all the women who were more beautiful than herself, and her tone was sour when she said this. Lu Tongzhou rolled his eyes silently, not wanting to pay attention to her, and said impatiently, Go shopping by yourself. I'm going to discuss things with Lu Tongpan. With that, Lu Tongzhou left by himself, and Qinjin didn't follow him. She has no shame. This lady will go and teach her what a sense of shame is. Since getting married, Lu Tongzhou has never been to her room except for the wedding night, which made Qinjin very upset and jealous. The maid said that Lu Tongzhou called Lu Yu's name when he went to bed at night, which made her even more jealous and crazy. In addition, knowing that the two had met yesterday, she couldn't calm down even more. She was holding her breath and needed to vent. Pang Qingyun didn't come to the opening ceremony today, so only Muyun was there to cut the ribbon. Amid the lively applause of the crowd, Mu Yun said a few passionate words. This large weaving, dyeing, and garment workshop can bring income to more than half of the people in Yunzhou, so that everyone has something to do and money to earn. It is a great thing for both the government and the people, so the opening ceremony is very lively and the crowd applauds. Mu Yun also invited a drama troupe to help, making the opening ceremony even more lively. After more contact, the princess realized that Mu Yun is not only good-looking, but also very smart and talented. The more she knows, the more she likes this future daughter-in-law, and the more she wants to take her back to the capital. Old Madam, the young master and his friends ran to the foot of the mountain over there. Do you want me to follow them? Nanny Chen whispered in the princess' ear. The princess was watching Mu Yun on the stage clapping. Upon hearing this, she turned around and looked at him. Then she smiled and said, "Don't worry. With an Eve following, nothing will happen. Let's go over and see after Yun finishes talking." Nanny Chen nodded and looked back. Thinking that the secret guards in the princess's mansion were very powerful, she felt relieved. Yuan Bao and his friends were walking towards the woods at the foot of the mountain with slingshots. "Yuan Bao, are there really rabbits here?" Hu Tianxi asked as he walked, looking at the woods at the foot of the mountain with curiosity. Yuan Bao said seriously, "I really saw one just now. It was white and very beautiful. It went into the woods over there. Let's go over and see." Yuya said happily, "Brother, if you find a rabbit, can you not kill it? I want to raise it." Yuan Bao nodded. "Well, if you like it, I'll catch it for you." Yuan Bao wanted to catch the rabbit for Yuya from the beginning, so he agreed upon hearing this. Yuya smiled happily. Her big eyes were very cute. "Well, thank you, brother." Hu Tianxi said hurriedly. Brother Tianxi can also catch it. Wait and see. Brother Tianxi will catch the most beautiful one for you." Yuan Bao, don't run around. There are too many people today. Be careful that human traffickers will catch you later. Liu Yu saw that several children ran out alone, so she hurriedly chased them and didn't forget to scare them. Mu Yang smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, you're scaring the children, but you can't scare us. We're just going to the woods to take a look. Don't run around, don't worry." Hu Tianxi said, "Aunt Lu, a rabbit just ran in. We just want to see if the rabbit is still there, and it didn't run around." Hearing this, Liu Yu nodded and instructed, "Then you can go and take a look. Don't go into the woods. It's very dangerous. There will be poisonous snakes and poisonous insects. It will be bad if you are bitten." Liu Yu didn't forget to continue to scare a few more words. Several children nodded in response, and then continued to walk forward. Liu Yu was worried, so she found a rock to sit down and watched their backs. There was nothing to do in the weaving workshop at this time, and she didn't need her help, so she just looked after the children. But not long after she sat down, a shadow blocked the light in front of her. Liu Yu looked up and saw the person in front of her. The smile in her eyes faded, and her face turned cold instantly. Not liking this posture of looking up at others, Liu Yu stood up, and her eyes were level with Qin Jin's. She didn't speak, waiting for Qin Jin's to speak. In fact, Qin Jin's had never looked at Liu Yu carefully. She knew that Liu Yu was beautiful, but today's Liu Yu was more beautiful than she had imagined, which made Qin Jin's already bad mood even worse. After looking at her for a long time, seeing that Liu Yu was still not speaking, Qin Jin snorted coldly and then said, "Miss Liu, I haven't seen you for a long time. You seem to be doing well. Your face is rosy, better than my complexion as the wife of the prefect. Is it because you were nourished by men when you were in the village that you are still so beautiful now?" Liu Yu was most reluctant to recall those days in her life. Qin Jin's words made her mind unconsciously emerge those unbearable memories. Liu Yu's face suddenly turned pale, biting her lips, trying her best to restrain her anger and resentment. Seeing her whole body tremble, her whole face suddenly turned pale, Qin Jin felt proud in her heart, and finally felt that she had let out her anger.
"Oh,
What's wrong with you? Why is your face so pale? Are you thinking of any bad memories?" Qin Jin smiled proudly, and the look of a villain who had succeeded made Liu Yu feel sick. Liu Yu tried her best to suppress the memories in her mind and calm herself down. Then she said in a cold voice, "Why does Miss Qin still come to me to seek a sense of existence? Is it because she can't get Lu Tongzhou's favor?" Or is she jealous of my position in his heart? So she is unwilling to give up and comes to me to show off. Lu Yu's words immediately made Chun Jin's originally proud smile disappear, and her face became ugly. Lu Yu, I know that you will not give up Tongzhou. How come? With your body of a broken flower and a withered willow, do you think Tongzhou will accept you?
Ha! Dream on.
If I were you, I would have committed suicide and died long ago. How dare I live in this world and be laughed at? Seeing her furious look, Lu Yu calmed down instead. She chuckled and said sarcastically, don't you know? Lu Tongzhou came to me several times to ask me to go back to the Lu family with him, saying that I was his original wife. In order to ask me to go back, he even threatened my friends just to make me compromise and be willing to go back to the Lu family with him. You don't know these things? Of course Chun Jin didn't know. She never knew that Lu Tongzhou actually went to ask Lu Yu to go back. Lu Tongzhou actually asked Lu Yu to go back. This was the only sentence in her mind at the moment. Chun Jin was so angry that she was shaking, her temples were throbbing, and her lower lip was bitten with a bloody mark. Knowing that Lu Yu was already a withered flower and was ruined by those bandits, he didn't mind at all, and even asked her to go back. She didn't know that Lu Tongzhou was such an affectionate person. It was difficult to suppress the jealousy and hatred in her heart. Chun Jin felt that she was about to explode with anger. Lu Yu laughed sarcastically, and the light voice continued to sound. It seems that you don't know? Then I tell you today, you are now Lu Tongzhou's wife. Please take care of Lu Tongzhou and don't harass me anymore. I am not interested in him anymore. I don't like him anymore. Tell him not to stick to the cold ace anymore. It's annoying. After saying that, Lu Yu admired Chun Jin's embarrassed face, sneered sarcastically, and turned to leave. A fierce look flashed in Chun Jin's eyes. She waved her hand and 2 servants immediately appeared behind her. One of them hit Lu Yu on the back of the head. Lu Yu was caught off guard, and her eyes rolled back. She was knocked unconscious. 2 maids rushed over to block them. The 2 servants carried Lu Yu and walked towards the woods nearby. Chun Jin looked around. At this time, everyone's attention was on the stage of the opening ceremony, and no one noticed the side. She raised a vicious smile at the corner of her mouth. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, she turned around and walked towards the place where the servant disappeared. At the edge of the woods, several children were lying on the ground looking for rabbits, but they didn't see anything after looking for a long time, and they were a little discouraged. When Yuan Bao looked up, he saw a man carrying Liu Yu and walking towards the woods, and another man was following behind stealthily. He panicked and hurried to catch up, but thinking of Yuya and the others, Yuan Bao shouted, Yuya, Tianxi Miang, squat down. I tell you, I saw Aunt Lu being carried towards the woods by a man. He must be a bad guy. We have to find a way to save Aunt Lu. Hearing Yuan Bao's words, Yuya, Tianxi and Muyang all rushed over. Muyang was the oldest and the one who could keep his cool the most. He hurriedly asked what happened. Did you see who caught Aunt Lu? Yuan Bao said seriously, I saw him, but I don't know him. Muyang, how about we chase him? We have also learned some kung fu. If that person's kung fu is not strong, we can deal with him, but if he is strong, we may all be in danger. Muyang thought for a while and said, Yuya, you go find Uncle Song and Aunt Yun, and we will chase him. Yuan Bao also nodded in agreement. Yuya also knew what they meant and didn't refuse much. She nodded immediately. Okay, I'll go find my father and mother right now, and you guys go and chase him. After that, Yuya ran out of the woods. Muyang and Yuan Bao looked at each other, and the 3 of them chased in the direction the man just ran. And Yi looked at the 4 children who were divided into 2 groups and didn't know who to chase for a while. After thinking about it, Yuya would be safer if she went back, and it would be more dangerous for Yuan Bao and the others to chase. So he decided to follow Yuan Bao and the others. Yuya ran, her face full of anxiety. But she happened to bump into Chun Jin, who was coming towards her. Yuya was so focused on running that she was in such a hurry that she didn't see anyone and bumped into Chun Jin. Because her body was too small and she was unstable, she was knocked out.
Ouch.
That hurts. Yuya's palm was scratched by the stones on the ground, The skin was broken, and a trace of blood was oozing out. She couldn't help but whispered,
I'm sorry.
I didn't notice you in a hurry, sorry. Yuya apologized for bumping into someone, and her soft, baby voice sounded a little aggrieved. Chunjin frowned and looked at her. The maid beside her immediately leaned over and whispered, Madam, this seems to be the child of the Muyun family. He ran over from the woods and was so panicked. Did she see it? Hearing this, Chunjin's eyes turned fierce and she whispered, Go, gag her, tie her up and take her to the woods and throw her away somewhere. The maid nodded, then smiled and approached Yuya. It's okay, little girl, are you okay? I'll help you up. Yuya was caught off guard and reached out to the maid, but she didn't expect that after the maid grabbed her hand, she actually covered her mouth and then slashed at the back of her neck. Yuya's eyes widened and she fainted before she could react. The maid picked up Yuya and walked towards the woods with Chunjin. After entering the woods, the maid asked, Madam, where did you throw the child? Chunjin looked around and was a little dissatisfied with this location, so she said, Keep going. This place is too shallow. People can find it as soon as they come. If it weren't for that stinky woman Muyun, how could that witch Liu come back? It's all her fault that she ruined my good deeds. Let her daughter pay her debt. Chunjin smiled viciously, secretly proud in her heart. She wanted to let them know the consequences of going against her. Now that she is the wife of the prefect, who is she afraid of? The master and the servant continued to walk in, but as they walked, the mark left by the servant disappeared, which made Chunjin very dissatisfied. How does Chin Air do his job? Why is the mark gone? The maid looked around and said, Madam, what should we do now? Which way should we go? Did Chin Air get into trouble? Chunjin stood there and looked at several forks in the road. After a moment of hesitation, she randomly pointed to one based on her feeling. Let's go this way. He has come so far. He should have found a place to stop. The maid followed Chunjin, but after walking for a long time, no one was seen. Chunjin gradually became a little irritable and full of anger. Chin Air, I will beat him a few times when we get back. The maid in front turned around and said, Madam, there is a cliff ahead. There is no way. Hearing this, Chunjin became even more angry and gritted her teeth and said, Idiot. Madam, are we going back? Chunjin said irritably, If we don't go back, do we have to keep going? Are you going to jump off the cliff? Idiot. Chunjin turned around and was about to leave. When she saw the little girl in the maid's arms, a vicious idea suddenly flashed through her mind. She stopped, turned around and looked at the cliff in front of her and slowly walked over. The cliff was very deep, and there was fog all below, and she couldn't see the bottom at all. Standing on the edge and looking down, Chunjin felt her legs weak and her heart was full of fear. She quickly retracted her feet and stared at the person in the maid's arms. That face was really the same as Muyun's foxy girl. She was so beautiful at such a young age. Madam, this is a cliff thousands of feet high. If she is thrown down, the child will die. Chunjin snorted coldly and said with contempt, A little witch. She will die if she dies. Who made her mother insist on helping Liu Yu? In this case, let her daughter die in place of Liu Yu. The maid saw that she was serious and was frightened for a moment. She had never done such a thing as killing someone with her own hands, especially a child, and was a little afraid to do it. Hurry up. Why are you dithering? Chunjin saw that the maid was frightened and stood still, and shouted angrily. The maid was so scared that she was trembling with fear, her legs were shaking, and she said in a crying voice, Madam, I dare not, or we can just leave her here. The forest is so deep. It will take a long time for her family to find us. It will be considered as letting her suffer a little. Chunjin's eyes were fierce, and her eyes shot at the maid like sharp knives. Are you teaching me how to do things? The maid was frightened by the coldness in her eyes, and hurriedly knelt down and said, I dare not, madam. Please calm down.
Ha!
Useless fool. Chunjin pulled the corner of her mouth sarcastically, then looked at another maid and said, You throw it down, and after you throw it down, this lady will reward you with 100 taels of silver. Hearing this, The maid's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly expressed her sincerity. "I will share your worries, madam." As she said that, the maid hurriedly snatched Yuya and then carried her to the edge of the cliff. The bottomless cliff was scary after all, and the maid did not dare to get too close. Looking back at Chunjin's, the maid plucked up her courage and said, "Madam, if you give the order, I will throw it." Chunjin's twisted her mouth proudly and said lightly, "Throw it." As she finished speaking, the maid closed her eyes and threw the crescent moon in her hand. Her small body was thrown into the air, and below was a 1,000-foot cliff filled with smoke. At this moment, Yuya suddenly woke up. The strong sense of weightlessness made her fall rapidly towards the cliff before she could panic. Her scream only lasted for a moment before she disappeared in the empty mountains. Mei Xiang, who was kneeling on the ground, closed her eyes and dared not look. Mei Xue, who threw the person down, couldn't wait to come over to receive the reward. "Madam, throw it away." Seeing Mei Xue's fawning look of seeking praise, Chunjin smiled, and her mood instantly improved a lot. "Well, you did a good job. To work around me, you must be courageous. I never keep useless people around me." Chunjin looked coldly at Mei Xiang, who was kneeling and dared not open her eyes. A flash of disdain flashed in her eyes. Thinking that, after all, she was a maid she had used for many years, she had no other complaints, so she didn't say anything. "Let's go. It's time to go back." Chunjin went back the way she came. At this time, in the weaving workshop, the eldest princess also found that the children were missing, and an E was also missing. She was a little worried and felt uncomfortable in her heart. After Mu Yun finished her work, she also asked a few children. They said they were playing outside, so she went out. Just then, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart, and her heart was very panicked. She had never had this feeling before, and she thought there was something wrong with her body. "Aunt Song, have you seen Yuan Bao and the others?" Mu Yun came outside and saw the eldest princess looking around on the lawn, so she asked. The eldest princess was also a little worried and said hurriedly, "Several children went to the woods before, but one of my secret guards followed them, so they should be fine. It's just that it's been a while, and the children haven't come back yet." Song Jingmian also came out, and seeing his mother and Mu Yun were there, he walked over and said, "Mother, Ayun, where are the children? I don't know what happened just now. I was a little panicked, as if something happened." Song Jingmian thought, maybe something happened in the capital. The eldest princess frowned and said in surprise, "You are also panicked?" "I was the same today. Just now, I don't know what happened. My heart suddenly became sad, and my eyelids jumped violently a few times." Mu Yun frowned and said hurriedly, "Find the children first. I always have a bad premonition in my heart." Mu Yun was even more panicked at this time. Her heart was beating so fast that it made her even more uneasy. Several people hurriedly walked towards the woods. From the depths of the woods, Chunjin and her two servants came out. They saw Mu Yun and others walking towards the front lawn from afar. Mei Xiang was the first to panic. Chunjin glared at her fiercely and warned her in a low voice, "Pay attention to your expression and attitude. If you arouse suspicion, I'm afraid your life will be in danger." Hearing this, Mei Xiang's body froze, but she immediately adjusted herself and tried to stay normal, looking down at the road. "Mrs. Liu, why are you here?" Mu Yun walked over quickly and asked, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Chunjin smiled and said in a normal manner, "Miss Mu, you have chosen a good location with a nice view. It's hot over there, so I came here to cool off under the tree. What are you going to do, Miss Mu? Why are you bringing so many people with you?" Chunjin's face looked normal, without any signs of anything. Mu Yun stared into her eyes and asked, "Have you seen my children?" Chunjin said with a smile, "Miss Mu, are you joking? I haven't even seen your children, and you ask me if I have seen them? There are so many children today, how would I know that child is yours?" Chunjin was about to leave, when Mu Yun suddenly stopped her, his eyes full of scrutiny. Chunjin still had that arrogant look in her eyes and said sarcastically, "Miss Mu, what does this mean? Are you going to offend me for Liu Yu?
Ha!
Is it worth it? We are not related to each other. Be careful not to harm your own people for an outsider, and it will not be worth it in the end. Miss Mu, please get out of the way. I'm going to find my master. I have to keep a close eye on him. Otherwise, he will be seduced by those shameless vixens later. Chunjin's walked around Mu Yun, and Mu Yun didn't stop her anymore. Song Jingnian took out something from his waist and shot it towards the sky. Mu Yun was puzzled. What is this? Song Jingnian said, "It's a signal. I'll have someone come over to help find it." Mu Yun nodded. "Let's go in and look for it first. Maybe a few children went into the woods for fun." The eldest princess also hurriedly summoned all her secret guards and also sent a signal to contact an E. An E followed the children, so it should be fine. A group of people went deep into the woods. At this time, the two servants in the deep woods were not very good at martial arts. They were just mediocre. Mu Yang and Yuan Bao were both very talented in martial arts. They could almost handle it alone. An E watched from the dark and did not take action. It was good for the children to have some experience. But suddenly he saw the signal in the sky, his eyes changed, and then he immediately sent out his own signal. An E finally appeared and knocked the two servants unconscious with 2 strikes. Yuan Bao and the others had never seen this man in black who suddenly appeared. At this time, they thought that some powerful person had come. The 3 children looked at him with vigilance.
Who are you?
What do you want to do? Mu Yang stood in front and spoke to an E with a cold face. An E bowed to Yuan Bao and said respectfully, "Young master, I am an E, the guard beside the old lady. I have been following you in the dark to protect you." Yuan Bao was surprised. "Are you my grandmother's guard?" And he nodded. "Yes, young master. The old lady and the others should be looking for you now. Let's go back first." Yuan Bao nodded, but still looked at an E suspiciously. "I haven't seen you before. How can you prove that you are my grandmother's man?" An E didn't expect Yuan Bao, such a young child, to be so cautious. He softened his tone and said, "I am a guard hiding in the dark. My duty is to protect the master's safety. I usually don't show up easily." An E was somewhat helpless and could only compromise. "Okay, I'll just follow you and not get close to you." Hu Tianxi glanced at the unconscious Lu Yu and said to Yuan Bao and the others, "What about Aunt Lu? We can't carry her, and there are these 2 bad guys." And E didn't dare to leave the children. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't we wait here? The old lady and the others should have come." As he said that, an E took out a whistle and blew it. This is a tool used when performing tasks in the wild. Generally, as long as the distance is not too far, you can hear it, so it is convenient to find each other. In the woods, the sound of the whistle was heard, and the secret guard beside the princess hurriedly said, "Your Highness." "Old madam, it's in Yi's whistle. It should be not far ahead." Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately ran. Song Jingnian and Bai Mu Bai Xing also hurriedly followed. Only the princess couldn't run and followed behind with difficulty.
Aunt Yun?
Seeing the people running in the distance, Mu Yang's surprised voice sounded, and hurriedly said, "Yuan Bao, Aunt Yun, and the others are here." The 3 of them looked together and saw that it was Mu Yun and the others who came, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Yun ran over and saw this scene and asked hurriedly, "What's going on? Why are you here?" Mu Yun looked at an E warily, with a puzzled look in his eyes. An E hurriedly bowed and said, "Miss Mu, I am the old lady's guard. The old lady sent me to follow the young masters." Mu Yun was relieved after hearing this, and then hurriedly asked what was going on. Mu Yang began to tell the story. Song Jingnian looked around and didn't see his daughter. His eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly asked, "Where is Yueya?" Mu Yang hadn't finished speaking, and after being interrupted, he immediately said, "We asked Yueya to go back to find you, because we were afraid that it would be unsafe for her to follow in." "Uncle Song, didn't you see Yueya?"
Mu Yun panicked instantly.
She hurriedly asked, "Did Yueya look for us? How could you leave her alone?" And E was panicked when she heard Yueya was missing, and hurriedly said to Song Jingnian, "Master, when the young master and his men were chasing the 2 villains, I was afraid of danger, so I followed them. The young lady was at the edge of the woods, and it was only a few dozen meters away from the weaving workshop. I thought the young lady would be safer, so I chased after the young masters." Mu Yun was panicked at this time, but she told herself that she needed to stay calm. The most urgent thing was to find Yueya. Song Jingmian, where are your people? Have they arrived?
Come on, let them look for Yueya.
Mu Yun pulled Song Jingmian, her eyes red with fear. If she hadn't had that inexplicable premonition and reaction, she wouldn't have been so worried, but with those reactions, she couldn't stay calm. The eldest princess also ran over in a hurry. Seeing that everyone looked solemn and the children were fine, she hurriedly asked, "What's going on? What happened?" After hearing this, Yuanbao took the lead and ran out of the woods. Mu Yang also hurriedly followed. Mu Yun shouted, "Yuanbao, where are you going? Don't run around." Yuanbao's childish and cold voice came from afar, "I'm going to find my sister." The little guy ran very fast at this time. He was very regretful in his heart. He was extremely scared and panicked at this time. Song Jingmian said a few words to Bai Mu and chased after him. The eldest princess asked an Yi, "What's going on? Where is Yueya?" And Yi immediately knelt down to apologize and told the eldest princess what happened. The eldest princess was very anxious after hearing it. "Yueya didn't come back to find us. Did she have an accident on the way?" And Yi replied, "The young lady was only a few dozen meters away from the gate of the weaving workshop. She could see the gate at a glance. It stands to reason that there would be no accident at such a distance unless someone was targeting her. It was not an accident, but a premeditated plan. I think this is more likely." And Yi felt very guilty at this time, but he knew that guilt would not help, so he said, "Madam, today's incident is all my fault. I will go find the young lady now." This was not the time to ask for blame. The princess waved her hand. "Go. If you can't find Yueya, you can't keep your life." Mu Yun warned herself to stay calm. She thought about it in her mind and recalled all the possibilities. Bai Mu suddenly asked, "Miss Mu, Miss Lu is unconscious. Do you want to take her back?" Hearing this, Mu Yun looked at Lu Yu and then asked, "Is there any water?" Bai Mu nodded, took off the water bottle from his waist, and handed it to Mu Yun. Mu Yun took the kettle, opened the lid, and poured the water directly onto Lu Yu's face. The cold water hit Lu Yu's face all at once. Lu Yu shuddered instantly, wiped her face, and opened her eyes. Mu Yun hurriedly grabbed her arm and asked, "Lu Yu, tell me what happened today?" "Yueya is gone." Mu Yun's eyes were red at this moment. Her whole body was tense, and she was anxiously waiting for Lu Yu's answer. Lu Yu was still confused at this time. Mu Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and the way he held her arm tightly scared her. She swallowed and said, "I saw Yueya Yuanbao and the others coming towards the woods. I was worried that they would run around, so I followed them and told them not to run too far. Yuanbao said he saw a rabbit and wanted to catch it, so a few kids went over with slingshots. I was worried that they would run around, so I sat halfway and watched them, thinking that I would call them back if they couldn't catch the rabbit, but then Chinjins appeared." Mu Yun remembered the previous time he saw Chinjins appearing from the woods, and he immediately became suspicious. "Chinjins caught you, and Yuanbao and the others saw you. Then they chased you into the woods and asked Yueya to go back and report, but Yueya disappeared." "Liu Yu, what else did Chinjin say? Tell me one by one." Liu Yu repeated everything Chinjin said. Bai Mu analyzed, "Miss Mu, maybe Yueya went back to report but met Chinjin's halfway and was caught by her."
Mu Yun nodded.
She also suspected this in her heart. She immediately said, "Bai Mu, you and Baixing go and catch Chinjins now. No matter who she is, whose wife she is, even if she is a princess of the current dynasty, you must catch her for me. Yueya's disappearance must be related to her. Bring her to this forest. If Lu Tongzhou dares to stop you, don't be polite. I will be responsible if something happens." The eldest princess hurriedly said, "Bai Mu, let my people go with you and bring the person over as soon as possible." Bai Mu nodded. Mu Yun glanced at Liu Yu and the eldest princess and said lightly, "You go back first. I'll look for her in this forest first." After that, without waiting for the two to respond, Mu Yun ran away directly. Lu Yu was so worried that she cried anxiously, and she felt extremely guilty. Nanny Chun helped the princess find a place to sit down and comforted her. Yuan Bao and Muyang were like two headless flies, running around in the woods. The sharp thorns scratched their clothes, hands, cheeks, and necks, but they didn't care at all. They were just worried. Song Jingnian stopped Yuan Bao and said coldly, "You can't find it like this. You have to learn how to scout. Generally, no one will come into this forest. Look at the traces on the ground to see if anyone has walked, and then follow the traces to find it. If you run around like this, you will disrupt the traces, and it will be even harder for us to find it." Yuan Bao stopped walking when he heard this. His eyes were red, and he asked in a suppressed voice, "Daddy, you can find Yuya, right? I know you are very powerful. Please help me find my sister." Yuan Bao tried to suppress his emotions and didn't want to cry, but he couldn't control his eyes, and bean-sized tears fell rapidly. He tried to grit his teeth to stop himself from crying. Song Jingnian looked at his son's appearance and thought of his daughter's disappearance. He felt as if his heart was tightly grasped by something, and it hurt again and again. He reached out and touched Yuan Bao's head and said in a hoarse voice, "Yuan Bao believes in Daddy. Daddy will find Yuya." One by one, the men in black flew towards Song Jingnian, and in an instant, more than a dozen people knelt in front of Song Jingnian. Master sent an urgent signal, but what urgent matter did you encounter? The leader asked, his tone a little anxious. Yuan Bao stared blankly at these people who suddenly appeared, surprised at their appearance. Song Jingnian's voice sounded low and cold. "My daughter is missing. You go to find her now. Even if you cut down all the forest for me, you must find her." "Why are there only a few of you? Where are the others?" "There are 30 people left in a district, but only a dozen came." Before he could be shocked by the fact that the master had a daughter, he heard Song Jingnian's words and hurriedly replied, "Master, Mo, and others went to Shuzhou, and they need support there. They've been gone for 2 days." Song Jingnian looked at Yuan Bao and said in a gentler tone, "We'll continue to look." Soon, one of his subordinates found the traces. "Master, there are footprints here." Hearing this, Song Jingnian hurried over. Yuan Bao and Muyang looked at each other and also hurried over. The subordinate squatted on the ground to check. Seeing Song Jingnian coming, he hurriedly reported, "Master, it seems that these are women's footprints, 3 people." Song Jingnian suddenly remembered Chinjin's, whom he had met before, plus the 2 maids who followed her, exactly 3 people. His eyes turned cold, and he said sternly, "Go. Capture a woman named Chinjin's and the 2 maids beside her. She is the wife of the prefect Lu Tongzhou." The subordinate nodded immediately, and 4 people were assigned to capture people, and the rest continued to move forward according to the footprints. Mu Yun soon joined Song Jingnian. She couldn't wait to tell her guess, which coincided with Song Jingnian's guess. "Let's follow the footprints first. Chun Jin's and her servants will bring them. Maybe they threw the crescent moon in that corner and wanted to give them a hard time. We might find the crescent moon by following the footprints," Song Jingnian said. Mu Yun nodded, yes. The group continued to walk, and outside, after Chun Jin's went out, she took Lu Tongzhou to sit in the carriage and left. Lu Tongzhou was very impatient and didn't understand why she was so anxious, but he could only go back with her. On the way, Chun Jin's didn't say a word, which was different from her usual personality. Lu Tongzhou was just thinking it was strange, when the carriage suddenly stopped quickly and the whole carriage seemed to flip forward, throwing all the people inside into the carriage, and it was a mess. Chun Jin's was about to get angry, but before she could say anything, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and several strangers appeared and kicked them all down. Lu Tongzhou was scared. These people were not wearing masks, and they all had cold faces and looked ferocious. "Who are you? You dare to rob people in broad daylight. Do you know whose carriage you are robbing?" Lu Zhou thought they were bandits and shouted angrily. And she on the opposite side said coldly, "You are Lu Tongzhou, and this is your wife Chinjin's?" And she pointed at Chinjin's and asked him. Lu Tongzhou was surprised. These people knew his identity and dared to rob? "Who are you? You dare to rob people knowing my identity? What do you want to do?" Lu Tongzhou asked, with curiosity and fear in his eyes. And she ignored him and glanced at the people present. Chun Jin's and her 2 maids were the right number. As for Lu Tongzhou and his subordinates, Mu Yun did not say that he would take them away. He gave an order. Take this woman and her 2 maids away. Let me go. You are too arrogant. Kidnapping people in broad daylight, is there any law? Chun Jin shouted loudly, with panic in her eyes. Lu Tongzhou also hurriedly said, Who are you? Stop it. Lu Tongzhou wanted to stop him, but Chi kicked him away and looked at him coldly and said, Lord Lu, disaster is coming. You'd better pray that our young master is okay. Otherwise your whole family, no, your whole clan, will be buried with him. The driver was also driven off. He ordered people to throw Chun Jin's and others into the carriage, and the group returned the way they came. Halfway, Chi met Mo Shi and others and learned that Chun Jin's had been captured, and everyone returned together. Deep in the woods, following the footprints, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian finally found the edge of the cliff. The footprints were cut off, and the footprints on the edge of the cliff were a little messy. Mu Yun became more and more panicked, and did not dare to think about the cruel possibility in his heart. She spoke, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Song Jingnian, just now only Chun Jin's and her servant went out. If Yuya was really caught by her, then the footprints only go to here. What does that mean? Mu Yun couldn't even stand up, his body was weak. Song Jingnian looked at the footprints on the edge of the cliff, not daring to think about what Mu Yun said. He spoke calmly, suppressing his emotions. It doesn't mean anything. Yun, don't think about it.
Yuya will be fine.
When she is caught, we will ask again. Yuanbao seemed to understand what they said. His eyes became colder. His heart sank little by little, his eyes staring at the cliff. Mother, my sister will be fine, right? The tender voice of the child seemed particularly cold and hard at this time, and he looked at Mu Yun expectantly. Mu Yun walked over, reached out and touched his head, without saying anything. A sound of footsteps was heard, and it was Chi and Mo Shi who came. Master, when we arrived, Chi and his men had already captured this woman. Mo Shi spoke to Song Jingnian and the subordinates behind, and Chi threw Chun Jin's in front of Song Jingnian and Mu Yun. Chun Jin's had her mouth blocked and looked around in panic. It turned out that it was really Mu Yun who captured her. What ability did Mu Yun have? Chun Jin's had many doubts, but her mouth was blocked and she couldn't say anything. She could only whimper anxiously. Lu Tongzhou and 2 maids were also thrown over. When Lu Tongzhou saw that it was Mu Yun and others, he hurriedly said in a stern voice, Mu Yun, what do you mean? Why did you send people to arrest us? Do you know what the crime of kidnapping an official of the court is? Lu Tongzhou spoke sternly, his brows tightly furrowed. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian were too busy to pay attention to him. They squatted in front of Chun Jin's. Mu Yun reached out and pulled the cloth out of her mouth. Before he could interrogate her, Chun Jin shouted angrily, Mu Yun, let me go. I'm the wife of the prefect, a relative of an imperial official.
How dare you kidnap me?
How many lives do you have?
Pa.
Mu Yun slapped her directly and said with red eyes, You'd better shut up first and speak when it's your turn. I have something to ask you.
Mu Yun used full force in the slap.
Chun Jin's face was visibly swollen, and the bright red slap marks were obvious. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She had never been injured so badly before, and her eyes were suddenly filled with hatred. Thinking of the little girl she had thrown down, she laughed crazily.
Mu Yun, eat me.
The more you slap me, the more you will suffer in the future. The suffering you can't bear will always be borne by someone else. Are you happy about this?
Ha ha ha. Pa.
I ask you, where is my daughter? Chun Jin's, this is your last chance to survive. I advise you to cherish it. Chun Jin sneered. You dare to kill me? Humph. What a joke. I'll watch today if you have the guts. Try to kill me. Song Jingnian ordered Mo Shi. You can interrogate these 2 maids. The 2 maids were still gagged, and they were shaking all over when they heard the words. Mo Shi and others immediately pulled the 2 maids aside for interrogation. Seeing this, Chun Jin was worried that the maids would tell, so she hurriedly said, Mu Yun, I advise you to let us go quickly, otherwise my husband will not let you go. Yun didn't have the patience to waste time with her. She untied the rope for Chinjin's. Just as Chinjin's was about to be proud, Yun grabbed her wrist and bent it. With a click, Chinjin's hand bone was broken.
Yun.
Don't go too far. Chinjin's was sweating in pain and shouted harshly. Lu Tongzhou looked anxious and couldn't speak. His mouth was blocked, so he could only stare and watch. When do you say so? When will I stop? I want to see how hard your bones are. When all the bones are broken, I will take a knife and start cutting your flesh one piece at a time until all the flesh on your body is cut off. Yun stared at her with sinister eyes. The coldness in his eyes was as frightening as an ice cone. Chinjin's couldn't help shivering, and her body couldn't help but shiver. Finally, she felt a little fear. You dare. At this time, the two maids next to her screamed in abuse. Chinjin's looked to the side and saw that the hands of the two maids were bloody at this time. Large silver needles were inserted into the fingertips of each finger. 10 fingers were connected to the heart. Normal people could not bear this kind of torture. Mei Xiang was the first to speak. Please spare me. Sir, please spare me. I didn't do it, please spare me. Woo. I didn't lose her. Chinjin's panicked upon hearing this, and started to curse. Mei Xiang. You witch, I treated you so well, but you dared to betray me. Do you believe that I will make your whole family die? Yun's eyes flashed with coldness, and he slapped Chinjin's, knocking her out, and then ran to Mei Xiang and asked, Tell me, where is my daughter? Song Jingnian's eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at Mei Xiang tightly, as if he wanted to pierce her. The strong sense of oppression made Mei Xiang tremble, and the pain of her fingers connecting her heart made her feel even more miserable. Mei Xiang was trying to explain, but Yun and Song Jingnian couldn't hear her at all. The only thing in their minds was Mei Xiang's words that she was thrown away. Yuan Bao and Yang on the side were even more unbelievable. They stared at the two maids with wide eyes. Send away? What does that mean? Yun's voice was terribly cold. Chinjin's was also scared at this time. There were so many people around. In an instant, the eyes of these people changed, as if they wanted to cut her into pieces, making her tremble unconsciously. It's just a little girl. What's the big deal? She comforted herself in her heart. Mei Shui was still making excuses, trying to get rid of her guilt. It was my wife who told me to throw it away. She said she would give me 100 taels of silver if I lost it. She used a lot of money to bribe me and gave me an order. I had to obey. If you want to find it, go find my wife, not a maid like me. With a puff, as soon as Mei Shui finished speaking, a short knife was inserted into her chest. Yuan Bao's face was pale, and his eyes were cold. The short knife in his hand was designed and made by Song Jingnian himself for self-defense. At this time, this exquisite short knife inlaid with gems was inserted into Mei Shui's chest. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yuan Bao to do it. Blood splashed out and covered Yuan Bao's tender little face, making his face even paler. There was crazy hatred in his eyes. His dark eyes stared at Mei Shui, and his sharp eyes seemed to want to chop her into pieces. Chinjin screamed in fear and fell to the ground limp. Yun and Song Jingnian looked at Yuan Bao in surprise. Their eyes were red with heartache. Looking at Yuan Bao like this, they felt even more uncomfortable. Song Jingnian reached out and held Yuan Bao's hand and slowly said, Yuan Bao, leave it to Daddy. Yuya will be fine. Trust Daddy, okay? Yuan Bao pushed Song Jingnian away and bit his lip tightly. I'm going to kill her. After saying that, he pulled out the dagger and then quickly stabbed Mei Xiang's other chest again. Seeing his son like this, Song Jingnian felt even more pain in his heart. He turned and walked towards the edge of the cliff. Looking at the 1,000-foot cliff, he shed 2 tears for the first time. Was his Yuya really thrown down? When he thought of this possibility, Song Jingnian's heart tightened and hurt badly. His suppressed voice sounded, his eyes were cold. Take care of all these people and bring them back to the Mu Mansion. No one can see them without my order. Send out an emergency signal immediately and call all the Iron Armored Army to come and find Yuya for me. Emoshi immediately responded and hurriedly sent out the signal again, 3 times in a row. This kind of emergency signal sent 3 times in a row has never appeared before. I think all the iron-armored army will come as quickly as possible. I just hope that nothing will happen to the young master. Ayun, you take them back. I will go find Yuya. She will be fine. I will take her home. Wait for me. Song Jingnian said to Mu Yun. Mu Yun suppressed his anger and hatred and said to Bai Mu Baixing, you two take the people back and wait for me. When I find Yuya, I will come back to clean it up myself. I will go with you to find it. Mu Yun looked at Song Jingnian. At this time, her eyes were already red and she seemed to be about to break at any time, but she was just holding on. Song Jingnian took her hand and nodded. Okay, let's go together. Auntie Yun, I want to go too. Mu Yang said with red eyes. Yuan Bao pulled out his short knife and said, I'll go too. Mu Yun looked at the 2 children and wanted to say something. His lips moved, but he couldn't say no. Okay. Bai Mu Baixing was also anxious to find Yuya, but Mu Yun arranged other tasks for them and they had to obey. Mei Shui was not dead yet, so Bai Mu took her back. He wanted to make them understand that sometimes death is a luxury. The group came out of the woods and found a way down the cliff. When the eldest princess learned that Yuya was thrown off the cliff, she fainted because she couldn't accept it. When Lu Yu found out, she felt heartbroken and filled with regret and self-blame. Hu Tianxi was unable to keep up with Yuan Bao and the others and also came back at this time. When he heard the news, he could not bear it at all and immediately cried and wanted to find Yuya. Bai Mu and others were unable to take care of him. Only Zizhu held him tightly, and the 2 of them hugged each other and cried. Yu Qinglang was urgently recalled and was ready to prepare for Yuya's return. If someone was still alive after falling off such a high cliff, he would definitely be seriously injured. However, no one dared to think about the consequences subconsciously, and everyone was hoping for a lucky break. Mu Yun and others went down the mountain. The cliff was too deep, and the mountains were scattered. They climbed over one mountain after another, but still could not find the way down. This made Mu Yun even more anxious and irritated. Yuan Bao and Mu Yang insisted on following the main group. The journey through mountains and rivers was very difficult, but the 2 of them never complained of being tired and just kept following with gritted teeth. Mo Shi and others later found out that Yuan Bao was Song Jingnian's child. At this time, all the Xuanjia soldiers admired this young master very much. He dared to kill, was full of courage, could endure hardships, and had a firm character. They knew that their master had a successor. As sunset approached, a white dove flew in the sky. Mo Shi blew the whistle, and the white dove immediately landed on his arm. He quickly took the note, and then hurriedly said, Master, Moe and the others have arrived. Bai Mu asked the people about the road under the cliff. Moe and the others are going that way now. Master, we have to go out too, follow this route map. In addition to the letter, the white pigeon also brought a blueprint, which was drawn by Bai Mu with great effort, and it was very important. Song Jingnian hurriedly took the blueprint and looked at it, and then ordered, Let's go. Get out of the mountain and change the route. Mu Yan also took the route map and looked at it. With this map, it will be faster and save time. But it was getting dark, and Mu Yan was worried that Yuya would not be able to hold on, but she didn't dare to think about this possibility. The group came out of the forest, but after coming out, it was no longer Yunzhou City, but a remote village under Yunzhou. Mu Yan asked someone for directions. They had to go to a place called Jinyo Village first, and only there was a road leading to the bottom of the cliff. It was just that after randomly pulling a passerby to ask for directions, they learned that this was Jinyo Village. They accidentally hit Jinyo Village as soon as they came out. Everyone was very happy so that they could find the bottom of the cliff faster. Some people just asked for directions just like you. They also wanted to go to the bottom of Tiger Leaping Cliff. The villagers said curiously, These people today were so strange and looked unusual. Mu Yan looked at Song Jingnian, and Song Jingnian said, It should be Moe and the others. If we walk faster, we may be able to catch up with them. The road from Jinyo Village was not short. When Mu Yun and Song Jingnian arrived, it was almost dawn. A large number of torches were lit at the bottom of the cliff. It was Moe and his group. Seeing Song Jingyan coming, Moe and his group immediately knelt down to pay their respects. Master, there is a river at the bottom of this cliff. The water flow is quite strong. We have checked around and found no trace of the young master. Moe and his group looked very unhappy. The master finally had a child, but now it has become like this. They were also upset. Mu Yun held a torch and stood by the turbulent river, looking up at the cliff. The cliff was high and it was still dark, so he could not see the end. If he really fell here, the possibility of survival was not great. Although the pool at the bottom of the cliff was very deep, the exit was very fast. With such a current, a child could not save himself at all. After falling down, Yuya should be unconscious and could only let the river water hit him. There were so many rocks below that any collision would cost his life. If it were a calm lake, the chances of survival would be greater, but this was a turbulent and roaring river. Such water could wash people away. Mu Yun forced himself to calm down and asked calmly, "Are you sure this is the bottom of Tiger Leaping Cliff? Could it be that we found the wrong one?" Moe and others knew that Mu Yun could not accept it, but this was indeed the bottom of Tiger Leaping Cliff. Song Jingyan was even more unwilling to believe it. He said in a cold voice, "Yuya will be fine. Keep looking. No one is allowed to leave until they find her." After Song Jingyan finished speaking, everyone started to move, even tying ropes to the river to look for her. It was difficult to find her in the dark, but everyone did not slack off and searched seriously, unwilling to miss any possibility. One team was assigned to search along the river, and another team was left here to wait until dawn to check and confirm whether this was the bottom of Tiger Leaping Cliff. Yuanbao and Muyang, the two children, could not hold on any longer and fainted in the middle of the night. Song Jingyan handed the children to Moe and others to take care of them, and he and Mu Yun led a team to search along the river. Until the daybreak, Mo Chi's surprised voice rang out, "Master, here is a piece of torn dress fabric. Come and see." Hearing this, Mu Yun and Song Jingyan jumped down quickly. Mu Yun grabbed the torn cloth in Mo Chi's hand, and her eyes immediately turned red. She spoke in a trembling voice, "This is Yuya's dress, the fabric from our weaving workshop, and the color is the same water red she wore yesterday." Mo Chi hurriedly said, "The young master must be fine. She should have been washed downstream. We will continue to look. We will definitely find her." Song Jingyan looked at the cloth in Mu Yun's hand. His eyes were red. He couldn't imagine what kind of pain his daughter suffered in this river. Thinking of Yuya's suffering, Song Jingyan's hatred was overwhelming. Mo Chi, send a message to Bai Mu. Just give those 3 women a breath and wait for us to return. During this period, the Xuanjia army will punish them with whatever punishment they have. Mu Yun added, "Don't kill them, I haven't started yet." Mu Yun has never hated a person so much. She must make Qin Jin's want to live but not to, want to die but not to. Moe immediately agreed and turned to write a letter. The white dove flew away. Mu Yun put the rag in his arms and continued to walk along the river with Song Jingyan, all the way north. In the territory of Yen State, in Yukon Valley, the legendary fairy spring water was flowing in the mountains. Situhi, who lived in Yukon Valley, got up early as usual to meditate and practice by the spring. There was a touch of water red floating in the huge spring pool. Situhi was a little confused when he saw it. The child's pale face was turned up. Situhi was startled for a moment, and then he jumped into the water and fished the person out. Yuya was cold all over, almost losing her vital signs, and only a faint breath remained, which was almost imperceptible. Situhi didn't care about meditating and practicing, and picked up Yuya and ran to his residence. Houses were built in Yukon Valley, surrounded by wildflowers, many mountains, and beautiful scenery. Situhi was not alone. He was accompanied by 2 attendants, Chong Feng and Chong Ping. Seeing him rushing to the scene with a child in his arms, the 2 attendants hurried over to greet him. "Sir, where did the child come from?" Chong Feng asked curiously. Situhi hurriedly said, "Go get some hot water, and bring my medicine box. Hurry up, I'm afraid this child is hard to save. I don't know how long he has been in the water. It's a miracle that he can still breathe." Hearing this, the two of them hurried to prepare. After Situ, he carried Yuya into the house. He immediately took off her wet clothes. At this time, he did not care about the differences between men and women. He found his own clean clothes to wrap her body. Chongping brought the medicine box. Situ he immediately took out his specially made pills and gave them to Yuya to eat, and then gave her acupuncture to protect her heart meridian. Chongfeng asked from the side, "Sir, did you pick up this child?" Situ he nodded. "She found it in the koi pond. I don't know where it came from. It's her good fortune to be able to find it in Yukon Valley." Chongping nodded. "Yes. It's not easy to enter our Yukon Valley. It's really a blessing for this little girl to meet you. If she hadn't met you, she would have died. My lord, the hot water is ready. Should we bring it in?" Siddhi thought for a while and said, "Send a message back and ask Xianqi to send 2 maids over. Hurry up. Buy a few dresses for 4 or 5-year-old girls and bring them with them." Chongping nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll go, and tell the eldest master right away." Situ he had been acupuncturing for an hour. He hadn't been so tired for a long time. After he finished, his forehead was covered with sweat. "Huh, I haven't been so tired for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that she was so cute, I wouldn't have bothered to save her." Chongping smiled helplessly. Their lord always liked to say one thing and mean another. At this time, Chongfeng's voice sounded outside. "My lord, the maid arranged by the eldest master is here." Situ he was very satisfied when he heard this. This kid was very fast. "Your servant Chuanya. Your servant Chuanqing." "Greetings, sir." The 2 maids hurriedly saluted. Situ gave them some instructions and then left. Yuya's body was too cold and needed to be warmed up quickly. The 2 maids took care of her in a bath. The warm water slowly restored her body temperature, and her originally pale face gradually became natural. But the bruises and purples on her body were heartbreaking to see. Such a small child, who was so cruel to beat her like this. The 2 maids imagined secretly, their eyes full of pity. Situhi waited outside for a long time, and during this time he read many memorials, most of which were sent by the emperor. He picked up a pen and wrote a letter, put it away for the next person to take back. After the maid arranged everything for Yuya, she came out and replied, "Sir, we have bathed and changed clothes for the young lady inside. Is there anything else you want to say?" Siddhi nodded. "Okay, you go down and rest first. I'll call you if there's anything. Chongping, go to the kitchen and cook some porridge and warm it up. The little girl will be hungry when she wakes up." Chongping nodded and agreed, "Yes, sir." Situhi went into the room. Her face was not so pale anymore. She regained some color. Her hair was neatly combed. She looked even more lovely and beautiful, but the big bruise on her forehead was an eyesore. Situ he never liked children, but looking at this little girl, he actually felt that she was a little cute. He thought, maybe this girl was born beautiful. He sat over to feel the little girl's pulse. His brows furrowed slightly. The damage to her body was really serious. Fortunately, it was summer now. If she had been soaked in water for so long in winter, she would have died long ago. Siddhi picked up a basket, went out and told Chongfeng to take good care of the girl, and then he went out. "If you want to cure the girl, you need to find some other medicine. There is not much else in Yukon Valley, but there are a lot of medicinal herbs." After less than half an hour, Situhi came back with a basket of medicinal herbs. "Sir, the young lady inside vomited and had a fever. Her body is very hot now," Chun Xing said anxiously. Seeing Situhi coming back, they all felt relieved. Situhi hurriedly ran into the house and touched the little girl's forehead. It was very hot. At this time, Yuya's face was red, no longer as pale as before, but this red was red because of the heat. Although it looks good, it is extremely dangerous. If the fever is not reduced quickly, it is afraid that the brain will be burned. Situhi sighed and hesitated for a moment. Forget it. Who told him to meet this little girl? He can't give up halfway. Shawa. Mu Yun and others searched along the river for a day until dark, but they didn't find any traces. The river water split into several streams after it came down and flowed to different places. After a day and a night, Mu Yun didn't stop. Even if she held on, she was exhausted. In addition, she hadn't found anyone yet, and she was tortured in her heart. Finally, she couldn't bear it and fainted. Song Jingnian looked at the gradually darkening sky, hugged Mu Yun, and sat on the ground motionless. Mo.E shouted worriedly, "Master, don't be discouraged. There is still hope if you don't find it. Maybe the young master was washed away and rescued halfway. We have searched for such a long way, and now is not the time for floods. Except for the rapid water flow at the bottom of the cliff, the water flow down is much slower. If the person is still in the water, we must have found it now. If we can't find it, it means that the young master must have been rescued by someone else." "Yes, that's definitely the case, master. Sometimes not finding it is also a kind of hope. At least, the possibility that the young master was rescued and alive is greater."
Montag also spoke.
Song Jingnian didn't say anything. He hadn't slept for a whole day and night. He was also very tired after trekking through mountains and rivers. He even had a weak strength to speak. "Notify them to keep one team to continue searching along the river, and send several teams to look for Yueya in the surrounding farmers' homes. Yueya must have been rescued by someone. Find the farmers around and ask them carefully. Whoever rescued Yueya will be rewarded." Mo.E nodded and immediately went down to make arrangements. Mo.Er said, "Master, your body can't stand it. Miss Mu and Master Yuanbao are also very tired. I will take you out. We will plan carefully after we go out." Song Jingnian was confused at this moment. He had never been so confused in his life. He didn't know where to look and which direction to go to find his daughter. He regretted, blamed himself, was afraid, worried, and countless emotions intertwined, making him even more lost and more painful and impatient. Seeing Song Jingnian in such a difficult state, Mo.Er was very worried. "Master, please don't be like this. If you don't cheer up, who will come to find the young lady? You have to ensure your health first before you can find the young lady. She is still waiting for you." Song Jingnian retracted his gaze, looked down at Mu Yun in his arms, and then said, "Let's go. Let's go out first." Hearing this, Mo.Er's worry was put down. Song Jingnian carried Mu Yun on his back. Mo.Er and Mo.E carried Yuan Bao and Mu Yang on their backs, and the group walked out. This place is not far from the village outside, and there is even a stream of river water flowing into the village. There may be a chance to go to the village. Because they walked along the river all the way, they didn't know where this was when they came out. When they arrived at the village, it was already midnight. It was not good to disturb the villagers at this time, so they found a place to rest. Mo.E and Mo.Er found firewood and burned a fire to keep warm. Many of them were wet, and they would start to ask farmers at dawn. Song Jingnian hugged Mu Yun and lay by the fire to rest, and fell asleep after a while. He slept very deeply that night. In the second half of the night, he saw Yueya in his dream. Yueya's small body was thrown into the depths of the cliff. She screamed in fear, and her face was full of horror. Song Jingnian felt so distressed that it became difficult to breathe. He was anxious to jump down and catch Yueya, but he couldn't move. He could only watch Yueya disappear in the cliff. His uneasy panting made Mo.E, who was on guard, very worried. Seeing that he seemed to be in a nightmare, Mo.E shouted hurriedly, "Master? Master, wake up. Master? Wake up quickly." Song Jingnian couldn't wake up even if Mo.E shook him. The scene in his dream changed. He saw Yueya's small body floundering in the water. He was anxious to hug her, but he couldn't get through. It seemed that there was an invisible wall in front of him that made him unable to cross. Song Jingnian was very anxious. He desperately knocked on the invisible wall in front of him, but he felt that his hands and feet were very heavy and couldn't lift them at all. Seeing Yueya's struggles gradually fade away and she gradually sank to the bottom of the water, Song Jingnian screamed with all his might, his eyes full of fear, but he found that he couldn't make a sound at all. He became even more terrified, and with red eyes, he tried desperately to break through the barrier, using up all his strength.
Puff.
The sleeping Song Jingnian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and woke up from his sleep. It was already bright outside, and Moe looked at his master, who was vomiting blood, his eyes full of anxiety. "Master, you must take care of yourself, please." Moe was so anxious that she was about to cry and knelt in front of Song Jingnian with red eyes. Muyun slowly woke up and looked at Song Jingnian, who was vomiting blood. She asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened?" Moe hurriedly said, "Miss Mu, the master seemed to have had a nightmare and then vomited blood. It should be that he was too anxious and hurt his heart meridian. Please try to persuade him." Muyun helped Song Jingnian up and said slowly, "Don't worry, I have a feeling that Yueya will be fine. She must be alive, but we haven't found her yet." Muyun thought of her dream and seemed to relax a lot. She slowly said, "Song Jingnian, I dreamed of Yueya. She was fine. In the dream, she was lying on the bed. I couldn't see where she was, but I clearly felt that she was still alive. She must have been rescued. She is fine. She is waiting for us to find her and take her home. So, you take care of yourself, let's go take her home together." Song Jingnian's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked very haggard. Hearing this, he looked at Muyun expectantly and asked in a hoarse voice, "Really?" Muyun nodded. "Yes, it's true. This is a revelation from God to us. We must believe it and look for it carefully. We will definitely find it." Song Jingnian lowered his head, and his low voice almost sounded like crying. "I'm sorry. Yun, I didn't protect Yueya well. I didn't protect her well. I'm sorry for her. Our Yueya is so good, so cute and kind. She recognized me the first time she saw me and called me Daddy softly. Do you know how much I like her?
She always cares about me.
When you all don't accept me, she is afraid that I will be sad and quietly comforts me." Muyun felt the hot tears dripping on her hands and looked at Song Jingnian in surprise. He lowered his head, making it difficult to see his expression. Only his heavy breathing could be heard. Big tears fell on the back of her hand. The faint sobbing made Muyun's eyes red, and she couldn't help but feel a sore nose. Song Jingnian recalled everything that happened before and could no longer control his emotions or make any sound. He wanted to lower his head to the ground, not daring to let people see his vulnerability. If time could go back, Song Jingnian thought, he must always keep his daughter by his side and never leave. Muyun said, "I am also wrong. I was negligent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Song Jingnian, you have so many helpers. I will also work hard. Let's find our daughter together. Even if we have to go to the ends of the earth, I will definitely find her. I believe she must be waiting for me somewhere." Muyun's pale face was filled with determination in her dark eyes.
She didn't believe Yueya would die.
As long as she didn't see it, she wouldn't believe it. And that dream seemed very real to her. She was absolutely convinced that Yueya must be alive. Song Jingnian spoke with a thick nasal tone. "Okay." Mo Air came over and said, "Master, if we go further down, we will reach the territory of Yen State. Yen State and our Xia State have always kept to themselves. Since the war 50 years ago, there has been no conflict. We have rarely interacted with each other in recent years. Yen State has only come to the annual exchange banquet twice, and we have only been there twice. We have been living in peace and not disturbing each other in recent years. Do we still need to continue to go north?" Song Jingnian nodded. "Continue, no matter what the result is. We must find the person. This is the third day, and except for the piece of clothing fragment, they have found nothing." Moe led people to ask the nearby villagers, but they all said that few people go to the river in the mountains. Generally, only hunters go there occasionally, but no one sees anything. In Yunzhou City, Mu Mansion, Yuan Bao and Mu Yang were brought back. Hu Tianxi finally saw them and asked about Yueya's whereabouts. The two went back to their rooms without saying a word. Hu Tianxi was so anxious that he had to follow Mu Yang to his room anxiously. "Mu Yang, where is Yueya? Did you find her?"
"Speak."
Hu Tianxi yelled angrily. They were all silent, which made him very flustered. Mu Yang looked up at him after a long while and said lightly, "Yueya hasn't been found yet." Hu Tianxi couldn't believe it and became more anxious. "How could you not find her? Did you not look for her carefully? How could you not find her? Hu Tianxi's eyes were red and crystal tears fell. Okay, if you can't find her, I'll go find her, Hu Tianxi said and ran outside, but now the Mu mansion was heavily guarded and he couldn't get out at all. The secret guard who sent Yuan Bao back was reporting the situation to the princess. If Yu Qingling hadn't taken care of the princess these days, she would have been too sick to get out of bed. After listening to the secret guard's report, she burst into tears. She couldn't believe that her lovely granddaughter would be gone. Nanny Chen supported her and comforted her distressfully. Don't worry, Your Highness, the prince will definitely find the young lady. She will be fine. You must take care of yourself and wait for the young lady to come back. The princess couldn't accept this at all and fainted again. The people in the yard were in a panic. Lu Yu also heard it outside. Her face was pale. She had been waiting for these days without sleep or food, but she didn't want to wait for this result. She fell to the ground helplessly, regretting it deeply. Mu Yun treated her so well, but in the end she hurt her daughter. Yuya was such a lovely and kind child. How could Qingjin's do that? How could she do that? Lu Yu was filled with resentment at the moment. She could no longer stop hating Qingjin's and Lu Tongzhou's family. She hated them. She hated herself for being weak and for having implicated Yuya. All the hatred that had been buried in her heart poured out at this moment. She slowly got up from the ground and walked towards the firewood room where Qingjin's and her servant were imprisoned. Because Lu Tongzhou was an official appointed by the court and because he did not participate, he was later released and not imprisoned together. The firewood room was heavily guarded at the door, and when they saw Lu Yu coming, they did not let her in. Lu Yu had no choice but to find Bai Mu and tell him that he wanted to see Qingjin's. Bai Mu was now a little angry with Lu Yu and his attitude was not as good as before. What is Miss Lu going to do to see her? A hint of cruelty flashed in Lu Yu's eyes, and she said, Go and see, Mr. Bai. Please let me see her. I can't get rid of the anger in my heart. I'd rather die than live. Bai Mu hesitated for a moment, and seeing her eyes full of hatred, he agreed and took her to the woodshed. When Lu Yu went in, Bai Mu said, She can't die. Miss Mu hasn't come back to deal with it yet. She must be alive first. Lu Yu nodded and agreed, Okay, I won't kill her. The moment the door of the woodshed opened, Lu Yu was also frightened for a moment. She saw 3 people tied to the 3 pillars of the woodshed. Each of them was bloody, which was shocking. The woodshed was very dark, and the smell of blood was mixed, making it difficult to breathe. Bai Mu didn't close the door and waited outside the door. Lu Yu walked towards Qingjin's. At this moment, Qingjin's no longer looked like a government official's wife. Her hair was disheveled, and dirt and blood had clotted her hair. Her clothes were already stained beyond recognition, with large patches of blood on them. Her entire face was also filthy, and it was impossible to see her original appearance. Qingjin's was awake. She had not closed her eyes for 3 days. Every time she closed her eyes, she would be woken up by water. At this moment, her whole body was still wet because she had just been splashed with water, and it was salt water. She had wounds all over her body, and the salt water sprinkled on her made her even more painful. Feeling someone coming, she raised her head with great effort. The moment she saw that it was Lu Yu, she widened her eyes in surprise. You, are you okay? Her voice was hoarse and rough. She had been screaming every day due to the torture in the past few days, and her voice had become hoarse. Seeing the surprise in her eyes, Lu Yu sneered. Yes, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Qingjin's, you have to suffer this day too? Seeing her like this, Lu Yu was also surprised, but he didn't feel better. He still hated her to death in his heart. Qingjin's gritted her teeth. If it weren't for Lu Yu, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Now this witch is actually fine, and nothing has happened to her. She hated them so much, they were really incompetent. Qingjin's, you are so cruel. The crescent moon is so small. How could you do that to her? Lu Yu questioned with red eyes. Qingjin's was tortured to the point where her life was worse than death. She actually regretted throwing Mu Yun's daughter off the cliff, but she would not say it, let alone in front of Lu Yu. She laughed crazily. Haha, Luyu, it wasn't me who killed Muyun's daughter, it was you. If it weren't for you, how could I have known Muyun? How could I have arrested her daughter? Everything started because of you, so you are actually the murderer, do you understand? Luyu angrily slapped her, and she said in a trembling voice, Qinjin's, you will die a miserable death. I am not here to listen to you today. I am here to torture you. Just wait. Luyu hurriedly looked at the torture instruments around her. She had never seen all kinds of tools before, and she didn't know how to use them. She looked at the brazier next to her, picked up the brand, and put it into the charcoal fire. Qinjin shuddered in fear when she saw this. She had not felt most of these tortures before. She had suffered the pain of the brand yesterday, and now her arm was still burning. She was afraid of the pain and begged for mercy countless times, but no one paid attention to her. At this time, when she saw Luyu moving the brand again, her fear deepened and she shouted, Luyu, if you dare to touch me, I will not forgive you when I get out. Muyun dare not kill me. She can only torture me at most. If she dared to kill me, she would have killed me long ago, so I can still get out. When I get out, you'll be in trouble. I advise you to think clearly. If you do something to me now, I will definitely make you look good when I get out. Qinjin threatened. Luyu couldn't help sneering after hearing her words. She sneered contemptuously. Ha! Do you really think you can still get out? Qinjin, you're just a small wife of the prefect. Look at these people outside. Do you think they are ordinary people? You are really brainless. You are stupid to end up like this today. You don't know how to leave a way out when doing things. Why do you think you are still alive now? It's because Muyun hasn't done it herself, so she has to keep your life first. You actually think that they dare not kill you. Who do you think you are? You really think you are a dish after marrying Lu Tongzhou. In addition to hearing the news that Yuya was not found, Luyu also heard the way the princess and Song Jingnian were addressed. Your Highness, Prince, any of them are much more powerful than Lu Tongzhou. No wonder they dare to imprison Qinjin like this, and they are not afraid of Lu Tongzhou causing trouble. Lu Tongzhou is nothing in front of them. The brand gradually turned red. Luyu picked it up and moved closer to Qinjin's. The hot brand could make people feel the scorching temperature even from a distance. Qinjin watched Luyu approaching her step by step. The red-hot iron made her tremble with fear. No, Luyu, you can't. You can't do this to me. If you dare to torture me, I will definitely repay you double in the future. Stop. Don't get any closer. Luyu didn't stop even though Qinjin screamed in fear. She stood in front of Qinjin, raised the brand to her hand, and moved it towards Qinjin's face. The scorching heat made Qinjin's face hot. She was full of fear and shouted excitedly, Luyu, please don't touch me. I apologize to you. Please don't touch me. Seeing her being so spineless, Luyu laughed sarcastically and said, Qinjin, you are so spineless. You are begging for mercy now? You are really lowly. Although Qinjin was angry, she did not dare to vent her anger in front of the red-hot iron. She could only give up her self-esteem and beg for mercy. She no longer cared about her self-esteem and became humble and weak. Seeing her like this, Luyu finally felt better. She ignored Qinjin's pleas for mercy and said coldly, when you threw the crescent moon, did you ever think of showing mercy? If you had shown mercy, I could have shown mercy, but unfortunately you didn't, so I won't show mercy now. After that, Luyu directly pressed the hot iron on Qinjin's face. The burning sound and Qinjin's scream of pain sounded together. Luyu felt refreshed when she heard the scream of pain. She held down the branding iron tightly, her eyes fierce. Qinjin, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Qinjin's face was twisted with pain. The burning pain on her face almost made her faint, but Luyu's voice in her ear made her hold on. The deep hatred made her not want to faint. Her eyes shot at Luyu like a cold sword, as if to pierce her. I won't let you go, Lu.
You.
Qinjin endured the deep pain, gritted her teeth and spoke. She was shaking with pain, and before she could say a word, the pain on her face became worse. Luyu looked at her in pain, and finally felt better. She curled the corners of her mouth and sneered. Ha! It doesn't matter. You can only say whether you let me go or not. You can't get out, your life must stay here. The temperature of the brand gradually disappeared. Lu Yu took it off and put it into the brazier again. Seeing her action, Chen Jin shuddered again. She really regretted that she shouldn't have thrown the child off the cliff, but who made them walk to the edge of the cliff in the first place? She was just in a momentary impulse, but she didn't expect that she would end up like this. At this moment, she really felt what it meant to be worse than death. She was covered in wounds. The 10 fingers of both hands had been pinched off long ago, and they were bloody. She could no longer hold anything and was considered useless. Her legs were also covered in wounds, but she had to stand every day without a moment to relax. She had been tortured in various ways in the past few days, and her appearance had not been destroyed yet. At this moment, she was completely desperate, and the expectations in her heart were slowly falling through. Lu Yu continued to heat the iron red and burned it on the other side of Chen Jin's intact face. The voice of the guards was heard outside, reporting to Bai Mu. Mr. Bai, Lu Tongzhou is here again, this time with the Yamen runners, and he told us that we must hand over his wife. Otherwise, he will force his way in. Chen Jin's inside naturally heard it, and her eyes suddenly lit up, and a glimmer of hope rose. Bai Mu left, and Lu Yu saw the glimmer of hope in Chen Jin's eyes, and sneered disdainfully. What? You still expect Lu Tongzhou to save you? Chen Jin's had hope in her eyes, and she raised a smile with effort, and said, Didn't you hear it? My husband came to save me. He won't ignore me. Lu Yu, you wait. I will make you pay 1,000 times the price for your behavior today. Lu Yu snorted coldly. Too lazy to talk nonsense with her, she picked up the branding iron again and branded Chen Jin's other side of the face. Screams cut through the sky, and the surrounding birds were scared away. Outside the Mu Mansion, Lu Tongzhou led a group of Yamen runners to surround the Mu Mansion, and he also asked someone to inform Zhu Shishir, asking him to bring troops to reinforce. After Bai Mu came out, he clamored for him to hand over Chen Jin's, and even put pressure on him by using his status as prefect. It's a pity that Bai Mu didn't even bother to look at him. On the street corner opposite the Mu Mansion, Lin Shiruan hid in the dark and watched with curiosity in her eyes. She had noticed something was wrong in the past few days. The Mu Mansion was heavily guarded, and the prefect often came, but was turned away. But she couldn't get close, so she couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. Mr. Bai, I advise you to release the people immediately. When the soldiers arrive, it will be difficult to end. The crime of kidnapping the family members of the court officials is also serious. Bai Mu sneered. Kidnapping the family members of the court officials is a serious crime. Does Lord Lu know about the crime of murdering the royal princess? Lu Tongzhou looked at him in surprise, with a puzzled look on his face. Mr. Bai, what nonsense are you talking about? You accuse people of all kinds of crimes. These things are not up to you. Bai Mu sneered. Oh, it's not me who has the final say. It's you, Lord Lu, right? Then I want to see how you have the final say. Lu Tongzhou was very troubled. No matter how he tried to persuade them, they just refused to release them. He couldn't beat them. These Yamen runners were no match for these people. He was really helpless and angry. After all, he was the parent official of Yunzhou, but these people were not afraid at all. This made him feel that his authority was challenged, and he was very angry. At this time, the Chen family suddenly appeared. Old Master Chen and Chen Jinshao rushed out with a bunch of servants. It's simply lawless. In broad daylight, you dare to openly kidnap the wife of the prefect. You are a bunch of unruly people. You're simply going too far. Humph. The prefect indulges you and treats you with courtesy, but you are not grateful or repentant, and you are even more arrogant and domineering. You really don't know what's good for you. Today, my Chen family comes to ask for someone. If you dare not let go, don't blame my Chen family for being rude to you. Old Master Chen's voice was loud and full of energy. He came to the door and yelled angrily. The servants following behind him still had weapons in their hands, and it seemed that they were ready to force their way in. Bai Mu waved his hand, and a large number of Xuanjia soldiers rushed out and blocked the door of the Mu Mansion. He said to the Chen family and Lu Tongzhou at the steps with contempt, "You can go ahead." If you can get in, you can take the people away. My sword is blind. Breaking into a private house is no different from being a bandit. If you die under my sword, it is understandable. Old Master Chen was angry. Humph. You are making up excuses. It is obvious that you kidnapped my daughter. Now you dare to cry thief. You are so shameless. Old Master Chen said to Lu Tongzhou angrily, Master Lu, let's rush in. I don't believe that this little troublemaker dares to go against the government. If he hurts you, it will be a serious crime. It is not too much to punish his entire clan.
Ha!
Bai Mu couldn't help but sneer and then said, Okay, you can try it. At the command of Master Chen, the servant behind him rushed up, and Bai Mu kicked the man out with one foot, just in front of Lu Tongzhou. Unexpectedly, Bai Mu actually dared to do this. Old Master Chen stopped climbing the stairs, and his heart was a little nervous. His old bones couldn't stand the fall. Lu Tongzhou frowned and said nothing. He was waiting for Zhu's soldiers. Only when the soldiers came could he win. It was superfluous to say anything now. He had seen Bai Mu's arrogance. Seeing Lu Tongzhou silent, Mr. Chen was furious. He cursed several times in his heart. He was still the governor. He actually let these unruly people treat him like this.
He was too weak.
Mr. Chen was secretly angry. He angrily shook his sleeves and walked down the stairs. The Chen family, who had been aggressive just now, had lost their momentum at this time. They lowered their heads and shrugged. Chen Jinxiao was very angry when he saw this. He snatched the knife from the servant and went up the stairs. He came to Bai Mu and said angrily, Are you too lawless? Hand over my sister now, otherwise I will rush in even if I die today. Chen Jinxiao was young and vigorous, fearless and ignorant. He thought he was upright and reasonable. Bai Mu looked at him, smiled contemptuously, and then kicked him down the stairs again. Everyone was shocked. Old Master Chen was even more anxious. He hurried to help his son up and angrily said to Lu Tongzhou, Master Lu, such a troublemaker. Why don't you arrest him and put him in jail? Lu Tongzhou was helpless. He, the prefect, was messed up by Bai Mu and others. Now he has no face. Just when he was embarrassed, Zhu Shi arrived with his troops. A large number of guests came, and everyone made way. Seeing this, Lu Tongzhou was delighted and hurriedly said to Zhu Shi, Master Zhu, you are here. It is this family that kidnapped my wife and refused to hand her over. Moreover, these people are all highly skilled in martial arts. The Yamen runners are no match for them. I have no choice but to ask you to help. Zhu Shi looked at the Mu mansion curiously. He didn't know Bai Mu, and the others didn't know him even more. After a moment of sizing, he said, Bold troublemaker, put down your sword immediately, and I can give you a lighter sentence. Zhu Shi, who was dressed in armor and carrying a sword, spoke fiercely to Bai Mu and others. Lu Tongzhou looked much more relaxed. With Governor Zhu here, he felt completely relieved. Bai Mu looked at Governor Zhu and said coldly, Governor Zhu, do you know whose house this is? You brought troops here today. Do you know who you're going to fight? Governor Zhu frowned, thinking that this man's attitude was very strange. He was not afraid at all. Could he be someone important? After hearing Bai Mu's words, Governor Zhu frowned and replied, I don't know. As a governor, I take it as my responsibility to maintain the public security of Yunzhou. You kidnapped the family members of court officials, which is a serious crime. If you don't hand them over, I can only ask you to go to jail. Bai Mu sneered and said, Then Governor Zhu, you came at the right time. Let's talk about it. What is the crime of killing the royal princess? Governor Zhu frowned. What royal princess? Lu Tongzhou also frowned, not understanding what Bai Mu meant. Did he mean that the little girl was the royal princess? What a joke. Bai Mu said in a cold voice, My little princess is the legitimate daughter of the god of war, Prince Ping. The wife of Prefect Lu plotted to kill my princess and threw her off a cliff. She is still dead or alive. How do you think the Prefect Zhu should sentence her for this crime? Bai Mu's words shocked everyone. The god of war, Prince Ping, this title is almost known to everyone in Xia. But when did His Royal Highness Prince Ping have a legitimate daughter? And she was killed by the wife of the prefect? Such a big thing shocked everyone present. Lu Tongzhou was even more confused. He frowned and looked at Bai Mu. What did you say? What is the legitimate daughter of His Royal Highness Prince Ping?
Who is Mu Yun? Who is Song Jingyan?
That child is obviously just an ordinary child. Lu Tongzhou suddenly remembered that the surname Song was their royal surname, and the name Song Jingyan seemed familiar. Bai Mu glanced at them with contempt and said indifferently, "Are you qualified to call our princess by her name? Lu Zhizhou, you should think carefully about what this crime of murdering the princess of the royal family is." Bai Mu took out the token and said to the still stunned Zhu Shi, "Sir Zhu, this is the token of my prince. We have the right to detain the criminals who murdered my princess. Lu Zhizhou often harasses and threatens my prince and intimidates us. He also makes the princess in the palace worried and bedridden. Sir Lu should also go to the prison to repent. What do you think, Zhu Shi?" Lu Tongzhou was stunned. And the eldest princess? How come all of a sudden, these people all became legendary figures? Zhu Zhishi immediately knelt down towards the token. "I am short-sighted and have no intention of offending you. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Zhu Zhishi was sweating all over. It was really dangerous. He was almost going to see the King of Hades. Fortunately, this man did not hide his identity and told him directly, otherwise he would have made a big mistake. He did not expect that His Highness Prince Ping was still in Yunzhou City. It was really dangerous. Zhu Zhishi had already knelt down, and everyone else knelt down after seeing this. Only Lu Tongzhou and the Qin family looked unbelievable. They could not even think of such a big figure. They never thought that they would offend him now. It was such a big crime. The Qin family was immediately very uneasy. Old Master Qin was trembling. For a while, he didn't know what to say, so he just fainted. Chun Jinshao hurriedly supported his father and cried sadly, Dad, wake up?" At this time, he didn't dare to leave. He squatted on the ground holding old Master Chen and shouted anxiously. Lu Tongzhou stood there stiffly. Only then did he realize that he was a joke. No wonder Bai Mu was so fearless and calm. He must have been looking at him as if he were watching a joke. "Please stand up, Lord Zhu. Ignorance is not a crime. I think the prince will not blame you. Please help clear the people at the door. Don't disturb the princess's rest. As for the criminal Chen, our prince will make the decision. Please don't come to our house again." After he finished speaking, Lu Tongzhou lost his support and was about to fall. It was his subordinates who supported him to prevent him from falling to the ground. Chun Jinshao had a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. He could only worry in his heart. Zhu, the governor, wanted to make up for his mistakes. He immediately led his troops to arrest Lu Tongzhou. He also warned him a few words and followed by Mu's words. He let Lu Tongzhou go to jail for a few days and face the wall to reflect on his mistakes. He told the public that he wanted to reflect on his mistakes so that everyone would look good. As an official of Yunzhou, Governor Zhu did not want to make things too awkward, but he did not know if Lu Tongzhou, the governor, could stay in office for long. After all, he had offended His Royal Highness Prince Ping. A large number of soldiers came in a hurry and left quietly, and Lu Tongzhou had completely given up. In fact, it was not that he wanted to save Qin Jin's, but he had to give an explanation to the Qin family, so he kept coming. Now Qin Jin's matter was hopeless, but his matter was bad. He had offended His Royal Highness Prince Ping, and his position as governor was not easy to keep. Lu Tongzhou was now worried about himself, not Qin Jin's. In the prison of the government office, Lu Tongzhou pleaded with Governor Zhu, wanting him to help say a few good words in front of Prince Ping. After hearing what he said, Governor Zhu said helplessly, "Lord Lu, I'm sorry I can't do anything about your request. Whoever dares to ask for mercy in front of His Royal Highness Prince Ping is afraid of losing his life. I heard that Lord Lu's wife was not Miss Qin before. Alas, everything is fate. Lord Lu changed his wife, and now he is like this. It's bad luck." Governor Zhu also knew about Lu Tongzhou's affairs. In fact, the people of Yunzhou knew about it. The rumors were spreading. Governor Zhu looked down on such people. Abandoning his wife was a shameful act. Now this wife has brought him such a big disaster, and she deserves it. Lu Tongzhou heard the sarcasm in Governor Zhu's words, and his heart turned cold, and his face suddenly became uglier. Governor Zhu was too lazy to look at him again, and turned away with an indifferent expression. Lu Tongzhou's mother soon found out that Lu Tongzhou was imprisoned, and hurried to the prison, crying and cursing. Lu Tongzhou looked at his mother like this, with helplessness and a hint of resentment in his eyes. If his mother hadn't forced him to marry Qin Jin's, he wouldn't be like this now. Maybe he could have made friends with Prince Ping and the princess with Lu Yu, and his future would be even brighter. He studied hard for many years to get the wealth he is today, but it might end before it even started, which Lu Tongzhou couldn't accept. The crying voice in his ears made him irritable, and he roared impatiently. Enough. Mother, if you speak rudely again, your son will lose his official hat and may even die. Can you be quiet? This was the first time that Lu Tongzhou spoke so loudly to his mother. In addition to being surprised and sad, his mother was also frightened by his words. She hurriedly asked Zhou, "Tell me what's going on. You're the prefect. Who dares to lock you up? Mother feels sorry for you. Why are you yelling at me?" Lu Tongzhou already had resentment in his heart. He closed his eyes in annoyance and said helplessly, "Mother, if you hadn't forced me to marry Qin Jin's, I wouldn't be in jail now." Although he would only be in jail for a few days and nothing would happen for the time being, Lu Tongzhou still felt that he should scare his mother so that she would know how to be afraid. Lu's mother was puzzled. "Zhou, what do you mean? Is this related to Qin Jin's?" "Yes. Qin Jin's hasn't been home for several days. But what has she done to harm you? I'll go out and teach her a lesson later." Lu Tongzhou looked up at his mother and said, "Qin Jin's has done something serious. She is so cruel that she threw a little girl off a cliff. Now the girl's family has tied her up, and it will implicate us. My official hat may be in danger. Mother, you really chose a good wife for me. Now, because of this good wife, all my years of hard study have been in vain. Are you happy?" Lu's mother was scared. The turbid old eyes were wide open, and she said in panic, "How could it be?
This.
You are the prefect, the parent official of Yinzhou. Even if she really lost someone, then it won't implicate you. Divorce her. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, even if you don't divorce her, it has nothing to do with you. Who dares to imprison you?" Lu's mother looked panicked and scared. This good life will be gone in a few days. She was unwilling and unwilling. She immediately thought of a way. Lu Tongzhou sighed. Looking at his mother like this, he didn't feel distressed at all, but was exhausted. "Mom, if my wife had always been Xiaoyu, these things would not have happened. Xiaoyu is so good, but you want to hurt her like that. Now we're like this. Do you think it is retribution?" Lu's mother was stunned. She couldn't believe that her son would say this. She looked at her son with a sad face. "Zhou, everything I do is for you. Why do you say this to me now? I do all this for you and your future." Lu Tongzhou sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, "For my own good? Mother, do you know that doing nothing is for my own good? You can just play with the birds, raise flowers, and enjoy life every day. That's it. You treat me well, but you don't know anything, and you still interfere in my affairs. You think you are doing me good, but in fact you are harming me. Mom, you think you are smarter than me, right? You know my future better than me, right? It's okay now. If you interfere, my future will be lost. Not to mention my future, I may even lose my life." Mother Lu looked at him blankly, unable to believe that her always filial son said this. She was at a loss when she said such words and didn't know what to say. Seeing her expression, Lu Tongzhou felt a flash of distress in his eyes, but he still glanced away and ignored her. If his mother's temper continued, who knows what trouble she would cause in the future. Zhou, you actually blame me like this. I just want you to live a good life, and I want to find you a supportive in-law who can help you. For this reason, I don't even hesitate to. I did this all for you when I attacked Lu Yu, but now, is it really my mother's fault?" Lu Tongzhou turned his head and said nothing. Lu's mother was sad. "Zhou, you are the magistrate of the state. If anyone dares to imprison you, my mother will file a petition to redress your grievances. Just wait, I will go to Lu Tongpian and ask him to help write the petition. With that, Lu's mother said as he was about to leave in excitement. Lu Tongzhou hurriedly said, "That's enough, mother. Do you know who Qinjin's killed? We might be the ones who are harmed by the complaint in the end."
Please calm down.
Mother Lu's eyes widened in surprise.
Ah?
How could this be possible? Can't the emperor make the decision for you? Lu Tongzhou said helplessly, Mom, if you don't understand, don't get involved. Chun Jin's killed the royal princess. Do you think the emperor would help? Who? Maybe the emperor doesn't know about this yet. Now that you report it, the emperor knows. Do you think I didn't die quickly enough? Mother Lu was so frightened that she suddenly collapsed on the ground, her eyes full of fear. Royal princess? Such a noble person. How dare Qinjin's? Oh, this evil witch really kills people. I really want to kill her. I really hate it. Lumu really regretted it now, but he was more resentful. Mom, you should go out and take good care of yourself. Don't interfere in my affairs anymore. If you can't do it, I may really die. I have my own rules for my own affairs. You can go back with peace of mind. Remember what I said and stay here. At home. After saying that, Lu Tongzhou turned around and stopped looking at her. Tongzhou was in jail, and the Qin family was even more restless. Chen's father wished he didn't have this daughter. The next day, he took his family to the Mu residence to apologize, just asking not to implicate their Qin family. Chun Jin's waited all night yesterday, not daring to squint, just waiting for Lu Tongzhou to rescue her. But waiting. It was dark, and no one came to pay attention to her, let alone rescue her. Even Lu Yu Baimu and others didn't come. She wanted to find someone to ask but couldn't find anyone. The Qin family knelt outside, no one paid attention. Qinjin's was locked up in the woodshed and continued to be tortured every day. At this time, in the territory of Yen State, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian came all the way and finally entered the territory of Yen State, Yuzhou. Yen State is a large country, but there are more bitter and cold seasons in a year. There are only summer and winter here, and almost no spring and autumn. The climate at this time was not much different from that of Xia State. After the two arrived in Yuzhou, they first found an inn to stay. After entering Yuzhou, they only brought 5 people, Mo.E to Mo Wu, and the rest were sent to other places. After many days of running around, Mu Yun was exhausted. Finally, she stayed in a relatively comfortable inn. She first washed up and had a good sleep to rest up. The next morning, she went to find Song Jingnian. Song Jingnian had already ordered the dishes in the room and was waiting for Mu Yun to come. Mo.E and the others went to the hall downstairs to eat.
Ayun.
Seeing Mu Yun coming, Song Jingnian hurriedly got up and pulled out a chair for her. Mu Yun smiled at him and sat down. You have suffered these days. These are all dishes from Yen State. I don't know if you can get used to them. Come and try them. Song Jingnian also sat down and immediately picked up some dishes for her. The small bowl in front of Mu Yun was soon filled with various dishes. She picked up the chopsticks, tasted it, and then nodded. Well, it's delicious. After that, she started to eat. Song Jingnian looked at her indifferent face and felt uncomfortable, but he also understood that unless he found Yuya, it would be difficult to see a smile on her face again. Song Jingnian hesitated for a moment and said, Ayun, I have an idea, but it's hard to realize it. Mu Yun looked up at him in confusion and asked indifferently, You say. Song Jingnian thought for a while and said, Although the population of Yen State is not large, the territory is large.
It is not easy to find people.
Moreover, this is another country, not our own country, so it is not so convenient to act. I want to meet the emperor of Yen State and ask his people to help find it so that we can find Yuya faster. Mu Yun was surprised. Asking the emperor of a country to help find someone, I'm afraid no one can think of this idea. In fact, Mu Yun also discovered in the past few days that Song Jingnian's subordinates are not ordinary people. They are all highly skilled in martial arts and well-trained. She guessed that Song Jingnian should be more than just a rich and noble son, but Song Jingnian didn't say it, so she didn't ask. In addition, during this period of time, she was not interested in other things and was too lazy to ask. She continued to eat and asked casually, Why do you ask the Yen royal family to help find someone? This was where Song Jingmian hesitated. Xia was not his. If he wanted to negotiate a deal with the Emperor of Yen, it would obviously be a deal between countries. But as the kingpin of Xia, he could not use the interests of his country to make a deal with the Emperor of Yen. Seeing that he didn't speak, Mu Yun said, "Except for summer, the rest of the country is almost winter. The winter here is long. When winter comes, the snow is vast, the trees wither, and the birds fly south. The living environment is very harsh. In this case, what they need most is to store food, cut firewood, and prepare enough winter clothes every year in order to survive the long cold winter. However, it is said that many people in Yen freeze to death or starve to death every year. This is also the reason why the population of Yen does not grow much. Perhaps we can start with what they need most. In this way, we should not be rejected if we ask the Emperor of Yen to help find someone, but the premise is that we have to meet him first." Song Jingmian was very surprised. He only thought of exchanging interests, which was due to his status, but Mu Yun thought of using people's livelihood to achieve his goal. He relied entirely on himself. He dared to think like this, which was really different from ordinary people. "Ayun, do you have a way to help Yen?" Song Jingmian asked curiously. Mu Yun didn't say anything too specific, but just said, "Let's take a look first. Yuzhou is not the capital of Yen State, but it is not far from the capital Yizhou. It is adjacent to it. If we still can't find the crescent moon in Yuzhou, we will go to Yizhou. By the way, we can observe the people's livelihood here in the next few days, look at the land and food situation here, and come up with a solution. Then it will be convenient to talk to the Emperor of Yen State." Song Jingmian nodded. It would be better if Mu Yun could come up with a solution. If he wanted to exchange it for national interests, it would take a lot of effort, not to mention the time and effort he would have to go back to the capital to discuss it with his uncle. "Okay, I'll do as you say," Song Jingmian said. After they finished eating, they took Mo.E and others out. Each of them held a portrait and searched for crescent moon everywhere. At this time in Yukon Valley, Yuya had been in a coma for 3 days. At noon, the maid wiped her body, and she slowly woke up. Seeing her open her eyes, Chun Xing shouted in surprise, "Sir, the young lady is awake." He was sorting herbs outside, and upon hearing this, he hurried in. Yuya's eyes were full of confusion, her mind was blank, and she stared blankly at He who came in. "Girl, how are you? Is there any pain anywhere?" He slowed down his voice and asked. Yuya shook her head subconsciously, looked at the other party, and asked, "Who are you?" "Ida, what's wrong with me?" Yuya wanted to remember something, but as soon as she thought about it, the left side of her head began to hurt. He was kind and said slowly, "My name is He. This is Yukon Valley. Little girl, what's your name? Where do you live? When you are well, I will ask someone to send you back." Yuya's eyes were full of confusion. Who am I? Where do you live?" I don't know." She frowned and put her hand on her head. No matter how she thought, her mind was blank. He was a little surprised to see that she didn't remember, but he didn't feel too surprised. She was covered with wounds, especially on her head, which was hit hard everywhere. During the treatment he gave her these few days, he found that the blood vessels on the left side of the child's head seemed to be blocked, and it was normal for her to lose her memory now. But in this way, he was a little troubled, not knowing how to settle this girl. He was used to living in seclusion alone, so he would send the child away after her injuries healed. If there was really no place to go, he could let Xianqi take her to raise her in the mansion. Sidui thought a lot silently. Yuya had been observing the surroundings and realized that the old man in front of her was respected here. She spoke carefully, "Grandpa Situ, do you know who I am?" I can't remember." Yuya's voice was crying. She was very uneasy and insecure. She always felt that it shouldn't be like this, but she couldn't tell what it should be like. The little girl's big watery eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her face full of brokenness, a grieved and scared look makes people feel unbearable. He raised his hand and rubbed her head and said softly, "You were washed into my valley by the water. I saved you, but I don't know who you are or where you live. There is blood clot in your head, so it caused your amnesia. When your injury is healed, I will send you out of the mountain and let my eldest disciple help you find your family. Hearing this, Yuya became more confused, with innocent big eyes, not knowing what to do. Gurgle, her stomach suddenly growled. The abrupt sound made several people in the room laugh, and Situhi also laughed, and the wrinkles on his old face became more obvious. He hurriedly said to Chun Xing, "Go and bring some porridge. She just woke up and is not suitable for eating other things. Give her porridge first. Chunya, go to the kitchen to cook some dishes and ask the little girl what she wants to eat." Chun Xing immediately went out to bring the porridge, and Chunya bent down to ask Yuya what she wanted to eat. Yuya glanced at Situhi, and when she saw him nodding with a smile, she said, "Excuse me, sister. I want to eat some spicy dishes, not too bland ones." Chunya looked at Situhi and asked for his opinion. Situhi said helplessly, "Girl, too spicy won't do.
Your body is not suitable for it now.
How about this? Let Chunya cook some meat dishes for you to eat for a few days first. After a few days, when your stomach and intestines are used to it, I will cook you spicy dishes, okay?" Yuya nodded, "Yes. Thank you, Grandpa Situ. Thank you, sister." After Chunya left, Situhi said to Yuya, "Girl, stretch out your wrist. I'll take your pulse again." Chunya nodded obediently and stretched out her hand, while carefully looking at the old man in front of her. "Well, you've recovered well. When I found you, you almost died. Thanks to my superb medical skills, I'm afraid I can't save you." Situhi spoke in a relaxed tone. Yuya thanked him seriously. "Thank you, Grandpa Situ. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future." Situhi smiled. "Little girl, although you are old, you are very polite. Okay, I'm waiting for your repayment. You are fine now. Remember to take medicine obediently. After another month or so, you will recover almost. Your legs are also injured and you may not be able to walk well. Don't rush to get out of bed these days. Lie in bed more." Yuya nodded. "Well, thank you, Grandpa Situ." Situ, he was helpless. This girl was too polite and thanked him all the time. Seeing that she was not at ease here, Situ, he felt amused. This girl looked polite and courteous, but in fact, she was too defensive in her heart. She was steady and incompatible with her peers. "I'm going out. You have a good rest," Situhi said, and left. Yuya finally relaxed when she saw that there was no one. Her body was no longer tense. She couldn't find the familiar feeling in this extremely unfamiliar environment. She felt a little uneasy. She looked around the room, and it was also full of strangeness. She wanted to remember something, but after trying for a long time, her mind was still blank except for the headache. Chun Xing quickly brought the porridge. Yuya also had an injury on her hand, so she could only trouble Chun Xing to feed her. After eating, Yuya wanted to go out and take a look, so she asked Chun Xing to take her out. Chun Xing picked her up and went out. As soon as she went out, she saw layers of mountains, green pines stretching out, which was very pleasing to the eye, and the air was also very fresh. Breathing the natural and fresh air, Yuya instantly felt more open-minded. In front of the house is a lawn with a fence and various small flowers, which is very beautiful. In the side yard outside, Chongfeng is chopping wood, and Chunya is busy in the kitchen. On a rock in the distance, Situhi is meditating, and at this moment, he looks a bit like a hermit. "It's so beautiful here," Yuya couldn't help but exclaim. Infected by the beautiful scenery, she felt much more relaxed, and the smile on her face became more genuine. It was only after coming here that Chun Xing realized that Yukon Valley was so beautiful. Being on duty here is much more fun than being in Yuzhou. Haha, little girl knows how to appreciate it. My Yukon Valley is the most beautiful place in our entire Yen state. I've been looking for this place for many years to live in seclusion. My life is like a fairy. Situhi walked down from the rocks in the distance and said with a smile. His words were full of pride and joy, which showed that he was really very satisfied with this place. Yuya didn't understand, so she could only smile and say, "It must be fun to live here, Grandpa Situ. Can I live here with you in the future?" Yuya thought about it. She had no memory and didn't know where her home was. Grandpa Situ looked like a good person. If she left here, she didn't know where else she could go. After thinking about it, She felt that it was best to stay here for the time being and wait until she remembered where her home was, and then she would leave. But she didn't know if people were willing to take her in. Siddhi smiled, walked over, and picked her up. Yuya quickly put her little hands around his neck, fearing that she would fall. Grandpa Siddhi looked quite old and might not be able to hold her. Siddhi picked her up and walked to the rock where they had just been meditating. Standing there, he could see almost all the surrounding mountains. He looked down from a high place and looked down on all the other mountains.
Look at this deep forest.
There's nothing to play with. Can you get used to living here? Yuya nodded. I like it very much. I think it's very beautiful here. Hearing this, Situhi smiled. This girl was afraid that he would drive her away. She thought she hid her thoughts very well despite being so obvious. Well, let her take the only pill. It can't be wasted. Situhi said, the blood clots in your brain should be healed soon. I will give you acupuncture every day. When you remember your memories, you can go find your family. But before that, if you really want to live here, I agree. You can stay as long as you want, but you have to work. You can't live here for nothing. Situhi finished speaking and looked at her quietly. Joy flashed across Yuya's face, and she happily agreed. She broke free from Situhi's arms and bowed to him. Thank you, Grandpa Situ, for taking me in. I will definitely work hard. Her legs were not fully healed yet. When she stood on the ground, she felt a lot of pain, but she endured it and didn't show it. Situhi smiled helplessly and picked her up again. Okay, you little brat, there's no need to pay so much attention to etiquette. Pay attention to your leg injury. Be casual in the valley in the future. Don't be too polite. Yuya smiled and nodded. This time the smile was bigger. Her curved eyes sparkled, like a bright and dazzling crescent moon. Situhi suddenly said, Girl, you don't remember your name, so how about I give you one? Yuya nodded. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa Situ. Situhi asked, Then are you willing to take my surname? Yuya nodded. Well, as long as Grandpa Situ doesn't mind, I am willing. Situhi was very happy and smiled. Okay, then call me Situ Liua. Liua, does it sound good? Pear blossoms are Situhi's favorite flowers. The moon expresses lovesickness, and he likes the name Liua very much. Yuya liked the name inexplicably and nodded. It sounds nice. Thank you, Grandpa Situ. Situhi smiled and touched her head, his eyes filled with doting. From now on, you will be my Situhi's granddaughter, Situ Liua. Situhi was very happy to suddenly have a granddaughter and told Chongfeng to have an extra meal in the evening to celebrate. Chongfeng and Chongping were also very happy. Situhi had been alone for many years and was very lonely. Now that he had a child to accompany him, he would not be so lonely in his later years. In Yuzhou, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian looked for villages with rivers around, but they did not find any news related to Yuya. Until it got dark, they decided to stay in this village. Master, this village is called Shashi Village. Beyond it is a place called Yuquan Valley. There are high mountains there. Although there are streams on the mountains, they are naturally flowing in the mountains and have nothing to do with the river at Tiger Leaping Cliff. The next morning, Muyan got up just after daybreak. In the farmyard, the hostess also got up and was making breakfast for the family. Seeing Muyan getting up, she hurried to greet him. Muyan looked at the simple old lady and chatted with her for a long time with a smile. After this chat, he also understood a lot of the situation here. After breakfast, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian followed the old lady to the field to see the specific situation. Most people here grow corn, which is one of their most important crops. It's no wonder that the harvest is not good when they see that the corn is not good. Mu Yun remembered that in modern times, the north is indeed one of the largest producers of corn. The corn there is big and good, and each one is full, while the corn of these farmers looks more like malnutrition, not well developed and growing in general. Seeing that Mu Yun was thinking, Song Jingnian didn't interrupt him and continued to learn other things from the old lady. Mu Yun stood in the cornfield, squatting down to check the soil, and then pulling open the corn cobs to check the growing corn inside. Only then did she truly feel the meaning of the saying you regret not having learned enough when you need it. She should have learned more about agriculture. She spent so much time with the agricultural professor. It was her fault that she was playful and had little interest in agriculture. She only heard some superficial knowledge and did not understand it in depth. It was useless to regret it now.
Song Jingnian.
Mu Yun stood up and shouted. Song Jingnian heard the voice and hurried over. What's wrong? Mu Yun said, let's go and see other people's fields. Mu Yun only knew that the north was a good place to grow corn. It shouldn't be like this. She couldn't figure it out for a while, so she thought about looking at a few more. The two of them left this cornfield and walked along the main road for a long time, and then entered another field at random. This one looked much better. The corn stalks were thick and the corn cobs were big. They broke them open and looked at them. The corn kernels inside were also well developed, but it seemed to be different from the previous corn. This one was slightly yellowish, and the previous one was white. Mu Yun squatted down to check the soil again. It turned out to be the same soil as that family. She suddenly realized that in modern times, there are many types of corn. Different types of corn should also adapt to different soils. I just don't know if there are many types of corn in this era. After observing the field for a while, she still had no ideas. She was a little discouraged. At this time, a green plant in the field caught her attention. This is Isatis root? Song Jingnian was puzzled. Ayun, what is Isatis root? Mu Yun said, it is a medicinal material. Song Jingnian had never heard of this name and didn't know the medicinal material. Ayun, do you know medicinal materials?
Mu Yun nodded, I know some.
This kind of medicinal material is more common, so I know it. Mu Yun pulled out a Isatis root and handed it to Song Jingnian, saying, take it first. When we go to Ijo, find a clinic to ask. Mu Yun was not sure whether the doctors here knew the medicinal value of Isatis root. She searched again and found that there were many Isatis roots in the field. It seems that Isatis root is indeed planted in large quantities in the north. She thought of the northern Adenophyra, which is also a plant that grows in the north. It is also a commonly used medicinal material. It is easy to grow and can be harvested in just 1 year. It is also a commonly used medicinal material. The two of them almost walked through the entire village. Although they didn't figure out how to grow better corn in the end, Mu Yun thought of other simpler crops that could greatly increase the income of the people of Yen State. In addition to corn, there are also crops such as wheat and soybeans, but it seems that soybeans are grown very little. After some inquiries, I found out that everyone felt that soybeans were not very useful, not delicious, and not enough to eat, so only a few families planted them occasionally. But soybeans are of great economic value in modern times. Soybean oil has a very large sales volume in modern times. In this era, people only eat lard, but the pigs raised by each household are only enough to eat for half a year at most. Oil is a luxury at this time. If oil could be produced, not only could the people eat it themselves, but they could also sell it to other countries, thus achieving economic growth for the state of Yen. This condition should be enough to make the Emperor of Yen agree to help find someone. As for growing medicinal herbs, we'll see whether to talk about it when the time comes. Ayun, where are we going now? Mu Yun thought for a moment and said, you ask Moe and the others to find an unoccupied house, rent it, and then go to the farmers' homes to collect some soybeans. The soybeans in the fields are not yet fully mature. Also, go buy some pots. I want to do an experiment first. When it's done, we can go to the Emperor of Yen. Song Jingnian didn't understand what she was going to do, but he did it anyway and immediately asked someone to make arrangements. Moe and the others were very efficient. The house was rented soon, and the soybeans were bought. Moe helped to light the fire in the kitchen. He asked curiously, Miss Mu, what are you going to do? Mu Yun said, you'll know when it's done. By the way, who of you is free? Go buy some vegetables. After making soybean oil, use it to cook. Although she doesn't know how to cook, she can let Song Jingnian cook.
Montag nodded in agreement, looking confused.
The fire soon lit up. Mo helped to pick up the beans, picking out the bad ones, and some grass residue. This was his first time doing this job. Have you finished picking? Mu Yun came over to see that Mo had been picking for a long time, but the beans were still mixed. She smiled helplessly and brought a clean basin over again. Pick out the good ones and put them in this basin.
I think it will be faster this way.
Song Jingnian came over after washing the pot and said, he is too stupid. Let me pick it up. Song Jingnian lifted Mo Wu up, pushed him aside, and sat with Mu Yun to pick them up. Mo Wu, go see if there is anything else to do over there.
Don't just stand there stupidly,
Song Jingnian said. Mo Wu touched his nose, pouted, and walked away. Mu Yun was very fast, and Song Jingnian was not willing to fall behind. The two of them seemed to be competing. After a while, the clean basin was filled with clean beans. There were so many beans that they could not be fried all at once. Mu Yun couldn't wait to start trying, so he took the basin and left first. You find another basin to pick them up. I'll take this one and try it first. After Mu Yun said to Song Jingnian, he went to the kitchen. The fire was already lit. Mu Yun followed the steps in her memory and started to heat the pan, then put the beans in and stir-fried them. The stir-frying process was slow, and the fire should not be too big or too small. The soybeans should be stir-fried until they were crispy so that they could be ground later. Mu Yun prepared the stone mill, and after the beans were fried, she poured them into the stone mill and began to grind them. This was a physical job that required constant pushing of the stone mill. After finally grinding the soybeans into powder, Mu Yun couldn't do the next step because her arms were too sore. She shouted to Song Jingnian, come and help me. My arms are too tired. I'll take a break. Song Jingnian hurriedly put down what he was holding and came over, then did what Mu Yun said. First, put the bean powder into a gauze bag, and then use the stone mill to press the gauze bag, which required constant pressing. This job was even more physically demanding, and Song Jingnian's good-looking face was squeezed out with some ferocious expressions. Mu Yun stared at the gauze closely. Finally, she saw the yellowish oil flowing out from the gap in the gauze. She was delighted and said in surprise, "Oil is coming out." Moe and the others gathered around curiously, staring at the light yellow liquid. Moe couldn't help but ask Miss Mu, "What is this? What is it used for?" Mu Yun was happy to have successfully made the oil, so she explained to them, "This is oil." Seeing everyone's curious faces, she continued, "The oil we usually eat is lard. Farmers only have that little lard all year round, and it's gone after it's eaten. This oil is also a luxury for the people. Generally, by the end of the year, the lard stored by the people is almost eaten up, and they have to save it or have nothing to eat afterwards. What we made today is called soybean oil, which is squeezed from beans.
It is also oil.
It can be used for cooking, making soup, and doing anything. It's similar to lard. With this soybean oil, farmers don't have to worry about running out of oil in the future. They can grow beans and make oil by themselves. Moreover, for the Yen state, this can not only benefit the people but also help their country bring economic income and make their country richer." Everyone was stunned. How did this little bean become a big deal that benefits the country and the people? Seeing everyone's stunned look, Mu Yun asked, "Do you think that if we use this to negotiate a deal with the Emperor of Yen and ask him to help find someone, will he agree?" Moe nodded hurriedly, "I agree. If he doesn't agree, he's stupid." "But Miss Mu, I feel that it's a bit cheap for Yen. If they make a lot of this soybean oil in the future and sell it to other countries, it can greatly benefit Yen. Yen has mastered this, and they won't have to worry about making money in the future." As a Xia citizen, Moe felt a little reluctant to give up such a big benefit. It felt a pity. Mu Yun nodded. "Well, that's it. Under normal conditions, do you think the Emperor of Yen would agree?" Moe nodded. "That's right, Miss Mu. You are really amazing. You can even make oil by yourself. We all have brains, but why is your brain so much smarter than ours?"
Mu Yun smiled.
Her brain was not much smarter than theirs. She just lived one more life than them, or lived in another world, so she understood more. Song Jingnian couldn't stand it after squeezing for a while, so he asked Moe to replace him. Mu Yun fried soybeans again, and he had to continue to cook the soybeans bought today, and then take the finished oil to Izhou. Everyone was busy in the yard for a day, taking turns squeezing, and they were exhausted. Until dark, 2 pots of oil were produced. Mu Yun sealed one pot, and they immediately used the other pot to cook. This job was given to Moe, who had the best cooking skills among the 5 people, and the others went to the dining table to wait for food. The aroma of cooking soon wafted out. After a busy day, Everyone was very hungry. Miss Mu, this oil is as good as lard for cooking, and it smells very fragrant. You are really amazing. Mo couldn't help but praise, and at this time he really admired Muyun. Muyun smiled and then said, "This soybean is a unique product of Yen State. Although we can also grow it in Xia State, we won't have as good a harvest as here. However, we have rapeseed there, and rapeseed can also be used to extract oil, which is not inferior to this soybean oil. When we find the crescent moon and go back, I will teach you how to make it. Then you can report this method to the court, and our Xia State will be able to extract oil by ourselves, without having to buy it from Yen State." Muyun guessed that Song Jingnian should be an official, big or small, so this subordinate would think so much about Xia State and be reluctant to hand over the soybean oil method to Yen State. But in fact, even if she didn't say it, someone would find out that soybeans can be used to extract oil in the future, but they just don't know when. Hearing this, Moe and others were very surprised. Rapeseed? Haven't you heard of this? Moe and others were all warriors who had never touched the spring water, so they naturally didn't understand some crops. Muyun explained to them that rapeseed was still very common in Xia State, but people didn't understand it yet, so they planted less. After popularizing it later, if there was profit and benefit, everyone would plant it spontaneously. After hearing this, several people were very happy. This was a major event that would benefit both the country and the people. They wanted to report it now, and realize it immediately. However, the most urgent task now was to find someone, so this matter had to be put aside. After a busy day, everyone had a good rest that night. The next day, they got up and headed directly to Izhou with the pressed soybean oil. When Muyun and others were leaving, a team of 6 people passed by them and headed towards Yukon Valley. The leader was a young man in his teens, with a well-defined face, high hair bun, deep eyes, superior bone structure, and outstanding looks. Although he was still young, he had an oppressive feeling that kept strangers away, which made Muyun curious and looked at him a few more times. "What are you looking at, Ayun?" Song Jingnian was riding on his horse, and seeing that she was still looking back, he couldn't help but ask. Although the boy was quite good-looking, he was just a little brat. But despite this, Song Jingnian still felt a little jealous. Muyun turned around and smiled at him. "It's okay, I just feel that the child is not ordinary young, but very imposing." Song Jingnian pretended to be unhappy and said, "Ayun, do you think I don't have enough imposing manner?" Muyun was helpless. "It's just a child. Why are you jealous?" Song Jingnian smiled. He actually wanted to make Muyun laugh. He changed the subject and talked about meeting the Emperor of Yen. In Yukon Valley, Situ he brought medicine into Yueya's room. "Liua, get up and drink the medicine. My eldest disciple will be here soon. That kid has a bad temper and doesn't like to laugh. Don't bother with him when you see him later." Yueya nodded, "Okay, Grandpa." Situ he asked her to change the address directly. From now on he is her grandpa, and she is Situliua. After drinking the medicine, Situ he gave a few instructions and went out. Yueya asked Xuanxing to change a new dress for her. Grandpa's eldest disciple seemed to be very unusual. She and Xuanxing and Chuanya learned a lot about Grandpa. Situ he is the national teacher of Yen State. He has no son and only one disciple, Situ Xuanqi. Situ he has been in seclusion for 5 years. Now all the matters of the national teacher are handed over to the disciple Situ Xuanqi. Only those that Situ Xuanqi cannot solve will be sent to him. Yueya does not know what a national teacher is, but she feels that it sounds very powerful. Chun Xing said that the national teacher has a very high status. In Yen State, he is second to one person and above 10,000 people. He has a respected status and is respected by the people. Yueya feels that Grandpa looks very kind and not majestic at all. "Miss, is this pink one okay?" Chun Xing took out a pink dress and asked Yueya. Yueya nodded, "It's all right." Chun Xing nodded and then said, "This time when the eldest son came, the adults asked him to bring many beautiful dresses, as well as the daily necessities that you need." Yueya smiled. She knew that Grandpa Situ was very good to her. She was very grateful in her heart and decided to repay him well in the future. Even if she recovered her memory, she would never abandon Grandpa. After she put on her dress, Chun Xing combed her hair into a double spiral bun, which matched her chubby face and was very cute. Chun Xing smiled with satisfaction. This hairstyle really suits you, miss. It's very cute. Yuya looked in the mirror and smiled faintly. In fact, she was very curious about what kind of bun she had combed, what kind of dress she wore, and what kind of family she had. She always felt empty in her heart, and always felt that she had forgotten many important things. She tried hard to think about it, but her mind was always blank and she couldn't remember anything. Seeing her staring at the intersection, Situhi smiled helplessly. Liu, why are you always looking at the intersection? Yuya looked back at Situhi and said, Grandpa, I'm just curious. I heard from Sister Chun Xing that this big brother is very powerful. I'm curious about what kind of person he is. Situhi smiled and said when he heard her address, You're my granddaughter, and that boy is my apprentice. You can't call him brother, you have to call him uncle. Yuya also reacted, as if there was indeed a generation difference. But Grandpa, I heard from Sister Chun Xing that this big little uncle is only 12 years old. Situhi touched his beard and laughed. Although he is only 12 years old, he likes to pretend to be mature and has a stern face all day long. It doesn't matter if you call him uncle, just call him uncle.
Dueda navid obediently. Okay, Grandpa.
Situ Xuanqi heard his master say bad things about him as soon as he arrived. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, and his always cold eyes were stained with a little warmth. The eldest master is here. Chang Feng's joyful voice sounded. Yuya looked towards the intersection. She didn't expect that this little uncle would be so handsome. Situ Xuanqi saw the little girl sitting next to his master at first sight. She was wearing a pink dress, fair skin, a round face and watery eyes, bright and pure, looking at him curiously. Situ Xuanqi only looked at her for a moment, then retracted his gaze and walked towards the two of them.
Master.
He came to Situ He and saluted respectfully. Situ smiled, I'm here, sit down. Situ He sat down next to him, and Chan Feng immediately came to serve tea. This is your little niece, Situ Liyue. As a little uncle, you must take good care of her in the future. Liyue, this is your little uncle, Situ Xuanqi. Situ He smiled and introduced the two. Situ Xuanqi was a little surprised by the name of little uncle, but then he thought about it, and it seemed to be correct. The master recognized this girl as his granddaughter, so she became his little niece. Although Situ Xuanqi felt a little uncomfortable, he still smiled lightly, took out a round white jade pendant from his arms and handed it to Yuya, saying, It's our first meeting. This is a gift for you. Yuya looked at Situ He, and when he nodded, she reached out to take it. Thank you, little uncle. The soft voice made Situ Xuanqi have a better impression of her. This girl was round and beautiful. No wonder the master liked her and wanted to take her as his granddaughter. It's just that I don't have a gift to give back now, Yuya said a little embarrassedly, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her little face. Siddhi smiled and said, What's the big deal? We'll be a family from now on, so don't worry about it. Situ Xuanqi also said, Master is right. You don't have to be so polite. Situ Xuanqi comes to Yukon Valley almost every month. This time, because of the master's adoption of a granddaughter, he came earlier. He won't stay long, he will leave. Situhi asked him about the recent events in the court. Yuya didn't understand what they said, so she went to play with Chuanqing. Chuanqing picked a lot of wildflowers and said she wanted to make a wreath for her. Yuya was bored, so she followed Chuanqing to make a wreath. Thinking that she had no gift to give to Situ Xuanqi, she suddenly had an idea and followed Chuanqing to learn how to make a wreath. She thought about giving it to Situ Xuanqi. After all, it was made by her own hands, and it was also a token of her heart. The three of them sat in the flowers, and the scene was peaceful and beautiful. Situ Xuanqi suddenly felt that Yukon Valley seemed to have a breath of life, which was quite different from the previous coldness. Who does Your Majesty decide to send to the friendly exchange meeting held by Xiagua this year?
Siddhi asked.
Situ Xuanqi came back to his senses, quickly retracted his gaze, and replied, They said they would send the eldest prince, but Master, I actually want to go too. I haven't been out of Yen State yet, and I want to go out and see. It was rare for him to make a request, so Situ, he naturally agreed. Okay, Master agrees that you can go, but you have to go and tell His Majesty yourself. If he agrees, you can go. If he doesn't, then you don't have to go. Situ Xuanqi nodded. Okay. Master, I understand. Situ he looked at the crescent moon in the distance and said, Pay attention and help Li Yu find her family. If you can find them, tell me. Situ Xuanqi frowned slightly. Master, if you like her company, just let her stay here. Situ he glanced at him and said lightly, She has a family. Unless her family treats her badly or abandons her, I can let her stay here. But if she just accidentally gets lost from her family must be very worried. I can't do anything like snatching someone's child. Xuanqi, why do I feel that you have changed? Situ Xuanqi lowered his head to avoid the master's inquiring eyes. Master, how can someone who has stayed in the palace for a long time not change?
It is normal to change, he said lightly.
Situ he sighed helplessly after hearing this, and then said, If you let go of your hatred, come to this Yuquan Valley to accompany me. Now there is a pear moon, which is even more lively. The scenery here is beautiful, no one disturbs, and it is very quiet. It is much better than living in that complicated palace. Situ Xuanqi turned his head to look at the mountains in the distance, with unclear emotions in his eyes. After a while, he said, Master, you know my wish. I am unfilial and cannot accompany you. Please forgive me. Situ he knew that he would not agree, so he just asked casually. Okay, it's up to you.
I didn't force you.
If you want to come and live here one day, this Yuquan Valley is always welcome. Situ Xuanqi was moved in his heart, but he still didn't show it on his face. If there was no master, he would have long ceased to exist in this world.
Thank you, Master.
Situ he smiled, stood up and said, Master is going to meditate. You go and accompany your niece. You don't have to tell me when you leave. Go by yourself. Situ Xuanqi watched the figure of the master leaving and was silent for a long time until Yueya's voice sounded. Uncle, this is for you. Situ Xuanqi looked back at her, only to see her handing over a wreath with various colors on it. The weaving craftsmanship was also a bit poor, and it didn't look very exquisite. Situ Xuanqi looked at her bright and clear eyes looking at him with expectation, and he couldn't bear to refuse. Seeing that he didn't reach out to take it, Yueya was a little disappointed and she said, Uncle, don't you like it? This one I made is indeed not as good as Sister Chuanqing and the others, but I don't have anything else to give you. Yueya's hand was about to be retracted, but Situ Xuanqi hurriedly reached out and took it. Your weaving is also very beautiful. Hearing this, Yueya smiled in surprise, her big eyes curved, like the bright crescent moon in the night sky. Liu, this name is very nice. Situ Xuanqi suddenly said. Yueya smiled. She also liked the name. Grandpa gave it to me. I like it too. Situ Xuanqi smiled. Uncle, was your name also given by Grandpa? Situ Xuanqi was silent for a moment and nodded. Yes. His current name was given by his master. Yueya tried to find a topic, but Situ Xuanqi was very quiet. Every topic could not be continued. He only said 1 or 2 sentences, and then it was gone. The two were silent for a moment. Situ Xuanqi suddenly stood up and said, I'm leaving, Liua. You stay with Master. Next time you come, I'll have someone bring you snacks. Yueya was surprised. Leaving so soon? You won't stay for a few days? Situ Xuanqi nodded. I have a lot of things to do. Every time I come, I leave on the same day. Yueya didn't know and thought he would stay for a few days. But she was not familiar with Situ Xuanqi. She would feel more comfortable when he left. Okay, I will accompany Grandpa. Uncle, don't worry. Situ Xuanqi nodded. Looking at Yueya's innocent face, he couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. Well, thank you. It was Situ Xuanqi's regret that he couldn't be with his master. Now he had someone to accompany him, and it was a cute little girl who looked innocent and innocent. He felt relieved after seeing her. Situ Xuanqi left, and Yueya watched him go down the mountain. She stood on the top of the mountain to watch. Mu Yun and his companions rode at full speed and arrived in Izhou in one day. As the capital of Yen State, Izhou is much more prosperous than other places. There are many people setting up stalls and opening shops on the streets, which is very lively. Shall we go directly to that Lord Zhu's house? Mu Yun asked Song Jingyan. Song Jingyan arranged for someone to find Lord Zhu, the fifth-rank Shaoqing of the Yen State's Ministry of Agriculture, and said that he wanted to discuss with him about improving farmland. Lord Zhu is quite old and a conscientious person. It is said that he is upright, and it will be easier to contact the emperor if you find him. Song Jingyan said, "Let's find an inn to stay first and go there early tomorrow morning. I'll let Moe hand in the invitation first."
Mu Yun nodded. Okay.
Their decorations and dress that were obviously different from those of the locals made people on the street cast curious eyes at them. After Mu Yun noticed the gazes of these people, he said to Song Jingyan, "Why don't we follow the local customs and change our clothes to the style they wear here, so that we won't be too eye-catching?" Song Jingyan nodded. "Well, that's fine. Then we'll go to the cloth shop to buy some suitable clothes later." They found an inn to stay in and went out to buy clothes. It was dark when they were done. After eating and washing up, the two of them went to rest. The next morning, the two took a carriage and came to the home of Lord Zhu. The servants invited them into the mansion, and Lord Zhu arrived a moment later. Lord Zhu was dressed in casual clothes, tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and looked very imposing. He looked at Song Jingyan and Mu Yun curiously for a moment, then smiled and asked, "You delivered the letter saying that you could help improve farmland planting?" Lord Zhu was dedicated to the country and the people, so he would meet them. If it were other officials, I'm afraid they would directly refuse and not meet. Song Jingyan looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun was more talkative in this regard. Mu Yun said to Lord Zhu, "Yes, I can help improve farmland planting, greatly increase the income of the people, and even improve the economy of Yen State." Lord Zhu said with a serious face and a little threat, "Do you know what the consequences of deceiving this official are?" Mu Yun's expression was indifferent, without a trace of strange emotions. She took out the half pot of soybean oil left over and handed it to Lord Zhu. "Lord Zhu, you can take a look at this first." Lord Zhu was curious and walked over to open the lid of the oil pot. There was a light yellow liquid inside. He didn't understand. "What is this?" Mu Yun explained, "Lord Zhu, this is oil, which is the same type of lard we eat every day. This oil can replace lard for cooking. Its production is also very simple. The raw materials needed are what you produce here. If Yen State can grow raw materials and produce this oil, not only will the people be able to eat oil, but it can also be sold to other countries to achieve economic growth in Yen State." Lord Zhu can think about it carefully. Lord Zhu was shocked by Mu Yun's words. Producing it nationwide and selling it to other countries, each of these words is not ordinary. "Master Zhu, you can let your cook try this oil now to see how it tastes," Mu Yun suggested. Lord Zhu looked at it for a moment and immediately ordered someone to call the cook over. He was even worried and followed the cook to the kitchen to watch. Mu Yun and others were sitting in the hall. After a long time, Lord Zhu came back. Many maids followed him, carrying dishes. "Miss Mu, you are really an expert. How did you make this oil? It is just like lard when used for cooking, and it is also delicious." Lord Zhu's face was full of surprise. He couldn't wait to know how this oil was made. Ordinary people, no one can have oil to eat all year round. If it is really as Mu Yun said, there will be no worries in the future. Not only will there be food, but it can also be sold to other countries to earn more silver for the treasury. When the treasury is full, the country will gradually become stronger, and the people will have money, so they can buy food and store it, buy winter clothes, and put them away. In that cold and long winter, no one will starve to death or freeze to death. Lord Zhu became more and more excited as he thought about it, and finally his whole face turned red with excitement, and he looked at Mu Yun expectantly. Mu Yun chuckled, "Lord Zhu, this is the deal I want to discuss with you. I need your help. If it is reached, it will not only produce oil, but I can also tell you other things. The land here is different from other countries. The most important thing is the climate here, so the types of crops you can grow are too few, but in fact some plants are suitable for the soil and climate here. If the people grow them in large quantities, the income will also increase greatly. Lord Zhu is curious. What is Miss Mu talking about? Muyun smiled a little embarrassedly. Lord Zhu, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't tell you now, but this is my bargaining chip. I want to see the Emperor in order to let him help me find someone. I have achieved my goal, so I will not hide anything and will tell you the truth. Muyun explained to Lord Zhu that his daughter was missing and might come to Yen State. After listening, Lord Zhu did not dare to agree rashly. If they were assassins from other countries, it would cause very serious consequences if he brought them into the palace. Miss Mu, if you want to find someone, I can help you. You don't have to ask our emperor for help. Lord Zhu said, still reluctant to take them to see the emperor. Hearing this, Muyun said, Lord Zhu, my daughter is very important to me. I must find her. The most powerful person in Yen State is your emperor, so I asked him for help. I also know that the king of a country does not have the time to help a stranger who is not related to him. So, I prepared the conditions. Lord Zhu can think about it carefully. Even if we disturb you today, if Lord Zhu has thought it through, you can ask someone to go to Fulai and to find us. Lord Zhu thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, I'll ask someone to take you there. After seeing off Mu Yun and others, Lord Zhu immediately changed into his official uniform and entered the palace. After entering the palace, Lord Zhu immediately reported the matter to the emperor. Emperor Xie Yun of Yen State was now in his prime. He had just ascended the throne for a year, and his position was not stable. He urgently needed political achievements to consolidate his current position. After listening to Lord Zhu's words, Xie Yun pondered for a moment and asked, My dear minister, do you think they are reliable? Lord Zhu had a serious face and said, Your Majesty, I feel that the two men are not liars, nor are they assassins. The conditions they mentioned are indeed very tempting to our Yen State. If they are really realized, then we will no longer need to fear other countries in the future. As long as the treasury is full and the people are prosperous, the country's strength is just around the corner. But I can't guarantee that there is 100% no problem with those two men. Your Majesty has to make the decision on this matter. Xie Yun pondered for a moment and said, I will meet them. If it is true, I will just help find someone. This condition is simple. It's just that you should do this in private first. Don't reveal it for the time being, and don't let the wise king get the news. Lord Zhu nodded immediately and said, Yes, Your Majesty, don't worry. Then I will arrange it right away. Xie Yun hurriedly said, Wait, let Situ Xuanqi handle this matter, and you just cooperate. Lord Zhu nodded in agreement, and then the emperor asked someone to summon Situ Xuanqi. Let him go out of the palace with Lord Zhu and invite the two men into the palace. Situ Xuanqi didn't know what the emperor wanted to see the two men for, and he didn't ask much, but strictly followed the emperor's orders. Muyun didn't expect that Lord Zhu would come so soon. When they met again, Lord Zhu became much more polite. Muyun didn't expect that the young man who caught a glimpse of him yesterday turned out to be the next national master of Yen State. It's amazing that a child has such great ability. Seeing that Muyun looked at him strangely, Situ Xuanqi frowned slightly and was a little displeased. He also looked at the two of them a few times, and the two of them gave him a feeling that they were not simple. Also, this man, why does he look familiar? Those eyes, it seems to be very similar to Li Yu's. Situ Xuanqi suddenly flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The master asked him to help find Li Yu's family. This person, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that he is the family of that girl, right? Situ Xuanqi looked at the two people calmly. The more he looked, the more they looked alike. The man's eyes looked like Li Yu, and the woman's mouth looked like Li Yu. After combining them, he was almost certain that these two people were very likely the girl's parents. Song Jingnian noticed that he was looking at him, and Mu Yun frowned slightly and then reached out to hold Mu Yun's hand. Let's go. Lord Situ, Lord Zhu, Song Jingnian said. Situ Xuanqi retracted his gaze, walked in front with an expressionless face, and led the two people towards the palace. Moe and others watched in the dark, and then quietly followed. The carriage sent by the emperor was very large, but only Mu Yun and Song Jingnian sat in it. Outside, Situ Xuanqi's horse came to Lord Zhu and asked him what the two people were doing in the palace. Lord Zhu knew that Situ Xuanqi was the emperor's man, so he didn't hide it and told him the matter. After listening, Situ Xuanqi was very surprised. He was also more certain that these were undoubtedly the girl's parents. In order to find their daughter, two ordinary people actually asked the emperor for help, which was very bold. However, the method they mentioned was indeed useful, and it was indeed a great temptation for the Yen state today. However, Situ Xuanqi was hesitant in his heart as to whether he should tell them the whereabouts of the girl at that time. Arriving all the way to the palace, Mu Yun and the others followed Situ Xuanqi and Lord Zhu into the palace. This was the first time that Mu Yun entered the palace of this era since he came to this era. It is not as prosperous as expected, but full of majesty. Inside the high palace walls, she clearly felt the majesty of the ancient imperial power for the first time. Who is Lord Situbringing? They look very unfamiliar. A man in luxurious clothes was walking towards the palace. He looked noble and awe-inspiring and looked at Mu Yun and Song Jingnian with inquiring eyes. Situ Xuanqi bowed slightly to the man and saluted, "Your Highness, the wise king." Seeing that Song Jingnian and Mu Yun did not salute, Xian Wang Xiaqin frowned and asked with a probing look, "Why don't these two salute?" Song Jingnian said indifferently, "We are not from Yen, so there is no need to salute you." Upon hearing this, the wise king smiled and asked, "Really? Which country are you from?" Mu Yun said calmly, "This has nothing to do with you. Master Situ, can we go now? Our time is very precious." Mu Yun looked at Situ Xuanqi and said in a cold voice. The look of not taking the virtuous king seriously at all made the virtuous king very angry. His eyes instantly turned cold and shot towards Mu Yun like an ice cone, with a sinister flash in his eyes.
"Oh, how dare you?
Come here. This man is disrespectful to the king. Take him away and give him 20 strokes of the cane as a warning." The virtuous king immediately gave the order and stared at Mu Yun closely, but he saw that there was no trace of fear on her face, which made the virtuous king even angrier. Has he now fallen so low that he can ignore even the common people? Situ Xuanqi stood in front of Mu Yun and Song Jingnian and said slowly, "Your Highness, these two people are wanted by His Majesty. You cannot move them." Although Situ Xuanqi was young, he was full of vigor and his tone was firm. He stood in front of the wise king like an insurmountable mountain that could not be ignored. "Situ Xuanqi, are you going to commit a crime of insubordination as well?" The virtuous king spoke in a cold tone and looked at Situ Xuanqi with a sinister look. He had long been disgusted with this difficult little brat, but he had no way to deal with him. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. You cannot touch these two people." After saying that, Situ Xuanqi and his men continued walking towards the palace. Xiaqin was left alone, gritting his teeth in anger with a vicious look on his face. Mu Yun looked at Situ Xuanqi curiously for a few more times. This kid was really not simple to be able to treat a prince of a country like this. It seemed that he was a big shot in Yen state. Not long after they walked, they arrived at the gate of a magnificent palace. After waiting for a while, Enoch came out and rang out in a sharp voice, "Master Situ, His Majesty asked you to bring someone in." Situ Xuanqi took Mu Yun and Song Jingnian in. Emperor Xia Yun, who was sitting on the high seat, began to look at the two from a distance. He had a calm temperament and was calm in the face of the royal majesty. This temperament alone was not like that of an ordinary person. "Your Majesty, this is Mr. Song and Miss Mu." Situ he bowed and saluted, and Master, who knelt down to salute and report to the emperor. Song Jingnian and Mu Yun just bowed to Xia Yun, which was a kind of etiquette, and they did not perform the kneeling ceremony of the Yen state. Xia Yun stared at the two closely and did not speak for a while. The atmosphere in the hall was silent for a moment before the emperor spoke. Song Jingnian replied calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Xia Yun continued to ask curiously, "Why did you give such a powerful method of making oil to Yen state instead of your Xia state? Aren't you afraid of being labeled as traitors?" When Xia Yun said the word treason at the end, he emphasized his tone. Mu Yun understood what the emperor meant. It was normal for him to be suspicious. She slowly said, "Our Xia state's land cannot grow good raw materials. Only your Yen state's land can. Our Xia state has other raw materials and can also make oil, but the categories are different. Moreover, this method of making oil is my own. I am free to give it to anyone I want. Your Majesty does not need to worry." Xia Yun looked at the oil in Zhu's hand with some curiosity in his eyes. "Bring it here for me to see." Zhu handed the oil over. The emperor took it and looked at it carefully. He also dipped a little and smelled it on the tip of his nose. Just when he was about to stick out his tongue to try it, the eunuch on the side was so scared that he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't touch it. It hasn't been tested yet." The eunuch hurriedly stopped the emperor. Everything the emperor handled must be tested for poison before he can touch it. Xia Yun waved his hand. "No problem. This smell doesn't seem to be very pleasant. Are you sure this can replace lard?" Xia Yun asked Mu Yun. Mu Yun smiled slowly and said, "Your Majesty, can you ask the imperial chef to try cooking with it and see how the dishes taste?" Lord Zhu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have tried this oil, and the cooking effect is indeed similar to lard." The eunuch immediately asked someone to call the imperial chef and took the oil away. Then Xia Yun asked, "Lord Zhu, the person you are looking for has already been told to me. This is not a big deal, but are you really spending so much effort just to find someone?" Xia Yun was actually still a little skeptical. The emperor was suspicious. Sitting in this position, he had to be suspicious. Mu Yun said, "Yes, we're looking for our daughter, not someone else. For this, no matter how much it costs, it is okay. Your Majesty, there is no need to doubt our intentions. We will do nothing but provide enough chips for you to help find someone. After all, you are the Emperor of Yen State, the most powerful person in this country. I think it is easy for you to find someone. Compared with our own needle in a haystack, asking you for help is the best strategy." Seeing her sincere expression and no other thoughts, Xia Yun nodded slowly. "Okay, as long as the oil is fine, I will agree to your conditions. You can hand in the portrait of the child, what are the characteristics, etc., and I will immediately give an order to help you find your daughter after verifying that the oil is fine." Hearing this, Mu Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yueya is in Yen State, then with the help of the Emperor of Yen State, she should be able to find her soon. She was looking forward to it again. "I don't know how Yueya is now." The imperial chef quickly cooked the dish and brought it over. After the eunuch tested the poison, Xia Yun tasted it. It is indeed the same as lard, and the dishes cooked with it are indeed delicious. The emperor also asked the imperial chef about the oil. The imperial chef had never seen this kind of oil before and was very curious. He praised the person who made the oil. The matter was done. Mu Yun was happy, and the emperor was even happier. This meant that their Yen state would usher in a more prosperous era, still under his leadership. Xia Yun invited Mu Yun and Song Jingyan to have a meal together in the palace. During the meal, they talked a lot. During this chat, he found that these two people were not ordinary. Song Jingyan's every move was full of the dignity and domineering of the superior, as if his identity was not simple. Mu Yun had many fresh ideas, and his behavior was completely different from that of ordinary ladies. His thoughts were different from ordinary people, and he was extremely smart. Xia Yun had the idea of keeping the two in Yen State. He gave the task of finding people to Situ Xuanqi. Mu Yun also gave the portrait and explained the characteristics of Yueya with a small red mole behind her ear. Situ Xuanqi went to look for someone, while Mu Yun followed Lord Zhu to the Sino-Agricultural Department and taught Lord Zhu the methods of soybean planting and oil production. Song Jingyan couldn't help from the Sinong division, so he didn't follow. He sent Moe and Mo Air to follow and protect them, and he and the other 3 people joined the search team. The whole country was looking for a little girl, and the wise king soon learned about this. After 3 days of handover experiments, Lord Zhu had led his subordinates and Mu Yun to learn how to make soybean oil. The process was very simple and easy to learn, but the tools for pressing the oil were too heavy, and Lord Zhu began to worry about the tool problem. Although Mu Yun had a rough idea of what this tool looked like, it was made with modern technology. In this era without technology, even if she had a rough idea, she couldn't make it. This matter was left to the people of Yen State. With more people, there is more wisdom. Maybe they could improve the tool quickly themselves, and she wouldn't have so much free time to take care of it. The next day, in the Yen court, Emperor Xia Yun announced the matter of soybean oil. From that day on, all the people in the Ministry of Agriculture had to teach and encourage the people to grow soybeans. The Ministry of Revenue needed to build a large workshop and wait for the first batch of soybeans to mature so that they could start their country's oil-making journey. The ministers in the court were very happy after hearing this. Suddenly, they were full of expectations for everything, and they fully cooperated to help find the person. The wise king was very contemptuous when he saw that everyone was so happy. He thought it was unbecoming for a great country like Yen to rely on a little woman. The wise king suggested that since Mu Yun was so powerful, he should be used by their Yen state. There was no need to let him go. Instead, they should detain him and make him their man, devoting himself to their Yen state. Although the words of the wise king were a bit rude, some people still cooperated with him and asked him to let Mu Yun stay and become theirs completely. Maybe she had many other ways in her mind that could help them. Faced with the shamelessness of these people, Situ Xuanqi felt ashamed of himself. He sneered coldly, "Gentlemen, do you think you are too smart? How can you play with such a smart and insightful woman? If you're smart, why can't you figure out how to make soybean oil? Why can't you think of using soybeans to make the national treasury rich? Do you think she is a fool and will not be fully prepared when negotiating terms? If you anger Miss Mu, she can come up with soybean oil for us today, and tomorrow she may come up with something more powerful for other countries. By then, what do you think you can get?" The virtuous king said disdainfully, "She is just a mere little girl. Your Majesty Situ is going too far. It would be too shameful for such a big country like Yen to be unable to take down a little girl." Situ Xuanqi retorted bluntly, "If such a big country like Yen goes back on its word and bullies a little girl just because it is a country, don't you think it is shameful, Your Majesty?" The virtuous king's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Lord Situ is a gentleman, but in the face of absolute interests, you should stop pretending. Interests and the country are more important. Even if I have to be a villain for this, I think it is worth it." The virtuous king bowed to the emperor above and said, "Your Majesty, let me do this. For the sake of our Yen state, I am willing to be a villain and a bad guy." The emperor said lightly, "It's better not to do this, virtuous king. Just do your job well, and don't interfere in this matter. Okay, let's withdraw from the court, if there is nothing else." After the emperor left, the virtuous king was full of anger. Now in this court, fewer and fewer people listened to his words. Situ Xuanqi was stopped by the virtuous king halfway and warned, but Situ Xuanqi ignored him, which made him even more angry. Mu Yun didn't want to pay attention to it. She had finished her work. The next step was to wait for the people from Yen State to find Yuya. However, she was still in the Sinong division at this time. In public, the virtuous king politely invited her. She refused a few times, but she saw that he still didn't want to leave. He also said that he represented Yen State. In this case, she followed him out. Moe and Mo Air in the dark quietly followed, protecting Mu Yun's safety at any time. In the tea house, the virtuous king smiled kindly at Mu Yun. "Miss Mu is indeed a heroine, smart and extraordinary. We in Yen State are very grateful for your help. Miss Mu, have you ever thought about staying in my Yen State and becoming a member of my Yen State?" Mu Yun found it funny after listening. This virtuous king didn't look like a smart person. "No need, I still like our Xia country. I appreciate the kindness of His Royal Highness the Sage King. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first." Mu Yun was about to leave, and the Sage King hurriedly said, "Miss Mu, don't rush to answer. Listen to me first." The moment Mu Yun stood up, the two people standing beside him immediately tried to stop her. Seeing this, Mu Yun sat back and asked, "Okay, you continue." The Sage King smiled and said, "Miss Mu is a smart person and smart people know how to deal with things. If you don't stay, how can our Yen country trust you? You can understand this." If you turn around and tell others about these things, then what is our Yen country? The world is so big. Where can we find you? So, if you stay in Yen country, we can feel at ease and help you find your child. Miss Mu, think about it carefully. Is this what you mean? Or is it what the emperor means? Mu Yun asked. The virtuous king smiled. Of course it is our Yen state's intention. I just said that I am here to talk to you on behalf of Yen state. Of course, if you have other requests, you can also say them. I will take a look. If it is not too much, then it is okay to agree to you. Mu Yun smiled, Your Highness. As far as I know, you are not qualified to represent Yen state, right? Unless the emperor tells me these words, I will not believe them. If there is nothing else, then goodbye. Mu Yun stood up to leave. The virtuous king was hurt by her words that he was not qualified, and his eyes instantly became sinister. Mu Yun was stopped and immediately said in a cold voice, What does Your Highness mean? The corners of the virtuous king's mouth were fiercely raised, and his tone was cold. Ha! You are just a witch, but you dare to treat me like this. Today, I will definitely teach you the principles of life. Ming Feng, this woman is awarded to you. Although she has given birth to a child, she is not bad. You will suffer a loss and teach her a lesson for me. The virtuous king looked at Mu Yun with a contemptuous smile and spoke to his subordinates. The subordinate nodded. Yes, Your Highness, I will definitely share your worries.
Wait.
Mu Yun raised his hand and suddenly spoke. The virtuous king thought she was scared, and a smug smile flashed in his eyes. He said, Miss Mu, have you thought it through? Are you willing to stay? Mu Yun's smile did not reach the bottom of her eyes. She walked towards the virtuous king. Your Highness, I have a condition to exchange with you. The value of this condition is higher than soybean oil. As long as you are willing to let me go and not force me to stay, then I will tell you this thing. Hearing this, the virtuous king became interested. Oh, what is it? Mu Yun glanced at the two subordinates behind him and said, It is still not appropriate for other people to be present. Your Highness should let them leave. We will talk privately. The virtuous king did not hesitate at all and waved his hand to let them leave. Close the door. Mu Yun said. The two subordinates looked at the virtuous king, and when the virtuous king nodded, they closed the door. He looked at Mu Yun expectantly and asked, What are Miss Mu's conditions? Mu Yun smiled, walked over, poured a cup of tea and handed it to the virtuous king, saying, Don't worry, this is a long story. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Although the virtuous king was a little skeptical, he still controlled his temper and sat down and drank the tea that Mu Yun handed over. However, as soon as he drank the tea, he immediately felt tired, his eyelids kept fighting, and then he fainted. Mu Yun looked at his stupidity and sneered. You are so stupid, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. You are hopeless. She took out another pill and stuffed it into the mouth of the virtuous king. After a while, the virtuous king woke up and looked at Mu Yun in a daze. Realizing that he had just fainted, the virtuous king immediately became terrified.
Mu Yun,
What did you do to me?
did you drug me?
The virtuous king looked at the cup in horror, covered his chest, and asked with a face full of fear. Mu Yun smiled innocently. What is Your Highness talking about? I don't know. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? If there is nothing else, I will leave first. This time, Your Highness, please don't stop me casually. Mu Yun's tone was threatening. The virtuous king smashed the cup in anger, and the noise immediately attracted his subordinates outside the door. Seeing that he was angry, the subordinates were about to stop Mu Yun. Mu Yun turned to the Xian Wang and said, Your Highness, you get angry so easily. It's not good for your health. You should go back to see a doctor and don't get sick. After saying that, Mu Yun raised her foot and left. Her subordinates immediately stopped her. The two sides started fighting. Moe and Moer in the dark immediately appeared. Mu Yun left them to deal with the aftermath and left in a carefree manner, which made the Xian Wang grit his teeth in anger. The Xian Wang felt uncomfortable all over at this time. He suspected that he was poisoned, and he didn't care about anything else. He couldn't wait to go back to the mansion and immediately sent the imperial physician to take his pulse. In the Xian Wang mansion, The imperial physician frowned for a long time before he asked, "Your Highness, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" The Xianwang said impatiently, "I feel very uncomfortable." "Not at all." The imperial physician was helpless. "Your Highness, please be more specific, such as which part, so that I can diagnose you." The Xianwang said irritably, "My chest feels stuffy, my throat feels uncomfortable, my whole body feels uncomfortable, and my bones feel like something is gnawing at me, and they feel very itchy." The more the Xianwang spoke, the more uncomfortable he felt all over his body, and the bones in his body seemed to be getting more and more itchy. The imperial physician looked solemn, and after careful consideration, he said, "Your Highness, you should be poisoned, but I am incompetent and cannot tell what kind of poison it is."
"What?
"I am really poisoned?" Upon hearing the exact answer, the Xianwang was first incredulous, then furious, and kicked the imperial physician over. "Waste! How could this prince be poisoned? Go and send all the imperial doctors to this prince."
"No."
"I will go to the imperial hospital myself." The virtuous prince went to the imperial hospital in a hurry, but no one in the entire imperial hospital could diagnose what poison he was poisoned with. This made him angry, and he made a fuss in the imperial hospital for a long time. It was not until the emperor was finally alarmed that those imperial doctors were able to get rid of him. Xia Yun called the virtuous prince to the imperial study and scolded him for a long time. Finally, he said helplessly, "The virtuous prince, you are not young anymore. It's time to get married and go to the fiefdom. Other men at your age have already had children. In the past, you have always been unwilling to get married, and I am too lazy to care about you. But you are still so unreasonable now, and I am annoyed." After Xia Yun finished speaking, he sat behind the desk and ignored the virtuous prince. Seeing that he was so determined and wanted to drive him away, the virtuous prince felt cold in his heart. Sure enough, Xia Yun was a hypocrite. All the good things on the surface were fake. The virtuous king calmed down and saluted, saying, "Okay, I'll take my leave." After the virtuous king left, the eunuch beside Xia Yun said worriedly, "Your Majesty, I see that His Royal Highness the virtuous king is very angry. I'm afraid that he will contact King Rui. If the two of them join forces, it will cause trouble." Xia Yun nodded. "I know, I have my own arrangements." Hearing this, the eunuch said nothing more. The Yen State search team had been sent out for 5 days, but there was still no news. After Mu Yun asked once, Xia Yun asked Situ Xuanqi. When he learned that there was still no news, Xia Yun frowned. "Xuanqi, are you sure you have searched well? Don't mess up such a simple thing as finding a child." After Situ Xuanqi left the palace, he went to the inn to find Mu Yun. Mu Yun was surprised to learn that Situ Xuanqi was looking for her. She went out of the inn and saw Situ Xuanqi at the door. "Lord Situ is looking for me?" Mu Yun asked curiously. Situ Xuanqi nodded. "Well, His Majesty asked me to be responsible for finding someone. I haven't gained anything in the past few days. I came to confirm with you if there are any other features." Mu Yun frowned. "The portraits have been given to you. Isn't the face the best feature? Your Yen army can't even find a person, and Lord Situ still has the nerve to ask me." Mu Yun was actually a little annoyed. It's been almost 4 or 5 days. There was no news at all. This made her very uneasy, and she lost her initial calmness. Seeing that Mu Yun was angry, Situ Xuanqi said helplessly, "Miss Mu, it's only been a few days. Aren't you a little too anxious?" Mu Yun said coldly, "Lord Situ, my daughter is still so young. I don't know how much suffering she will suffer if she's stranded outside. In order to find her, I spent so much effort to come up with a method of making soybean oil for your Yen state, but you didn't try your best at all? I don't believe that a country can't find someone if it wants to. If Lord Situ is perfunctory, then I don't mind cooperating with the Jin state." Continuing north, it is the Jin state, but Mu Yun thinks that Yueya will not go there. If she was washed into the Jin state, she would have died long ago. Moreover, the Jin state has a dry climate and very little water flow, so it is impossible for her to go there. It was also Mu Yun's heart that she was unwilling to admit that Yueya might have an accident. She only accepted that Yueya was still there, but she just drifted to a certain place and could not accept that she would lose her life. Situ Xuanqi frowned. Cooperate with the kingdom of Jin? Miss Mu, you don't know how powerful those arrogant people of the kingdom of Jin are, right? Do you dare to cooperate with them? Mu Yun smiled contemptuously. Lord Situ, everyone has his own weaknesses. Similarly, every country also has what it needs most. I not only know how to make soybean oil, but I also know many other things. Among these things there are what the kingdom of Jin needs. Lord Situ, I will give you another 5 days. If you still perfunctorily deal with things like this after 5 days and don't find any clues, then I will leave. Situ Xuanqi frowned tightly, feeling helpless and worried. Miss Mu, we will try our best. After saying this, Situ Xuanqi left. At the street entrance, Situ Xuanqi hesitated for a moment, but still drove his horse towards Yuzhou. When Situ Xuanqi came to Yukon Valley again, he thought something had happened. He should have come next month, but he came again after just a few days. He couldn't help but think too much and asked many questions about the court. Situ Xuanqi looked around and didn't see Yuya, so he asked, Master, where is that girl? He smiled. So, you came to see Liu, huh? I thought you were against it at first, but now you know how lovely this girl is. The longer they spent together, the more he liked this granddaughter, and now he really treated her as his own granddaughter and loved her with all his heart. Seeing that the master liked her so much, Situ Xuanqi was even more entangled in his heart. Master, what if her family comes to find her one day? Situ smiled and said, They can't find her. The water in this valley comes from far away. Liu was washed here, which means she is destined to be with me. But if they really come, let her go back. Although he was a little reluctant, he thought that he couldn't stop the family from reuniting. Situ Xuanqi looked at the reluctance on his master's face, and an idea came to his mind, to hide Yuya's existence and let her accompany his master. Situ Xuanqi suddenly said, Master, why don't you give her a nickname? This nickname suits her very well. This is the name Situ Xuanqi heard from Mu Yun. He thought, if he couldn't let her go back to her parents, he should let her continue to use her previous name. Situ smiled helplessly. You have your own ideas. You already have a real name. Why do you want a nickname? But Yuya is not bad. Go and tell her. If she likes it, use it. If she doesn't like it, don't force it. Situ Xuanqi nodded. Where did she go? Situ pointed to another mountain and said, On that mountain, Chongfeng said there are rabbits there. Liu likes it. So let's go catch rabbits together. Situ Xuanqi nodded and walked towards the mountain over there. Situ went to sort out his medicinal materials and didn't care about them. When Situ Xuanqi came to the mountain, he saw Yuya lying on the grass regardless of her image, and the surroundings were quiet. Situ Xuanqi suddenly called out, Yuya. Yuya on the grass immediately turned around and saw that it was Situ Xuanqi. She was a little surprised, and then she didn't understand why he called Yuya. Wasn't her name Sitiliue? Yuya frowned slightly. Why did she feel that this name was so familiar? Situ Xuanqi walked over and said, Yuya, this is the nickname given to you by your master. Do you like it? Yuya was surprised for a moment. Why did her grandfather give her a nickname? But why did this name seem to have been heard somewhere? Something seemed to flash through her mind, but it was too fast, so fast that it seemed like an illusion, and she couldn't catch it at all. Hiss! A sharp pain came instantly. Yuya covered her head and cried out in pain, and then fainted. Situ Xuanqi was startled. Why did she faint suddenly? He immediately shouted anxiously, Hey, wake up! Chongfeng and Chunxing and others also ran over when they saw this. Situ Xuanqi picked up Yuya and ran towards his residence. Master, master? Situ Xuanqi's somewhat panicked shout startled Situ. He looked over and saw him running back with Yuya in his arms. He was also startled and hurriedly got up and ran over. What's wrong? What's wrong with Liu? Situ Xuanqi ran into the house with her in his arms, replying, She seemed to have a headache just now, and then she fainted. Situ Xuanqi didn't expect that just a name would make her react so much. It seems that she was very impressed by this name. Situ immediately took Yuya's pulse and was relieved after confirming that she was fine. It's okay. Maybe she just remembered something, and the blood clots in her brain haven't healed yet, which caused the pain.
Situi said.
Hearing this, Situ Xuanqi was relieved. Master, how about I help her find her family? Situ Xuanqi's heart, which had been trying to conceal, was shaken again. Mu Yun was so anxious, and this happened here. He suddenly felt that he was a little sinful. Situ Xuanqi sat beside Yuya's bed and waited until she woke up. He was actually a little worried. He was worried that when she woke up, she would suddenly remember the past and that she would know that he had concealed the fact that her parents came to see her. This made him feel guilty. He didn't dare to look into Yuya's eyes. His gaze fell on Yuya's hand outside the quilt. The chubby little hand looked soft and inexplicably cute. Uncle, why don't you speak? What's wrong with me? Yuya spoke, and Situ Xuanqi looked at her. Seeing that there was no other expression on her face, he was relieved. He hurriedly said, It's okay, you're okay. Master has already checked it for you. Yuya nodded, and after a moment, she said, Uncle, you said before that Grandpa gave me a nickname. Yuya, right? Hearing this, Situ Xuanqi's heart was lifted again. He looked at Yuya's innocent eyes, hesitated, and nodded slowly. Well, but actually I lied to you. That was just a random name by me, not by Grandpa. Just pretend I never said it. Situ Xuanqi regretted proposing the nickname. Yuya smiled slightly. No, I like it very much, Uncle. I like this name very much. You can all call me Yuya from now on. Just now in the dream, many people called her like this, but she couldn't see what they looked like. She liked this name very much. It felt very kind and familiar. It was also the first time that she began to miss and be curious about her family. Situ Xuanqi was stunned, looking at Yuya with inquiring and suspicious eyes. You? Did you remember something? Situ Xuanqi asked cautiously. Yuya shook her head in a daze, her voice soft. No, I can't remember anything, but I think the name Yuya is nice. I like it very much. Situ Xuanqi was relieved after hearing this. Okay, as long as you like it. I'm leaving. You and Master stay here well, and when you recover completely, I'll take you out for a walk. After Mu Yun and the others left, he could take her out for a walk. Yuya nodded at him with an innocent face. Okay. Situ Xuanqi came quickly and left quickly. When he returned to Izhou, he still participated in the search for people, but he never saw Mu Yun again. Because of the poisoning, the virtuous king sent people to rob Mu Yun again and again, but he failed once. For this reason, he became even more irritable. He wrote a letter to urge the Rui king, who was far away in Rui's Ho, to prepare quickly, and asked him when he could send troops to rebel. He just wanted to get Xia Yun off the throne immediately. He actually helped an outsider instead of him. It was obvious that he wanted to watch him die. In this case, he had nothing to worry about. The virtuous king sent letters to Rui's Ho one after another, discussing with the king how to take Xia Yun's life. Any word in these letters could make them lose their heads. The king of Rui was directly frightened by the virtuous king, but he had to accept the letter. He was terrified every day and cursed Xie Qin, the idiot, hundreds of times behind his back. The king of Rui refused to send troops, and Xia Yun didn't care about him. The virtuous king finally had to go to the door himself. During this period, he didn't dare to sleep, for fear that he would not wake up if he fell asleep. Day after day, he was tortured physically and mentally exhausted. For more than 10 days, there was still no news from the people of Yen State. Mu Yun had lost his patience, but the virtuous king came to the door at this time. Miss Mu, I was wrong at the beginning. I apologize to you. Please give me the antidote. The virtuous king accepted his fate. A real man can bend and stretch. It doesn't matter if he endures it for the sake of his life. Mu Yun was in no mood to argue with him. She said coldly, You are not poisoned. Don't bother me. The Xian king looked unhappy. He was so humble. What else did she want? Did he want him to kneel down and admit his fault? The Xian king became angrier and angrier. His face turned red, and his neck became thick with anger. Mu Yun, I have come to apologize. What else do you want? Do you really want to kill me? He finally couldn't hold back his anger and asked angrily. Mu Yun frowned and looked at him. Seeing his angry look, she said helplessly, You are really not poisoned. I was just teasing you before because I was angry with you. I am not in the mood to play with you now. Say it again that you are not poisoned. You are so stupid. Get out of here. Mu Yun looked disgusted, which irritated the virtuous king even more, but also ignited his hope.
I'm
really not poisoned? He asked in disbelief. He had indeed been feeling unwell during this period and felt uncomfortable all over. Wasn't this a sign of poisoning? The wise king was stunned. Mu Yun rolled his eyes at him. Yes, you are not poisoned. That was your hallucination. I was just trying to scare you about the poisoning in order to avenge your behavior that day. Your Highness, do you understand now? If you understand, don't bother me again. Otherwise, the poisoning may become a reality. After that, Mu Yun left directly. She was going to the palace. After so long, the Yen royal family had no news at all, which made her very disappointed. As soon as the virtuous king returned to the mansion, before he had time to summon the imperial physician to see him, his house was surrounded by the imperial guards. The virtuous King Xiaqin colluded with the king of Rui and intended to rebel. The evidence is irrefutable. Now the house will be confiscated immediately, and all the people in the virtuous king's mansion will be put in the sky prison. The head of the imperial guard spoke with a loud and majestic voice. The virtuous king widened his eyes in disbelief. He immediately thought of the envelopes he had sent before, and those disbeliefs instantly turned into fear and fear. He was careless, but those letters could not fall into Xia Yun's hands. The virtuous prince was trembling with fear, not daring to say a word, and was taken to the prison. At this time, General Wei Yuan, who was carrying the imperial edict to confiscate the property, had already headed for Rui's Ho, and the charge of treason was confirmed. Emperor Xia Yun was very happy to have solved the problem of Rui Wang, who had always been eyeing the throne. However, after Mu Yun came to the palace and asked about the progress of the search, his good mood was mostly gone. Not to mention that the person was not found. Even the other clues were not found at all, which was really a bit unreasonable. Looking at Mu Yun's cold face, Xia Yun had no choice but to comfort her. Miss Mu, I understand your feelings, but you can go with us. Our people are indeed trying their best to find him. Although Xianqi is young, he is steady and reliable. He is the person I trust the most and has the best ability. Miss Mu, you have done a great favor to our Yen state. We will definitely implement such a simple condition of finding someone seriously. Please don't worry, Miss Mu, and wait for news. As long as the person is in our Yen state, we will definitely find him. Mu Yun was very helpless. At the beginning, she was extremely sure that the person was in Yen state, but the people of Yen state helped to find him for more than half a month, and no clues were found. This made her begin to doubt whether she had guessed wrong. Seeing Mu Yun's sadness, Xia Yun was also helpless, not knowing what else to say to comfort her. In fact, Xia Yun also suspected that maybe the child was not in Yen's state, but it was not easy to say it directly, for fear that Mu Yun would think that he was unwilling to help find him. After a long while, Mu Yun said, Your Majesty, since you can't find her, can you send someone to me, and I will go find her myself? I don't want the people we are looking for now. I want other people. Is that okay? Mu Yun thought about it carefully again. She still felt that Yuya was most likely in Yen's state. Maybe those people who were looking for her were not careful. In this case, she would look for her by herself. As long as she was given people, she would definitely find clues. Even if the person was really not in Yen's state, she would not be satisfied until she found her in person. Otherwise, she would always feel uneasy and feel as if she had missed something. Xia Yun was helpless. Seeing her stubborn look, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, Miss Mu, you have done a favor to our Yen state. As long as it is not excessive and does not harm the foundation of the country, I will agree to it. Hearing this, the coldness in Mu Yun's eyes faded and became a little warmer. Situ Xuanqi was recalled by the emperor and told that he didn't need to look for anyone anymore. Hearing this, Situ Xuanqi was a little surprised. He was relieved in his heart. Mu Yun gave up? That's good. It's been half a month. He has been restless these days, always feeling uneasy. When Mu Yun left, the matter was over. He silently said sorry in his heart. For the sake of his master, he could only be selfish for once. The master can't live for a few years, and when the master is gone, he will immediately send Yuya back and make it up to her then. Situ Xuanqi thought a lot alone until Xia Yun's voice sounded again, interrupting his thoughts. You can't find someone for a long time, and there is not even a clue. She is very unhappy, so she said she wants to find it herself and asked me for someone. I gave her the personal guards and let her find it herself, which is also a full of her kindness to Yen's state. If she can't find it again, she will have nothing to say. Situ Xuanqi was shocked for a moment. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he quickly concealed it. Your Majesty, the royal guards are the most trusted and capable army around you. It would be inappropriate to rashly lend them to an unfamiliar person. Situ Xuanqi was inexplicably flustered and subconsciously wanted to stop Mu Yun from looking for her in person. Xia Yun nodded, I know, but after all, she has given us such a great help in Yen's state. It's a small matter like finding someone.
Try to help as much as you can.
When she can't find it herself, she will naturally give up. Otherwise, she won't be at ease. I'm afraid she will think that you are not looking for her well enough. Situ Xuanqi felt a little guilty. He was ashamed of the trust of His Majesty. If His Majesty knew about it in the future, he would be disappointed in him. But he couldn't care about anything else. For him, the master was the most important person. As long as he could spend the last few years happily, he was willing to pay any price. Yes, Your Majesty, what you said is true. Then let her find it. Xia Yun nodded. Well, let her find it. Your people will withdraw, and the matters of King Rue and King Xian will be handed over to you. King Rue cannot stay. In addition to the letter, you should find other evidence. This opportunity is rare, and this hidden danger must be solved. Situ Xuanqi nodded, okay. After Xia Yun explained, Situ Xuanqi left. He immediately sent a message to withdraw all the people, but he regretted it as soon as he issued the order. He hurriedly issued another order and asked people to follow Mu Yun and others to monitor. Song Jingnian came back. These days, he had been following Situ Xuanqi's people to find Yuya until Situ Xuanqi's people said that they received an order to withdraw, and he hurried back. He was also very uneasy in his heart these days. The longer he searched, the more uneasy he felt. Ayun, Yuya should not be in Izhou, nor in Ruizhou. I have searched carefully, but there is no clue. Apart from these two places, there are only Suzhou and Ning'an. Hearing this, Mu Yun's mind flashed with a map of Yen's state. She looked at Song Jingnian and asked, Are you sure you have searched carefully? Song Jingnian nodded. Yes, I searched almost every house, but didn't find any suspicious places. These two places can almost be ruled out. Mu Yun nodded. Okay, then we will rule out these two places. Song Jingnian said, Let's start from Suzhou, then go to Ning'an. There is also Yuzhou. That's where we came from first. We also looked for it when we came here, but we didn't look carefully that time. When we can't find it in other places in the east, we will look there last. If we can't find it there either, then. Song Jingnian didn't dare to say or think about the following words. After we search these places, we will definitely be able to see the crescent moon. Song Jingnian's tone became more affirmative, as if he was hypnotizing himself. Mu Yun didn't say anything. She put away the few clothes she had, picked up her bag and walked out. Song Jingnian followed, and the two of them rode their horses to the gate of Izhou City, where they saw the emperor's guards waiting there. After a few polite words, the group headed toward Suzhou. Suzhou is located in a remote area and needs to continue moving north to almost reach the Jin Kingdom. Ning'an is completely close to the Jin Kingdom and is located on the border of the Jin Kingdom. The three kingdoms of Jin, Yan, and Xia are like a disk, among which Xia has the largest land area, Jin is second, and Yan is the smallest country. Suzhou is desolate, and even the city is not prosperous. There are not many streams here, only one river which is not very big, and many people live around it. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian each led a team of men to act separately, asking door to door. Almost all the people here were gathered together, so if there was any movement, it would be impossible to hide it. After some inquiries, I still got nothing. Suzhou is not a very large area, and there is only this one river, so there is almost no value in searching other places. However, Mu Yun still searched the surrounding areas. After searching in Suzhou for 3 days, they still found nothing, so they continued to head towards Ning'an. Ning'an is the last stop. Halfway through the journey, Song Jingnian spoke. The two of them were riding on their horses, looking at the road ahead, feeling very confused. Mu Yun didn't say anything, just rode quietly. Do you think Yueya is in the kingdom of Jin? Thinking of the Jin people, Song Jingnian's heart sank. If Yueya fell into the Jin kingdom, her life would not be easy. Song Jingnian did not dare to think about this result. The Jin and Xia states had been at war for many years, and the war had never stopped. The Jin people were barbaric and hated the Xia state very much, and they also didn't like the Xia people. Stopping the war 4 years ago was only their helpless choice. The war has only been over for a few years, and they are already stirring again. The tyrannical genes in their bones will never be extinguished. Song Jingnian said in a deep voice, "Impossible. Yueya must be in Yen's state, but we haven't found her yet." Seeing his change of tone, Mu Yun glanced at him sideways. "Yeah, I also think that Yueya is in Yen's state, and we will definitely find her. If we can't find her, then I will be on the road for the rest of my life. Song Jingnian, I will not give up looking for Yueya, even if it takes a lifetime." A day later, the group arrived in Ning'an. It was June, but everyone felt cold when they arrived in Ning'an. Ning'an is a large place, but there are few people. The people are scattered, and it is difficult to find the clues. Mu Yun and Song Jingnian still divided into 2 groups to find the clues. They searched for 3 days in a row and searched all over Ning'an, but still couldn't find any clues. At night, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian gathered together. Neither of them smiled at all. This was the last place, but they still couldn't find the clues. What did this mean? It's self-evident. Neither of them spoke, and they were all quiet. The news here was also passed back to Yizhou. When Emperor Xie Yun knew about it, he also sighed and lamented that they might be unlucky. Situ Xuanqi had expected this result, so it was not surprising. Now Mu Yun and the others should give up. He felt a little depressed, guilty, and helpless. The next morning, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian led their people back the same way. Mu Yun and the commander of the personal guard, Lin Xiao, learned about all the places with water sources in Yen's state. She was still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue looking. Now there is only Yuzhou that has not been carefully searched. Speaking of Yuzhou, Lin Xiao naturally thought of the national teacher Situhi. "Miss Mu, Yuzhou has the most water sources in our Yen state. It is a good place. Our national teacher has been living in seclusion in Yukon Valley there for several years." National teacher? Mu Yun was surprised. You still have a national teacher? She only heard that Situ Xuanqi was the next national teacher, but she didn't know that Yen State now has a national teacher. Well, our national teacher is a very powerful person. He is proficient in medicine, feng shui, and many other skills of governing the country. He is respected and admired by the entire Yen State. Mu Yun was curious. He is so powerful. Why did he live in seclusion? Lin Xiao replied, "Master Situ is the only disciple of the national teacher and the next national teacher he is training. He is very capable. With a new national teacher, he will naturally step down. However, Master Situ has always been unwilling to take over the position of national teacher. So now Master Situ is still the national teacher, and Master Situ is just his deputy."
Mu Yun nodded.
"So that's how it is. Is there a water source where your national teacher lives in seclusion?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, but that is the legendary fairy spring, flowing down from the mountain. It is said to have the effect of curing diseases. I just don't know if it is true or false. I guess it should be false. If it can really cure diseases, then the national teacher must have brought this spring water back long ago. The year before last, the little prince was seriously ill. The national teacher came back to treat him personally, but he couldn't save him. It can be seen that the fairy spring water is just a legend." Mu Yun suddenly became very interested in this place. Could the crescent moon be there? But if it is, then Situ Xuanqi will definitely know that he has been ordered to find the person for so long, but he has not found it. Or maybe the crescent moon will not be there. But whether it is there or not, she will not be satisfied until she finds it herself. Commander Lin, Yuzhou is the last place. If you still can't find it in Yuzhou, then I won't bother you. Muyun sight. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, Miss Mu is polite. His Majesty has ordered us to help you find someone. You don't have to be polite. Muyun nodded, okay, thank you. After I go to Yuzhou, I want to go to Yuquan Valley to have a look. Is that okay? Yuquan Valley is not easy to go to. There are obstacles there. Most people can't go up there. They will get lost halfway up the mountain. It's possible that they will disappear in the mountains. But I haven't been there either. I just heard about it. Lin Xiao hesitated. That was where the national teacher lived. If he disturbed him rashly, he might be unhappy. Song Jingyan said, it's okay. It's just an obstacle. We can get through it. Lin Xiao said worriedly, but that's where the national teacher lives. I'm afraid it's not good for us to disturb him rashly. If the national teacher blames us, His Majesty will definitely blame us.
Muyun said, it's okay.
If there's anything wrong, I'll take care of it. Let's speed up and get to Yuzhou as soon as possible. After that, Muyun rode his horse and ran quickly. Song Jingyan followed closely. Seeing this, Lin Xiao followed reluctantly. Ning'an was too far away. The group galloped for 3 days before reaching Yuzhou. Yuzhou is not a big place, but it has a large population. The climate here is better, not much different from Xiagua, and it is the most suitable place for living. Muyun placed all her hopes here. If she still can't find it after searching here, then she will have no goal in the future. There is a river in Yuzhou City for the people to get water. Muyun and others went door to door along the river to ask again, but there was still no result. They all said that someone had asked not long ago, and there was indeed no such child here. Muyun was a little disappointed. In addition to the river in the city, there were other villages, etc., and they were all searched one by one, but there was still no news. Finally, Muyun asked Lin Xiao to take them to the Yuquan Valley. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but nodded and agreed, and also wrote a letter to the emperor to explain. At this time, their whereabouts were also reported back by Situ Xuanqi's people. Following Lin Xiao all the way to Shashi village, which was the village they first came to, Muyun was a little surprised that Yuquan Valley needed to pass through here. Then they almost got there before. Going westwards from Shashi village, there are only high mountains, which is a dead end, so few people usually go there. Lin Xiao led them into the forest and began to climb up. At this time, Situ Xuanqi, who was far away in Yizhou, had just received the news that Muyun and others were heading towards Yuquan Valley. Situ Xuanqi immediately stood up in shock. Shouldn't he still be on the way back from Ning'an? How did he go to Yuzhou all of a sudden? Sir, this is the evidence we just got, but we still need to verify it. The subordinates suddenly came to report, but Situ Xuanqi really didn't have the heart to care about it at this time. It was just that it was related to King Rui, so he had to care about it even if he didn't want to. Putting the letter aside, he took the evidence handed over by his subordinates and checked it uneasily. After Muyun and his group reached the middle of the mountain, they began to get lost. They found several times that the place they walked through seemed to be the same place, and several people got separated. Realizing that this was a maze, Song Jingyan took Muyun's hand and said, Ayun, hold my hand tightly. Don't get separated. Muyun held his hand tightly and nodded. The two began to make marks along the way, and the others began to follow suit and make marks along the way. However, as they walked, they saw the marks they had made before. Muyun was helpless. It seems that we can't continue to walk like this. We have to think of a way. Song Jingyan continued to make marks, and then said, Why don't we walk with our eyes closed this time, and see if we can break it? Muyun was worried. What if I fall with my eyes closed? It's okay to fall casually, but what if I fall off a cliff? Song Jingyan looked around, then broke off a branch and said, Use it to explore the way. Muyun thought about it. Maybe closing your eyes is really a method. The maze is a kind of eye-catching trick. Sometimes what you see with your eyes is not necessarily true. She nodded and took the branch Song Jingyan handed over. Well, let's try it. Everyone broke off the branch and began to walk with their eyes closed, but some people still didn't believe it and were afraid of falling, so they would open their eyes from time to time. After walking for a long time, Song Jingnian and Mu Yun didn't open their eyes until they heard a sound of water. Song Jingnian, do you hear the sound of water flowing? Mu Yun suddenly asked, with a little surprise in his voice. Song Jingnian nodded. Well, you heard it too? Mu Yun nodded. Well, there was no sound of water flowing on the road before. Can we open our eyes now? The two opened their eyes at the same time and saw the scenery in front of them, and they couldn't help but brighten up. In front of them was a high mountain, with water flowing around the bottom of the mountain, and both sides of the river were full of wildflowers of various colors, which was very beautiful. The scenery here is really good, like a paradise, and it is indeed suitable for seclusion. Are we in?
Mu Yun asked.
Song Jingnian nodded. Well, they should have come in. The scenery here is different from the outside. It's just that it seems that only the two of us came in. There is no trace of them. Mu Yun looked around and indeed did not see anyone else. Forget about them. Let's look for that Situ Glacier now. There is also a river here. Maybe the crescent moon was really washed here, so we haven't found it for so long. If it fell here, it would be really hard to find. If there were no people living in seclusion here, we would not have found it at all. After listening to Mu Yun's words, Song Jingnian also ignited a glimmer of hope and felt that what Mu Yun said made sense. Well, you are right. Let's go find the imperial teacher now. He should be on the mountain. Let's climb up and take a look. The two began to climb towards the top of the mountain. At this time, Chong Feng came to the yard and said to Siduhi, Sir, someone broke in. Can you ask me to drive them away? Siduhi was surprised. Someone came in? Not Xian Qi? Chong Feng nodded. No, they're strangers, a man and a woman. There are also people outside the mountain. However, among those people are the guards around His Majesty. Those people could not come in. Siduhi was a little confused. Why did the guards come here?
Go down and ask.
If they are accidental, send them out.
Yes.
Chong Feng agreed, and then walked down the mountain. Yuya came out of the house with a medical book in her hand. She asked curiously, Grandpa, someone came in? Who is it? Can I go and see? Siduhi said helplessly, Why are you going to join in the fun? Just read your book and ask me if you have any words you don't know. Yuya was bored these days and followed Siduhi to sort out the herbs for a few days. As a result, Siduhi found that she had a very sensitive sense of smell for herbs, so he had the idea of teaching her medical skills. Although Situ Xuanqi was his apprentice, Situ Xuanqi was not interested in medicine, so he had never learned any medicine. Situhi's medical skills had no successor. Now that he has found someone to teach, he is very happy and has high hopes for Yuya, hoping that she can learn his medical skills. Yuya pouted and said helplessly, Grandpa, it's boring to just read books. I think it's more fun to sort out the herbs. Or I'll go find some herbs. I've been bored in the house for most of the day. Yuya is now becoming more and more familiar with Situhi. She is more casual in her conversation and often acts coquettishly, leaving Situhi helpless. After spending more than a month together, Situhi also understood this girl's personality. She could not sit still, and it was impossible to ask her to sit still and read a book. He said helplessly and dotingly, Okay, go. But be careful. Don't go to dangerous places. Let Chun Xing and Chunya follow you. After getting permission, Yuya was very happy and immediately ran back to the house to put down the book, called two maids, carried her small backpack, and headed towards the mountain with the most medicinal herbs. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, Mu Yun and Song Jingnian had been climbing for a long time, but they still hadn't climbed to the halfway point of the mountain. There were many ways up the mountain. The two didn't know which one was the right way, so they could only guess, so the progress was very slow. After walking for a long time and looking down, they still felt that they hadn't climbed much. Mu Yun said, I think this way up the mountain is also a trick. There are so many ways, who knows which one is the right one. Song Jingnian was also helpless. I don't know what this national teacher is doing living in this mountain. This road is really difficult to walk. It should be designed by him. The purpose is not to let people go up and disturb him. Feeling a strong gaze looking at this side, Mu Yun immediately looked up and saw a person standing at the intersection above them. Chong Feng looked at the two and said, You too. This is my master's retreat. If you have nothing to do, please leave quickly and don't disturb my master's peace. Song Jingnian and Muyun looked at each other, and then Muyun said, Are you a subordinate of the national teacher? Chang Feng saw that they knew who lived here, and he understood that they might have come here on purpose. Chang Feng replied, What do you two have to do? Muyun said, This young man, we are here to find someone. You have a little girl here 4 years old, who was washed by the water. Chang Feng was surprised for a moment and did not answer the two for a while. Muyun keenly saw his hesitation, and his heart was suddenly happy. He hurriedly continued, That's my daughter. I came here to find her. I made a deal with your Yen state. Your emperor promised to help me find someone. There are people from your Yen state outside who came with us. If you don't believe me, you can ask them in. Chang Feng was surprised. Yueya's family came? Or they came to the valley in person? This is too good to find. You too, I need to ask my master before deciding whether I can let you go up. Wait a moment. Chang Feng performed Qinggong and disappeared after a few jumps. Muyun grabbed Song Jingnian's hand with some excitement and said in a trembling voice, Song Jingnian, did you see that he hesitated? He didn't say he didn't see it just now, and he didn't deny it. Does this mean that the crescent moon is actually here, right? After more than a month of searching, Muyun finally felt a glimmer of hope and was suddenly very excited. Song Jingnian was actually very excited, but he was restraining himself and didn't show it. The hesitation of the man just now was indeed very suspicious. If the child was not there, he was not there, and if he was there, he was there, but he neither said he was there nor not there, but hesitated and hesitated. There must be something wrong. He nodded and said, Yes, Yueya must be here. In fact, this is the closest place to our Xia country. The river in this mountain must be the same as the river we are looking for. Yueya may have been washed here, so we searched the entire Yen country but couldn't find her. Because she is in this mountain, we can't find her outside. The two became more and more excited as they talked, as if they were sure that Yueya was here. Chang Feng hurried back to report. When Siduhi heard that the people who broke in from the bottom of the mountain were Yueya's parents, he was very surprised. He hurriedly asked what was going on. Chang Feng couldn't explain it clearly for a while. When he learned that the two were Yueya's parents, he hurried up to report and ignored other things. However, he still told Siduhi that His Majesty had sent people to help find someone. Siduhi was even more confused. Could it be that his eldest disciple knew that the child was here, so he sent people?